Chapter 1. Donghai, Shueichin Island. Drink, drink. The young smoker swung his fists at the reef. With each strike, his fists embedded themselves into the rocks like nails, pulling out chunks of debris upon withdrawal. After a considerable time, the boulder, the size of a house, had been reduced to a pile of rubble. Smoker let out a sigh of relief, concluding his morning training, and plopped down onto the beach, gasping for breath. This year marked the 1497th year of the Sea Circle calendar, and soon, Roger would arrive at Laugh-Tale to claim the title of Pirate King. A year later, he would be sentenced in Log Town, stepping into the fray and igniting the tide of the great pirate era. Countless souls ventured into the sea, in pursuit of so-called freedom and dreams. But who would care about the countless villages and towns that were obliterated and the families torn apart in the process? A shadow of concern crossed Smoker's eyes. For while his appearance remained unchanged, his spirit had long since transformed into that of a mere worker. A few years prior, after burning the midnight oil on a project, just as he was about to indulge in one piece, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart and collapsed. When he awoke, inexplicably, he had become Smoker. In his juvenile state, no less. The concept of transmigration was utterly absurd, yet as a seasoned tomato user, he adapted remarkably quickly. Moreover, he found great satisfaction in his new identity. After all, he was a protagonist, albeit with a glaring flaw in his battle-recorded disastrous 3 consecutive defeats. Smoker had tried countless times, yet he found no trace of an old man, no green bottle, no system, no dual-world portal, and no spatial storage that was pristine enough to evoke pity. Consequently, these years had been fraught with anxiety. For a cheat was the lifeblood of any transmigrator. With a cheat, mastering natural-type devil fruits would be child's play, and the 3-color hockey would merely be standard fare. Encountering a benevolent overlord could even arrange for multiversal adventures. But a transmigrator devoid of cheats was akin to an orphan raised by a stepmother. Especially someone like Smoker, lacking a special race, royal-level power, unique physique, or distinguished background possessed little worth in the grand scheme. The only noteworthy aspect was the natural-type smoke fruit, yet he had transmigrated too early to have consumed it. What was worse, the plot offered no clues as to how he would acquire the smoke fruit. Would it be found on Shueichin Island? Or would it come after joining the Navy? Smoker felt like a donkey fixated on a carrot. He could only remain on Shueichin Island, waiting for the fruit, too afraid to leave, lest he miss the opportunity even for a moment. Shueichin Island was neither vast nor small. To the east lay a town, bustling with residents and merchants. To the west, a jungle seldom traversed by humans. The original inhabitant had always enjoyed coming to the western coast to gaze at the sea, lost in thought. If the smoke fruit were indeed found on Shueichin Island, it would likely be here. Thus, Smoker often found himself stationed here, awaiting fortune. As a transmigrator, he was acutely aware of the harsh realities of the pirate world, recognizing his fragility in the eyes of the powerful. He did not indulge in the leisurely lifestyle of the original inhabitant, but instead seized every moment to train, and train. Years past, the smoke fruit remained elusive, yet his physique had grown considerably stronger. Though his features were still youthful, his build had become a standard inverted triangle, and he had shot up to a height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches. From his stature alone, he already bore the aura of a formidable warrior. The only drawback was that his appetite had begun to rival that of a monster. In one sitting, he could consume enough food to sustain an ordinary person for an entire week. Smoker's parents had been merchants, leaving behind a substantial inheritance upon their passing, sufficient for a lifetime of comfort. Yet within 3 short years, he had squandered it all. There were no sea beasts or large fish near the settlement, so hunting and fishing could hardly sustain his terrifying consumption. Reluctantly, Smoker had to venture out to earn a living. Fortunately, he possessed both strength and brains, ensuring he was never short of work. Dock unloading, merchant ship security, part-time bounty hunter. He did whatever brought in quick cash, earning a sum before promptly returning to his weight. Thus, Smoker's life had been reduced to 3 pursuits: eating, making money, and training. A life of busy struggle. Before transmigration, I toiled. After transmigration, I still toil. Have I transmigrated for nothing? In the pirate world, the strong reigned supreme, and everything was dictated by power. The four primary sources of strength were physical prowess, devil fruits, hockey, and technology. Physical strength needs no elaboration. After years of relentless training, the results were quite promising. Though he was just over 10 years old, with his self-taught martial arts, he could contend with pirates boasting bounties in a million sa, solid starting point. Hockey was something he would need to learn eventually. However, this was considered an advanced skill, and the difference between having a teacher and being self-taught was monumental. In the original plot, from Cake Island to Onigashima, the 9 supernovas exhibited hockey, while the likes of Kid and Law only showcased their weapons, vying to see who was tougher. Luffy and Zoro had long since upgraded to advanced hockey techniques, creating a stark disparity in strength. Rather than aimlessly practicing now, it would be more prudent to focus on physical training and systematically learn after joining the Navy. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. As for technology, was the East Blue a place for technological advancements? In this region, mentioning technology would elicit scoffs even from dogs. The highest technological achievement was undoubtedly Buggy's cannonball. Thus, after assessing the situation, it was clear that to rapidly enhance his strength, he would need to rely on devil fruits. Never mind the flame fruit or the smoke fruit, not even dogs would be interested. For an ordinary person, the mere chance of obtaining a natural-type devil fruit, even the dung fruit, would be akin to their ancestral graves emitting green smoke. One could either venture into the Grand Line for battle or become a local tyrant. Definitely a promising future. Unfortunately, in this corner of the East Blue, the devil fruits were exceedingly scarce. The so-called ruler of the East Blue, Krieg, had spent most of his life with only hearsay about the devil fruits. Since Smoker had transmigrated, he had yet to encounter even a single ability user, let alone a wild fruit. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Could it be the butterfly effect, causing him to miss the smoke fruit? Or was it that the smoke fruit was never meant to be found on Shueichin Island? Alas, I shall leave it to fate for now. I shall concentrate on honing my body. After all, physical strength is the foundation of everything at worst. I can learn the 6 styles later and return to the East Blue as a minor leader, living as a blissful little warlord, deceiving the powerful and bullying the weak. Suddenly, he caught sight of 2 spheres in the waves, one purple and the other white, rising and falling with the tides. What is that? What the hell? 2 devil fruits. The 2 devil fruits were being tossed about by the waves, one to the left and one to the right, drifting in opposite directions. The nearer one was entirely white, with faint wisps of smoke-like patterns. The smoke fruit. Thank you, heavens. You haven't made me wait in vain. As for the other fruit, Smoker was a principled individual. Upon discovering his dream fruit, he would remain loyal and not seek out other fruits. Never mind, taking a look won't lead to any consequences. Being engaged doesn't equate to being married. Narrowing his eyes for a closer inspection, he saw that the more distant fruit was a dark purple, resembling a pineapple. With a sudden thud, Smoker knelt. The dark fruit. What merit do I possess to stumble upon 2 natural-type fruits simultaneously? Old man, you've been working your magic down there. Father, mother, do you see? Your son has made something of himself. Given the vastness of the pirate world and the rarity of natural-type fruits, the probability of encountering 2 natural-type fruits is lower than that of a loser receiving confessions from both Dilraba and Naza at the same time. Yet, here was Smoker, faced with such fortune. Watching the 2 fruits drift further apart, Smoker found himself momentarily stunned. Was he being forced to choose between the 2? The white moonlight and the black stockings? How was he to decide? In the original plot, the oblivious Smoker had chosen the smoke fruit without hesitation, while the other fruit merely returned to the sea. But things were different now. Smoker was well aware of the true nature of the dark fruit. This was a fruit that could contend with the 3 admirals, far surpassing the smoke fruit. Soon, Smoker made his choice. Apologies, smoke fruit, though I have long admired you. You deserve better. With that, he dove headlong into the sea, swimming with all his might toward the dark fruit. These years of training had not been in vain. Smoker swam like a shark, quickly reaching the dark fruit and seizing it in his grasp. Turning to glance at the smoke fruit. At this distance, perhaps it wasn't impossible to claim both. Just as he was about to act, the sky suddenly darkened, and a fierce wind surged, causing the sea to boil and churn. What was happening? Why had such a tempest arisen so suddenly? The waters surrounding Shueqin Island had always been calm. It had been years since such a storm had occurred. Smoker desperately swam toward the smoke fruit. Yet the waves were too tumultuous and fast. He felt like a leaf tossed about, repeatedly lifted and slammed down, failing to achieve his goal. Instead, he wore himself out, nearly losing his grip on the dark fruit. Helpless, Smoker could only swim back to shore for the time being. He glanced back, watching as the smoke fruit drifted farther away, nearly out of sight. A wave of urgency washed over Smoker. This was a Logia-type fruit, after all. If he missed this opportunity, he might never encounter another one in his lifetime. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and he took a bite of the dark fruit. Instantly, the foul taste flooded his mouth, invigorating yet nauseating. Ugh! Smoker nearly retched. However, he did not forget his objective. He quickly suppressed his revulsion and extended his right hand towards the direction of the smoke fruit. Dark water. The essence of darkness embodied boundless gravitational force. A dark substance enveloped Smoker, resembling thick black smoke and black flames. His right hand transformed, revealing a black hole in his palm, emanating immense gravitational pull, as if it could devour all things. Those with powers could manipulate seawater, like how Owen boiled it or Akiji froze the ocean. Under the influence of the dark fruit's gravity, the seawater coalesced into a massive water vortex, surging into Smoker's grasp. Yet, the smoke fruit remained too distant, continuing to drift away. Damn it, come to me! As if sensing Smoker's desperation, the gravitational force in his palm surged dramatically, becoming increasingly concentrated as it reached outwards. Finally, the smoke fruit quivered slightly, shifting its course towards the shore. The closer it drew, the stronger the pull, until with a swift motion, it flew into Smoker's hand. Ha 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 ha! Smoker laughed joyously towards the heavens. After years of anxiety and tormenting anticipation, he had finally reaped the rewards. What fickle heavens! My fate is in my own hands, not dictated by the skies. I, Smoker, have proven that even a devoted follower may not leave empty-handed, but rather achieve a dual victory. Smoker raised his right hand. Power, future, destiny, everything seemed to lie within his grasp. The dark fruit, the most malevolent of abilities. Upon its emergence, it showcased the capability to forcibly silence the essence of Logia. Though there were drawbacks, it remained overwhelmingly powerful. However, with the updates and abilities, this power became somewhat redundant, particularly as Blackbeard possessed dual haki, rendering decades of his repressed potential a mere jest. Given Blackbeard's foundation, he should not conceal his strengths, but rather train earnestly, seek guidance from Whitebeard, and practice with a cadre of Vice Admiral. She could have emerged as a formidable authority. In truth, Smoker had always found the dark fruit peculiar. Bearing the title of the most vicious fruit, he couldn't discern what made it more fearsome than magma, lightning, light, ice, or any other. When Blackbeard confronted Ace, he merely absorbed damage to pull him closer for a beating, taking advantage of the low damage from flames. Had it been a Kainu or Magellan, would they not have been inundated with liquid? Smoker pondered this conundrum until he stumbled upon an epiphany. The currently observed Logia types each represented a specific element. The smoke fruit symbolizes smoke, the flame fruit signifies fire, the sand fruit embodies sand, the lightning fruit represents lightning, the ice fruit conveys ice, the light fruit denotes light, the magma fruit stands for magma, the swamp fruit signifies swamp, the gas fruit represents gas, the snow fruit embodies snow, the forest fruit symbolizes plants, and the coal fruit represents coal. But the water fruit? I possess no water. Yet, what does the dark fruit represent? A black hole? Not quite. It embodies the infinite gravitational force akin to a black hole, rather than the physical entity of a black hole. Upon closer examination, It resembles an ultra-high specification of the bounce fruit. One represents gravity, while the other embodies elasticity. However, the dark fruit can be elementalized, rendering it more powerful and versatile than the bounce fruit. In the manga, Blackbeard can sustain injury even after elementalization, rather than being invulnerable. If that is the case, Blackbeard's utilization of the dark fruit is nothing short of abysmal. After 2 years, he has merely achieved force silence or the gravity of all things. Clearly, there are numerous avenues for development. For instance, the bounce fruit can project damage and suffering. Why can't the dark fruit absorb it? Is there a vast distinction between gravity and elasticity? Moreover, Blackbeard releases unidirectional gravitational force. Could he not distort gravity like Fujitora manipulates it? Regardless, now that the dark fruit has fallen into his hands, he shall not fail to live up to its notorious reputation. In this moment, Smoker laughed with sheer joy, as if he had opened a kaleidoscope of possibilities. Yet, pride must not lead to recklessness. After all, Blackbeard, upon consuming the dark fruit, did not escape the fate of being beaten into submission. Furthermore, Smoker cast a glance at the dark fruit. In his haste, he had only taken a bite, leaving plenty remaining. With a determined bite, he consumed another piece. The taste was truly unbearable. Nevertheless, he resolutely endured the nausea, forcing himself to finish the dark fruit, not out of fondness for the foul taste, but rather as a gamble. In the world of One Piece, many have awakened their fruits, yet CP9's Kaku managed to awaken his in just 2 years, simply astounding. To articulate what is particularly unique, the only thought that comes to mind is that, akin to Luffy, he also consumed the devil fruit entirely. Thus, Smoker speculated, could it be that the cleaner one consumes the fruit, the more readily one awakens its powers? Although lacking any substantial evidence, there is no harm in trying, as it costs nothing. What if the taste is unpleasant? One must endure the lowest of fare to ascend to greatness. In no time, he devoured the dark fruit, weighing several pounds. From this day forth, Smoker, shall rise to the pinnacle. At this moment, Smoker's ambition soared. Yet he was also feeling lightheaded, as the dark fruit was choking him, making him feel nauseous. Just then, a pirate ship appeared in the distance, and upon recognizing the emblem, it was unmistakably the infamous Black Fork Pirates. A buck-toothed pirate was scanning the surroundings and, upon spotting Smoker, displayed a look of sheer horror. Rushing towards a drunken giant, Captain, the giant, towering at 3 meters tall, comparable in height to an admiral, was in the midst of drinking when he hurled his cup in irritation. What the hell are you making noise for? You're ruining my drinking mood. This giant was Eugene, captain of the Black Fork Pirates, with a bounty of 3.4 million berries, notorious for having bloodily ravaged 3 towns in a single week. The buck-toothed pirate shrank back. Captain, there's a little brat on the shore, holding a strange fruit, somewhat resembling what those people call a devil fruit. What? Eugene exclaimed in shock, snatching the telescope. Indeed, on the shore stood a dazed white-haired youth, cradling an unblemished white fruit. It appears entirely intact, not a single bite taken. Eugene's drunkenness evaporated instantly. A devil fruit. It truly is a devil fruit, just as they described. Luck is on my side. Men, set sail at full speed and seize that devil fruit. Upon hearing this, the pirates displayed expressions of greed and elation. So, the legendary fruit that could elevate one to greatness is indeed real? The pirates brandished their weapons, roaring in celebration. With this treasure from the sea, the East Blue shall belong to the Black Fork Pirates. What is the East Blue to us? The captain will lead us to conquer the Grand Line. Just days ago, the Black Fork Pirates had plundered a merchant ship. This unassuming vessel had, surprisingly, ventured into the Grand Line. Through brutal interrogation, Eugene had gleaned much information, with the devil fruit being the most enticing. Just a single bite grants unimaginable powers, and now, news of it has conveniently presented itself today. Could it be that I am destined by fate? I shall become the Pirate King. Wait, what is that? The Black Fork Pirates, brimming with murderous intent, were rushing forth, and even a blind man could see it as a part-time bounty hunter. Smoker was somewhat acquainted with the local pirates. The Black Fork Pirates? What on earth are they doing here? A big catch indeed. This could improve my fortunes. Smoker glanced at the smoke fruit in his hand, pondered for a moment, then removed his coat to wrap it up. digging a hole to bury it. After all, the newcomers did not come with good intentions. During a friendly exchange later, if you were not cautious, a single bite could lead to tears with no place to weep. Soon, the pirate ship docked at the shore, and Eugene swaggered over with his subordinates. "Hey, brat, hand over the devil fruit, or I could say you've already eaten it, and I will slice open your belly to verify its authenticity." Smoker remained composed. A bounty of 3.4 million. Black Fork Eugene. "The devil fruit is in my possession. If you want it, come and take it by pirate means." Eugene grinned maliciously. "Aha. What an amusing little brat." With that, he charged forward like a rampaging bull, throwing a punch aimed directly at Smoker's face. "Let us brawl." Smoker did not evade but instead met the punch head-on. The two fists collided with a resounding impact, sending shockwaves that scattered the surrounding sand and stones. The pirates around them began to cheer. "Ha! What a fool, daring to trade blows with the captain." Although known as Black Fork, his iron fists are legendary in the East Blue. Indeed, his bones must be shattered to bits. He deserves it. But in the next moment, their laughter was silenced as both Smoker and Eugene were forced back. Eugene's face was one of disbelief. How could this little brat stand toe-to-toe with him? Smoker, on the other hand, clutched his fist, hissing as he inhaled sharply. "Oh, that startled me. Turns out it was just bravado. Due to the side effects of the dark fruit, pain that was once negligible now felt acutely pronounced." Smoker shook his hand, slightly alleviating the pain. The multiplied discomfort was certainly unpleasant, yet it seemed merely intensified. The damage remained unchanged. With a fierce shout of "again," Smoker charged forward. "You're seeking death," Eugene retorted coldly, meeting him head-on. Both had ignited their competitive spirits, clashing like two ferocious beasts. For a time, the beach was engulfed in clouds of dust. It was unclear how long had passed when, despite taking a kick to the abdomen, Smoker landed a punch that sent Eugene flying. Eugene hit the ground, rolling several times before regaining his footing, wiping the blood that obscured his vision. Meanwhile, Smoker held his abdomen, veins bulging on his forehead, glaring intently at him. "What a fiery gaze, you little brat. Thank you for allowing me such enjoyment. But it's time to end this." He gestured behind him. His subordinates understood immediately, bringing forth a black steel fork over a yard long. The sharp blade glinted ominously, stained with traces of blood. Eugene brandished the black fork, its edge aimed squarely at Smoker. "You have two choices. Either obediently hand over the devil fruit, and I can take you on as my subordinate, treating you to a life of luxury. Or die here." Smoker, battered and bloodied, with blood trickling down his cheek, wore a scornful smile. "Black Fork Eugene, allow me to pose a question." "Huh? Why didn't you use your weapon earlier?" "I was merely practicing with you. What are you waiting for?" The dark fruit altered his perception of pain, causing a significant shift in his long-established combat instincts and physical reactions. Thus, Smoker chose to grapple, aiming to quickly adapt to this change. After all, finding such a sparring partner is truly rare. Eugene's face reddened with anger. "You little brat, spouting nonsense, since you refuse to drink the good wine and instead opt for the bad. Then die." With that, he raised the black fork high, thrusting it viciously towards Smoker's chest. Suddenly, Smoker's palm turned pitch black. Seizing the steel fork, the fork halted abruptly, unable to penetrate any further. Eugene's heart raced, and he frantically tried to pull it away, but the black fork seemed rooted, resisting all efforts. A surge of tar-like darkness enveloped Smoker. "Thank you for being my sparring partner for so long. Since you are so fond of the devil fruit, let me show you its true power." Darkness enveloped Smoker entirely, transforming him into a massive black cocoon. Moments later, as the darkness receded, all of Smoker's injuries vanished, and his stamina was restored to its peak. Aside from his tattered clothing and the grime on his face, one could hardly tell he had just been through a battle. Eugene was left dumbfounded. "Damn it. What power did you acquire?" Smoker chuckled coldly, a glint of ferocity in his eyes. "Oh, I really need to introduce myself to you." "Not good." Eugene felt a chill run down his spine, dropping the black fork and turning to flee. The opponent could match him even without using his powers, and now fully revitalized, he was no match. "Humph, clever indeed. But you want to escape." Dark water. A tremendous force of suction suddenly emerged. The black fork in Smoker's hand was twisted into a helix and sank into the darkness. Eugene, like a kite severed from its string, was yanked back with a scream, disappearing into the shadows. The pirate stood in stunned silence. After a few seconds, Smoker expelled him once more. Eugene lay on the beach, his eyes wide open, his limbs and chest limp, clearly suffering from shattered bones. His body convulsed uncontrollably, yet he could not muster a scream. Smoker refrained from further violence, standing before him with closed eyes, silently attuning to something. After a while, he reopened his eyes, raised his palm, and a white orb of light emerged from his palm. Is this my pain? Over the years, although Smoker had not acquired a devil fruit, he often engaged in thought experiments, fantasizing about how he would develop the powers had he obtained one. As time passed, he surprisingly gained considerable insight. For convenience, Smoker categorized the powers of devil fruits into basic abilities and derived abilities. Basic abilities are those that manifest immediately upon consuming the fruit. For instance, the Inu Inu no Mi transforms its eater into a dog. Derived abilities, however, require creativity and development. For example, Enel uses lightning to create a cardiac pacemaker, while Dakihoti Doflamingo stitches wounds with his strings. The basic abilities of a single fruit remain the same, but the derived abilities can vary drastically depending on the user. One could say that the basic ability sets the lower limit of a fruit's capability, while the derived ability determines the upper limit. However, developing derived abilities demands not only diligence, but also insight or creativity. Some abilities are not unattainable, but simply never conceived. Naturally, Smoker possesses an inherent advantage in this regard. After all, how could a traveler lack imagination? Smoker had previously deduced various basic and derived abilities of different fruits, including the Yami Yami no Mi. The basic abilities of the Yami Yami no Mi are threefold: infinite gravity, deprivation of abilities, and absorption of damage. Indeed, the user of the Yami Yami no Mi cannot evade harm, but can absorb it directly. This is quite evident in the manga, where Blackbeard sustains injuries from Ace. Yet the wounds vanish after absorbing flames. What Smoker had just employed was the first derived ability, pain absorption. The white orb contained pain magnified several times over. Since you have inflicted this pain, you shall bear it. If you survive, we shall be even. Come now, experience the pain. Smoker pressed the white orb against Eugene's chest. Eugene was struck as if by lightning, his mouth agape, eyes bulging, his entire body trembling violently. Yet he could not utter a sound. Moments later, his eyes rolled back, and he perished. Observing the remaining half of the orb, Smoker frowned. Truly useless. He turned to the other minions. They were all comrades from the same ship. He intended to distribute the consequences evenly. The crew of the Black Fork pirates, having just been stunned into silence, finally regained their senses and hastily discarded their weapons, howling as they fled towards their ship. However, Smoker had no intention of letting them escape. For unarmed civilians, even the weakest scum poses a threat as perilous as the four emperors. If it were a minor pirate like Kobe, he would not mind letting them off the hook. But this pack of cannibalistic dogs was unworthy of mercy. Smoker snorted coldly, darkness spreading like a tide. Dark hole, trees, rocks, pirates, ships. Everything encroaching upon the darkness was completely devoured. After a few breaths, not a trace of the Black Fork pirates remained. Naval Base 161, original creation, is situated in the town of Laro in the East. It is the closest naval base to Water Harp Island. Even an ordinary merchant ship can make a round trip between the two islands within a day. The tranquility and harmony of Water Harp Island are inseparable from the existence of Base 161. At this moment, Colonel Cole, the base commander, was leading the soldiers in drills. Maintain formation, raise your weapons, fire. Swing your blades with force. Sheathe them decisively. Strike swiftly and retreat. In the face of pirates, one must not only secure decisive kills but also guard against dying counterattacks. You are the righteous Navy. Only by possessing strength can you better protect the seas. The soldiers trained fervently, fueled by camaraderie and determination. They understood that Base 161 was an indomitable bulwark, deterring pirates within its jurisdiction. However, the reality was not as optimistic. Compared to the vast territory, the manpower of Base 161 was somewhat lacking. This had long been a source of great concern for Cole. Nevertheless, the situation had improved somewhat in recent years that a silver-haired youth had emerged, targeting nearby pirates and mountain bandits, frequently returning with bounties. Initially, they were only low-value targets worth tens of thousands, but gradually escalated to bounties in the hundreds of thousands. Occasionally, he even delivered heads worth millions. At this time, bounty levels in the pirate world had not yet inflated, with the average bounty in the East Sea hovering around 1 to 2 million. The accomplishments of this youth were already quite formidable. Cole reflected that even if he personally took action, his record would not surpass the youth's. Thanks to the boy's activities, the defensive pressure on Base 161 had significantly decreased, allowing them to focus on dealing with particularly nefarious pirates. Consequently, the overall security of the jurisdiction had markedly improved. Moreover, during evaluations at naval headquarters, results were always prioritized over methods as long as a pirate ended up in the prison of Base 161, whether captured by them or brought in by bounty hunters. It was considered a merit for Base 161 that thus, the base received commendations, resulting in an increase in military funding, even acquiring a decommissioned medium-sized warship. With this warship, their capability to confront ordinary pirates was drastically enhanced. This invigorated Cole and his naval crew. At that moment, a messenger hurriedly approached, saluting Cole with precision. "Base commander, that youth has returned." "Oh." Cole immediately perked up, instructing the other sailors, "Continue training, do not slack off." He then rushed to the entrance of the base. The entrance to Base 161 is a broad thoroughfare, with the dock situated diagonally opposite. Smoker sat on a bench by the dock, beside a fishing boat, where several members of the Black Fork Pirates lay sprawled across the deck, some groaning while others had fallen silent. At this moment, Smoker gazed quietly at Base 161, contemplating his future. What should he pursue? With the Yami Yami no Mi in his possession, he certainly could not resign himself to a life of seclusion. He must achieve something worthy of his 2 lifetimes. But what kind of person did he wish to become? While the tale of the Pirate King primarily features pirates, celebrating freedom and adventure, Smoker harbored no fondness for pirates that a group of unproductive individuals wielding blades and guns, venturing into the sea to pillage and burn, all the while masquerading their actions as a quest for freedom. How ironic, how absurd. Undoubtedly, this world is steeped in corruption, with the exploitation of the celestial dragons and the world government. Slavery, chaos, and famine force many to take to the seas as pirates. Yet, they dare not confront the very world government that oppresses them. Nor do they challenge the pirates who rob them. Instead, they turn their blades against the populace, perpetuating a cycle of hatred and suffering. Even the Straw Hat Pirates, as protagonists, engage more in violence than dialogue. Indeed, they have saved many along their journey, yet have also instilled a misguided perception and expectations of pirates in those they rescued. Encountering a non-aggressive beast only leads to the assumption that all beasts are harmless, resulting in a dangerous loss of vigilance. Is this truly acceptable? Whether due to the education of a past life or the influence of the original soul, Smoker is more inclined to choose the Navy. Although the Navy is riddled with various issues and has its fair share of scoundrels and rogues, it must be acknowledged that, in this era of survival of the fittest, the majority of the Navy still upholds the name of justice. As for the world government, that is a different matter altogether. Neither CP, Judicial Island, nor the Great Prison resemble places where decent individuals could reside. Interestingly, the original owner of this body harbored the desire to join the Navy only after witnessing the execution of the Pirate King. Unfortunately, I am still too young to even be an intern. Just as Smoker was lost in thought, Cole rushed in hurriedly. "Smoker, it's been a long time." Upon exchanging greetings, he was suddenly startled by the sight of a group of pirates. "Are these all pirates? Did you capture them?" Concerned that the pirates might retaliate against the residents of water, Smoker has maintained a very low profile. Virtually only Cole is aware of his identity at the entire 161 base. "Uncle Cole, this is the Black Cross pirate crew. The large fellow at the top is the captain, Black Cross Eugene, but unfortunately, he is already dead. As for the others, I am unaware if they have bounties. But I brought them all." Cole's eyes widened in astonishment. "The Black Cross pirate crew? This is one of the most notorious pirate crews in the East Sea. They raided a well-connected merchant convoy a few days ago, and the higher-ups issued a kill order to eliminate these scoundrels at all costs. I was just troubled by this, and unexpectedly, it's resolved. This is a windfall of military merit." Moments later, Smoker sat in Cole's office, delightfully counting the bounty. Eugene and his subordinates amounted to over 4 million berries, which is a considerable sum for Smoker. "Thank you, Uncle Cole. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." "No need for thanks. This is what you deserve. Speaking of which, our base should be grateful to you. By the way, you really don't need to dress like that." Smoker always covers his face and hides his hair whenever he visits to prevent being recognized. "I simply don't want to cause trouble for the villagers. After all, I am not an unencumbered bounty hunter." Cole couldn't help but smile wryly. "You must trust the Navy." However, he did not press the issue further. "Well, better safe than sorry. Do as you wish." Smoker smiled faintly and said nothing more. The wife and children of Navy Admiral Zephyr were not spared from the revenge of pirates, let alone the small water. The villagers have treated him well. He does not wish to gamble their lives on the competence of the Navy at the 161 base. Just as Smoker was about to leave, Cole suddenly inquired, "Smoker Cohen, would you be willing to join the Navy?" Cole himself could not recall how many times he had invited him to join. Although Smoker had declined each time, he could not help but speak up again. This young man is exceptional, strong, composed, and not lacking in a sense of justice. He is practically a natural-born candidate for the Navy. The only drawback is that he is merely 13 years old. According to Navy regulations, such a young age is not permitted for enlistment. Yet, where there are policies, there are countermeasures that he could first summon Smoker to the base and then complete his file when he turns 16. This would pose no difficulty for a base commander. Smoker responded with a faint smile. Joining the Navy is appealing, but I'm afraid I do not have such intentions at present. Previously, Smoker had declined to join the Navy due to concerns that leaving water would mean missing out on a devil fruit. However, circumstances have changed. He has just acquired the darkness fruit and intends to focus on developing his abilities. Once he has mastered his powers, he will consider joining the Navy. At that moment, a Navy communications officer hurriedly entered. "Base Commander, there are new documents from headquarters." "Documents from headquarters? Bring them to me." Opportunities for the 161 base to receive documents from headquarters are rare, and they often pertain to significant matters. Cole took the document, glanced at it, and then promptly spat out his teeth. He quickly widened his eyes and began to scrutinize it, breaking into a sweat and trembling hands. Seeing Cole's demeanor, Smoker realized something monumental had occurred. "Uncle Cole, since you have official business to attend to, I shall not disturb you." Cole finally regained his composure. "It's not a task. It's merely a piece of news." "News? Never mind. Soon the whole world will know. Are you familiar with the Roger Pirates?" Smoker perked up. "I know it all too well." Cole handed the document to Smoker. "The Roger Pirates have reached the final island. The king of these seas has been born." "What?" Smoker took the document and began to read. Indeed, subsequently, Roger would spend a year in the South Sea, having a child with Rouge. Afterward, he turned himself into the Navy, using himself as bait, and personally unveiled the curtain on the great pirate era in Logtown. Of course, during this time, there were also significant events such as the capture of the Golden Lion and the massacre of infants in the South Sea. Smoker's mind raced. "This presents a crucial opportunity for me." According to Navy regulations, newcomers can only join branches, and only those who perform outstandingly are selected for headquarters. Whether it be Akainu, Kizaru, Akiji, or later Kobe and Bellamy, they all underwent this procedure. However, if a senior officer were to recommend them, the time frame would be significantly shortened. For instance, Kobe entered the Navy headquarters within months under the recommendation of Garp. Following the normal storyline, Smoker would naturally not know any high-ranking Navy officials and would have to endure several years. But now it is different. When the Pirate King was executed, a large number of Navy high-ranking officers would surely gather in Logtown. At that time, I can try my luck. If a senior officer takes notice of me, I might quickly make it into the Navy headquarters. As Smoker pondered, he placed the document down, accidentally bumping into a small ornament on Cole's desk. He suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Smoker was somewhat taken aback that he had encountered this ornament before, but had never experienced such a reaction. "Uncle Cole, what is this thing?" The ornament is a black, glossy stone with a silver-gray stone the size of a finger at the top. "It's just an ornament I bought while on a business trip to the Navy headquarters. If you like it, you can have it." Cole, with his mind focused on winning over Smoker, certainly would not be stingy. "Thank you." Smoker examined the ornament carefully, feeling nothing at the base, but when he touched the small stone, he felt an overwhelming weakness. A year swiftly passed. It is now the year 1498 of the sea calendar. On the western coast of water, Smoker took out a piece of bread and threw it far away. Darkness cave. Darkness spread forth, perfectly catching the bread. The bread sank slowly as if caught in a swamp. Smoker retracted the darkness, closed his eyes, and silently felt something. Then he opened his eyes. Release. The bread slowly floated out of the darkness, appearing unchanged from before. Upon seeing this, a smile spread across Smoker's face. "Excellent. I can now manipulate gravity at will. I can crush steel with immense gravitational force or gently catch a piece of bread with appropriate gravity." After Blackbeard obtained the darkness fruit, he became obsessed with power-based techniques. While it may seem he can both strike and control, in truth, his development of the fruit is rather rough. No, he has hardly developed it at all. The infinite gravity is fundamentally the primary ability of the darkness fruit. Even a dog could use it. Throughout this year, Smoker has devoted himself to the rigorous training of his abilities, with unwavering focus on the development of the dark fruit. He can now manipulate darkness and gravity with remarkable freedom. For instance, his technique Dark Hole engulfs an entire town when unleashed by Blackbeard, crushing everything in its path. Regardless of utility. In contrast, Smoker exhibits a more refined control. He not only governs the range and shape of the Dark Hole, but also modulates the intensity of gravity. He has even evolved the darkness into an independent space, akin to the abilities of the swamp fruit, allowing him to store objects. From this perspective, it is not an exaggeration to assert that the dark fruit is a superior variant of the swamp fruit. As he munched on a piece of bread, Smoker pondered, compared to infinite gravity, a precise application proves far more practical. His development of the fruit has reached a sufficient level. Although he harbors further aspirations that remain unattainable with his current strength, patience is key for future advancements. However, ever since acquiring the dark fruit, he seems to feel hungrier than usual. Approaching a boulder resembling a small mountain, he extended his hand to release a shroud of darkness, enveloping the stone like a dark cloth. The boulder vanished, leaving behind only a deep pit. He leaped into the pit, excavating a box that contained the smoke fruit. Holding the fruit that was meant for him, Smoker murmured to himself, "Though I have not consumed you, I shall find you a worthy master, fret not." With that, his hand turned pitch black, and the smoke fruit gradually sank into it. Previously unable to do so, he now deemed it safer to carry the fruit with him rather than leaving it buried. Smoker returned to the town and made his way to the dock, where a merchant ship named Barley was anchored. A rotund merchant awaited anxiously on board. Upon spotting Smoker, his eyes lit up, and he waved eagerly. "Smoker, over here, hurry, we are about to set sail. Coming." Smoker sprinted a few paces before leaping gracefully onto the ship. My apologies, Uncle Boris, for delaying your departure. Like his predecessor, Smoker treated the common folk with great kindness. Boris chuckled, his ample belly quaking with laughter. No worries, no worries. I'm absolutely delighted to have you aboard to Rogue Town. With the recent surge of pirates nearby, having you on the ship brings me immense reassurance. Smoker nodded appreciatively. Regardless, I am truly grateful for your assistance in reaching Rogue Town. Otherwise, I would have been quite troubled. Recently, the world government had released a shocking announcement. The pirate King Roger had been captured and would face execution in Rogue Town in a few days. Such a grand spectacle was not to be missed. Hearing that the Barley was bound for Rogue Town, he decided to hitch a ride. Rogue Town serves as the gateway from the East Blue to the Grand Line. Although it is home to the strongest navy in the East Blue, the surrounding waters are far from tranquil, with merchant ships frequently falling victim to ruthless pirates. Smoker, despite his modest demeanor, had been training diligently, and the residents of Water City were well aware of his formidable prowess. With a free bodyguard on board, Boris felt significantly more at ease. Set sail, with a call, the Barley slowly departed from the dock. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, bringing them ever closer to Rogue Town. One day, as Smoker basked in the sun on the deck, a sudden commotion erupted. Another pirate ship. How many is this now? They had already encountered 8 this morning. As news spread, various pirate factions converged on Rogue Town. In just a few days, the Barley had faced dozens of pirate ships. Initially, the crew was fraught with anxiety, fearing that the pirates would wreak havoc. However, they soon realized the pirates barely acknowledged them, emboldening their spirits to even comment on the pirate ships. "Wow, that pirate ship looks flamboyant." Indeed, the design, the color. What kind of crew could it belong to? Flamboyant. Smoker's interest piqued. What pirate ship warranted such a description? Rising to take a look, he was taken aback. In the distance, a pirate ship glimmered in shocking pink, its bow adorned with a flamingo wearing sunglasses. It was undeniably audacious and ostentatious. Could it be the Don Quixote family? That crew was indeed present during Roger's execution, with 2 of the 3 consecutive kneelings in the future attributed to this pirate crew. Smoker held no fondness for them. He wondered if he could confront Doflamingo with his current strength. However, as he gazed out at the vast ocean, he abandoned the thought. Doflamingo was also adept at flight, a vulnerability for Smoker. He originally intended to use gravity to maneuver through the clouds, but as the gravitational center, he would simply draw everything, including mountains, toward him. If a confrontation became dire, Doflamingo could easily sink the ship, leaving Smoker to feed the fish. Moreover, even if he were unafraid of danger, there were still others on board to consider. With this in mind, Smoker approached Boris. "Uncle Boris, please inform the captain to steer clear of that pirate ship ahead." Boris looked taken aback. "What's the matter?" Those pirates are heading for Rogue Town. They have no reason to target us. Smoker sighed inwardly that in just a few days, their vigilance had waned significantly. Have you ever seen a beast that guarantees it won't bite? He patiently advised, they are not the same as the pirates we've encountered before. It's prudent to exercise caution. Not only was Doflamingo a madman, but he also had peculiar subordinates. Just because Doflamingo tripped while walking, he had burned down an entire town. This wasn't the underworld. It was a pack of rabid dogs. At that moment, Doflamingo had unified the underworld of the North Sea, and logically, he would look down upon a small merchant vessel like the Barley. Yet, who could predict whether his dim-witted subordinates might suddenly lash out, claiming, your ship is too close, causing our king distress. If they could not provoke him, it was best to keep their distance, though Boris was perplexed. He acquiesced to Smoker's resolute attitude as the golden rule dictates. When the financier speaks, the crew naturally follows suit. Thus, the Barley swiftly altered its course on the Flamingo's ship. Doflamingo was perusing a newspaper, a half-empty bottle of red wine beside him. Suddenly, Pika barged in. Doflamingo, that merchant ship suddenly changed course. Doflamingo rose and approached the window, observing the Barley drifting further away. Recently, they had been delayed by a storm, leaving them short on provisions. Upon spotting the Barley, they had intended to seize it. However, just as he issued the command, the ship seemed to possess foresight and fled. Doflamingo furrowed his brow, but soon relaxed. It's not worth delaying our journey over such a trivial matter. Let us proceed along our original course. Yes, Doflamingo. Due to the detour, the Barley took considerably longer to reach Rogue Town. By the time they arrived, the dock was already teeming with ships, forcing the Barley to circle for quite a while before securing a berth. Once the ship was safely anchored, Boris sought out Smoker. Smoker, I'm preoccupied with unloading cargo, so I want to be able to attend to you for the next few days. We'll be returning in 3 days. Please don't be late. Smoker nodded. Understood, Uncle Boris. I shall return on time. With that, he eagerly leaped off the ship and dashed away, leaving Boris to watch him with a hint of envy. Youth is truly a blessing. Rogue Town serves as the vanguard of the East Sea, heralding the entrance to the Grand Line. Here, a diverse assembly of naval officers, pirates, bounty hunters, merchants, and tourists converge. The ceaseless flow of people and the dazzling array of goods have forged a colossal commercial metropolis. Shops, markets, and transport companies stand in close succession, while bars, inns, and streets of revelry have emerged in abundance. This influx has brought forth a continuous stream of wealth, alongside a chaotic undercurrent, departing from the dock. Smoker donned a black jacket, a pendant hanging from his chest, and ambled along the bustling streets. Although he had visited Rogue Town before, this time felt strikingly different. The throngs of people rendered the once spacious streets somewhat cramped. In addition to the townsfolk, merchants, and navy personnel, there were also notable figures rarely seen in these parts. Nobles adorned in finery, exuding an imposing aura. Fierce pirates radiating a palpable bloodlust. High-ranking naval officers far beyond the East Sea's caliber. And impeccably dressed agents of the world government. Among them were individuals who appeared unremarkable, yet Smoker keenly sensed their extraordinary nature. Truly, this was the eye of the storm in the era of great pirates. Merely standing here ignited a fervor within him. At that moment, a voice interrupted Smoker's reverie. Excuse me, sir, do you require any weapons? If so, feel free to visit our humble shop. We are a century-old establishment, offering a variety of weapons at reasonable prices, guaranteed to satisfy. Smoker found himself before a weapons store. The proprietor, a gaunt man with a shrewd expression, eagerly beckoning customers. The shopkeeper's wife, on the other hand, was tall and robust, exuding a comical charm. Smoker instantly recognized the young owner. Yamamoto? This was none other than Yamamoto, who had gifted Zoro the Sandai Kitetsu and the Shusui Do. A customer recognizes me. Have you visited our shop before? Then do come in and take a look. As a regular, I can offer you a discount. Smoker curiously surveyed the weapons shop, finding it far smaller and more dilapidated than depicted in the anime. Clearly, Yamamoto had not been without his share of dubious dealings over the years, or rather, he had managed his business with cunning. Zoro's sword testing scene is a renowned moment in One Piece. Since he was here, how could he not take a commemorative visit? Smoker nodded and stepped inside. Though the shop was modest, it boasted a comprehensive selection. Firearms, swords, armor, meteor hammers, and spiked clubs were all present, with a 10-handed sword tucked away in the corner. Smoker picked it up for a moment, discovering it surprisingly comfortable in his grip. However, he paid no heed to Yamamoto's incessant sales pitch and placed it back on the shelf. I am the pirate world. The weapons of the strong are often quite unpretentious: swords, fists, spiked clubs, and even sandals. As for the 10-handed sword, who would use such a weapon but the weak? Suddenly, Smoker's gaze fell upon a wooden barrel brimming with knives at the back of the shop, and his interest peaked as he began to rummage through it. Unfortunately, he could not locate the Sandai Kitetsu. Well, given that Zoro's sword testing was still years away, it was understandable that it was not available now. Smoker harbored no genuine interest in swords. He merely sought a stroke of luck. After all, acquiring it for 50,000 berries and flipping it for 1,000,000 seemed too good an opportunity to pass up. Regrettably clicking his tongue, Smoker continued to peruse the shop. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Yamamoto, momentarily neglecting Smoker, hurried out to ascertain what was happening. With a resounding crash, 2 pirates barged in, one of whom wielded the Sandai Kitetsu. "You damn merchant! What kind of cursed sword have you sold me? My captain fought with this blade and not only failed to vanquish the enemy, but also injured himself. If you don't provide an explanation today, I'll tear your shop apart." Yamamoto trembled. "Gentlemen, please, it is a misunderstanding. This sword is indeed the Sandai Kitetsu, a genuine masterpiece." The pirate kicked the shelf to pieces. "Are you implying my captain lacked skill and harmed himself?" The other pirate slowly drew his weapon from behind. "Our captain is the notorious Black Wolf, a master swordsman with a bounty of 2.6 million. How dare you insult his swordsmanship? You shall pay for this humiliation with your life." Amidst the uproar, the shop's customers had long since fled, leaving only Yamamoto and his wife, along with Smoker. Smoker emerged from behind a shelf. "That I cannot stand by," and watched a worthless fool who cannot even wield a sword dares to call himself a master swordsman. Initially, Smoker had no intention of intervening. In the original storyline, Yamamoto and his wife remained unharmed, implying they could manage without assistance. However, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. What if his presence led to unforeseen consequences? Thus, he stepped forward to mediate. "Who goes there? You seek death." The 2 pirates glared at Smoker, their eyes brimming with menace. Weak as they were, they blamed the sword instead, the one wielding the Sandai Kitetsu. Enraged by the provocation, charged at Smoker, intent on slaying him. Smoker deftly sidestepped the attack while continuing. "However, you have spoken one truth." As he spoke, he landed a punch to the pirate's gut, the force propelling the pirate into the air, his body folding like a shrimp as he coughed up blood. Smoker swiftly seized the Sandai Kitetsu, snapping the pirate's neck with a flick of his wrist and discarding him like refuse. Witnessing Smoker's prowess, the other pirate's bravado crumbled. His body trembling uncontrollably that he wanted to flee, but his legs felt as though they were encased in lead, immobilizing him. Smoker inspected the Sandai Kitetsu, noting its peculiar aura. After all, it was a cursed blade. At that moment, he caught sight of Yamamoto and his wife, their expressions a mix of shock and admiration, igniting within him an impulse to show off that a renowned sword possesses a will of its own. Only those deemed worthy may wield it. To claim the Sandai Kitetsu, one must possess an unwavering resolve and a formidable spirit. Do you understand? With that, Smoker tossed the Sandai Kitetsu into the air, extending his arm like Zoro. "This sword's curse and my destiny shall intertwine." With a sudden, sharp pain, Smoker felt the blade pierce his arm. Smoker, Yamamoto, and his wife. The pirate. Scowling, Smoker yanked the blade free, bellowing, "Damn pirates, it was indeed your doing." "Huh, what are you talking about?" "Ah." With a cry, the pirate convulsed and collapsed to the ground. Shortly thereafter, the station navy apprehended the 2 pirates and sent someone to locate the self-proclaimed Black Wolf. As for Smoker, he had already departed with the Sandai Kitetsu in hand. What to do with this sword? He wondered if he might encounter Toshiji in the future. Even if he did, the bespectacled woman might not be able to wield it, especially since she had her own sword. Wait, if I take the Sandai Kitetsu, will that alter Zoro's future? Whatever. If losing the sword means he cannot grow stronger, that merely reveals his limitations. Fate has entrusted this blade to me. Thus I must accept it and later sell it for a handsome price. The Sandai Kitetsu. Soon, the day of Gold. Roger's execution arrived. Smoker had arrived early at the central square of Rogue Town. A towering gallows had been erected in the once empty square, reflecting a grim light under the blazing sun. The execution was set for noon. Though it was still early, the place was already teeming with people. Unfazed, Smoker made his way to a decrepit building at the edge of the square, prying open a boarded-up window. and climbed his way onto a terrace. This was a vantage point he had discovered during a prior visit. The view was unobstructed, offering a clear sight of the proceedings below. The terrace was overgrown with plants, rendering it nearly invisible from the outside. Most importantly, it was devoid of crowds, peaceful. Smoker approached the edge of the terrace. Gazing down at the throng of heads gathered below, he is aware that among the crowd stand the likes of red-haired Shanks, Hawkeye Mihawk, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Crocodile, Moria, and Buggy, all formidable figures poised to stir the tides of destiny. They silently await the fall of the king. When a whale falls, myriad life forms flourish. The demise of a tyrant heralds the emergence of new contenders. Such cycles have repeated across the seas for centuries. Observing the many individuals unmistakably dressed as pirates below, Smoker furrows his brow slightly. The Navy cannot possibly be oblivious to the allure this execution holds for pirates, yet they choose to allow it to unfold. Perhaps they intend to instill a profound fear within the hearts of those lawless individuals. Alas, they underestimate both Roger's resolve and cunning, as well as the fervor and greed of the pirates. Suddenly, Smoker senses something amiss. Currently, the fleet admiral is Sengoku and the admiral is Akiji. Leaving Akiji aside, how could Sengoku commit such an error? This blundering move resembles the handiwork of the Gorosei. Although he harbors a favorable view of the Navy and believes in their resolve to eradicate pirates, the fact that they are subservient to the world government, particularly their unyielding obedience to the celestial dragons, leaves a bitter taste. Unable to suppress his thoughts, Smoker shakes his head, muttering to himself. The public execution is indeed a foolish decision. The Navy has truly made a grave misstep. Abruptly, a voice arises from behind him. Come now, little brother, your comments on the Navy are rather disrespectful. Smoker's spine tingles. Who? Though he has yet to awaken his observation haki, his senses remain acute. Yet, he is completely unaware that someone approaches from behind. If this were an enemy, he might have already met his end. Turning to glance back, he spots a tall, slender figure in Navy attire that he had not noticed until now. Standing at around 3 meters tall, he bears the unmistakable aura of an admiral. Dressed in a rare shade of teal and purple, and sporting round sunglasses, he exudes a somewhat nonchalant demeanor. Such a distinctive appearance is akin to having his name etched upon his forehead, Vice Admiral Kazan. Ah, how fortunate that you recognize me, little brother, but pray tell, who might you be? You seem quite young yet possess an aura that is quite intimidating. Smoker's expression darkens. You find me intimidating? What then does that make you? An apparent monster? Truly, he is a seasoned professional, adept at navigating the complexities of the workplace. Meanwhile, Kazan wears a jovial smile, though inwardly he remains vigilant. The individual before him, appearing robust, is evidently just a youth. Perhaps not even of the appropriate age for enlistment. The Navy enforces stringent age restrictions. One must be 14 to become a recruit and 16 to be a soldier. Even orphans of the Navy are not granted exceptions. After all, the Navy is not a shadowy organization like CP. Thus, despite the Navy's vastness and abundance of talent, it is unlikely to harbor children who resemble monsters. Conversely, pirates are unconcerned with age. Even children can join their ranks. They might even use youngsters as decoys or shields. These children, having been exposed to violence from a young age, only need to survive to maturity to become formidable in strength. Hence, Kazan harbors suspicions about Smoker. Noticing Kazan's shifting expressions, Smoker deduces the other's thoughts and feels a chill run down his spine. He hastily clarifies. No need to be alarmed. I am not a pirate. If possible, I would very much like to join the Navy. Oh, is that so? Kazan's eyes brightened. A youth of such formidable prowess wishes to join the Navy? What splendid news. That is wonderful. Little brother, may I ask your name? Which village do you hail from? Smoker, from Water Guitar Island. Though I suspect you may not have heard of it. Ah, I see. Kazan scratches his head awkwardly. My apologies. It seems I am rather ignorant. Thus, the two engage in conversation, surprisingly finding common ground. Kazan, much like Garp, appears carefree but conceals a shrewd intellect. Through subtle inquiries, he quickly ascertains that Smoker is indeed no pirate. Much to his delight, Smoker, in turn, finds the interaction curious. In no wonder the original narrative depicted them as friends. Despite their differing temperaments, they share a remarkable rapport. After a while, Kazan speaks up. Smoker, you still haven't answered my earlier question. Why do you deem the public execution a foolish move? Well, Smoker strokes his chin, letting out a sigh. Kazan, let me ask you this. Was Roger truly captured by the Navy? Initially relaxed, Kazan's expression shifts dramatically. Instinctively, he retorts, "Nonsense." Yet, upon seeing Smoker's solemn demeanor, his words faltered. He glances around to ensure they are alone before leaning in to whisper. "How do you know?" Smoker had already prepared his reasoning. Previously merely conjecture, he now possesses a clear understanding that the Navy had indeed shot themselves in the foot. Kazan, puzzled, inquires, "What do you mean? You caught Roger." "So what of it? You claim it was a decisive victory. Issuing a report is one thing, but why include photographs? Not only did you use Roger's bounty poster, but you also insisted on including Vice Admiral Garp's image." Recalling Garp's adamant refusal to cooperate for a photo, Kazan feels a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Is it not reasonable for Vice Admiral Garp to be featured, given that he captured Roger? Smoker casts a disapproving glance at Kazan. I harbor no doubts regarding Vice Admiral Garp's capabilities. If Roger were truly apprehended, it could only have been at his hands. However, the Garp in that photograph appears far too pristine. He bears not a single scratch. Kazan falters, finally grasping Smoker's implication. Indeed, not only would Garp have been involved, but even if Sengoku and Zifa joined forces, capturing Roger would likely leave them all with visible injuries. He had never anticipated that the flaw lay here. Kazan gazes at Smoker in astonishment. This individual possesses an astute mind. In truth, Smoker has always been aware of the narrative, utilizing reverse reasoning to identify discrepancies. Yet, to Kazan, Smoker appears to be rubbing the Navy's face in their own folly. Smoker continues, "Of course, even without that photograph, the notorious pirates would still be skeptical of the Navy's ability to capture Roger. The Golden Lion serves as an excellent example that I am an elite pirate crew. Only the captain was captured while the rest vanished without a trace. Such circumstances are undeniably suspicious. Naturally, this news is primarily directed at allies and civilians, so it is not a significant issue." Kazan, feeling uneasy, cannot help but interject. "Regardless, the death of the Pirate King will undoubtedly instill fear among pirates. How can that be deemed a bad thing?" Smoker glances at the reporters in the square, adjusting their camera snail. "I believe quite the opposite." "What do you mean?" "Roger favored resolving matters with his fists, but that does not imply he lacks intellect. The individual at the pinnacle of the pirate world cannot possibly be a fool. Would he not foresee the implications of his public execution? Would he willingly accept such humiliation? Moreover, even his adversary, the Golden Lion, is aware of the need to intervene. What of Rayleigh and Jabba? Are they lacking in courage or strength?" The only plausible explanation is that this entire scenario has been orchestrated by Roger himself. His aim is precisely this public execution. Kazan, bewildered, asks, "What does he stand to gain?" Smoker chuckles softly, "No matter how great Roger's fame, he is still but a pirate. This may very well be his singular opportunity to communicate directly with the entire world. In his position, armed with the secrets he possesses, what do you suppose he intends to do with that chance?" Kazan's complexion drains of color. "I cannot allow him to succeed." With that, he pivots to leave. "Vice Admiral Kazan, I do not advise you to proceed like this." Kazan halts, demanding, "Why not?" "The public execution is a decision made by the government, and no mere Vice Admiral can alter it. This juncture, even if the government recognizes the issues at hand, they will not halt the execution, as it concerns their face. If you remain silent, they will not seek you out. But if you raise the matter, you will become a thorn in their side, constantly reminding them of their own foolishness. When that time arrives, what do you suppose they will do?" Smoker patted Kazan on the shoulder. "If a problem cannot be resolved, then eliminate the one who raises it. Thus, you have heard nothing today and known nothing at all." Kazan was momentarily taken aback. Smoker, too, felt a sense of secret satisfaction. Leveraging the advantage of being a traveler, he had ingeniously transformed himself into a master strategist after the fact. Kazan's brow furrowed, his expression shifting unpredictably. Yet after a moment, his gaze regained its resolve. "Thank you, Smoker. I accept your suggestion. However," Kazan walked to the edge of the terrace, his eyes fixed firmly on the execution platform. "Regardless of what that individual is scheming, regardless of how the future may unfold, my sense of justice shall remain unwavering." A layer of ice began to crystallize around Kazan. "I shall wield this chilling power to enact my fervent justice." Smoker raised his thumb in approval. "Truly, Kazan, you are magnificent." At that moment, a horn sounded from a distance. The crowd began to stir restlessly. Smoker and Kazan turned their heads to look. "Here they come," Kazan exclaimed. "Brother Kazan, let us bear witness to history right here." In the distance, Roger, escorted by executioners, made his way step by step toward the execution platform. Just as in the original narrative, facing death, there was not a trace of fear on Roger's face, only a carefree and self-satisfied smile. Though shackled with sea-stone handcuffs and leg irons, he did not release his conqueror's haki. Yet, wherever he passed, people instinctively recoiled. Those who met his gaze felt as though they were confronting a primal beast. Regardless of their status, they could not help but lower their heads. After all, in this vast sea, few could meet him eye to eye. Roger slowly ascended the execution platform, taking a seat in the center. Surveying the entire square as if a lion surveying its territory. Suddenly, a melody began to play, and the executioner slowly raised his long spear. Kazan watched intently, his muscles tense, from the moment Roger stepped off the escort ship until now. His heart had been lodged in his throat. Only as the execution drew near did he experience a modicum of relaxation. Perhaps I am being overly sensitive. At that moment, out of nowhere, someone shouted, "Pirate King! Where is your treasure?" Everyone paused, their gazes snapping to Roger, filled with eagerness, greed, longing, and anxiety. Even the executioner was drawn to this question. Smoker squinted slightly, realizing this individual was likely a plant arranged by Roger. After all, this was a life-or-death plan. Roger would never allow for any unforeseen variables. Even if this person remained silent, he likely had other contingencies in place on the execution platform. Roger, who had initially awaited death with calmness, lifted his head to gaze at the crowd below, letting out a hearty laugh. The sound grew louder, more boisterous, and his eyes sparkled with brilliance. "You want my treasure? If you desire it, I'll give it all to you. Go and seek it. I have placed all my treasures there." Damn it! The executioner swiftly thrust the spear, instantly piercing Roger's heart. Thus ended the legend of an era. Yet their actions were too late. Roger's words echoed throughout the square, and in the next moment, through countless transponder snails, they spread across the entire world. The square fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stood in shock, and then erupted into thunderous cheers. Nearly scattering the clouds above, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened. A fierce wind rose, and dark clouds gathered as if heralding a storm that would engulf the world. Smoker quietly observed the crowd. "Brother Kazan, do you see? We are witnessing history." Kazan, having calmed from his initial shock and regret, rubbed his head, his expression filled with helplessness. The Pirate King Roger is truly a fearsome individual, even in his final moments. He incited such a great uproar. Mr. Garp will undoubtedly be furious. Smoker nodded but refrained from commenting. The seas are about to become tumultuous, but who can definitively say whether this chaos is good or bad? After witnessing the execution, Smoker departed with satisfaction that he reached into his pocket and discovered a transponder snail, a gift from Kazan. Smoker chuckled. He had achieved his primary objective in coming to Logtown, although he was uncertain of Smoker's original growth trajectory. It was likely that he would first join a certain branch before being recruited to the Navy headquarters, later being cast into the East Blue for clashing with superiors. If Smoker were an ordinary youth, this path would pose no issues. However, with his current strength, remaining at the branch would be a waste of time. He should swiftly learn the 6 powers and haki at headquarters. Nonetheless, such selections are not solely based on strength. Those in the know understand. If Smoker were a third-generation military offspring like Luffy, or had a Marine Admiral as a guardian like Corazon, he would not have to exert such effort. But the problem is, he lacks any connections. Smoker does not wish to be buried in a branch for several years. Thus, he seized the opportunity of Roger's execution to seek a path in Logtown. Fortunately, luck was on his side. Perhaps it was indeed fate that he encountered the future Admiral, Kazan. With Kazan's assistance, as long as he performs exceptionally, he can seamlessly enter headquarters. After parting ways with Kazan, Smoker lingered in Logtown for several more days. It must be said, the impact of Roger's last words far surpassed expectations. Within just 2 days, Logtown descended into chaos, with reports of pirate attacks flooding in. Smoker also apprehended several oblivious pirates, and then sought out Boris. This time, he did not return to Water 7 but took the pirates directly to Base 161. Navy Base 161. Cole was intently focused on his documents. Originally, due to Smoker's active performance, the number of pirates in the jurisdiction had sharply decreased. They had indeed enjoyed a comfortable period. However, with the arrival of the Great Pirate Era, pirates emerged like mushrooms after rain. In an instant, the pressure on Base 161 surged. Cole spent his days either hunting pirates or buried in paperwork. At this moment, a sentinel sent a communication. Base Chief, a young man named Smoker is here to see you. Cole, irritated, replied, "Tell him to go." "Wait, Smoker? Please have him wait a moment. I'll be right there." Cole hurriedly rose and welcomed Smoker into his office. Smoker Cohen, why have you come without concealing your identity this time? Smoker took a sip of tea. Uncle Cole, you seem a bit haggard. Ah, it's all due to the pirates' commotion. If only you were a Marine, Smoker Cohen. I once again extend an invitation for you to join the Navy on behalf of Base 161. All right, I will join, huh? If you decline, that's fine. We can discuss it later. What did you say? I said I accept the invitation to join the Navy. Really, really, really? Cole's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. But then his expression transformed into one of sheer joy, excitement causing him to flail his arms. Wonderful, wonderful, Smoker Cohen. Trust me, this is undoubtedly your wisest choice. Come, Smoker Cohen, let me first help you with the paperwork, then I'll show you around. Cole seemed anxious that Smoker might change his mind, pulling him towards the records room for a tour. At this moment, Smoker was only 14 years old. According to regulations, he could only join Base 161 as an intern, officially becoming a recruit 2 years later. After completing the paperwork, Smoker officially became a member of the Navy. The smile on Cole's face was impossible to conceal as he enthusiastically led him on a tour. Previously, when Smoker visited the base, it was solely to collect bounties, perhaps sitting briefly in Cole's office. Other areas were off-limits to bounty hunters. Now, things were different. Smoker had become a member of Base 161, and with Cole by his side, he could explore freely. The two arrived at the training ground. A group of sailors was engaged in target practice. With a series of gunshots, a row of targets fell in succession. Cole proudly declared, "Quite impressive, isn't it?" Although the number of personnel at Base 161 is not large. Each individual is a remarkable soldier. Smoker nodded with a smile. Indeed, this Base 161, though absent from the original narrative, exudes an extraordinary aura. Not only does Commander Cole possess both courage and wisdom, but his soldiers are also fearless and tenacious in battle. Cole briefly introduced the training subjects. Smoker, these tasks are far too simple for you. Just participating will not draw any objections from anyone. Smoker smiled faintly. It's all right, Commander. I do not require any special treatment. Training alongside everyone is sufficient for me. Cole's eyes brightened at this response. I in the Navy. It is not uncommon for the strong to train alone. While Cole understood this perspective, he was not entirely in agreement. In his view, strength and weakness coexist among comrades. Rewards and punishments may be meted out, but they should not be excessive. Otherwise, the strong may take their prowess for granted, while the weak grow indifferent, ultimately undermining unity. Smoker, possessing not only formidable strength but also a strong sense of justice and high awareness, truly impressed Cole. He offered a solemn salute. Smoker, welcome to the Navy's East Blue Base 161. Smoker returned the salute with military precision. Yes. To instill a strong sense of righteousness in Smoker, Cole, perhaps fueled by an inexplicable energy, guided him through a day-long tour, from the establishment and development of Base 161 to the daily routines of eating, drinking, and resting. Every aspect was covered, leaving Smoker thoroughly acquainted with the base. By evening, Smoker could finally rest. Are you really going to stay in such a place? Cole frowned, glancing at the dilapidated shack before him, seeking confirmation once more. While the Navy emphasizes endurance and resilience, a dormitory with communal sleeping arrangements could certainly be arranged. Should one become an officer or start a family, even a private room could be requested. Yet, Smoker had chosen not to reside in the dormitory, but rather in a small wooden cabin beside the training grounds, citing convenience for training at any time. However, this small cabin, though it contained a bed, was essentially a storeroom cluttered with worn-out equipment, thick with dust and litter, utterly unfit for habitation. Smoker chuckled softly. It's fine. I used to live in the mountains quite often. This is already quite good. But, Smoker waved his hand. Commander, there's no need to worry about my social life. I am quite easy to get along with. All right then. Seeing Smoker's resolute demeanor, Cole did not press the matter further. You should rest early. Bear with it tonight, and tomorrow I'll have someone clear out the rubbish and tidy up the place. I appreciate it. Once Cole departed, Smoker let out a sigh of relief, entered the cabin, and lit an oil lamp. In the dim light, the wooden shack appeared especially filthy and cramped. Smoker sat on the bed in the corner, touched his chest, and pulled out a pendant. The moment he removed the pendant, he exhaled deeply, seemingly releasing all tension. Kazan's methods are truly tormenting. I wonder if the three admirals trained in a similar manner. The pendant was indeed made of sea prism stone, a gift from Cole. Previously, when encountering Kazan, Smoker had inquired about the sea prism stone. According to Kazan, pure sea prism stone of 100% purity is exceedingly rare, only found within the agencies of the world government and in its country of origin. The sea prism stone that circulates outside is mostly of low purity, raw or dot of course. This raw or can still suppress abilities and weaken physical strength, sufficient to incapacitate even millions of ability users in an instant. However, against the hockey-wielding, peak physical strength of the Yonko-level powerhouses, its effectiveness diminishes significantly. Even without their abilities, they are still monsters capable of laying waste to cities and nations. As for Smoker's pendant, it could only be classified as sea prism stone residue, with a purity of around 10%. When Kazan held this piece of sea prism stone, its impact was nearly imperceptible. Yet, Smoker felt utterly drained, as if he had reverted to his former weak self. Not only was he unable to utilize his abilities, but his physical strength was also suppressed to that of an ordinary person. Smoker had studied the Navy's policies and understood that individuals under 16 years of age could not enter the Navy headquarters. This meant he would have to remain at base 161 for 2 years. At present, he had reached a bottleneck in developing the smoke fruit. Without a powerful physique to support him, further breakthroughs would be challenging. Thus, Smoker resolved to continue strengthening his body. Following Kazan's advice, he fashioned the sea prism stone into a pendant, wearing it daily as he trained alongside everyone else. Smoker firmly believed that with 2 years of persistent effort, his physical prowess would experience significant improvement. More importantly, his resistance to sea prism stone would greatly increase. In the future, when he ventures into the Grand Line, he might encounter foes wielding weapons made of sea prism stone. It is wise to prepare in advance. Should he ever be bound by sea prism stone, even if he cannot use his fruit abilities, he would at least have some capacity to fight back. However, to utilize his fruit abilities, he must remove this necklace. This is an ironclad rule in the world of pirates. Even the Yonko and admirals cannot wield their fruit abilities while bearing sea prism stone. Even if it is merely residue. Smoker placed the necklace on the bed, surveying the disarray of the room. I should tidy this up a bit. After all, it's all unusable rubbish. Ink-like darkness emanated from Smoker, filling the entire room. Everything in the room, save for the bed beneath him and the table holding the lamp, sank into the darkness. Moments later, the room was entirely devoid of clutter, spotless. Even the previously modeled walls and ceiling had been stripped of a layer. Smoker glanced around, nodding in satisfaction. Now this is pleasing to the eye. Thank you for the minimalist habits cultivated in my past life. He then lay down on the bed, reattached the necklace, and, accompanied by the unfamiliar sensation of weakness, soon drifted into slumber. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Smoker had spent 2 busy yet fulfilling years. In just a few days, he would become a private. Once officially recognized, he would be eligible for medical insurance and disability benefits. The salary would no longer be capped at 70%, and he could participate in Navy union activities. In short, the benefits were numerous. When Smoker joined Base 161, he had specifically instructed Cole not to disclose any of his information. Thus, the others were unaware of his remarkable achievements, perceiving him merely as an ordinary intern. There was no discrimination, no favoritism, and no expectations. Thus, Smoker, adorned with the sea prism stone necklace, trained alongside everyone, enduring runs, climbing, shooting, and sparring, except for swimming. He participated in everything. The East Blue was nearly devoid of devil fruits, and everyone simply assumed Smoker was an ordinary landlubber. Initially, due to the suppression of the sea prism stone, Smoker's performance was unremarkable, even inferior to that of regular soldiers. Cole found this puzzling. How could someone of such caliber capture those ruthless pirates? Could he be hiding his true abilities? However, seeing Smoker collapsed on the training ground, exhausted to the point of nausea, Cole dismissed that thought. No, it could not be that. If it were merely an act, it would indeed be astoundingly convincing. However, Cole displayed remarkable discernment, never uttering more than necessary, treating others with his usual demeanor. Days turned into weeks, and soon, everyone began to regard Smoker with newfound respect. This fellow trained with an almost reckless abandon. During endurance training, while others jogged around the track for 100 laps. He pushed himself to complete 200. He ran until he was on the verge of vomiting, limbs convulsing. Yet he crawled to the finish line. In hitting practice, while others donned protective gear and struck punching bags. He barehandedly pounded against rocks, his hands bloodied yet unrelenting. Such intensity left the other soldiers in awe. The world is never short of stubborn souls. Witnessing Smoker's relentless effort, the Navy personnel were also unwilling to concede defeat and began to train alongside him. After 2 years, Smoker's strength soared, transforming from an ordinary recruit to an elite within Base 161. But what delighted Cole even more was that Smoker had become a veritable catalyst, inspiring others. Previously, after completing their training, the soldiers would either indulge in drinking or succumb to sleep, but now they followed Smoker's lead, pushing themselves further. The training grounds became a spectacle of sweat-drenched, muscular figures. Everyone grew stronger. The base's combat capability surged. Pirates who once posed formidable challenges were now easily dispatched. Cole was overjoyed. This was a veritable boon for military merit and funding. One day, after concluding a rigorous training session, Smoker lay sprawled on the training field like a lifeless dog, drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from boiling water. Most striking were his hands, swathed in thick bandages, with faint traces of blood seeping through. A red-haired female Marine, exuding a rebellious charm and smoking a cigarette, approached him. TSK, you look dreadful. Smoker, training should be undertaken within one's limits. Overexertion might leave you regretting your choices. With that, she helped him to his feet. That moment, Cole happened to pass by, and upon seeing Smoker's pitiful condition, he was taken aback. Smoker, what happened to you? The red-haired Marine disdainfully tossed Smoker back to Cole. Overtraining, of course. If it weren't for me, this kid would be sleeping on the training field tonight. Since you're here, I'll leave him in your hands. It's the responsibility of a base commander to care for his subordinates. Cole nodded in acknowledgement. All right, thank you, Belmere. Just leave him to me. Belmere waved her hand dismissively and departed gracefully. The red-haired girl was none other than Belmere, Nami's adoptive mother, still a spirited and headstrong Marine at that time. Cole assisted Smoker toward the cabin. He continued his admonishments. Diligence is commendable, but you have to exercise caution. Be mindful of your health. Smoker weakly retorted, I understand, but time waits for no one. Cole, exasperated, replied, You're still young. Why the rush? Smoker offered no further explanation. Base Commander, I also wish to partake in tomorrow's patrol mission. You look like this and still want to set sail? For me, the sea is actually more relaxing. Fine, just don't make me regret it. Remember to be on time at the dock. If you oversleep, I won't wait for you. Oversleep? Don't underestimate me. You bastard Base Commander. How dare you speak to your superior like that? Cole helped Smoker back to the cabin, and once they were alone, Smoker removed a pendant from his chest. Without the suppression of sea stone, he felt his body lighten considerably. A dark aura enveloped him, cocooning him in a shroud of obscurity. When the darkness dissipated, all traces of injury, fatigue, and pain had vanished as he unwrapped the bandages from his hands. There were no remnants of the training he had endured. Turning his palm upward, a transparent white sphere appeared within it. He had accumulated quite a bit of damage lately. It seemed he needed to capture more pirates. The material absorbed by the dark fruit could be stored for an extended period. However, pain and fatigue had to be endured by a living being. Indeed, it had to be a human, as plants and animals would not suffice. If no one bore the burden, the pain would eventually revert to the original owner. Therefore, Smoker was particularly keen on venturing out to sea, capturing pirates to shoulder his suffering. Cole had long suspected something amiss. The pirates Smoker apprehended, despite their numerous injuries, would all wail as if they had lost their mothers. Each time, Cole would sternly warn Smoker against mistreating prisoners. Smoker would agree profusely, yet continued his ways. The following day, Smoker was roused from slumber by the squawking of a seagull. Glancing at the time, he realized there were only 5 minutes left before departure. Damn it, Smoker jolted upright, hastily donned his clothes, and dashed toward the dock. The dock. The warship was poised for immediate embarkation. Cole stood on the deck, seething. That brat is late again. Belmere approached with a grin. Colonel, you saw how he was yesterday. He probably can't even get out of bed. Let's go. Just as Cole was about to nod in agreement, a figure burst out of the base, leaping high and landing firmly on the warship. Reporting for duty, Navy intern Smoker. Cole's eye twitched slightly as he coldly huffed. Fall in. He then bellowed. Set sail. The ship's horn blared, and the vessel slowly departed from the military port, after sailing for a while. Aside from the helmsman and lookout, the remaining crew members were free to move about. Smoker leaned against the ship's railing, lost in thought. Belmere, cigarette in mouth, approached with several other Marines. Hey, Smoker, can't train anymore? Don't you know what to do with yourself? Smoker turned to glance at them. Are you here to express gratitude for my previous rescue? I appreciate it. Now you all need to step up your game. Especially you, Oda, don't go crying again. The small bearded Marine beside Belmere's face flushed, and he jumped up in protest. Damn you, Smoker. That was just an accident. I had sand in my eyes. He shot a furtive glance at Belmere. And upon seeing her indifferent expression, he breathed a sigh of relief that, let us not dwell on that incident. Belmere leaned closer to Smoker, a mischievous grin on her face as she pulled out a pack of cigarettes. Lighting one and taking a deep drag. Smoker, you're no longer a child. Come, give it a try. Smoking adds to your manliness. Smoker glanced at the brand. Quite decent, but he had no desire to become a heavy smoker. Not interested. Don't say I didn't warn you. Smoking too much will leave a foul taste in your mouth. Be careful. You might be single for life. She abruptly halted mid-sentence, scrutinizing Belmere with an appraising gaze. Belmere felt uneasy under his scrutiny and snapped. What are you staring at? Smoker sighed, a look of regret on his face. Nothing. I take back my previous words. With your looks, whether you smoke or not makes little difference. Belmere was taken aback for a moment before erupting in fury. You little brat. I'll kill you. The Marines accompanying her hurriedly restrained her. Calm down. Fighting is prohibited on the ship. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Belmere, let go. Smoker, too, exclaimed, be careful. Don't poke anyone's eye out. In the chaos, they dragged Belmere away, her indignant shouts echoing in the distance. Smoker chuckled to himself and resumed gazing at the scenery. Suddenly, an urgent alarm blared from the ship. The previously relaxed Navy personnel sprang into action, seizing their weapons and rushing out of the cabin, forming ranks in under a minute. Smoker stood among the ranks, his gaze unwavering, though he felt somewhat taken aback. Although pirates were numerous, the vastness of the sea meant they rarely encountered any within 10 days to half a month, leading the Navy to feel almost like an air force that it was surprising that they encountered a situation so soon after setting sail. Cole turned to his aide, Bernard, and inquired, "What's the situation?" Major Bernard picked up a report that we just discovered a pirate ship pursuing a merchant vessel. From the insignia, it belongs to the notorious Goda pirate crew, led by Captain No Survivors Goda, with a bounty of 17.3 million berries. 17.3 million berries. Cole was taken aback, then promptly issued commands. Follow them. Ensure the merchant vessel's safety. Indeed, the helmsman turned the helm like a gyroscope. The warship surged forward like a drawn sword, exuding a palpable aura of menace as it charged towards the Goda pirate crew. Boom. Creak. Accompanied by a sharp sound of friction, the warship collided with the pirate ship. The medium-sized warship was in a league of its own, nearly capsizing the pirate vessel. The pirates, unwilling to concede, hurled grappling hooks to seize the warship, leaping aboard from the boarding point. Upon witnessing the pirates not only stand their ground but also dare to retaliate, the Navy's fury ignited, and they rushed forward with their weapons drawn. Eliminate the Navy. Annihilate the pirates. The two sides became engulfed in a chaotic melee in an instant. The sounds of gunfire, the clash of blades, and anguished cries filled the air, while the stench of blood and gunpowder wafted away on the sea breeze. The Goda pirate crew was a renowned faction, comprising battle-hardened warriors. In days gone by, the 161 base would have struggled to contend with them. However, after 2 years under Smoker's command, they had undergone a complete transformation. The ordinary grunts aside, even the formidable officers were gradually overwhelmed. Smoker navigated through the fray, his sea-stone pendant still intact, defeating one pirate after another, seizing the opportunity to insert white balls into their bodies. Before long, the pirate crew was nearly vanquished. Only one battlefield remained. Colonel Cole and Major Barnard were locked in a fierce struggle against Goda. It must be said, Goda was immensely powerful. With the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, the Navy, wary of inciting panic, had set conservative bounties. Goda's bounty of 17.3 million held far more weight in the era when Luffy set sail, where it would have easily exceeded 30 million. Such a pirate was not one that could be handled by a mere base. Indeed, even with Cole and Barnard teaming up, they found themselves gasping for breath. As for the other Navy personnel, they could only spectate from the sidelines, their strength insufficient to intervene without hindering their allies. Gota wielded 2 axes, spinning them like wheels. While fighting, he spewed taunts. "Ha! You worthless fools dare to claim yourselves as embodiments of justice? The justice behind you is weeping, cursed pirates." Cole and Barnard gritted their teeth in fury, yet found no moment to speak. Smoker's gaze was fixed on Gota. This guy seemed quite spirited, evidently capable of taking a hit. Suddenly, he caught sight of Belmare tinkering with something in the corner. "What are you up to?" Belmare rose, cradling several bundled firearms, their triggers rigged with strings. I've prepared a surprise for that bastard," without waiting for Smoker's response. She slid into the fray, startling the 3 combatants. "Bastard, taste this." Aiming at Gota, Belmare yanked the strings. The 8 guns discharged simultaneously, erupting in a fiery explosion. A pirate of Gota's caliber. Firearms were hardly formidable weapons. Yet, Belmare's execution was so outrageous that Gota, taken aback, could not evade in time, resulting in the bullets leaving a deep gash on his scalp. Blood spurted forth, staining half his face. Cole reacted swiftly, seizing the chance to slash Gota's left arm. "Damn woman!" Gota roared, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Enduring 2 strikes, he swung an axe, sending Cole and Barnard sprawling, and delivered a vicious kick towards Belmare. "Damn it!" Belmare raised the gun barrel to shield herself. However, Gota's kick shattered the gun, landing squarely in her abdomen. Belmare felt as though she had been struck by a train, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Gota seized Belmare, pressing the axe to her neck. Bellowing, "Everyone, cease this madness." The Navy, initially poised to intervene, could only halt in their tracks. Gota surveyed the area, noting his subordinates were nearly all defeated, with only a handful tied and tossed aside. Yet, he displayed no hint of despair, his face brimming with arrogance. "Ah, Navy, you may consider this battle a victory, but what of it? We are in the great pirate era. With subordinates, wealth, and women, I can have as much as I desire. What can you feeble shrimp truly accomplish? If you wish for this woman to live, release my men and vacate my ship." Cole and the others gritted their teeth in frustration. Belmare struggled desperately. "Damn it, Cole, don't worry about me. Don't let this bastard escape." With that, she threw her neck towards the axe. Gota, growing impatient, punched her into unconsciousness. "Withdraw, Belmare," Cole commanded through clenched teeth, and the Navy exchanged glances, helplessly retreating to their warship. If they wanted her to survive, they must not pursue. "Ah!" Accompanied by raucous laughter, the pirate ship sailed further away. "Damn it!" Cole slammed his fist against the ship's railing, a resolute glint in his eyes. "Men, lower the skiff." The warship could not follow the pirate ship closely without being detected. He planned to take the skiff and shadow them, looking for an opportunity to rescue Belmare. The other Navy personnel hastily dissuaded him. "Colonel, stay calm. The skiff cannot catch up to the large sailboat, and once spotted, you will be doomed. Not to mention whether Cole can match Gota in combat. To avoid detection by the pirates, the warship must remain at a distance that if the skiff is spotted, it becomes a sitting duck. Even if it isn't sunk, losing one's way at sea would be disastrous. For someone like Luffy, who hid in a barrel, it was merely luck to be found. Under normal circumstances, it would take years for someone to discover the skeleton of a person wearing a tattered straw hat inside a barrel. Belmare is my subordinate. I cannot bear to watch her fall into the hands of pirates. Execute the orders. The warship is to be temporarily commanded by Barnard." Suddenly, Barnard noticed something. Where's Smoker?" The Navy personnel looked around, puzzled as he had just been nearby. He hasn't fallen overboard, has he? Cole seemed to realize something. Abruptly gazing towards the pirate ship. On the pirate ship, Gota tossed Belmare aside. What a disastrous day. Men, it's time for a feast. After we're well fed, we'll head to a town to vent our frustrations. The pirates, upon hearing this, raised their swords and cheered. "Oh, long live the captain." Although half their comrades had perished, Gota remained unfazed. Those who survived felt liberated. The notion of sharing the spoils of gold and silver meant that with fewer comrades, they would receive a greater share. As for manpower, just as Gota claimed, in this era, the most abundant resource was those eager to become pirates. A simple trip to a town, setting a fire, would attract a gaggle of fools dreaming of wealth. Cough, cough, cough. Belmare slowly regained consciousness, realizing she was bound hand and foot, her clarity returning in an instant. "You wretched scum. Oh, You're awake. Goda crouched before Belmare, gripping her chin and scrutinizing her with lewd eyes. Upon closer inspection, this girl was rather appealing. Send her to my quarters, as I've yet to indulge in a female marine. Huh? Bastard. Belmare seethed with fury and urgency. She was all too aware of the fate that befell women captured by pirates. Better to die than live? Absolutely not. When supplies were plentiful, perhaps they would keep her for their desires. But once supplies dwindled, these captured women would either be tossed into the sea or turned into bait. Or even worse, food. The surrounding pirates cheered in unison. Boss, don't forget us after you're done playing. Rest assured, everyone gets a share. I'm not one to waste. Oh. In a moment of despair, Belmare glanced around, contemplating the end of her own life. Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence. Why not request a ransom from the Navy? Pirates in the North Sea have done so before. Goda's eyes sparkled with realization. Oh, what a brilliant idea. You actually know about the North Sea. Thank you for the compliment. Being part of the Navy grants access to reports unknown to outsiders, came the reply. Oh, I see. So you're part of the Navy. No wonder. The Navy. The speaker was Smoker, standing at the back of the crowd. The other pirates finally grasped the situation, erupting into chaos. Damn it. Where did the Navy come from? How could they be on our ship? Enemy attack. Enemy attack. I apologize, Belmare, but you know I am not a fighter. Belmare, on the verge of tears, whispered, Smoker. 5 minutes later, every pirate lay on the deck, their limbs broken. The stronger among them could still groan in agony. While the weaker had already lost consciousness, their eyes rolled back. Smoker dusted himself off, picking up a sea stone necklace that had fallen on the deck, carefully stowing it away. I'm sorry, but I'm in a hurry. Binding you all slowly would take too much time. Besides, you lot are merely sea thugs. A little pain is nothing to you. He approached Belmare to untie her. You've been thoroughly beaten, that it's not my fault you were so sluggish, causing me so much trouble. But still, thank you. Belmare struggled to her feet, limping. Upon catching sight of Goda, her anger flared, and she reached for her knife, intending to strike him. Smoker quickly intervened. Don't be rash. Though these scoundrels are vile, they still have their uses. Killing them would be a waste. Belmare scowled. What use could such a person have? They could die for all I care if it means earning military merit to combat pirates. The Navy headquarters had devised numerous incentive measures. Among them, the most renowned was the bounty system, which produced countless pirate hunters tirelessly pursuing their prey. Another was the internal military merit exchange system. When the Navy captured a bounty criminal, they couldn't directly convert it into money but could exchange it for military merit. Accumulating enough merit could lead to promotions and raises. Smoker was merely a private. And this ship's pirates would be enough to elevate him several ranks. That's not what I meant. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his palm turned a pitch-black hue. Belmare gasped. What is this? Have you heard of devil fruits? The legendary treasures of the sea that grant special abilities when consumed. I have eaten a devil fruit. Smoker placed his hand on Belmare's shoulder, darkness enveloping her body. Moments later, as the shadows receded, she was astonished to find her pain had vanished. Smoker exhaled, reopening his eyes, appearing somewhat fatigued, revealing a translucent orb in his palm. Belmare's eyes widened. What is this ability? It's incredible. I feel so light all over. Smoker smiled tiredly. After development, I can absorb the pain and fatigue of others. It's effortless when applied to myself. But when used on others, it drains much more energy and takes significantly longer to heal. This seems to be the mechanism of the devil fruit. When Marco used the flames of immortality to heal himself versus healing others, the effects were entirely different. I am a dark fruit user, capable of manipulating gravity. I just used gravity to siphon away your pain. Oh, a gravity user. That sounds impressive. It's merely the dark fruit. You can think of it as a gravity user. It's close enough. Will absorbing the damage affect you? Smoker nodded. Pain is an objective reality. Someone must bear it. If I endure it, I will naturally be affected. He cast a mischievous glance at the pirates. However, there are better options here. Aren't there? Belmare quickly understood, her expression brightening. A few minutes later, amidst anguished screams, Smoker cleared Belmare's pain and his own negative state from the past month. In stark contrast to the invigorated pair, the pirates were gasping for breath. Especially Goda, whose eyes were wide and contorted, clearly at death's door. Suddenly, Belmare had a revelation. Wait, you train like a madman. Have you been cheating with this ability? Smoker clicked his tongue, neither confirming nor denying. Belmare exclaimed. Could you use the absorbed pain as a weapon against enemies? Wouldn't that render you invincible? Smoker shook his head that it's not that simple. To inflict pain, the opponent must either consent or be utterly defenseless. Thus, while this technique is useful, it cannot serve as a combat method. Belmere let out an "oh," looking somewhat disappointed. She then expressed her immense envy of Smoker's ability. Wow, a devil fruit. I always thought they were mere legends. If only I could have one. Smoker chuckled. Devil fruits are rare and cannot be sought after. Let's see what this ship has to offer. Given that Goda's pirate crew had been active for years, they must have accumulated quite a fortune. Belmere perked up. Yes, let's hide the good smokes and drinks. We can't let that stubborn Cole find out. The two eagerly began searching, quickly uncovering several chests filled with gold, silver, jewels, and a cargo hold of weapons. Belmere gasped in astonishment. No wonder Goda remained unfazed despite losing half his crew. With these treasures and weapons, even if his crew were wiped out, he could easily make a comeback. Belmere, uninterested in the riches, continued her meticulous search. After all, treasures and weapons would be confiscated, while smokes and drinks were for herself. Eventually, she discovered a hidden compartment in the captain's quarters, containing an iron box. Smoker, over here. Belmere dragged the box out, which was secured with several locks. Together, they opened it to reveal a peculiar fruit. What is this? Smoker gazed at her with an odd expression. This person is incredibly lucky. Just as I was wishing for a devil fruit, one appears out of nowhere. This is indeed a devil fruit. Belmere exclaimed in surprise. Wait. This is... A hint of reluctance flickered in her eyes, yet without hesitation. She handed it to Smoker. You saved me. This should rightfully belong to you. Smoker shook his head. You keep it. Devil fruits are special. Each person can only consume one, and attempting to eat a second will result in explosion and death. So don't refuse it. However, I must warn you, each fruit is unique, and no one knows what ability they will gain until consumption, but if you choose not to eat it, you could sell it for 100 million berries. 100 million berries. Belmere's eyes widened in disbelief. This thing is worth that much? If I sold it, I wouldn't have to worry about smokes and drinks for the rest of my life. If it were before, she might have seriously considered it. However, today's encounter made her realize the importance of power. Taking a deep breath, she bit into the fruit with determination. Ugh, it tastes terrible. Smoker quietly observed her consume the entire fruit before asking. So, do you feel any changes? Belmere examined her hands and touched her face. Not really. Smoker frowned slightly. Belmere, however, appeared nonchalant. It's fine. I can research it slowly later. Let's contact Cole. She instinctively waved her hand as she spoke. Suddenly, a green blade of wind shot from her fingertips, piercing the roof and flying out. Belmere stared in shock. What just happened? Smoker was equally astonished. I understand now. The scythe fruit. This is indeed the scythe fruit. The scythe fruit, a type of paramecia devil fruit, allows its user to slice through the air with heightened precision, generating slashing attacks akin to a razor-sharp scythe. Upon hearing Smoker's explanation, Belmere was overjoyed. She dashed to the deck, waving her arms fervently, and soon the pirate ship was riddled with gaping holes. Alarmed, Smoker hurriedly interjected, all right, cease this madness. The ship can't withstand much more. All devil fruit users are akin to landlubbers. If the ship sinks, we both shall perish. Only then did Belmere obediently relent, gazing at her hands with a silly grin. Smoker, uninterested in her antics, approached the severed mast. The mast, which they could both embrace, had been cleanly cut, its surface smooth and reflective like a mirror. It must be noted that the threshold for harnessing the scythe fruit's power is remarkably low. One can attain combat prowess immediately upon consumption. Having ingested the scythe fruit, Belmere was more than equipped to contend with the vast majority of East Blue's local pirates. After a while, a naval vessel arrived. Smoker remarked, Belmere, please keep my abilities under wraps. Belmere, puzzled, responded, why not? Coral would surely be thrilled. I simply prefer not to attract attention. Your status as a devil fruit user is enough to delight him. Oh, I see. Belmere, with her inherently carefree disposition, chose not to ponder further since Smoker had requested it. Well, even though I don't quite understand why, I'll keep it to myself. You can rest assured. Thank you. Once again, it was a vibrant and invigorating morning. The 161st Navy Regiment arrived at the training grounds, basking in the morning light as they commenced a new day of rigorous training. Not long ago, Belmere had returned unscathed and had fortuitously become a devil fruit user. Coral was elated, having spent time at Navy headquarters. He understood better than most the immense value of devil fruits. Particularly, the scythe fruit was extraordinarily powerful. With minimal development, it could grant one the strength to dominate the East Blue. Coral promptly arranged for Belmere to have training partners to expedite her enhancement in strength. Belmere did not disappoint, making remarkable strides in her abilities over the course of just a few months, even surpassing Coral significantly on the training ground. Belmere was engaged in combat with a group of sailors. Wind blade barrage. Belmere swept her hands through the air, conjuring a pale blue net of wind blades that soared toward her opponents with a whooshing sound. Watch out! Dodge! The sailors scrambled to evade. The wind blades grazed by, severing wooden stakes and rocks behind them. Only Coral, with swords in hand, managed to staunchly defend against one wind blade, producing a grating sound as he ground against it. Coral bellowed, muscles bulging, ultimately shattering the wind blade. Meanwhile, Belmere had already positioned her fingers in a V shape, poised to unleash another wind blade that could send Coral to meet his maker. That's enough. Belmere, stop, Coral shouted, calling for a halt. Curse it, your strength is growing exponentially, even combined. We are no match for you. Belmere, unfazed, placed her hands on her hips and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Indeed, that brings great joy. But I owe it all to everyone's support. I could never have mastered my abilities so swiftly without it. She strolled to the edge of the training ground, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from her jacket, lit one for herself, and then offered them around. The accompanying sailors gratefully accepted the cigarettes, savoring their enjoyment. Belmere, a solitary figure, had no need to save money for a family and had no inclination to adorn herself. Aside from eating and drinking, nearly all her remaining funds were spent on cigarettes and alcohol, which is why she typically indulged in high-quality smokes, although they were all comrades and did not require formalities of gratitude during practice. Belmere always shared her good cigarettes after training. Coral took a deep drag, relishing the tobacco's flavor swirling in his mouth, before exhaling slowly with a satisfied expression. Belmere, you have become the strongest in the base. Belmere thought of Smoker and chuckled nervously. However, mere training was insufficient. Real combat was essential. Belmere nodded in agreement. Understood. After staying here for so long, I've grown restless. I must accompany you on the next voyage. However, I still can't believe how simple it is to grow stronger just by eating a fruit. If the Navy could obtain numerous fruits, the pirates wouldn't stand a chance. Coral chuckled heartily. Stop daydreaming. Those are legendary treasures. Discovering even one is pure luck. Not far off, Smoker waved at the sky, tossing a coin. A seagull caught the coin and dropped a newspaper. Smoker caught the newspaper, and as he opened it, several bounty notices fell out. A new bounty notice? Let us see what kind of scum we have here. Grey Hat Duke Duca, bounty of 1.5 million berries. Butcher Bank, bounty of 315,200 berries. Harpist Kyphelina, bounty of 970,000 berries. And Smoker flipped through the wanted posters. The bounty signifies a threat to the world government, not to civilians. Even low bounties in the tens of thousands could still lead to rivers of blood in villages and towns. So one must never let their guard down. Suddenly, he came across a particularly striking wanted poster. The image depicted a dark-skinned little girl, gazing warily into the distance. Smoker fell silent, contemplating the bounty notice. What is the matter? Is there a new pirate? Several sailors gathered around Smoker, equally taken aback by the absurd bounty notice. Nika Robin, bounty of 79 million berries. Is this real? Yes, just a child. The outrageous age combined with the outrageous bounty made all the sailors gasp in astonishment. Belmere snatched the newspaper, locating the relevant report, and began to read aloud. Daughter of the devil from O'Hara. At just 8 years old, she single-handedly destroyed an entire fleet. Extremely dangerous. Accomplices face equal punishment. Smoker quietly stepped aside, choosing not to listen further. He knew the truth. But what of it? Revealing even a fragment would not only subject him to relentless pursuit, but also lead to the purging of the naval base. The O'Hara incident was a hallmark event among pirates. Initially thought to merely be a tool for deciphering the true history, Nika Robin ultimately bestowed Luffy with the key to exploring the century-long void. As the narrative progressed, the implications grew ever more significant. Revolutionary Dragon, Vegapunk, Sabo, and even the Giants had all become embroiled in it. What of Kazan? During the O'Hara incident, the government's ruthlessness, Akainu's iron-fisted approach, and Sabo's scorn profoundly impacted Kazan, leading him to doubt the very justice he upheld, transforming from fiery justice to lethargic justice. Smoker sighed. Kazan. The so-called fiery resolve is not the belief that justice is devoid of darkness, but rather the commitment to justice even after witnessing darkness. Furthermore, the 2 years are nearly upon us. Do not forget our promise. At that moment, at Navy headquarters, Kazan sat in his office, lost in thought. This was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Typically, he was either on a mission or training under Garp's tutelage. However, ever since the O'Hara incident, he had been engulfed in profound confusion. The burning tree of knowledge, the exploding civilian transport ships, comrades who had become unrecognizable in their coldness, the unscrupulous CP acting in the name of justice. Sabo's inquiries and Robin's tearful departure, all these haunting images lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. What is justice, truly? What is it that I uphold? Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted his reverie. Come in. The door swung open, and a sailor saluted while entering with a document in hand. Vice Admiral Kazan. This is the recruitment notice for the elite naval expansion class. Please review it. Kazan's gaze flickered with a hint of nostalgia. Ah, the elite naval class, truly a source of fond memories. His thoughts drifted back several years to the God Valley incident, when the formidable Rox was defeated by the combined forces of Roger and Garp. Yet, the likes of Whitebeard, Shiki, Big Mom, and Kaido, among many other pirates, broke free from their shackles, flooding into the new world. Alongside Roger, Rayleigh, and Bondi Waldo, a multitude of great pirates stirred the Grand Line into chaos. Despite the Navy's possession of stalwarts like Steelbone Kong, the strategic genius Sengoku, the Iron Fist Garp, and the Black Arm Zephyr, they found themselves stretched thin in the face of an ever-growing tide of pirates. Against such formidable foes, without an admiral-level force leading the charge, any number of men sent into battle would be akin to sending lambs to slaughter. Thus, Steelbone Kong initiated the elite naval program, summoning the most promising naval talents to concentrate resources and cultivate leaders capable of upholding the banner of justice. A decade ago, the first elite class was established, with the retired Admiral Zephyr serving as the chief instructor. Every 2 to 3 years, a new class was formed, producing a plethora of elite naval officers. Among them, the most remarkable were Sakazuki, Borsellino, Kazan, and the early retiring Monkey D. Dragon. These 4 were dubbed the Monster Rookies, with rumors swirling that the next batch of naval admirals would emerge from their ranks. In addition to them, there were others such as Shiwan, Jiaqing, Tarsia, Dogman, and Fire Mountain, collectively referred to as the Golden Generation. This Golden Generation followed an elite path, with each cohort consisting of a mere dozen students, personally instructed by Zephyr. Upon graduation, they swiftly filled various positions, significantly alleviating the shortage of combat power within the naval hierarchy. Recently, Zephyr proposed an expansion of the elite program, aiming to recruit lower-ranking sailors from the 4 seas for training. This initiative was met with enthusiasm, and Steelbone Kong readily agreed. Consequently, the inaugural session of the expanded elite naval class commenced. In accordance with tradition, senior naval officers were permitted to recommend candidates for evaluation. A Vice Admiral Kazan naturally held this privilege. It has been 2 years. That fellow must be quite anxious by now. Kazan pulled out the recommendation form and meticulously inscribed Smoker's name. The past fortnight had been peculiar. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the pirates of the East Sea had seemingly vanished without a trace. Smoker had ventured out on patrol several times, only to encounter not a single pirate. One evening, as Smoker trained late into the night, he unwound the bandages from his hands, gazing at the fissures on his knuckles, and couldn't help but murmur to himself, "What on earth is going on? Why is the sea so eerily tranquil?" The pain endured over these days was already substantial, and with no one to share it with, it left him hesitant to train with full vigor. All personnel, please pay attention." Suddenly, the voice of Cole rang out from the training ground's loudspeaker, urgency and tension palpable in his tone. "All personnel to the dock in 5 minutes. Any delays will be dealt with by military law." Cole repeated this thrice before cutting off the announcement with a low tone. Smoker felt a twinge of surprise. Cole was typically easygoing, strict in his requirements, yet rarely resorting to military law. Something must be amiss today. The other Navy personnel were equally bewildered. Regardless of whether they were resting or idling about, none dared to delay, hastily donning their uniforms and rushing to the dock. Smoker joined them, arriving to find Cole and several officers already there, directing everyone into formation. They meticulously corrected the appearance of the sailors, loudly reprimanding anyone whose movements were not up to standard. Smoker quietly asked a fellow comrade. What's going on with the base commander? The nearby sailor stood tall, scanning the surroundings before subtly shaking his head, signaling uncertainty that I don't know. Perhaps a significant figure is arriving. At that moment, Belmer, standing nearby, whispered, "What significant figure? It wasn't this grand when the royal family visited 2 years ago." Suddenly, someone whispered, "They're here." Smoker turned to see a military vessel slowly approaching through the night. Judging by its silhouette, it appeared to be a large warship from the headquarters. Such a vessel could only be commanded by a vice admiral from the Navy's main branch, while vice admirals may seem somewhat lackluster in later narratives. Each one was a paragon of excellence. For Base 161, they were indeed figures of unattainable stature. As the ship drew closer, Smoker's expression morphed into one of incredulity. The vessel's design was utterly bizarre. With the prow adorned by a dog clutching a bone, wasn't this the warship of the naval hero Monkey D. Garp? No wonder the East Sea had been so quiet lately. The esteemed Garp had come to the East Sea. A small shrine welcomed a great deity. But why was Cole so apprehensive? He hardly seemed the type to fawn over superiors. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained in the modest Base 161 for so long. At that moment, Belmer clarified his confusion. It turned out to be Vice Admiral Garp. No wonder. Cole, the base commander, had been saved by Garp during a pirate raid in his youth, leading him to join the Navy. In his eyes, Garp was not merely a superior but a benefactor. Smoker's understanding deepened. After a while, the military vessel docked smoothly. Garp, munching on a donut, ambled down the gangplank, followed by a throng of sailors. "Salute," Cole commanded, and everyone executed a crisp military salute. "Vice Admiral Garp, we appreciate your visit to Base 161. Garp approached with a nonchalant demeanor. Ha ha ha. "Cole, you still maintain that formal demeanor." "I was merely passing through." "There's no need for such grandiosity. By the way, Garp began, only to suddenly lower his head, his breath growing heavy, and a large snot bubble formed at his nose. Cole, listening intently, was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. Smoker, standing beside Cole, quietly reminded him, "Base Commander, Vice Admiral Garp has fallen asleep." Cole's face darkened. "Don't be ridiculous. Vice Admiral Garp is a combat hero. How could he fall asleep at a time like this?" Before he could finish his sentence, Garp's snot bubble burst, startling him awake. "My apologies, I dozed off for a moment." The assembled sailors responded with a collective "huh." Garp picked his nose. "Let us set that aside for now. I had intended to return directly to headquarters after my leave, but Kazan asked me to pick up a certain Smoker to take back to headquarters. Which one of you is he?" Step forward. Everyone froze, their gazes fixating on Smoker. Bewilderment washed over him. It was Kazan. He hadn't forgotten their agreement. Yet, was this not a bit too ostentatious? What merit did he possess to warrant the presence of such a legendary naval hero? Smoker felt his scalp tingle, but he still stepped forward. "Vice Admiral Garp, Private Smoker reporting for duty, just an ordinary lad." Garp scrutinized Smoker for a moment, seemingly unimpressed. However, in the next instant, his gaze sharpened. Suddenly, he lunged toward Smoker with astonishing speed. Almost as if teleporting, Smoker was taken aback, instinctively attempting to retreat, but before he could move, Garp's fist was already hovering mere inches from his nose, the force of the punch sending a sharp wind that stung his face. Vice Admiral Garp. Garp opened his hand, revealing a sea-stone pendant. Smoker looked down, cold sweat pouring down his brow as he noticed the buttons on his collar had been meticulously undone. "Oh, that's why Kazan recommended you. Using such a reckless method for training, you're quite the remarkable young man." Ha ha ha. With Garp's keen observation, he could naturally perceive Smoker's physique, which was commendable for his AG and AS for the powers bestowed by the devil fruit. They seemed rather inconsequential. In Garp's eyes, it mattered not what fruit one consumed. A mere slap from him could easily splatter brains. Garp suddenly yawned widely. "I shall sleep here tonight. The ship is damp and uncomfortable. Everyone, rest up. We depart tomorrow morning. Smoker, don't be late." With that, he strode off toward the base, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. Cole hurriedly approached. "Vice Admiral Garp, we have prepared a room for you. Please, follow me. Thank you. I am quite weary indeed. You must have been tirelessly eliminating pirates all night, haven't you? Truly commendable." "Oh, those little shrimp hardly warrant such trouble. I was merely attempting to break my record for consecutive donut consumption." Later that night, Smoker arrived at the training ground, where Belmer awaited him. "Smoker, I've heard you are to participate in the assessment for the elite naval expansion class at headquarters. If you pass, You may have the chance to remain at headquarters. Congratulations in advance. It's merely an assessment. The outcome remains uncertain. You didn't summon me out here just to discuss that, did you? Belmare was not one to mince words. Her invitation surely had deeper significance. Of course, Smoker did not harbor any illusions regarding her feelings for him. Smoker, would you spar with me? What nonsense are you spouting? Belmare retorted, removing her hair tie and shedding her outer jacket, revealing her athletic physique. Take off that pendant. I know I am no match for you, but at the very least, let me understand the true extent of our differences. Smoker pondered briefly and nodded. All right. A few minutes later. The training ground was left in disarray, the surrounding stone barriers shattered. Belmare lay on the ground, bruised and gasping for breath. Damn it. I didn't expect that after giving it my all, I wouldn't even graze your hem. This disparity is truly disheartening. Indeed, we still have a long way to go. Belmare chuckled softly, but the laughter quickly turned into a cough as her wounds protested. You really know how to offer comfort, don't you? I'm merely speaking the truth. On the battlefield, false reassurances can cost you your life. Smoker sat beside her. However, you have improved immensely since I first met you, more than 100-fold. Yet, in the eyes of a powerhouse like Vice Admiral Karp, what difference is there between us? The road ahead remains long. Belmare recalled Karp's astonishing speed during their brief encounter and murmured, Indeed. Why did you summon me tonight? To bid farewell? I shan't be moved. Ha, you cheeky rascal. It was nothing. I merely felt a twinge of sentiment after seeing Vice Admiral Karp. Sentiment. Do you not know? To everyone, Vice Admiral Karp is akin to a guardian deity. Smoker nodded. I have heard. It is said that because he returns from vacation every year, the East Blue is the weakest sea. Belmare sighed. It is frustrating. We, too, bear the name of justice as the Navy. We ought to be the guardians of the East Blue. Smoker fell silent for a moment, then spoke softly. When I leave, you will be the only one with powers. I leave it all to you. Belmare, if you can become a gentle mother, you can undoubtedly become the protector of the East Blue. Huh. What on earth does gentle mother mean? I have no intention of having children. Ha. Cough, cough. Belmare struggled to sit up, pulling out a cigarette, lighting it, and tossing the entire pack to Smoker. This is your farewell gift. Smoking is bad, but it will give you a more masculine charm. So, you are the most manly one in the base. Scram. Not far away, Karp sat on the rooftop, observing the spectacle, while Bogart quietly sat by. Upon hearing the two bicker, Karp grinned at Base 161 has its charm. After chatting with Belmare throughout the night, the next day, Smoker boarded Karp's ship, embarking on his journey to the naval headquarters. What followed was a tedious voyage. Yet, Smoker did not remain idle. 4998, 4999, 5000. Done. Having completed his punching training, Smoker removed his shirt, wringing it out as sweat cascaded down, before donning it again and turning to return to the cabin. At Base 161. Smoker was undoubtedly a training fanatic, yet aboard Karp's ship, he was less conspicuous. Karp could go toe-to-toe with the Roger pirates not through solitary prowess, although his shipmates, apart from Bogart, were nameless. Each was a paragon of elite strength. Apart from their missions, they dedicated their remaining time to rigorous training. However, they were often hindered by Karp's leisurely demeanor. Karp munched on senbei, sauntering over like a carefree vagabond. Hey, Smoker, you seem lively. Care for a spar with a partner? Smoker turned to Karp, disbelief etched on his face. Spar? With you? Are you joking? Karp settled down, crossing his legs and continuing to eat senbei. Kid, this time marks the first recruitment for the elite naval expansion class. Although Kazan recommended you, you're merely qualified for the exam. You are still far from joining. Zephyr, that stubborn old man, is not easily deceived. Smoker nodded, his expression unchanged. Thank you for the information. I, too, believe that if mere recommendations could secure a position, it would be utterly frivolous. Karp laughed heartily. Kid, you have quite the confidence. Shall I find you a partner to practice with? Smoker exhaled in relief. So you're not the one getting your hands dirty. You nearly scared me. Sure. I 1T refuse a challenge. Don't you need a break? Pirates 1T wait for me to rest. Well said. Karp's eyes sparkled with approval. At that moment, several Navy personnel gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Karp scanned the crowd and pointed at someone. Mantis, spar with him. Yes, a giant emerged from the throng. Smoker noted the insignia on his shoulder. They held the same rank of colonel as Cole, yet Mantis exuded an entirely different aura. Karp grinned widely. Kid, remove the pendant. Let me see your true abilities. He then cautioned Mantis, Don't damage the ship. I don't want to hear little crane nagging. Mantis respectfully acknowledged. Understood. Shedding his outer jacket to reveal muscles like granite. The surrounding navy quickly gathered around, eager to witness the spectacle, true to Carp's reputation. Smoker removed the pendant, his fists meeting. Please be gentle. Colonel Mantis. Smoker was not arrogant enough to underestimate a colonel from the naval headquarters. In the manga, colonels seemed to be on par with minor characters, lacking significance. However, they were indeed considered elite, capable of holding the highest ranks in bases across the seas if one were to assess. During the era when Luffy set sail, a naval headquarters colonel could be compared to pirates with bounties around 50 million, that a commander could be likened to those with bounties nearing 100 million. As for a captain, Drake served as the best benchmark, with a bounty of 222 million at that time. As for a vice admiral, the discrepancies were too vast to ascertain accurately. The weaker Vice Admiral Minard was defeated by Bartolomeo, who had a bounty of 150 million, while the strongest were potential admiral candidates, and the mightiest were known as little brats. Mantis nodded at Smoker, instantly darting forward to deliver a punch to his chest. How swift! Smoker was taken aback, raising his hand to block the blow. The surrounding navy were equally astonished. Is this brat merely a recruit? He actually blocked Colonel Mantis's attack. Such strength from a recruit. Is the threshold for a warrant officer this high? Damn it. It's fortunate that I promoted early, the crowd murmured among themselves, while only Carp gazed at the craters Mantis had made on the deck. His expression grave. Mantis, surprised that his attack had been thwarted, remarked, "You are quite quick." Smoker, startled, replied, No, I'm not fast at all. I am quite enduring." Mantis furrowed his brow, hooked his hands around Smoker's head, and pressed down before kneeing him. Smoker hurriedly attempted to block, but was still sent reeling. Seizing the opportunity, Mantis added a punch, propelling Smoker across the deck and creating a large crater. The surrounding navy exclaimed, "Impressive." Carp muttered, "What the hell?" Hiss. Smoker stood up, rubbing his chest. Though the punch was particularly painful due to the side effects of the dark fruit, he had developed a high tolerance for pain over the years. He even began to wonder if he possessed some masochistic tendencies. The strongest among them frowned. Bogart approached Carp. "Vice Admiral Carp, Smoker's aura seems somewhat off." "Ah, I can feel it," Carp casually remarked, his observation haki perceiving everything. His aura remained unchanged, but its fluctuations were exceedingly intense. This indicated that Mantis's punch had not injured him, but had indeed caused him considerable pain. Intriguing. Suddenly, Carp bellowed at the two, "Stop playing around. Unleash your abilities directly." Both Smoker and Mantis jolted, replying in unison. "Yes." Mantis activated his power, his form swelling dramatically, long antennae sprouting from his head, his eyes transforming into gigantic compound eyes. His arms grew thick and elongated, resembling two massive scythes with jagged edges. Simultaneously, a carapace appeared on his body, and transparent wings emerged from his back, allowing him to soar into the air with a gentle flap. The surrounding navy erupted in excited cheers. "Here it comes." Colonel Mantis's ability, the Zoan-type bug fruit. Mantis form, the strength of insects far surpasses that of ordinary animals, and the Mantis is second to none. Indeed, not only was his speed and strength extraordinary, but he also possessed blades, a carapace, and wings, leaving no vulnerabilities. Carp grinned. "Smoker, be cautious." After Mantis activated his powers, his combat prowess rivaled that of an ordinary rear admiral. "If you can't withstand it, surrender early. Don't force yourself. If you get injured, it will be a headache for me." "Ah." Carp's words were pleasant, but the anticipation on his face betrayed his true feelings. Smoker, exasperated, thought, "Aren't you the one who insisted I use my ability? You old rascal." Ignoring the meddlesome old man, he turned his focus back to the spiraling Mantis in the sky. "Here it comes." Mantis charged at Smoker, his speed doubling, his scythe-like limbs slicing toward Smoker's neck with a sharp whoosh. So fast. Such ferocity. Smoker hurriedly dodged. The blade grazed his scalp, producing a slicing wind that severed part of the ship's railing. This power surpassed even Belmir's wind blades. However, Smoker reacted swiftly, seizing the opening in Mantis's attack to deliver a punch to his abdomen, sending him flying. Yet Mantis merely flipped a few times in midair, stabilizing himself with a flap of his wings, appearing completely unscathed. In contrast, Smoker's fist felt as if it had struck steel, leaving him with a tingling sensation. That armor?" Mantis shouted. "Insects possess exoskeletons." With that, he swung his arms and legs in a flurry, unleashing countless pale blue wind blades that rained down upon Smoker. Smoker was taken aback. Hurricane kick. This was his first encounter with the six powers. Previously, he had thought the six powers were utterly weak, something only fools would train in. However, experiencing it firsthand, he realized that for mid to low-ranking Navy personnel, the six powers were nothing short of miraculous. Smoker dodged as best he could, but not all blades were evaded, leaving him with numerous cuts. Ouch, 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 ouch. Smoker was unable to roll around screaming like Blackbeard, yet his complexion paled, veins bulged, and his teeth ground together in frustration. To an outsider, he might have seemed as if he were experiencing menstrual cramps while taking a cold shower. The surrounding sailors, fearing for their safety, had long since scattered. Only Carp remained, his eyes bulging as he muttered, "This is it, the deck." Bogart stood silently behind him. At that moment, several wind blades veered towards the two. Bogart nonchalantly deflected them with the hilt of his sword, as if brushing aside mere leaves. Carp, meanwhile, waved his hand as if swatting away mosquitoes, shattering the wind blades. In the midst of his agony, Smoker ceased holding back and charged at Mantis. Engaging him in a fierce melee, they exchanged blows, each strike echoing with intensity. Yet, it was evident to all that Mantis, with his abilities of flight, a carapace, and blades, had the upper hand over Smoker. Smoker's wounds continued to multiply, yet his gaze grew ever more fervent. He could sense that his resistance to the pain from cuts seemed to be increasing. Carp, seemingly from nowhere, produced a bag of sunbae and, munching, remarked to Bogart, "I see it now. His pain is a side effect of the devil fruit." Bogart narrowed his eyes slightly. He believed Carp's assessment, but was still puzzled. Why hasn't he used his powers? Could it be that his ability was rather useless? Carp took a bite of the sunbae and shook his head lightly. "Consider which fruits have side effects. Whitebeard's tremor fruit, Magellan's poison fruit. Besides those, even the four emperors and those three little monsters' fruits don't have side effects. Oh, how could this kid's fruit ability be weak?" Bogart frowned. "Then why isn't he using his ability?" Carp snorted. "That arrogant kid is using Mantis as a whetstone. This also indicates that he is confident he can end the battle quickly once he activates his ability." Suddenly, Mantis hovered in midair. Although he bore several wounds, with noticeable damage to his insect exoskeleton, he was in far better condition than the bloodied Smoker. Smoker-kun, I admit you are quite tenacious, but you cannot win. Surrender. Smoker slowly inhaled, suppressing a wave of intense pain, then flashed a confident smile at Mantis. "Thank you for your concern, Colonel Mantis, but psychological warfare won't work on me." He slowly extended his pitch-black palm. "Moreover, the battle is over." Upon seeing Smoker's hand, Mantis felt a jolt of unease wash over him. However, he was also a veteran who had served alongside Carp for many years, although his rank was not high. He had seen countless strange abilities in battle. The moment he observed Smoker's movement, he quickly flapped his wings and retreated. No matter what your ability is, creating distance is always wise. Yet Smoker's palm remained directed toward Mantis, suddenly unleashing a powerful gravitational pull. After years of training, Smoker had developed his mastery of the dark fruit beyond that of Blackbeard, and the gravity he released was highly concentrated. Those nearby felt nothing. But Mantis felt his body stiffen, unable to resist the overwhelming force pulling him in. "Damn it, what ability is this?" Mantis's expression changed drastically as he desperately flapped his wings, struggling. However, the dark fruit was renowned for its boundless gravity. In the original storyline, even Whitebeard, when engulfed in darkness, did not confront the gravity directly, but instead attacked Blackbeard to break free from his control. In that moment, Mantis found himself utterly powerless against it. He was ensnared as if caught in a spider's web, unable to escape, and was drawn inexorably closer to Smoker. The nearer he got, the more suffocating the gravitational force became. Seconds later, Mantis was pulled right in front of Smoker. But for him, it was enough to counterattack. "Be careful." The Mantis raised its blade-like limbs, fiercely striking towards Smoker. If this were an actual battle, the blow would undoubtedly be aimed at his neck. However, considering it was merely a spar, the Mantis deftly redirected the strike towards Smoker's outstretched arm. The Mantis's response was quite commendable, to the point where even Carp found no fault in it. When facing an unknown ability, launching a direct attack against the user is often the wisest choice. Confronted with the blade-like strike, Smoker did not flinch or evade. Instead, he reached out to grasp it. "This is bad." Carp furrowed his brow, suddenly exuding a powerful aura that caused his cape to billow without wind. It was no wonder Carp felt anxious. Based on the recent display from both combatants, it was clear that Smoker, lacking mastery over both the iron block and the hockey, would be unable to withstand the mantis's assault. While the mantis was holding back, had he unleashed his full strength, Smoker's arm would likely have been severed. Although the mantis was eager to gauge Smoker's capabilities, he had never intended to inflict such serious harm. Alas, he could not rein in his strength. With wide eyes, the mantis swung his blade-like limb, creating a slicing sound as it cut through the air towards Smoker to tee his current strength. This strike would rival that of a master swordsman. Yet, in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. A layer of darkness enveloped Smoker's arm, resembling a black gauntlet. The instant the mantis made contact with the darkness, the powers of the mantis fruit abruptly vanished, rendering him an ordinary human once more. The blade-like limb transformed back into a regular arm, easily blocked by Smoker. Note: the dark fruit can nullify abilities. When Luffy was captured by Blackbeard in his Gear Second state and impelled down, he instantly reverted to his normal state until Blackbeard released him, at which point he returned to Gear Second. What was happening? The mantis's eyes widened in disbelief. Just moments ago, he had attempted to retract his ability, but he had been unable to react in time. Why had he suddenly reverted? Carp exhaled in relief. He had nearly intervened, only to witness this unexpected turn of events. Then, he was taken aback. Was the mantis's reaction time truly that swift? Had he developed such mastery over his ability? Smoker smiled slightly, swiftly seizing the mantis's arm. Colonel Mantis, the battle is far from over. He then delivered a punch to the mantis's abdomen. At that moment, the mantis had no insect-like armor to protect him, and the blow sent him soaring into the air, nearly folding him in half. Smoker followed up with a knife hand strike to his neck, rendering him unconscious. Colonel, had the mantis actually lost? The surrounding Navy personnel whispered amongst themselves, their faces a mix of disbelief. Smoker, unperturbed by their murmurs, was suddenly enveloped in a thick, smoke-like darkness. What was this guy up to? Was this his ability? How peculiar. The dark substance enveloped him in layers, encasing him in a black cocoon. After a moment, the darkness dissipated, revealing that Smoker's injuries had healed. Carp clapped his hands, laughing heartily as he approached. Ha ha ha. Smoker, you little rascal, you truly surprised me. I never expected you to defeat the mantis. Kazan, your judgment is commendable. I can rest easy now. Someone, take the mantis to the infirmary. Smoker cast a glance at the mantis but said nothing further. Although he had lost consciousness, his injuries were merely superficial. There was no need to use his ability for healing. After all, healing others is time-consuming and energy-draining, and he had no intention of revealing this capability just yet. Carp observed Smoker. Though somewhat disheveled, he appeared largely unscathed. Come with me. Everyone else, disperse, and remember to repair the deck before nightfall. The Navy personnel responded in unison. Without waiting for further objections, Carp hurriedly whisked Smoker away. Upon returning to the office, Carp plopped down behind his desk, propping his legs up as he gestured to the adjacent sofa, instructing Smoker to sit. Smoker obliged, curiously surveying the office of the legendary Navy hero. Indeed, the place was stocked with tea sets and snacks, yet conspicuously devoid of work-related charts or documents, a true reflection of Carp's character. Bogart followed suit, seating himself on the opposite sofa without needing an invitation. Though his expression was stoic and aloof, he was undeniably intrigued by Smoker's fruit. Carp produced a pack of rice crackers, tossing a few pieces to both of them like confetti, then began to munch while questioning. Smoker, your ability is truly peculiar. What exactly is it? The potency of a devil fruit often hinges on its mysterious nature. Many abilities that initially overwhelm can later be countered, as exemplified by Usopp's defeat of a certain group of girls. As a user of an ability, one would go to great lengths to conceal it, with some extreme cases, like Corazon, outright hiding their status as a user. Thus, individuals like Luffy, who openly discuss their powers during battle, are exceedingly rare. This phenomenon is especially pronounced among pirate crews, where betrayal is the norm. Today's ally could very well become tomorrow's foe. Hence, no one is eager to reveal their trump cards. Within pirate crews, many captains possess only a superficial understanding of their subordinates' abilities. However, the situation is considerably better within the Navy. While there are some who have strayed from the path, the majority still uphold the mantle of justice. And the military discipline fosters a higher degree of trust among them. Thus, Navy officers tend to have a clearer understanding of their subordinates' abilities. Carp's direct inquiry about Smoker's ability was indeed somewhat abrupt. yet not unacceptable within the Navy context. Considering the disparity in their ranks, it wasn't deemed disrespectful. Had it been someone else, Smoker might have been more guarded, but the man before him was Carp. Despite his often carefree demeanor, Carp's integrity was beyond reproach, and Smoker had no reason to fear betrayal. My fruit is the Logia-type dark fruit, allowing me to transform into darkness. Smoker chose to no longer conceal his ability, elaborating on his fruit's powers. After all, he would be stationed at Navy headquarters, and regardless of whether he spoke of it now, it would eventually be revealed. He opted for honesty, though he only disclosed the fundamental attributes, such as the ability to exert infinite gravity and enforce silence. Carp whistled in astonishment. To forcibly nullify the effects of other abilities is indeed a powerful and enigmatic capability, to some extent. It is even more useful than hockey. Bogart nodded in agreement. After all, against certain unique abilities, hockey could only provide resistance, leaving one vulnerable to being affected. For instance, Sugar, who possesses the hobby fruit, had even outmatched formidable users of hockey like Don Quixote da Flamingo. By mere effectiveness, her fruit far surpassed the dark fruit. If it were the dark fruit in play, simply touching would mean conceding defeat. Carp emptied the entire packet of rice crackers into his mouth, relishing a cup of tea before finally standing up, satisfied. Well then, Smoker, I believe I have gathered sufficient information. You've worked hard. You should head back and rest. But remember, while the dark fruit is formidable, physical prowess is the foundation of everything. Once you join the elite naval expansion class, make sure to train diligently under Zephyr. That old man has quite a bit of wisdom to impart. Smoker saluted sharply. Thank you for your guidance, Vice Admiral Carp. I shall take my leave now. With that, he turned and departed. Once Smoker had left, Carp inquired of Bogart. What are your thoughts? Bogart pondered for a moment before responding. Both of them are excellent. You can rest assured. Carp chuckled. These little rascals, each one more troublesome than the last. In the Navy, the Vice Admirals at headquarters hold considerable authority in various matters, including endorsing branch navies for inclusion in the main fleet and recommending candidates for elite training programs. This practice essentially serves to cultivate their own cadre. Although there are marshals and admirals within the Navy, their numbers are limited, and it is the vice admirals who constitute the backbone of the force. Each possessing a relatively fixed group of subordinates. In extreme circumstances, these factions can even evolve into independent units. However, the individuals they endorse also reflect upon their own reputations. If a recommended candidate excels, it undoubtedly enhances their prestige, yet if the candidate proves inadequate, their own standing suffers as well. Kazan has never previously exercised his recommendation authority. Thus, Smoker marks the first instance. While it may not cause an uproar, it has not gone unnoticed. Kazan is a protege of Garp, yet Garp has consistently harbored reservations about him. Over the years, Garp has shown little interest in power, often presenting himself as carefree. While this attitude stems partly from his reluctance to serve the celestial dragons, it also serves as a form of self-preservation. After all, he carries numerous debuffs, immense strength, high prestige, no loyalty to the world government, and a son who has betrayed the Navy. Despite the world government's efforts to elevate him, should Garp display any ambition, cunning, or intelligence, they would not hesitate to take drastic measures against him. The notion of refusing to promote to admiral merely preserves mutual face. Were Garp to accept the position, it would truly unsettle the world government. Thus, Garp has maintained his image as a whimsical old man to avoid entanglements. Little did he expect that his protege Kazan would emulate his mannerisms so perfectly, leaving Garp in a state of exasperation. While other vice admirals diligently cultivate their loyalists, Kazan seems to be foolishly accompanying the old man and hammering away at naval vessels. Does he not have more bureaucratic matters to attend to? Garp observes with concern, but finds it difficult to voice his displeasure, as such sentiments do not align with his persona. After hinting several times, Kazan remains oblivious to the underlying message. As the years pass and Kazan shows little progress, Garp reluctantly resigns himself to the reality. So be it, at least his abilities have not diminished. However, this time, Kazan has surprisingly recommended a candidate, which elates Garp, who is on leave in the East Blue. Perhaps the foolish boy has finally gained insight. Yet, upon learning that Kazan has recommended a mere recruit from the East Blue, whom he has only met once, Garp nearly erupts with frustration. Reluctantly, he resolves to personally assess Smoker's capabilities. Should Smoker fall short, Garp would not hesitate to play the villain and ensure he does not embarrass himself at headquarters. Fortunately, the outcome is satisfactory, and Garp is quite pleased with Smoker's abilities. Setting aside the matter of his devil fruit powers, his martial skills alone are sufficient to pass the evaluation. Furthermore, this indicates that Kazan possesses a discerning eye. For naval officers, the ability to identify exceptional talent is indispensable. More importantly, whether by intention or happenstance, Kazan has finally begun to cultivate his own team, a crucial step for him, as Smoker stands aboard the ship. He reflects, "It seems I have passed Vice Admiral Garp's test." In the original storyline, Smoker is recommended to headquarters by Kazan years later, becoming one of his most trusted allies. However, Smoker has been rather disappointing. In terms of strength, he possesses the most formidable Logia fruit, but relies solely on elemental transformation to defeat weaker foes. When faced with an adversary wielding Haki, he falters as for his status. It is even more dismal that he lacks Garp's command, yet bears the burden of his reputation. His foul temper has led him to offend superiors repeatedly, resulting in his prolonged stay in Logue Town, where he has been unable to assist Kazan. After enduring the Marineford War, he finally returns to the Central Command, yet instead of supporting Kazan, who temporarily assumes the role of Fleet Admiral, his thoughts are consumed with pursuing Luffy. 2 years later, he achieves his desire to transfer to the G5 branch, though it feels more like an exile. Days turn into weeks. Smoker's routine consists of training and engaging in duels with discontented Marines, leading a monotonous yet fulfilling existence. Eventually, they arrive at Marine headquarters. Standing at the bow, Smoker gazes in awe at the most renowned architectural marvel in the world of pirates, as the warship draws closer. His breaths grow heavier. Witnessing the Marine headquarters in the anime had evoked little feeling in him, but now, confronted with this fortress of war, he senses an overwhelming aura of authority and intimidation. Though he knows they are not foes, he cannot shake the feeling of suffocation. Upon entering the inner bay, he feels a tingling sensation throughout his body. The mountain-like Marine headquarters dominates the entire island, casting a massive shadow over the inner bay. Resembles a colossal beast lurking in its lair, and the myriad gleaming heavy cannons serve as its claws, poised to rend enemies to shreds. Is this truly the sovereign of the seas? It is awe-inspiring. In the midst of his reverie, Garp approaches Smoker from behind. "Smoker, it's your first time here. What are your impressions?" Upon hearing his voice, Smoker instinctively shudders. During the voyage, Garp had taken an interest in Smoker's dark fruit and insisted on sparring. Smoker recalls that last time he wore a sea prism stone pendant, which severely hampered his performance. If he were to unleash his full potential, even if victory eludes him, he surely would not be defeated in an instant. Opportunities to engage with such a formidable opponent are rare, and he cannot afford to let this chance slip away. Thus, brimming with confidence, Smoker agrees to Garp's request. Alas, he lasts merely 3 seconds before succumbing. For the first 2 seconds, they stand in a standoff. By the 3rd second, Smoker finds himself face down, impaled on the deck. Whether or not he wears the sea prism stone necklace seems irrelevant. After that, for reasons unknown, Garp develops a fascination with the dark fruit, routinely pestering Smoker for bouts. Fortunately, Garp is judicious, always holding back, allowing Smoker to endure a bit longer each time. Although these encounters leave Smoker feeling utterly defeated, they are not without merit. Under such pressure, his strength surges, especially his resilience, rendering him a vastly improved fighter compared to before. Smoker comes to a profound realization. Before this old man, notions of Logia and Paramecia powers are insignificant. It is the Zoan users, with their durability, who can withstand more blows. Upon sensing Garp's sudden appearance behind him, Smoker reflexively shivers and calls out, "Vice Admiral Garp." He then gazes at the formidable Marine headquarters and candidly states, "I am overwhelmed. It truly embodies the might of the sea, magnificent beyond compare." Yet inwardly, he muses about the terrifying figures of Whitebeard and Shiki, who dared to breach such a fortress. Smoker recalls his first encounter with pirates, where his opponents were merely lowly thugs with bounties in the tens of thousands. That time, newly traversed into this world, he had dismissed them as inconsequential, believing he could dispatch them with ease. Yet the outcome astonished him. He had to risk his life and employ every trick at his disposal just to barely triumph. Had his opponent endured another minute, it would have been Smoker's head on the chopping block. This experience taught Smoker an invaluable lesson: never to judge the inhabitants of this world through the lens of his previous life. Characters like Caribou and Buggy, who appear as comedic sidekicks in the manga, seem harmless, yet before encountering the main characters, They were also notorious figures, burdened with blood debts, causing the Navy no end of trouble. If even they have risen to such prominence, one can only imagine the strength of those at the level of the four emperors. Smoker reflects, Marine Headquarters, truly the embodiment of global justice. Huh, wrong, utterly mistaken. Garp interjects, pointing at the warships docked at the pier, where several sailors are being chased like rabbits by officers, then gesturing toward Smoker. Justice is not confined to that crumbling edifice, but rather, it is embodied in the people. Smoker pauses at Garp's words, standing at attention to render a crisp salute. Yes, I shall not fail to meet your expectations. Kapu chuckled to himself, then surveyed his surroundings. This place is indeed good, but it feels rather stifling. Initially, I had hoped to take you around, but your reporting time is fast approaching. Perhaps next time. Upon hearing this, Smoker's expression darkened considerably. This voyage had seen Smoker adrift at sea for a full month and a half. It wasn't that the 161 base was distant from the Navy headquarters. Rather, Kapu's route was whimsically erratic. Today he had chased down an unsightly pirate for 2 days, and tomorrow he was set to divert to a neighboring island to purchase tea and snacks. Each diversion cost only a few days, but those few days compounded, extending the journey time significantly. Were it not for Sengoku's scathing reprimands over the phone, Kapu would likely still be reveling in his escapades. Gazing up at the sky, Smoker noted that the sun was now setting, and lights were flickering on in many places. With the assessment scheduled for the day after tomorrow, it meant that Smoker had only 1 day left. Smoker nodded. Thank you, Admiral Kapu, for your care during these days. Kapu waved his hand dismissively, suddenly recalling something. Once you enter the expanded class, while you can't stir up trouble, you needn't hold back when encountering issues. It's a place where fists speak louder than words. Oh? Smoker paused for a moment, then wore an enigmatic smile. Is that so? That's splendid. The pressure you've exerted on me these days shall be vented upon you all. Soon, their vessel docked. Smoker, clutching his documents, rushed to report in. Catching the tail end of the workday, the staff welcomed him warmly, providing him with an entirely new uniform and assigning him a private apartment in the living quarters. Smoker was pleasantly surprised. He had expected to be lodged in a large dormitory, yet the conditions were remarkably good. The Navy headquarters was not merely a military stronghold, but also boasted expansive living quarters, where thousands of sailors and their families resided. Following the map, Smoker wandered to an apartment located at the outermost edge of the living area. Upon entering, he found the space quite spacious and well laid out. Though it had clearly been uninhabited for some time, with layers of dust covering everything and the furnishings in a state of disrepair, however, Smoker paid it no mind. He removed his pendant and unleashed his powers. Darkness enveloped the room, consuming the dust and debris, even stripping a layer from the walls and ceiling. From the depths of the darkness, various pieces of furniture began to materialize in no time at all. The apartment was transformed anew. Once tidied up, Smoker noticed that night had fallen and decided against training. He retrieved a bottle of wine, set out a couple of glasses, and prepared to indulge in a small drink to unwind. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Who is it? Ah, long time no see, Smoker. It's me. The visitor was none other than Kazan. Smoker, taken aback, hurriedly welcomed him inside. It's been a while. I had intended to tidy up before visiting you. But it seems you arrived first. Kazan, upon seeing the pristine room, was also somewhat surprised. I was initially worried about you being here alone at headquarters, thinking I might lend a hand. But now it appears you're quite capable of taking care of yourself. I hope my unsolicited recommendation didn't cause you any trouble. Of course not. Smoker replied with a hearty laugh. I owe you a great favor this time. No need for formality. Kazan waved his hand. Seeing you in good spirits puts me at ease. He then pulled out a cigar and tossed it to Smoker. Give this a try. It's a fine product from the South Sea. I had quite the struggle to procure it from the Fire Mountain. Smoker held it to his nose, detecting a sharp yet fragrant aroma. It was indeed a rare treasure. However, he did not rush to smoke it, but instead gazed at Kazan with a knowing smile. Kazan, your demeanor seems quite different this time we meet. Kazan paused, scratching his head. Does it? I don't feel any different. Smoker cut to the chase. Is it because of the eradication order from O'Hara? Kazan's pupils constricted as he stared incredulously at Smoker. Realizing he had traveled with Kapu, he sighed and nodded slowly. Smoker took a seat opposite him. It seems that not only the tree of knowledge was destroyed, but also your long-held beliefs. While aboard Kapu's ship, Smoker was aware of the impact the O'Hara incident had on Kazan, so he subtly probed into Kazan's current situation. This event had indeed left a significant mark on Kazan. Sengoku, Kapu, and Zephyr had all noticed this change, yet they could only keep their observations to themselves. The aftershocks of O'Hara had barely subsided when Kazan froze the helm of a world government vessel. Although there was no concrete evidence, it raised suspicions, causing them to tread carefully lest they fall into the CP's grasp. Sengoku and Zephyr were able to maintain their composure, but Kapu had long since become exasperated. In the presence of Smoker, a direct subordinate, Kazan dropped his guard and shared his transformations with him. Listening to Smoker's words, Kazan smiled helplessly. "Smoker, you're still the same as ever, astonishingly perceptive." He then solemnly recounted his experiences in O'Hara. Smoker was well aware of this narrative but feigned ignorance, occasionally asking for details to encourage Kazan to continue. After all, expressing oneself can be a form of catharsis. Eventually, Kazan appeared visibly relieved after sharing. "Smoker, do our actions as the Navy truly constitute justice? Are those who are hunted and eradicated inherently evil?" If such words were overheard by others, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar, even as a vice admiral. Kazan would face repercussions. Yet, for reasons unknown, Kazan found himself posing the question to Smoker. Smoker lit the cigar and took a puff. "Kazan, do you think the current world can be deemed a chaotic one?" Kazan chuckled resignedly, gazing at the dim sky outside. It's not just now. Even before the Great Pirate Era, this world was already in disarray. Generations of Navy officers have strived to uphold justice, merely maintaining a fragile facade of peace. Smoker nodded in agreement. Compared to the nation he once inhabited, life in this world could only be described as tragic. Those living under the rule of pirates must endure their predation. Those in the allied nations must suffer the plundering by celestial dragons and nobles. Those in non-allied nations face threats from pirates and human traffickers at any moment. Indeed, violence, ignorance, slaughter, and poverty. What a wretched world this is. Thus, in the face of such chaos, justice may be pure, yet it cannot be simplistic. There's an old saying in my hometown. In chaotic times, severe measures must be employed. Kazan furrowed his brow. But behind that lies the blood and tears of countless innocents. Smoker nodded once more. Precisely. This process inevitably entails the sacrifice of many. However, in this current world, justice is destined to be stained with blood, blood of the criminals. Our own blood, and the blood of innocent civilians. Kazan lowered his head in silence, and after a lengthy pause, he spoke with difficulty. Do you not think such justice is too cruel? Extreme justice will ultimately lead to madness. Kazan recalled the refugee ship that had been bombarded by a Kainu. And those who enact such justice, do they still count as agents of justice? Smoker nodded. What you've articulated is indeed the crux of the matter. Detached from specific circumstances, no one can ascertain whether it is a necessary sacrifice or mere slaughter. Yet, from my perspective, there exists a very straightforward criterion. Kazan, intrigued, asked, "What is it?" It depends on whether, when necessary, he would sacrifice himself. Ultimately, it all boils down to the distinction between following my lead and being led by me. Kazan was momentarily taken aback, then let out a bitter laugh while rubbing his forehead. Although he harbored a disdain for Sakazuki, he could not deny that the man was certainly not one to shy away from danger. When the time called for action, he truly acted. Kazan fell into a brief silence, lowering his head. Lost in thought, after quite some time, he slowly rose to his feet, relayed some assessment matters to Smoker, and then took his leave. Smoker watched Kazan depart, fully aware of the source of his friend's bewilderment. First witnessing the world government annihilate O'Hara, then seeing a comrade willing to sacrifice himself to save the daughter of a criminal, followed by witnessing fellow soldiers bombard a refugee ship. Such a trifecta of events could easily overwhelm the mind. However, this did not serve as an excuse for Kazan to evade reality. The situation at sea was dire, leaving no room for his confusion. Smoker did not expect a mere exchange of words to untangle Kazan's mental knots. Rather, he sought to inspire him to regain his resolve, to eliminate more pirate crews and rescue additional civilians, thereby ensuring that his efforts were not in vain. More importantly, while Smoker also disapproved of Sakazuki's assault on the refugee ship, one could argue that it was not necessarily a negative outcome. In terms of brutality and extremity, Sakazuki paled in comparison to the world government, which could execute tens of thousands of newborns without hesitation while being uncertain if Roger even had a child. If the refugee ship had managed to escape, what would they have done? Would they meticulously determine who among them was innocent? Dream on. They would undoubtedly eliminate anyone they had come into contact with. At that point, the casualties would not merely be a few hundred lives. Although Smoker was unsure of Sakazuki's thoughts at the time, the outcome undeniably saved more lives. Of course, such sentiments were not something Smoker could openly express. He could only guide Kazan to contemplate and gradually extricate himself from his mental impasse. It seemed that his efforts were yielding some results. Only when Kazan's figure vanished from sight did Smoker let out a long sigh and turn back towards the building. Engaging in such psychological work was exceedingly exhausting. He truly envied Naruto's gift of gab. On the third day, the first round of assessments for the expanded Elite Navy class officially commenced in the massive training ground behind the Navy headquarters. Over 1,000 naval soldiers stood in neat rows before a high platform, awaiting something. These were elite sailors gathered from the four seas, having been standing there for 2 hours, despite the howling winds. Not a single one dared to slacken their posture. Smoker stood at the back, his stature rigid and unmoving. However, the position was excellent. He could see the majority of the sailors at a glance. Smoker's gaze roamed restlessly. These soldiers varied in height, build, and even ethnicity, yet they shared a common trait: youth, with most being just in their early 20s. Likewise, their ranks were not particularly high. The majority held the rank of ensign, with only a scant few attaining the rank of major. Of course, individuals like Smoker, who were mere privates, were exceptionally rare. So that was it. The previous Elite Navy class emphasized strength, hastily cultivating warriors to confront formidable pirates. However, the focus of the current expanded class lay in potential. Observing his peers, Smoker finally understood why Garp had disregarded his status to test him. After all, compared to others, his age, position, and achievements were indeed lacking. Not to mention, he was still wearing a sea prism stone pendant at the time. As another gust of cold wind swept through, suddenly, a nearby iron door creaked open, revealing several towering figures behind it. All the trainees perked up, instinctively straightening their spines. As the iron door swung wide, over a dozen naval commanders, draped in cloaks, filed out. They said nothing, moving directly to the high platform before the crowd. Among them, 10 younger individuals formed a line at the back. At the forefront stood a burly old man with spiky purple hair. Smoker instantly recognized the figure. It was the former admiral of the Navy headquarters. Black Arm Zephyr. Zephyr scanned the crowd with an impassive expression, his gaze flat and somewhat lethargic, yet it emanated a sense of overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain looming overhead, even knowing he was not an enemy. Smoker still felt tension coursing through his body, swallowing hard in secret. Truly, one of the strongest in the sea, he exuded a terrifying aura. The individuals standing behind him also possessed remarkable presence. A few had distinctive features that made their identities immediately recognizable. Wasn't Fire Fist Ace, Doberman, and the Weasel all former trainees? Oh, and there's a long-legged beauty swordswoman. Judging by her tattoos, she should be the future admiral candidate. Guion, the fellow who had been leering at her, must be another admiral candidate. Kaji. Suddenly, Zephyr flashed a grin. However, to the eyes of those below, it appeared somewhat menacing. Congratulations, little ones. Standing here signifies that your strength and achievements have been recognized. There are 2,206 of you here today. But alas, the first expanded class only has 200 slots. This means that only 1/10 of you will remain after this assessment. The soldiers below stirred slightly, but quickly fell silent once more. Zephyr pointed to the 10 individuals behind him, all young and seemingly holding the rank of Rear Admiral. They would serve as the examiners for this assessment and also as your future instructors. After speaking, he gestured to the back. All right, go and greet the little ones. The examiners grinned and leaped down from the high platform, landing before the crowd. Zephyr announced, now, I declare the rules of the assessment. Right here in this training ground, you will engage in combat with them. Whether you choose to fight or flee, any means are permissible. Real weapons and real combat are allowed. The last 200 standing will be the first cohort of students. Nanny. All the naval personnel gasped in shock. This assessment was far too crude and straightforward. Oh, right. Zephyr pulled a small hourglass from his pocket. If within 10 minutes, your entire force is annihilated, I will have no choice but to apply for the permanent cancellation of the expanded Elite Navy class. And your names will be announced to the entire fleet. Nanny. The crowd's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Not having joined would be one thing, as a passing rate of less than 1/10 could be considered a noble failure. But if one ended up on that list, they would be forever marked with shame. This meant even attempting to slack off was out of the question. All right, let the assessment begin. Before Zephyr's words had fully left his mouth, several quick-reacting naval soldiers drew their guns and fired at the rear admirals. However, such trivial tactics would hardly harm the rear admirals. They merely tilted their bodies slightly, deftly dodging the bullets. The impatient Guion slowly unsheathed her sword. What an intriguing game. I'm afraid I can't wait for you. With that, she charged into the throng, her blade slicing through the air as dozens of naval soldiers were sent flying in agony. Upon witnessing this, the others exchanged glances that we should go. There are only 2,000 slots available, and if we delay, we won't get any. Kaji, Guion, I'll protect you. Everyone surged into the crowd in an instant. The air was filled with screams as groups of naval soldiers were sent soaring into the sky. As time passed, large numbers of naval soldiers fell like chaff. Yet, some individuals possessed combat prowess far exceeding that of ordinary men. Suddenly, Kaji spotted a female naval soldier not far off. She appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, tall and striking, with flowing pink hair. Her beauty was almost on par with Guion's. Oh, her speed is impressive. I wonder about her strength. As Jiajin accelerated towards the female marine, he lunged to grasp her by the face. Fortunately, the female marine had been intently watching Jiajin. Upon seeing him approach, she swiftly turned her head to evade his grasp and hurriedly retreated. After a few leaps, she landed somewhat awkwardly beside Smoker. The female marine touched her cheek, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Jiajin. Cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Truly, he was an elite from the Navy headquarters. Just a playful strike from him had caused the air to whip against her skin painfully, and she barely managed to evade it with all her might. If he were truly an enemy, she feared she would not last even a few seconds. Seeing Tina dodge his attack, Jiajin displayed a hint of surprise in his eyes, followed by a mischievous grin as he approached her. Smoker cast a helpless glance at the female marine beside him, wishing she could distance herself a little. Although the examiners were all rear admirals, their strengths varied, and the two future candidates for the ranks of admiral known as Peach Rabbit and T-Pig were undoubtedly among the finest. If possible, it would be best to keep a safe distance from them. Unexpectedly, one of them, Jiajin, had been drawn towards this unfortunate female marine. The female marine wiped her cheek and muttered resentfully. No wonder he is a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters. His power far surpasses what Tina imagined. Smoker nodded in agreement, but soon realized something. Who did you say you are? Recognizing Tina's identity, Smoker became instantly alert. Memories of her identity flooded his mind. Tina, a user of the paramecia-type Kankang fruit, could leave iron bars to imprison others by passing her arm through their bodies. More importantly, she and Smoker were a pair. In Smoker's memory, he and Tina were supposed to be contemporaries. Yet he had arrived several years earlier, and with Tina present, it indicated that based on the normal storyline, Tina should not have passed this assessment. Observing Jiajin drawing closer, he understood that it would be a miracle if Tina were not eliminated with such a fellow fixated on her. At this moment, Tina took 2 steps back, and Smoker finally caught a glimpse of her face. Exquisite features, fair skin, and a cascade of pink hair, she was perfection incarnate, tall and slender, with curves in all the right places. And a generous heart, she was the epitome of beauty. Smoker could not help but become somewhat entranced. That instant, Jiajin leisurely approached Tina, while she remained tense and on high alert. However, soon both realized the atmosphere felt somewhat off. Turning to look, they found Smoker resting his chin on his hand, gazing at Tina with an expression that suggested he found her quite appealing. Tina? Jiajin. Jiajin's expression darkened. He thought to himself, I wouldn't dare to be so brazen in front of Miss Guion, yet this kid has the audacity to gawk at her before my very eyes. Does he look down on me? Enraged, Jiajin charged towards Smoker, launching a punch aimed at his head. You little brat. Only I, Jiajin, can be the heartthrob of the headquarters. If Jiajin had exerted only 10% of his strength against Tina, he now unleashed at least 30% against Smoker, his speed noticeably heightened, clearly fueled by personal emotions. Tina, realizing the impending danger, shouted urgently, I can't block it. Dodge, with a resounding boom. A dull thud echoed to everyone's astonishment. Smoker had firmly grasped Jiajin's wrist, his fist trembling as it halted just an inch from Smoker's face. Tina. Jiajin was momentarily stunned, then grinned wickedly. Not bad, kid. I didn't expect to find a treasure here. Smoker, gritting his teeth, realized he was still greatly outmatched in terms of strength. He forcefully shook off Jiajin's fist and leapt back to create distance. Instructor, I look forward to your guidance, as Smoker blocked Jiajin's attack. Several formidable individuals also showcased impressive abilities. Although they were merely junior officers, their strengths greatly exceeded their ranks. Even when facing a rear admiral, they did not crumble easily. One such rear admiral transformed into a gorilla-like form, charging towards a tall, gray-haired young Marine, who was an exceptionally rare candidate among this group, a major. The rear admiral's fist struck the gray-haired Marine's abdomen, seemingly penetrating clean through. Yet, the gray-haired Marine bore no expression of pain. Instead, he smiled enigmatically, his body transforming into a green, viscous liquid. The rear admiral gasped. A devil fruit ability? Kid, state your name. The gray-haired Marine chuckled with pride. I am Gasper D from the 33rd branch of the West Sea, a user of the gum-gum fruit, and punches are ineffective against me. The rear admiral frowned slightly, attempting to withdraw his fist, only to discover it was firmly stuck in the sticky substance. Gasper D suddenly raised his fist, which swelled to the size of a barrel, sprouting green spikes resembling a wicked club. Let us take down one. He then struck the rear admiral's face, sending him staggering backward, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. Gasper D laughed heartily. Although you possess speed and strength, your attacks cannot harm me. With this ability, I am invincible. In the West Sea, Gasper D had once single-handedly defeated a pirate with a bounty exceeding 50 million, sustaining virtually no injuries. With this military achievement, he quickly earned the rank of major. Had it not been for his short service time, attaining a lieutenant's rank would not have been difficult. The rear admiral touched his cheek, realizing that the previous strike had not inflicted significant damage. What an impressive ability. It appears to be Paramecia type, yet it allows for elementalization akin to Logia type. Since that's the case, allow me to give you your first lesson. Suddenly, he vanished from Gasper D's sight. What? Gasper D exclaimed in shock, quickly looking around but failing to spot his opponent. Nevertheless, the formidable power of the devil fruit granted him ample confidence that it's useless. No matter what kind of attack, it cannot harm me. Suddenly, the rear admiral reappeared before Gasper D, delivering a punch to his stomach that sent him flying, crashing heavily to the ground, cradling his abdomen. Gasper D's eyes bulged in disbelief, drool escaping from his mouth. Impossible, impossible. Soon after, his vision faded to white as he lost consciousness. The rear admiral, satisfied, retracted his fist. It seems I have become proficient in my hockey. It's ready for practical use. Meanwhile, Guillaume was engaged in battle with a hideous marine swordsman whose visage resembled that of a skeleton, none other than the young T-Bone. At this point, T-Bone had made quite a name for himself with his unique swordsmanship and was recommended by his branch's commander to participate in the evaluation. With both hands on his sword, T-Bone roared as he launched an assault, unleashing a torrent of slashes upon Guillaume. The rocky ground crumbled beneath the ferocity of his blade in contrast to T-Bone's intensity. Guillaume appeared leisurely, holding the renowned sword Kenpyra. She did not even draw it from its sheath. Instead, she effortlessly deflected his attacks while offering critiques of his techniques. Nice, your fundamentals are solid. It's clear you've been diligently training. However, your swordplay is too reckless and direct, and your defense lacks finesse. Your strikes must be swift and filled with intent, but they must also remain under control. Otherwise, they can lead to situations like this. At that moment, T-Bone raised his long sword high, preparing to deliver a fierce downward blow. Guillaume, like a nimble butterfly, evaded the strike, letting Kenpyra glide against T-Bone's sword, using his own momentum to push him off balance. T-Bone suddenly felt himself losing equilibrium, stumbling several steps forward. Seizing the opportunity, Guillaume drew Kenpyra, lightly grazing T-Bone's neck. T-Bone sensed a chill at his throat, startled. He reached back only to find merely a notch in his collar. Sighing deeply, he sheathed his longsword. Truly, you are a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters. Your strength is monstrous. Although he had been mentally prepared, he had not anticipated the gap to be this significant. It was utterly despairing. Guillaume smiled gently, returning her sword to its sheath. What's this? Are you feeling disheartened? No. T-Bone grinned. The Justice faction possesses such formidable power. It fills me with joy, and I have not conceded defeat. Having spoken, he struck towards Ji Yuan with lightning speed, his sword aimed directly at her chest. Ji Yuan smiled faintly as their figures intertwined. Moments later, Tico fell heavily to the ground, unconscious. His longsword emitted a series of cracks before shattering into several pieces. Yet he clung desperately to the hilt, refusing to let go. Ji Yuan smiled gently, remarking on the weakness of the sword, but recognizing the resolve of a true swordsman within. Very well. I shall take my time to teach you once the class begins. Such scenes unfolded repeatedly across the training grounds. However, only a select few could withstand the might of the senior officers. Merely surviving their onslaught was already a testament to exceptional talent. Most crumbled at the slightest touch. As each strike from these junior officers felled swathes of sailors, though some considered retreating and employing a kite-flying tactic to buy time, several examiners were evidently prepared for such maneuvers. There were those assigned specifically to counteract such attempts. Upon spotting anyone trying to exploit a gap, they would charge forth like a raging tiger, and the outcome was all too predictable. Those individuals were invariably the first to be eliminated after a few rounds. It became apparent that resisting was preferable to hiding, and thus they could only grit their teeth and continue the fight. Standing on the high platform, Zephyr maintained a stern expression, but as he observed the lively yet battered naval soldiers below, a smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of his mouth. They were, indeed, the future of justice. Yet, in the next moment, his smile faltered. He saw Jiaqing engaged in a fierce battle with Smoker and Tina. What was that scoundrel Jiaqing doing? Was he really getting serious? With this approach, who could possibly pass the examination? Perhaps it would be better to cancel the expanded class altogether. Just as he contemplated intervening, he halted his steps. Very well, let me observe for now. At worst, I can keep those two little rascals behind. Thus, he resumed his leisurely spectating. Meanwhile, Smoker had already removed his sea prism stone necklace and was locked in combat with Jiaqing. Take this. Jiaqing's fists blurred into a flurry of shadows, launching a relentless barrage at Smoker, delivering dozens of punches in an instant. Smoker raised his arms to block, managing to deflect every strike, but the sound of cracking bones echoed as pain surged through him. Causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead, Jiaqing landed a heavy kick on Smoker's shoulder, sending him flying several meters. Smoker adjusted his position midair and landed, leaving deep impressions on the stone ground. His arms contorted at unnatural angles from the strain. Yet, in the next moment, dark smoke enveloped Smoker, and within a few breaths, all his injuries vanished. Jiaqing's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. How infuriating. What kind of ability does this guy possess? This recovery power is more outrageous than that of a Zoan type. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire rang out. Jiaqing frowned, paper drawing. His body twisted into an odd shape, evading several shots. Turning his head, he beheld Tina brandishing two guns she had scavenged from the battlefield. Their barrels aimed at him, emitting wisps of smoke. Tina shouted, "Though I may lack strength, I won't just stand here like a fool." With that, she pulled the trigger, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Jiaqing couldn't help but frown inwardly. What a troublesome girl. Windblade. He kicked out, sending a gust towards Tina. He had moderated his strength. While this strike would injure Tina, it would not be life-threatening. Dark water. Smoker invoked gravity, pulling the unsuspecting Tina to his side just as the windblade missed its mark and sailed away. That was a close call, and Tina was grateful. Blushing, she emerged from Smoker's embrace, deftly reloading her gun. Jiaqing watched as the two stood side by side, and they appeared so well-matched, radiating a sense of mutual affection. Remembering his 34th failed confession to Ji Yuan, Jiaqing's defenses crumbled in an instant. How dare they? I shall get serious now. I absolutely refuse to let you both pass the examination together. From a distance, Zephyr couldn't help but facepalm. That fool. 6 styles. Moonwalking charge. Jiaqing leaped high, propelling himself off the air, creating a massive shockwave behind him, and with that recoil, he shot towards Smoker like a cannonball. Smoker quickly tossed Tino aside and jumped to evade. Jiaqing crashed down where they had just stood, creating a deep crater that made the entire training ground tremble, sending unfortunate candidates flying from the massive shockwave. Zephyr's eyes twitched slightly. Ji Yuan cursed under her breath, calling him an idiot. The other junior officers exchanged grave glances, realizing this was not what had been agreed upon. Smoker landed awkwardly, his arms transforming into darkness, enveloping Jiaqing like a curtain. Gravity black curtain. Having faced countless battles, Jiaqing was not one to allow such a bizarre phenomenon to approach easily. He swiftly evaded the range of the dark shroud. While airborne, he utilized the flying finger gun, inflicting several wounds upon Smoker. Smoker suppressed the agony, absorbing the damage with the darkness. Jiaqing glanced at the other examiners, who effortlessly defeated their opponents, and felt a surge of frustration. How infuriating! I have no choice but to use hockey now. Suddenly, his hands transformed into a dark hue, and just as he was about to attack, several gunshots rang out from the high platform. Everyone turned in astonishment that it was Zephyr with his gun. Seeing everyone's gaze shift to him, Zephyr grinned. Time's up. For those still standing, congratulations. From this day forth, you shall be members of the first elite naval expanded class. All the sailors, whether standing or already down, breathed a sigh of relief. The examiners exchanged glances before returning to the high platform. Just as Jiaqing was about to get serious, he was abruptly interrupted, feeling as though he had drawn back a powerful punch in vain. Yet rules were rules, and he could not act recklessly. That he glanced at Smoker, then at Tina, snorted coldly, and walked away. Smoker plopped down onto the ground, feeling utterly weak and drained. The gap between him and Jiaqing was still vast. At that moment, Tina approached gracefully, offering a fragrant handkerchief. Thank you. Without you, I would never have been able to hold on. Tina was unaware of his name. Smoker accepted the handkerchief. East Blue Base 161. Smoker, pleased to meet you. 10 minutes later, only the selected sailors remained on the training ground. Those who had been defeated were either carried away by medics or left in dejection. Although these losers would be sent back, Smoker sensed in Zephyr's gaze that it was not as simple as it seemed. Congratulations, young ones. Zephyr's rugged voice broke Smoker's reverie. Smoker blinked, shaking off his thoughts, and turned to face Zephyr on the platform. Zephyr looked down at the battered yet spirited naval soldiers, especially the younger ones, his eyes betraying a hint of tenderness. Had his own child not perished, they would be about this age now. Zephyr's son was born when he was 39, making him roughly the same age as Smoker and Tina. From this day forth, you are members of the expanded class. I assure you, the next few years will be quite enjoyable. However, he cast a sidelong glance at the instructors behind him. The number of you is still greater than I anticipated. Upon hearing this, Jiaqing and the others stiffened. Although the quota for the expanded class was 200, according to Zephyr's plan, having over 100 trainees would have been commendable. Yet, due to the emergence of several exceptional sailors, they had successfully delayed the examiners, especially Smoker, who was held back by the drag of several minutes, resulting in an excess of 250 individuals, far exceeding the initial plan. However, Zephyr did not dwell too much on this matter and, with a wave of his hand, accepted them all. According to his assertion, these youngsters not only needed to learn and cultivate, but would inevitably participate in real combat in the future, although they were currently over the limit. It was possible that by graduation, the numbers would balance out. A chill ran down the backs of all the recruits at this thought. Next came the class assignments. Several Navy personnel erected a board atop a high platform, prominently displaying the roster. Smoker scrutinized it carefully. Everyone was divided into 10 classes, with Zephyr as the chief instructor and the rear admirals serving as lead instructors, each overseeing a class of more than 20 recruits. To his surprise, he found himself in the same class as Tina and Gasper. As for the other recruits, he did not recognize them, suggesting they had little significance in the comics. His lead instructor was none other than the scruffy and lecherous Gaki. Soon, all the instructors summoned their recruits to their sides. Some held brief meetings to introduce themselves. Others spoke about life at the Navy headquarters, while a few impatient ones immediately commenced training, particularly Guion, who gathered all the sword-wielding recruits under her command, took them aside to practice with real swords. Gaki dragged a large bag from the bushes and led Smoker and the others to the corridor leading to the training ground. Hey, can you all help me with something? The group was curious about what was inside. Weapons, protective gear, it didn't seem likely. Upon opening it, they found it filled with ribbons, fireworks, and rose petals. All the Navy soldiers looked utterly bewildered, except for Smoker, whose expression darkened. Could it be? Indeed, Gaki, brimming with excitement, laid the bag before everyone. Today marks the first day that Guion and I serve as instructors. On this momentous occasion, I shall propose to Miss Guion for the 27th time. So, I need your help to set up the proposal venue. The recruits, under the eaves, one cannot help but bow their head. Thus, while the other sailors were sweating profusely on the training field, Smoker could only decorate the corridor with ribbons and balloons. When Guion finished her lesson and walked through the corridor, Gaki suddenly appeared, kneeling on one knee, holding a bouquet of roses. Dear Guion, today we both became instructors. On this special day, in front of everyone, please marry me. After he spoke, the hidden sailors jumped out, pulling down a curtain to reveal balloons, ribbons, and a neon sign that read "Marry Me." Other sailors quickly ignited fireworks, and countless ribbons danced in the air. Guion, Smoker, and Tina, the other instructors and recruits, Gasper held up 2 bouquets, tears streaming down his face as he waved them. Oh, this is love. I'm so moved. Smoker and Tina gazed at him. Gasper, what are you two looking at me for? Smoker and Tina, nothing. Seeing Guillaume with her head down and silent, Gaki stepped forward and softly said, Miss Guillaume, please accept my love. Guillaume suddenly looked up, veins bulging on her forehead, and shouted, I refuse. She then coated her fist with armament hockey and sent Gaki flying, striding away. After a moment, with a large bump on his head. Gaki ran back, looking around in confusion, and asked, where did Miss Guillaume go? Smoker rolled his eyes. She left. Gaki was stunned for a few seconds before slapping his thigh. Oh, she must be shy. What a reserved girl. Truly my girl. Tina raised an eyebrow. If Tina was not mistaken, you were rejected, weren't you? Gaki, baring his sharp teeth, retorted angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? She was just shy. Right now, her heart must have already succumbed. He then wore a look of dreamy anticipation. We are one step closer to our wedding. I must prepare for the 28th proposal ceremony. Oh. Gasper's eyes sparkled. Truly, this is great and pure love. Smoker sighed and said to Tina, let's go. Tina, already feeling like a cat on hot bricks under everyone's gaze, hurriedly followed him, walking side by side while chatting. Smoker, now that training is over, what will you do next? Well, I arrived late and thought I'd take a stroll to familiarize myself with the surroundings. Plus, I'm missing quite a few things in my dorm. Tina echoed. Me too. Shall we explore together? That sounds good. By the way, where do you live? Block E, number 3011-21, Street 10. What a coincidence. Tina also lives in Block 10, not far from you. Oh, really? Gaki watched the two walk further away, his expression dimming slightly. But he quickly perked up and shouted joyfully, Miss Guillaume, wait for me. Tina had arrived a month ago and was relatively familiar with the headquarters. She led Smoker to the commercial district of the living area. Walking down the street, Smoker couldn't hide his astonishment. Tina smiled brightly and asked, surprised, right? I was shocked when I first arrived too. Smoker nodded. Rogue Town was the most prosperous town in the East Sea. But compared to here, it was like a small fish in a vast ocean. However, this was to be expected. With tens of thousands of Navy personnel, each with families, the scale reached over 100,000 people, comparable to some small nations. More importantly, the Navy offered quite favorable treatment. Even a mere private could easily support a family, and since the Navy headquarters was free from pirate raids and burdens like the Celestial Dragons. Over time, a thriving commercial area naturally formed. Tina took Smoker to a market entrance. Smoker-kun, the items inside are very affordable. Let me accompany you. Oh, thank you for your trouble. Smoker thought to himself. Previously, he perceived Tina as a cold and aloof woman. But he was pleasantly surprised to discover this lively and warm side of her. Uncertain if it was the influence of the original owner, Smoker felt a burgeoning curiosity and affection towards Tina. However, this fondness was soon wiped away. Upon entering the market, Tina, like a fish returning to the sea, excitedly darted around, while Smoker trudged behind, laden with bags, feeling quite miserable. Why was it that 90% of the items were Tina's? When he was the one shopping for himself? Previously, when training endurance, Smoker could run around Water Island for a day and night without blinking. Yet now, after just half a day, he felt his calves threatening to cramp. Watching Tina, who still moved gracefully and swiftly, Smoker could only silently lament, dragging his weary body to keep up. The next day, Smoker arrived early at a classroom as per the notification. However, he felt as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. After the arduous day of shopping with Tina yesterday, he felt as if his legs were no longer his own. Even utilizing the powers of the dark fruit could not alleviate that fatigue. Smoker fell into a silent stupor. It seemed that the dark fruit could only dispel physical negative states. As for the psychological aspect, it ultimately relies on personal endurance. I am uncertain whether this is an intrinsic characteristic of the dark fruit or merely a reflection of my inadequate development. After a while, Tina entered the room. Unlike Smoker, she radiated warmth and cheerfulness, effortlessly taking a seat beside him as soon as she stepped in. Smoker could not help but shiver slightly. Soon, all the trainees had gathered. Captain Kaji entered the classroom precisely on time. It was evident that he placed great importance on the first lesson, having meticulously groomed himself for the occasion. His hair was neatly styled. He wore a sharp and expensive suit, and his shoes gleamed with polish. If not for his face, his appearance was indeed quite impressive. when he confidently strode into the classroom and beheld Smoker and Tina sitting side by side. His expression instantly stiffened. Why? What gives him the right? The first lesson was, in fact, exceedingly simple. Each participant introduced themselves to foster acquaintance, followed by Kaji discussing the development of the Navy, which was routine, and finally outlining the recent teaching plans to ensure everyone understood what lay ahead. Smoker listened intently, and before long, half the day had slipped by. As the lunch break commenced, just as Smoker was about to leave, he was suddenly seized. Assuming it was Tina, he turned around only to find it was Kaji. Captain Kaji, what is this? Kaji furtively glanced around to ensure no one was nearby before narrowing his eyes. Kid, do you know Tina from before? Smoker was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond immediately. No, I met her for the first time yesterday. Kaji's eyes seemed to ignite with fervor. The first time? You managed to pursue such a stunning girl on the very first day. Speak quickly. What method did you employ? Smoker was taken aback. Pursue her? No, we are merely ordinary friends. He hastily shook his head in denial. Not yet. Ordinary friends. Kaji, filled with rage, produced a notebook and slapped it down forcefully. This contains all the profiles of you trainees. Tina is renowned as a military beauty in her original branch. They say she seldom speaks. If she didn't like you, how could she possibly spend every day with you? Smoker felt a flush of embarrassment. That's because... No. How do you know so much? All beauty's eye. Kaji, halfway through his sentence, suddenly realized and, in a fit of indignation, barked, Shut up. Right now, it is I who is asking you. Smoker's eyes darted around. Captain Kaji. Actually, I believe that with your attributes, you are more than worthy of Major Shine. What? Really? Do you truly think so? Kaji's eyes widened, his face flushed with excitement. Smoker nodded earnestly. In terms of strength, background, military achievements, and looks. Where do you fall short? The only area that could be considered lacking is your technique in pursuing women. Kaji's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he grasped Smoker's hand. Brother Smoker, teach me. I am willing to agree to anything. Smoker discreetly withdrew his hand. Captain Kaji, call me brother. Brother Kaji, here's the thing. To pursue Major Shine, you must first analyze what kind of girl she is. Is she obedient and docile, or assertive and independent? Is she emotionally naive, or seasoned with experience? Is her temperament cold and aloof, or warm and affable? In fact, pursuing a girl is akin to combating pirates. It requires an understanding of both oneself and the opponent, ensuring victory without fail, in addition to strategic insight and tactical knowledge. Kaji's eyes widened in astonishment. There are so many considerations. Indeed, I have heard that Major Shine has a very close relationship with Vice Admiral Crane. Yes. Have you considered engaging in more conversations with Vice Admiral Crane? Aside from battle and courtship, what other common topics do you share with Major Shine? Well, Brother Kaji, when it comes to a woman as exceptional as Major Shine, you must attract her rather than merely pursue her. Kaji felt as if a light had dawned upon him, and he became entirely enlightened. He seized Smoker's garment. Smoker, you must assist me. Smoker patted Kaji's shoulder. Brother Kaji, seeking my help in this matter may not be fruitful. However, the individuals who understand girls best are, in fact, girls themselves. Isn't there a suitable candidate in our class? Kaji's eyes gleamed. Tina? But would she agree? Smoker grinned mischievously. Whether she agrees or not depends entirely on your sincerity. This is a transaction between men. In a tavern, Smoker and Tina sat together, each holding a cocktail. Smoker took a sip to moisten his throat. That's how it is. Of course, whether she agrees entirely hinges on your perspective. Tina rubbed her temples at Smoker. You certainly know how to create trouble for me. But the reward is quite substantial, is it not? A Rear Admiral of the Navy, selflessly imparting the 6 powers to us, is indeed a rare opportunity. Kaji's proposition was that after every training session, he would conduct special sessions for the two of them, teaching them the Navy's 6 powers. Although Kaji was not yet a Vice Admiral, he was an exceptional talent among his peers, and his mastery of the 6 powers was more than sufficient to instruct Smoker and Tina. Tina sighed. You make a valid point. I cannot refuse such a condition. In that case, I shall agree. Knowing that Smoker would serve as her military strategist while she acted as Kaji's insider, Kaji was so excited he nearly wept. Smoker's first suggestion was this. For the next month, do not mention anything about marriage or similar nonsense. Next, alter your image. When you meet, keep the conversation polite and professional, and leave promptly without any lingering. The following day, Kaji happened to have a document to deliver to Shine that he proceeded to follow the plan, carrying the document to find her. Upon seeing Kaji approach, Cheyenne frowned slightly, but out of courtesy. She did not exhibit any irritation. After handing her the document and outlining a few important points, Kaji turned swiftly and left. Cheyenne, originally prepared to dismiss Kaji, found herself at a loss for words. Feeling quite uncomfortable as her thoughts were caught in her throat, Kaji, catching a glimpse of Cheyenne's astonished expression, felt a surge of delight. Smoker, my good friend. The next day, after training concluded, Kaji brought Smoker and Tina to the abandoned shipyard. This was the most remote corner of the Navy headquarters, where few ventured. Hundreds of decommissioned warships lay piled here, resembling a massive graveyard. Smoker and Tina strolled through, examining the rusted and battered vessels, which stood as silent witnesses to history. Kaji chuckled. What do you think of being here? Smoker replied, It's quite magnificent. Tina remarked, It's rather melancholic. Kaji declared, It's peaceful here. We shall train here from now on. Smoker nodded in agreement. This is indeed a splendid location. Suddenly, Tina spotted several peculiar wrecks of warships. The bows were sunken, riddled with pockmarks. Yet, they bore no marks of cannon fire, nor did they appear to have suffered damage from grounding or collisions. Captain Kaji, what happened to these ships? They look rather strange. Kaji gazed at the massive vessels with admiration that in previous years, Old Man Garp and Brother Kazan frequently came here, using these warships as training bags. These remnants are what they left behind during their training. However, the seas have become turbulent recently. They have been assigned missions and rarely have the opportunity to return, so there is no need to worry about any disturbances. Practicing punches, Tina gazed in astonishment at the flattened warships, seemingly struggling to comprehend that someone could achieve such a feat. Smoker, however, was unfazed. After all, Garp had once obliterated 8 mountains with his fists just to defeat Don Chinjo. Indeed, to reach the pinnacle, a robust physique is the foundation, particularly with the evident side effects of the dark fruit. If one's physical prowess is lacking, facing formidable foes would only lead to a swifter demise. Kaji led the two of them around until they arrived at an open space. Turning back, he stretched his shoulders. He had not been fully satisfied during the assessment a few days prior. Come on, let me see your skills. Smoker and Tina exchanged glances, and without a word, charged forward. This time, Smoker did not slack off, Kaji did not hold back, and Tina gave it her all, resulting in a fierce clash among the three. After several minutes, Kaji picked up a tattered cloak from the ground. Smoker and Tina were panting heavily amidst the rubble. Smoker, my younger brother, I always knew you were not so simple, but I never expected you to be this strong. With your foundation, mastering the 6 powers should be more than sufficient. But you, Tina, while your combat skills are exceptional, your physique is too weak. You must train diligently. Smoker sat up, visibly impressed. I am truly in awe. A rear admiral of the Navy is simply a monster. Kaji, brimming with pride, responded, Of course, I am a genius. Observing his boastful demeanor, Tina let out a scoff, while Smoker remained silent. After all, Kaji was not exaggerating. Among the younger generation of the Navy, aside from the future 3 admirals, he and Guion were the most outstanding, earning them the same title as the monstrous trio, which speaks volumes about their talents. In the Navy, admirals undoubtedly represent the pinnacle of combat power, capable of directly confronting the 4 emperors, easily overpowering the warlords of the sea and vice admirals. Conversely, ordinary rear admirals often suffer severe defeats against vice admirals and warlords. Filling the substantial gap in combat strength are the candidates for admiral. Though not depicted in the manga, based on Smoker's estimations, the strength of these candidates is certainly not inferior to that of vice admirals. Thus, even though Kaji currently holds the rank of rear admiral, his prowess might very well rival that of those at the level of rear admiral. Smoker glanced at Tina, intending to help her up. However, as soon as he touched her arm, Tina let out a muffled groan, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Kaji was taken aback, feeling a bit embarrassed. What's wrong, Tina? Are you injured? Did I strike too hard? Tina shook her head. It's not your fault. It's just that Tina is too weak. It turned out that during the earlier battle, Tina had gritted her teeth to avoid being a burden. However, due to the vast disparity in strength and her lack of physical fortitude compared to Smoker. After blocking one of Kaji's punches, she had injured her arm, nearly incapacitating it. Seeing her in pain, Smoker sighed. Let me handle this. With that, he enveloped Tina in darkness. After a while, as the darkness dissipated, all of Tina's injuries had vanished. Smoker wiped his brow, letting out a long sigh, leaving Kaji and Tina utterly astonished, especially Kaji, who had never seen such a healing ability stemming from a devil fruit before. What exactly is your power? I consumed the dark fruit, gaining the power of darkness, which allows me to absorb damage and pain. Wait. Such a formidable ability. Can it be used without limitations? Of course not. This absorption is temporary and requires someone to bear the pain. Tina gasped in shock. Smoker, did you bear all of that for me? No way. I absolutely refuse. Smoker smiled gently, patting Tina on the shoulder. Fear not. Pain can be absorbed, but it can also be released. I can find a few pirates to bear it later. Unfortunately, I can't go out to sea for a while. Kaji's eyes sparkled with excitement. Smoker, can this ability absorb anything? What about injuries from training? Smoker nodded. Of course, that's how I train. Kaji slapped his thigh. That's fantastic. Leave the pirate matters to me. By the way, can your ability be used on other Navy personnel? Having been born into the Navy, Kaji possessed a strong sense of belonging, immediately thinking of how to benefit his comrades with such a remarkable ability. The Navy's training intensity is indeed quite high, inevitably leading to physical injuries, which can hinder the enhancement of strength. If such injuries could be healed, everyone could train continuously at high intensity, resulting in a significant boost in power. Smoker shook his head repeatedly. I'm sorry, but this ability consumes a lot of energy. Recovering a few people or for occasional emergencies is feasible, but beyond that, I cannot manage. He certainly did not wish to become a mere tool. I see. Kaji expressed his disappointment, then bashfully asked, could I request a favor? After my training, can I come to you for recovery? While Kaji was undoubtedly talented, he did not rely solely on his innate gifts. Before becoming an instructor, he was a training fanatic and bore numerous injuries from his rigorous training. Smoker nodded. If it's just the two of you, it's definitely not a problem. You and Tina can come to me anytime. Kaji repeatedly expressed his gratitude, grinning widely. Tina's eyes also sparkled with admiration. Next, Smoker and Tina entered formal training. Tina faced the hull of a discarded warship, delivering punch after punch. Soon, her forehead was drenched in sweat, and her fair knuckles were stained with blood. Yet, Tina seemed oblivious to her injuries, relentlessly swinging her fists. In contrast, Smoker had begun training in the 6 powers directly. Kaji, Smoker, you must have heard of the 6 powers, right? Ah, I know. Soru, Tekai, Shave, Jeppo, Rankyaku, and Shirgan. 6 powerful techniques. Mastering them all would grant even a devil fruit user the ability to fight. Excellent. Which one do you wish to train in first? I can teach you. Tekai.0, you want to learn Tekai? Kaji's eyes widened. Smoker, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? I would recommend learning Sara first. Tekai is a defensive technique among the 6 powers, which hardens the body temporarily to possess iron-like toughness. However, while using Tekai, one cannot move freely, effectively becoming a stationary target. Ironically, many individuals in the Navy and CP favor this technique, often using it to withstand damage, contributing to numerous memorable moments. In reality, anyone with a modicum of combat talent tends to disdain this ineffective technique. Instead, techniques like Jeppo and Soru are far more practical. Smoker understood this rationale, but carrying the burden of the dark fruit, he could not evade many attacks and had to take them head-on. Since he had to endure blows, he might as well learn the art of taking punishment. Kaji, enough talk. I have made up my mind. Let us start now. Kaji, with a serious expression, nodded. If you insist, then so be it. However, Tekai is not learned through practice. It is learned through being hit. With that, he raised his armed fist, approaching Smoker with a sympathetic yet determined expression. Bang. Ugh. Bang. Ah. Be gentler. In the abandoned naval port, Tina clenched her fists and struck fiercely at the derelict warship. The hull of such a ship, forged from high-grade steel that required several people to embrace, trembled slightly with each of Tina's punches. If one were to look closely, the ship's hull had begun to show signs of denting. Judging by her fierce momentum, the power behind her punches had increased several-fold. Though her hands were bloodied, Tina continued to punch with a stoic expression, as if the injuries were not her concern. In stark contrast to her somber demeanor, Smoker's training was far more intense. He was engaged in practical combat training with Kaji. Kaji shouted, "Watch out, Soru." As the figure vanished in an instant, the surroundings were filled only with the sound of footsteps echoing on the ground. Come on, Smoker, bare-chested and covered in bruises, radiated a fierce intensity in his gaze. Before his words had completely left his lips, Kaji appeared behind him, delivering a punch to his back. Almost simultaneously, the muscles in Smoker's back bulged visibly. Clang! Gaji's fist struck Smoker's back, perfectly blocked. However, the collision between flesh and fist did not produce a dull thud. Instead, it resonated with a sharp metallic sound. Gaji leaped back, his eyes glimmering with admiration and astonishment. Indeed, let the power flow through the muscles. Remember, an iron block does not actively absorb attacks. It is merely a last resort when evasion is impossible, whether it be an iron block or the future mastery of hockey. One must sense the opponent's assault and concentrate defense at a single point. Those who indiscriminately spread their power across their entire body are fools. Smoker nodded. I understand that he wholeheartedly agreed with Gaji's words. That kind of all-encompassing hockey is merely a visual spectacle. In reality, it is highly impractical. The world destroyer, Bondewald, utilized full-body hockey but was still defeated by Luffy, who had just grasped hockey, using a precise strike. As for Virgo and Pika, using full-body hockey against stronger foes can only be described as courting death. In truth, true warriors disdain such tactics. Not only is it a waste of hockey, but the defensive effectiveness is also lacking. What is the point? Just as Smoker began to relax, Gaji suddenly delivered a punch to Smoker's abdomen. Smoker cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, momentarily unable to rise. Tina, witnessing this, abandoned her training and hurried over to support him. Smoker, are you alright? Gaji chuckled smugly, his face brimming with satisfaction. Don't let your guard down, you rascal. I told you training is akin to real combat. Remembering the time he had been knocked out by Zephyr with a single punch. Gaji felt a sense of satisfaction at this transformation from a novice to a competent warrior. Gaji burst into a gleeful laugh, his lewd demeanor now tinged with a touch of mischief. Smoker took several deep breaths, slowly rising with Tina's assistance. My apologies. I let my guard down earlier. Tina, I'm fine now. Thank you. Imichum, just be careful. Tina shot a resentful glare at Gaji before returning to her punches. Gaji stretched his limbs. Just a bit of movement, and I feel splendid. Smoker, it's time for my training. You should digest the concepts I just taught you. All right, although Gaji was training the two of them. He did not keep a constant watch, allowing them to comprehend the methods and key points on their own. Most of the time, they practiced independently. Soon, night fell, and the day's training came to an end. Tina's hands were already a bloody mess, trembling uncontrollably, with cold sweat pouring down her forehead. Such severe training injuries typically required at least 2 weeks of rest. Smoker approached Tina, cradling her hands with concern. You've overdone it. As he spoke, he enveloped Tina in darkness. After a moment, the shadows gradually dissipated, restoring Tina's hands to their flawless complexion. Tina clenched her fists and walked to the derelict warship, delivering a fierce punch that echoed with a resounding bang, leaving a deep imprint on the keel. Satisfied, Tina nodded, a smile breaking across her face. With Smoker by her side, she had no reason to worry about physical injuries. As long as she could endure the pain and fatigue, she could train fearlessly. Remarkably, after just one day, her strength had visibly increased. Smoker's eyes twitched slightly. In the original narrative, Tina was characterized as an agile and skillful warrior, her abilities primarily focused on control. Yet, because of his influence, she had completely redirected her skill points, charging down the path of a berserker. Smoker shook his head and used his powers to absorb Gaji's negative status. Gaji felt a wave of relief wash over him. Despite it not being his first experience with this ability, he couldn't help but marvel at it. Lamenting its limited applicability, he finally reminded, Smoker, if you encounter severely injured Marines, you must not hold back. Of course, I would never abandon my comrades. Tina donned her jacket. I'm hungry. I'm going to get something to eat. No more chit-chat with you two. Let's go together, Gaji bro. You're treating today, eh? Don't take it too far. All right, Gaji bro, we should find a few pirates to return. I've accumulated quite a few negative statuses. Recently, I haven't gone out to sea, but don't worry, I've asked friends for help. They'll be back tomorrow. The three chatted as they walked, oblivious to Zephyr and Kazan, who were silently observing them from the mast of a distant warship. Zephyr stroked his chin. These little brats. I sensed a significant change in their energy recently. Turns out they've been practicing secretly. Kazan leaned closer, grinning. Zephyr-sensei, did you see? Smoker is quite reliable. I didn't expect him to possess such an ability, though it's unfortunate that it can't be used freely. Zephyr chuckled. There's nothing to lament. Training is not merely about physical conditioning. It also hones the will. Progressing step by step is the best approach. Besides, didn't he say he would help the injured? Indeed, as expected of Zephyr-sensei. Zephyr nodded, suddenly struck by a thought, glancing at Kazan with a grin. Kazan, since Gaji is working so hard, have you been slacking off lately? It would be best to seize the opportunity and let me see your progress. Upon hearing this, Kazan's expression darkened. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed since Smoker arrived at the Marine headquarters. During this period, the three had trained together almost every day, each making rapid progress. Smoker had learned the 6 styles. However, due to time constraints, he could only be said to have a preliminary grasp, still far from mastery. Among these, the techniques he focused on most and mastered best were iron block and moonwalk. The reason was simple. The properties of the smoke fruit made him more susceptible to attacks. Since he had to withstand damage, it was imperative to refine his iron block. For him, it was a life-saving technique. Now, Smoker no longer feared ordinary blade and sword injuries. As for moonwalk, it stemmed entirely from a heightened sense of crisis. As a Marine, he would inevitably venture out to sea, potentially encountering shipwrecks and the like. Although moonwalk could only sustain him in the air for a short time and could not allow him to fly across the sea, it could save his life in critical moments. Gaji had also made significant progress. With Smoker's presence, he could train without reservation. Over the past 6 months, his haki had improved noticeably, and his strength had begun to eclipse that of Jai among the younger generation. Aside from those 3 anomalies, Gaji could already hold his own against the majority. However, the most striking advancement among the 3 was Tina. Though she had been excellent 6 months ago, her strengths lay primarily in combat awareness and skills. With her physique not particularly remarkable. Now, however, things had changed. Not only had her strength surged, but she had also mastered techniques such as Soru, moonwalk, tempest kick, and paper drawing, transforming her combat prowess into that of a different person compared to before. During the training sessions in the training camp, opponents who had been evenly matched with her 6 months ago could hardly withstand a few exchanges now. Days passed day by day. 1 day. After training concluded, the instructors did not allow the soldiers to disperse but instead called them to gather in the training field. Smoker and the other Marines stood in the training field. Anticipation building. Soon, Zephyr emerged, and the cadets were taken aback. As the chief instructor, he typically did not participate in daily training, so his appearance indicated an important announcement. Zephyr stepped onto the platform and, without preamble, got straight to the point. You little brats, congratulations. Today, I have good news. The Marines exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing this. Smoker's eyes twitched slightly. In this context, congratulations often meant new ways to torment them. What could it be this time? Swimming up from the bottom of a waterfall? Cast onto an island teeming with ferocious beasts and venomous creatures for survival training, only to engage in battles until but a solitary figure remains standing. Or perhaps, one might resort to direct confrontation, mercilessly beating the trainees to near death. Zifa observed the expressions of the crowd, taking in every nuance. Over the past 6 months, your progress has been remarkable, and the old man is quite pleased. However, you have not set sail in half a year. I fear your bodies may have rusted. You are fortunate. Today, a pirate crew has appeared near the headquarters, and I shall take you out for a respite. All personnel, gather at the dock. As Zifa spoke, the eyes of those below gleamed with increasing brightness. Upon hearing the mention of the dock, they could not contain a cheer. After half a year of rotating through a few training grounds, they were nearly growing mold. Soon, a throng of individuals marched to the dock, embarking on 2 warships. The sea breeze blew, and everyone busied themselves aboard the vessels. Fire Fist approached Zifa, a look of concern etched upon his face, and inquired, Zifa-sensei, who is our target this time? Pirates daring to venture near the headquarters cannot be mere nobodies, with so many trainees. I fear, faced with formidable pirates, these trainees are as fragile as chicks. Do not worry. Zifa lowered his binoculars. A great storm had swept through a few days prior, causing that bunch to scatter in a panic and inadvertently arrive near the headquarters. I have checked. They are not a formidable pirate crew. Fire Fist's eyes widened in realization, sheepishly scratching his head. Then why apologies? I was overthinking. It is of no concern. Zifa's gaze was filled with encouragement. The essence of justice is to protect rather than to destroy. As a naval officer, one must be brave enough to sacrifice, yet also exercise caution. Unless absolutely necessary, one must never place their trusted subordinates in peril. Fire Fist stood at attention, replying solemnly, yes. At that moment, Weasel approached to Zifa-sensei. What is our target then? The Naval Intelligence Department had just discovered the pirates when Zifa intercepted the information, leaving others unaware of these pirates' details. They belonged to the crew of the Golden Lion. Specifically, the butcher, Gawain, the subordinate of the Golden Lion. The expressions of Fire Fist and Weasel turned grave that a few years prior, the Golden Lion had stormed the naval headquarters, only to be jointly imprisoned and impelled down by Sengoku and Garp, leaving his subordinates to scatter like leaves in the wind. However, among the Golden Lion's crew were individuals brimming with ambition. Some, unwilling to remain in obscurity, seized the opportunity to carve their own paths and began to roam the Grand Line. They are not particularly noteworthy individuals. The butcher Gawain, with a bounty of 111 million berries, gathered a ragtag crew following the collapse of the Flying Lion pirates and established the Blood Wolf pirates. Would such a character prove too much for the trainees? Now that we are just entering the Great Pirate Era, a bounty exceeding 100 million still holds significant weight. Aside from Zifa, Kaji, and Jiwen, none could be certain of victory. Zifa remained unperturbed, just a little rascal under Shiki. With so many of you watching, there is no cause for concern. Besides, I am here, though this pirate crew is not strong. It boasts a considerable size, with 500 to 600 members, making it an ideal practice opportunity for the children. Everyone thought it made sense. Zifa was present, and with his strength, he could easily crush Gawain's head like a watermelon with a single slap. Any further discussion would only serve to undermine the authority. Suddenly, Zifa seemed to have an epiphany. The headquarters seems to have recently acquired a batch of devil fruits. Inform everyone that any trainee who can defeat Gawain will have the chance to obtain a devil fruit. All instructors responded in unison. Yes, soon. The news spread, and the naval trainees erupted in excitement that a good devil fruit could elevate a person to great heights, and in an instant, everyone was eager to seize the opportunity. Meanwhile, the Blood Wolf pirates, upon sighting the warships, hastened to flee with all sails raised. The two parties engaged in a game of chase, quickly distancing themselves. The warships were swifter than the pirate vessels, but their speed had its limitations, and catching up would not be a simple task. During the pursuit, Smoker and Tina were busy handling the armaments while engaging in conversation. Smoker, what are your thoughts on the mission? Well, the butcher Gawain, with a bounty over 100 million, is indeed a tough opponent. Are you interested? Tina nodded. She was certainly intrigued, but given her current strength, she was no match for him. What about you? Are you not tempted to give it a try? In her mind, Zifa's proposition seemed rather daunting that a pirate with a bounty over 100 million could contend with the instructors. How could a trainee handle such a foe? If such a trainee existed, it would likely be only Smoker. After all, Kaji had mentioned that Smoker's strength was already comparable to that of a lieutenant commander. Smoker shook his head. I am already a devil fruit user and have no interest in acquiring one. However, if you desire, I could assist you in procuring it. Well, Tina furrowed her brows slightly. She felt somewhat tempted but also recognized that consuming a devil fruit was akin to opening a blind box, carrying considerable risk. Thus, she found herself in a state of indecision. Observing her expression, Smoker understood her thoughts and felt a stir of emotion. Just then, a boisterous voice rang out from behind them. Ah, isn't that the cowardly Smoker? Hiding away here, did the pirates scare you into wetting your pants? Upon hearing this, Smoker merely furrowed his brow slightly, betraying no visible sign of anger or joy. Gasper, you truly are incorrigible. What's this? Has Kaji's lesson not been enough for you? The newcomer was none other than Gasper. He fixed his gaze on Smoker with a malicious grin, and upon hearing Smoker's retort, a glint of ferocity flickered in his eyes. Kaji is not here now. I shall see who can protect you this time. With that, his arm gradually morphed into a green spear, advancing step by step towards Smoker. During the assessment, aside from those who persevered to the end, several exceptional performers were retained, including Gasper. Although he had been defeated by an instructor, the rare soft fruit, being a special paramecia type, warranted Zifa's decision to keep him on. Others, like T-Bone, were also retained. However, they possessed a calm demeanor. Thinking, well, I am still here. What does it matter how I stayed? The instructors treated them no differently, understanding that these individuals were merely unlucky, and their strength had passed the assessment. That in contrast, Gasper had become fixated on the notion that others regarded him with disdain. The one who seemed to look at him the most oddly was Smoker. In truth, Smoker's attention was merely due to Gasper's impending betrayal. Yet, Gasper was oblivious to this, interpreting Smoker's scrutiny as contempt. Thus, he harbored animosity towards Smoker and frequently sought to provoke him. Had Smoker been his former self, he would have certainly retaliated. But now, what adult would stoop to squabbling with a child? Finding that his provocations bore no fruit, Gasper resorted to a sneak attack. Yet, his luck was woefully poor, as his initial ambush was promptly intercepted by Kaji. Kaji's anger flared. "You scoundrel! How dare you lay a hand on a comrade, especially in such a sneaky manner?" Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward and unleashed a brutal beating, leaving him hospitalized for a fortnight. In truth, this was also a means for Gigi to safeguard him. Assaulting a comrade is an unforgivable offense. If not dealt with severely, it could lead to expulsion from the Navy if word got out. Gaspardi was well aware of this. Consequently, he neither wished nor dared to harbor resentment towards Gigi. Instead, placing the blame squarely on Smoker's shoulders, today was no different. Upon seeing Smoker's face, Gaspardi could not resist the urge to provoke him. A foolish imbecile, blissfully unaware of the consequences, so be it. A single punch now is preferable to 100 later. Smoker regarded Gaspardi with a cold gaze. He removed his pendant and tucked it away, then began to stride toward him. Suddenly, a figure stepped in front of Smoker. It was Tina. Tina had long harbored a dislike for Gaspardi. Previously, Smoker had chosen to ignore it. But now, seeing Smoker's apparent unwillingness to endure any longer, she took the initiative to prepare for a confrontation. "Gaspardi, step aside. If you wish to fight, Tina is more than willing to oblige." Gaspardi sneered derisively. "You? Indeed, me." In an instant, Tina vanished from sight. Gaspardi barely had time to react before being sent flying by a vicious kick, his body crashing forcefully onto the deck, shattering several empty barrels and sending up a cloud of dust. Tina coldly remarked, "With such feeble prowess, you dare to prance about before me." Emerging from the haze, Gaspardi walked out slowly, a green indentation marking his cheek. Though it swiftly returned to normal, Smoker furrowed his brow, initially inclined to assist. However, upon exchanging glances with Tina, he halted his advance, since Tina wished to test her mettle. He would allow her to do so, though lacking hockey or a powerful fruit, she might not stand a chance. As Smoker pondered, Gaspardi approached Tina, his towering stature casting a shadow akin to a wall before her. Suddenly, Gaspardi grinned menacingly. He then unleashed a flurry of spikes from his fist, crashing down toward Tina. Paper drawing. Tina's body seemed to lose all weight, twisting gracefully with the winds generated by the attack. Narrowly evading the onslaught, seizing a wooden stick, she struck fiercely at his shoulder, embedding it deeply. Frowning slightly, Tina attempted to extract the stick, but despite several attempts, it remained lodged. Decisively, she released it and leaped back several meters, creating distance. Is this the power of the candy fruit? Thankfully, it wasn't a direct punch, or I might have been stuck too. Gaspardi roared in fury as spikes erupted from his body, charging at Tina with ferocity. Smoker's brow knitted in concern, his fist darkening as he prepared to intervene. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. Gigi's furious command. "Gaspardi, what do you think you're doing?" He had just returned from Zephyr's ship using moonwalk and was met with this chaotic scene. Gaspardi cursed inwardly. A meddlesome fool. Yet, he dared not slacken his pace, quickly halting. Instructor Gigi, we were merely sparring. Right, Tina? Tina frowned, about to speak when suddenly her arm was grasped. Smoker stepped forward. "Rest assured, Instructor Gigi, we are merely engaging in friendly practice." Gaspardi, somewhat taken aback, seized the opportunity to add, Indeed, Major Gigi. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." Without waiting for a response, he turned and departed. After a few steps, he suddenly halted, glancing back at Smoker and Tina. "Were you discussing devil fruits just now? My apologies, but I am quite interested in them as well, and shall not yield." Tina's expression soured. Gaspardi was a user of the fruit. Obtaining one would not grant him the opportunity to consume another, and this was clearly intended to vex her. Smoker, however, remained unfazed, saying coolly, "Whether you are interested is of no consequence. If Tina desires it, you will have no chance." Gaspardi's smile faltered, his countenance darkening. Smoker paid him no mind. Turning to Tina, you want a devil fruit?" "Tina wants it." Smoker smiled at Gaspardi. "Did you hear that, Gaspardi? You have no chance." Gaspardi glared at Smoker, and after a lengthy pause, he coldly replied, "We shall see about that." With that, he turned and strode away. Gigi regarded his retreating figure with furrowed brows, choosing to remain silent. This farce had not attracted much attention. Soon, the crowd dispersed, resuming their preparations for battle. Smoker and Tina were likewise getting ready. Although Tina appeared somewhat distracted, "Smoker, what do you think of Gaspardi's strength? His basic combat power is average, but his abilities are troublesome to deal with." Tina nodded in agreement. "Indeed, as long as he does not encounter a hockey user. He is nearly invincible." Having spent considerable time with Smoker, Tina's perspective had broadened significantly that a Logia-type user is as difficult to contend with as a Paramecia type. "At least, I have no effective means against him." Smoker understood Tina's concerns and frustrations. "Your foundational combat power surpasses his. The only thing lacking is fruit-based abilities. Once we return, I will find you a suitable devil fruit, and you can deal with him properly." Tina chuckled softly. "Do you think devil fruits are cabbages that you can just pick and choose?" Just as Smoker was about to respond, the ship's intercom crackled to life. "All personnel, assemble on the deck and prepare for battle at once. This time, I and all the instructors shall refrain from intervening. Whether you win or lose, live or die, depends solely on your own abilities." All the sailors were taken aback, their expressions a mix of excitement, anxiety, and gravity. Yet they all shouted in unison, "Yes." Zephyr and the instructors observed from a distance, their smiles betraying their amusement at the sailors' reactions. Soon, the pirate ship and the warship collided, after a barrage of fierce cannon fire. The pirate vessel was left in disarray, and the warship closed in, pressing against the pirate ship. Gavin, unaware of the presence of a general, saw only the white-coated navy and felt a surge of adrenaline. Raising his long sword, he bellowed, "Men, slaughter the navy and let's break free." Though the pirates were tense, witnessing their captain's unwavering confidence invigorated them, and they charged forward with a roar. The navy and pirates clashed fiercely. In terms of numbers, the pirates far outnumbered the navy. However, they faced elite recruits from various regions, seasoned warriors accustomed to claiming victory against overwhelming odds. In an instant, the pirates began to falter. Right angle slash. T-Bone swung his longsword, the twisting blade slicing through, and several pirates fell to the ground, screaming in agony. "Step aside, let me handle this." A pirate, wielding a spiked iron shield, charged at T-Bone like a reckless bull. T-Bone steadied himself with both hands on the sword, readying another strike, sending both the pirate and his shield flying. The pirate struggled to rise, horrified to find the spikes on his shield shattered. A deep gash running through it, nearly cleaving it in two. Gaspardi landed on the pirate ship amidst gunfire. Several pirate thugs, seizing the moment, lunged at him with their weapons, surprisingly managing to land a few hits. Initially elated, they soon realized, to their shock, that not a single drop of blood had been shed from Gaspardi. Coldly, he glared at the pirates. "Scum, tell me, where is your captain?" The pirate thugs trembled in fear. Unable to utter a word, Gaspardi frowned, a look of disdain crossing his face. How pathetic and feeble these pirates are. Having spoken, several sharp spikes emerged from his body, piercing through the pirates completely, since he refused to speak. "I shall seek the answers myself," Gaspardi muttered, commencing his search aboard the pirate ship. In his wake lay pirates, impaled and sprawled in pools of blood. Smoker and Tina were equally active. Tina swung her fists with ferocity, each strike resulting in broken bones for the pirates. Despite their attempts to retaliate, they could not even graze her, thwarted by her moonwalk and shave techniques. Smoker strolled through the pirates with ease, utilizing only his physical prowess, as there was no need to employ his devil fruit abilities against such foes. Ding! Smoker raised his arm, blocking a pirate's sneaky slash with a block of iron, then swiftly snapped the blade and thrust it into the assailant's throat. "Tina, conserve your strength. There are larger fish to fry ahead." Tina kicked the pirate away. Tina knows. Soon, the Navy had the pirate thugs crying for mercy. The officers of the Blood Wolf pirate crew could no longer remain idle. A Navy soldier, wielding an iron club and bravely battling, suddenly felt a shadow loom beside him. But a towering pirate, over 3 meters tall with long legs, had appeared behind him without a sound. Not good. Just as the soldier prepared to act, the long-legged pirate unleashed a whip-like kick, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced. He hurriedly raised his sword to block. But the kick was both swift and brutal, shattering the steel blade and crashing heavily onto his arms. The soldier let out a pained scream, crashing through the railing and plummeting into the sea. When he resurfaced, his eyes rolled back in his head, and his arms were twisted grotesquely. The surrounding navy were taken aback. Aster, are you all right? Hold on. Be careful, it's Doru from the long-legged tribe. Watch out for his kicking techniques. A few proficient swimmers quickly jumped into the water to rescue him. Meanwhile, T-Bone's longsword was intercepted by a strikingly beautiful female pirate with a voluptuous figure. She brandished blood-red daggers, effortlessly parrying T-Bone's sword strike. With a bounty of 24 million berries, Bloodfang Abby was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Abby chuckled lightly. I didn't expect a Navy boy to recognize me, since you seem so eager to strike. Would you like some company? T-Bone narrowed his eyes, revealing a grotesque smile. I would love that. Smoker and Tina seized the opportunity to board the pirate ship. As they ascended, a tall figure appeared behind them. Both fists raised and aimed at their heads. Iron block. Smoker concentrated his power into his side and absorbed the blow, being knocked back several meters, leaving deep grooves on the deck. The punch was powerful, but it did not breach his iron block. Smoker brushed away non-existent dust from his face. Tina, unfamiliar with the iron block technique, dodged with shave and countered with a gale foot. Several wind blades struck the assailant, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Strangely, however, no blood spilled. Instead, chunks of stone fell from him. Smoker paused, realizing he faced a burly opponent clad in heavy stone armor, with several scars from the gale foot slowly healing. I am Yindo of the Blood Wolf pirate crew, a user of the armor fruit, capable of transforming any inorganic material into armor. You two will not lay a finger on me, Smoker thought. Why do these ability users always feel the need to introduce their powers? In the distance, Zephyr and the instructors observed the battlefield, with several instructors stepping in to rescue endangered students. Upon seeing the officers take action, Zephyr perked up. Interesting, it seems Gavin can no longer hold back. The other instructors nodded in agreement, revealing expressions of anticipation. Suddenly, Zephyr's brow furrowed, and he began to cough violently, his face reddening as he bent over. The instructors were alarmed. What's wrong? After a fit of coughing, Zephyr finally caught his breath, gasping for air before waving his hand dismissively that I'm fine. It's just my age catching up with me. Let us continue observing. The instructors exchanged worried glances, but with the battle intensifying and Navy soldiers frequently injured, they had no time to spare. Furthermore, after Zephyr's coughing fit, he seemed to be all right, so they turned back to the battlefield. Yindo, tall and imposing, was now clad in heavy stone armor. His physique exaggerated at a glance. He resembled a rock golem from a fantasy tale. Not surprised by the ineffectiveness of her gale foot, Tina's spirit's sword. Smoker, hold back the surroundings. I'll take care of this. Without waiting for Smoker's response, she charged forward. Smoker exclaimed. Though Yindo was clad in stone armor, he was swift as he saw Tina approach. He raised his fist to smash down upon her. His fist, encased in rock, resembled a massive stone hammer, capable of overshadowing Tina's form. Yet, Tina showed no fear, clenching her fist and striking out. When their fists collided, a shockwave erupted, forcing both back a few steps. The strike seemingly evenly matched, Nanny? Yindo exclaimed. What the? Tina retorted. Then, both shouted in unison, their fists raining down upon one another like a tempest, creating a chaotic flurry of strikes that neither was willing to yield. What a mess, Smoker mused as he cleared the surrounding minions while discreetly observing the battle. While Yindo and Tina appeared evenly matched, one relied on external strength while the other possessed inherent power. It wasn't long before Yindo began to tire, his movements slowing slightly. Tina seized the opportunity, penetrating Yindo's defense and landing a punch to his abdomen. Piercing through the stone-armored, Yindo's eyes bulged as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Clutching his stomach, he staggered back, repeatedly muttering, "Impossible, impossible." Tina coldly laughed. It seems you've forsaken training your body since gaining your devil fruit power, rendering your defenses laughably weak. Yindo appeared to be provoked. Damn it. He brought his fists together and slammed them down towards Tina. Tina deftly evaded, simultaneously unleashing a gale foot that struck the wound on his abdomen. Blood sprayed from the injury, and Yindo howled in agony. Curse that woman. Yindo's eyes turned crimson with rage as he bellowed. I will tear you to pieces. As he spoke, his stone armor began to crack and splinter, crumbling into a pile of rubble on the deck. Tina remarked, It seems the one turning to dust is you. With the armor fruit, anything can become armor, Yindo shouted. Suddenly, all the weapons from the ground, the storeroom, and even those held by others flew towards him, forming a dense, blade-like armor, especially his hands, which transformed into 10 daggers resembling claws. Reflecting a chilling light, Yendo lunged at Tina. "Let us see how you handle this." Tina's brow furrowed. With blades glistening on his arms, it was indeed a troublesome situation. She could only leap into the air using moonwalk, unleashing several wind blades with her gale foot, while she managed to sever some of the blades, more quickly replenished themselves. Damn it, this is never-ending. Tina, growing impatient, landed back on the deck and seized a heavy cannon, swinging it down forcefully onto Yendo. Yendo let out a scream as he was smashed through the deck and fell into the lower hold. Tina sighed in relief, tossing the cannon aside. That should do it, right? However, a chilling voice echoed from below the deck. "Gun armor." Tina was taken aback and hurriedly stepped back. Countless bullets surged through the deck, and she was caught off guard, resulting in a grazing wound on her right shoulder. Yendo leapt back into action, adorned with an array of firearms, resembling a fortress. He had just fallen into an armory, absorbing all the weapons as if they were armor. "Ha! Firepower is strength. In this state, I am invincible," he proclaimed. Subsequently, hundreds of gun barrels unleashed a barrage, felling a significant number of surrounding pirates. Yendo-sama. "It's us. Quick, get out of the way." Yendo-sama is furious. Tina, having been struck due to her previous inattention, now faced him directly and, with her guard up, easily evaded the onslaught. Just as she was about to counterattack, a boisterous voice echoed from above that "Ahaha, how embarrassing. Let me handle this." Smoker and Tina looked up to see Gasper D dispatching nearby foes and charging toward them. As he soared through the air, spikes erupted from his body. "Not good," Smoker exclaimed, dashing in front of Tina. Gummy crossbow. Countless green spikes shot toward the deck. Though the gummy substance had hardened, its toughness rivaled that of steel. Wooden planks and barrels were pierced and shattered, while steel cannon tubes were left with numerous dents. The remaining pirates, unable to evade, were left screaming as they were turned into a sieve. The sea breeze swept through, dissipating the smoke. Only 3 figures remained on the deck: the armored Yendo, the perceptive Smoker, and the rescued Tina. Yendo stared around in a daze, his expression a mixture of shock and confusion. Smoker's gaze toward Gasper D turned icy. "You bastard." Just moments ago, his attack had clearly threatened Tina. If not for his intervention, Tina would have faced dire consequences. Ignoring their presence, Gasper D landed heavily on the deck. Gummy shackles, 4 blobs of green gummy shot forth, ensnaring Yendo's limbs and dragging him to the ground. The gummy quickly hardened, binding him firmly to the deck. Gasper D leapt high, transforming his right hand into a massive green hammer. Upon witnessing this, Yendo hastily commanded his firearms to fire. A rain of bullets descended upon Gasper D, but they failed to inflict any damage. In the next moment, the green hammer crashed down upon Yendo's face, obliterating his head. In the distance, Zephyr observed this scene with a frown. It was not the brutality that displeased him. Though he himself refrained from killing, he certainly would not impose such restraint on others. He was merely compassionate, not foolish. What concerned him was that Gasper D's attack showed no regard for the safety of his comrades. Of course, he was unaware of the conflict between Gasper D and Smoker. He merely felt that this individual was excessively ruthless. Gasper D surveyed the shattered remains of Yendo, whose head had been reduced to a gruesome mess, blood and brain matter pooling around. He nodded in satisfaction and, scanning the area, noticed a few pirates still clinging to life. Spotting Smoker and Tina, a malicious grin spread across his face. Inconvenient. Gummy crossbow. He unleashed a barrage of spikes, and amidst the wailing, the remaining pirates were captured en masse. Smoker, however, stood protectively in front of Tina, using a metal block to shield her from the spikes. Gasper D grinned mockingly. "Oh, my apologies. I hope I didn't accidentally injure you too earlier. I didn't expect you to block it." "Well done." Smoker's expression darkened ominously. "You bastard." He transformed his hands into a darkened state and took deliberate steps toward Gasper D. Since this scoundrel had harbored murderous intent, there was no need to spare him. On the warship, Zephyr's attention shifted to the cabin not far from Smoker and the others, his brow furrowing suddenly. "You lot, go to Smoker's side." The instructors were taken aback. "What's wrong, Teacher Zephyr?" "Gavin's presence has been lurking over there, but his aura just shifted. Go check it out." "Understood." As several instructors prepared to move, the cabin beside Smoker and the others erupted in an explosion. A gaunt pirate with long hair emerged. He was none other than their target, Gavin. The three, previously on high alert, instinctively turned to the sound. Gasper D's face lit up with excitement. Oh, isn't this the biggest prize? I didn't expect you to be hiding here, the legendary subordinate of Gold Lion. And yet he is of this caliber? Gavin bore a sickly smile, playing with a lighter in his hand. Haha, I won the bet. What a remarkable ability. Using the Navy's lives to showcase my new power is simply perfect. With that, an array of white powder erupted from his body, quickly enveloping the entire deck. Then, he struck a spark, igniting the powder and resulting in a violent explosion. This explosion was of considerable magnitude, affecting nearby ships as well, with some Navy personnel sustaining injuries from the blast, though no fatalities occurred. The three at the epicenter of the explosion were revealed. Gasper D's body turned green, gradually healing his wounds. It seemed that without the fruit's power, he would have suffered severe injuries. Meanwhile, Smoker absorbed the surrounding explosion, protecting Tina behind him. Gasper D exclaimed in astonishment. Damn it, what is your ability? Smoker examined the white powder at his feet, rubbing it between his fingers. Flower? Flower can explode upon contact with an open flame. No wonder. Gavin laughed heartily. Correct. It's flowered. I am the flower fruit user. Capable of releasing various powders, the explosion naturally caught Zephyr's attention. That explosion was suspicious. Let's investigate. Just as he was about to move, his expression shifted. Something was approaching from the sea, very swiftly. Not good. Moments later, the other instructors skilled in observation hockey also changed their expressions. Not good. Such a massive presence is a Sea King. A few breaths later, a Sea King, larger than the warship by 100-fold, erupted from the depths. What is this? Help! Hold on tight. The Sea King did not initiate an attack, but the tidal waves it created nearly capsized both the warship and the pirate ship. Those aboard quickly grasped the masts and ropes, struggling to steady themselves. Meanwhile, those who had fallen into the water were in dire straits, battling against the colossal waves, with some being swept away entirely. Damn it! Zephyr exclaimed in shock, realizing they might encounter such an unforeseen circumstance. However, in the Grand Line, encountering anything was not unusual. Damn it! I was careless. Filled with self-reproach, Zephyr shouted to the instructors, You all go save the others. I will handle this, Sea King. With that, he activated Moonwalk, propelling himself toward the Sea King like a cannonball. In the next moment, he appeared beside the complacent Sea King, his hockey enveloping his hands, and delivered a powerful punch to its jaw. The Sea King felt an immense force erupt from below, sending it soaring into the air, howling in pain as it crashed heavily onto the distant sea, letting out a wretched scream. The tremendous waves pushed both the warship and the pirate ship aside. Gavin witnessed this scene, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Blackarm Zephyr. Although he was merely a pirate worth over 100 million, he had spent several years with the Flying Sky Pirates and had seen enough to recognize Zephyr's identity. He instantly understood the formidable strength of this individual. This was someone capable of directly confronting his captain. Why would he, of all people, warrant the Navy's admiral to come after him? At that moment, the Sea King turned to glare at Zephyr and swung its massive tail. Its size was so immense that the tail swept across the pirate ship, where Smoker and the others were, snagging the anchor in its wake. An opportunity. Gavant, by nature, was a gambler who held life and death in contempt. He unleashed a spray of purple powder directed at the head of the Sea King. A highly stimulating toxic powder. His intention was to drive the Sea King away to allow the ship to be towed. However, given the Sea King's immense size, its only vulnerable point was its eyes. The potent powder struck the Sea King's eyes, provoking a fierce reaction that forced it to emit a blood-curdling scream, leaping high into the air, poised to crash down upon the two warships. Damn it! Zephyr's eyes widened in horror that if those two warships were destroyed, everyone would be left adrift at sea. Without a moment's hesitation, disregarding the suspicious purple smoke, he charged in, delivering a forceful punch that sent the Sea King sprawling aside. Narrowly avoiding the two warships, the Sea King, finally intimidated, wailed and began dragging the pirate ship away at an astonishing speed, several times faster than the warships. Seeing the warships were safe, Zephyr breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, upon spotting Smoker, Tina, and Gasperdy aboard the ship, his expression shifted dramatically. Just as he prepared to pursue them with Moonwalk, he was suddenly seized by a violent pain in his chest and throat. He gasped for breath, unable to maintain his moonwalk, and staggered heavily onto the warship. Jiwon, witnessing this, changed his expression and hurried to his side. Military doctor! Military doctor! Zephyr coughed violently, his face turning a deep shade of purple. How infuriating, of all times for this to happen. A military doctor rushed over, quickly assessing Zephyr's condition. This is bad. Admiral Zephyr has asthma and has just inhaled toxic smoke. His condition has worsened significantly. The ship's medicine could only alleviate his symptoms. They needed to return immediately, or he would be in grave danger. Zephyr inhaled deeply, struggling to sit up. I'm fine. Those 3 youngsters are on the ship. You won't catch up with them. Ignoring the protests of those around him, he attempted to rise at that moment. Kakiji, with arms full of 2 sailors and another on his back, used moonwalk to return to the deck. He caught sight of Zephyr and firmly grasped his arm. Teacher Zephyr, there are students. Leave them to me. But, no buts. It's my duty as an instructor. I can catch up to the Sea King. Zephyr looked at Kakiji. Just moments ago, his moonwalk had been sufficient to carry 6 people. If unburdened, he indeed had a chance to pursue the Sea King. With a firm grip, he nodded weakly. Kakiji, rest assured, Teacher Zephyr. He then turned to Jiwon. I'll leave the teacher to you. You must return immediately. Jin. Hey. But Kakiji did not wait for her to finish and soared into the air. Under the Sea King's relentless pull, the pirate ship darted across the sea like an arrow. Gavant laughed maniacally. Fantastic. I've escaped from the hands of an admiral. He called out to his companions. Hey, you lot, cheer for me. Smoker and Tina, uninterested in the madman, clung tightly to the ropes to avoid being thrown overboard. Gaspardi, who had been displeased with Gavant from the start, could no longer contain himself and charged forward with a furious shout. Gaspardi threw a punch, and Gavant responded with a cold smile, extending his own fist. The 2 fists collided, and Gaspardi's arm contorted as he attempted to ensnare his opponent. Gavant snorted disdainfully, yanking his hand free. Gaspardi was taken aback. Impossible. Indeed, a strong opponent could break free from the control of the gum-gum fruit. But this fellow did so with such ease, as if the gum-gum fruit was utterly ineffective. Gavant smirked derisively. Powder falling from his arm. That I've been watching your battles. It seems you can ensnare your enemies. This is scale powder. Moths use it to escape spider webs. With that, Gavant released a burst of white powder, catching Gaspardi off guard and dousing him. Cough cough. What is this? Before Gaspardi could react, Gavant delivered a flying kick that sent him crashing through the railings and into the sea. Tina was astonished. Aside from their instructor, this was the first time she had seen someone successfully land an attack on Gaspardi. Gaspardi has been taken down. Has he used hockey? Smoker shook his head slightly. No, this guy simply discovered the weakness of the gum-gum fruit. Flour can harden gum. As long as it comes into contact with the flour, it can attack Gaspardi. Gavant. Oh? There are observant folks among the Navy. After Gaspardi fell into the water, he immediately felt a profound weakness. Unless something miraculous occurred, he would perish in mere minutes. That moment, Kakiji followed with moonwalk. Upon seeing Gaspardi struggling in the water, he faced a dilemma that if he continued pursuing the ship, Gaspardi would surely drown. But if he rescued Gaspardi, he would lose the chance to catch up with the pirate ship. Kakiji hovered in midair, glancing back and forth between the ship and Gaspardi. Finally, gritting his teeth, he plunged into the sea and pulled Gaspardi up. After all, at this moment, his role was not just a friend to either of them, but the instructor for everyone. I am sorry, Smoker. Tina, don't die. The Sea King sped away, swiftly covering miles, and then suddenly began to submerge. Not good. It's diving. Smoker quickly severed the anchor chain. The Sea King sank into the depths, leaving the pirate ship swirling in the waves and whirlpools. Once the ship stabilized, Gavant slowly rose, gazing at the Navy before him with a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. Your comrade is dead. Allow me to send you to join him. Farewell, Navy. Hallucinogenic powder. A colorful powder erupted, enveloping the entire pirate ship in an instant. The hallucinogenic powder could trap you in illusions. No need for me to lift a finger. And you would, huh? He suddenly noticed that the colorful powder was dissipating at a visible rate. A smoker's palm revealed a black hole, rapidly devouring the hallucinogenic powder. Gavant was taken aback. Damn it. You're also a devil fruit user? During their previous skirmish, he had stealthily observed Smoker. Noting his combat style, which had seemed purely physical, he had not anticipated such depth. However, there was no cause for alarm. This fellow's abilities could not be too formidable. Otherwise, why not utilize them? Humph. What an untrustworthy little brat. What is your ability? Smoker's expression was peculiar. I'm not some idiot. Why would I reveal my abilities to you? Gavant felt stifled, realizing he had been insulted. His face darkening. Just as he was about to strike, Smoker spoke again. Now that it's so quiet, Tina, why don't you take him on as your opponent? Gavant. Tina. Tina was somewhat surprised, but showed no fear. All right, I'll leave it to Tina. The two fists met, and they prepared to engage in battle. Don't rush. Smoker grabbed her, extending his right hand. Release. In the darkness, a white devil fruit slowly emerged. This devil fruit is for you. Don't worry, it will surely suit you. Tina's eyes lit up as she received the fruit. Gavant's pupils constricted, and he suddenly raised his hand, iron powder emerging from his palm and coalescing into a long blade. Iron powder slash. A blade of iron sliced down towards Tina. Smoker swiftly moved in front of Tina to block the blow. The attack, formed from iron powder, was no less formidable than a steel blade, leaving a massive wound on Smoker's chest. Smoker. Oh wow. Over the years, he had sustained countless injuries. He had vaguely discovered a pattern. Facing similar types of attacks, the debuff from the dark fruit seemed to lessen the pain over time. Though the process was slow, when extending the timeline, the difference became apparent. What a vicious attack. Rest assured, I will repay you in kind. Tina, quickly eat it. Okay. Tina, concerned for Smoker, but knowing that hesitation was futile, hurriedly began to consume the fruit. Damn it. Gaiwan was in a state of extreme urgency, unleashing 2 slashes once more. Double iron powder slash. This time, Smoker did not intervene. Instead, he deliberately exposed Tina, who stood behind him. The strike landed squarely on Tina's body, cleaving her into 3 segments. The sense of relief washed over Gaiwan. Ha! Fool. Yet, what followed left him utterly astounded. Tina transformed into a wisp of white smoke, instantly reverting to her original form. What kind of ability is this? Smoker's injuries had already healed. Since you are so fond of introducing fruit abilities before a fight, it is only fair to inform you as well. This is widely recognized as the most powerful Logia-type devil fruit, the smoke fruit. The term most powerful refers to Logia types, the smoke fruit. Logia. 2 voices echoed simultaneously. Tina's face flushed with excitement, while Gaiwan turned pale with fear. Smoker remarked, Gaiwan, why don't you search for the weaknesses of this fruit? An hour later, Gaiwan lay on the deck, battered and bruised, unable to move a single finger, faced with a Logia-type fruit, lacking mastery over hockey. He could only passively defend himself, unable to inflict any damage. The prolonged struggle was due, in part, to Gaiwan's considerable strength, which surpassed Tina's in basic combat prowess, and, in part, to Tina's desire to utilize him for honing her abilities. The results were commendable. In just one battle, Tina's control over the smoke fruit had ascended to a new level. It was indeed unfortunate for Gaiwan. With his strength, had he truly wished to escape, Tina would have been unable to stop him. Yet now, isolated in the vast ocean, he had nowhere to flee and could only grit his teeth and continue fighting until his stamina was completely depleted. Tina stood beside him, panting. Phew, this guy is really tough to deal with. Smoker stepped forward, supporting Tina's shoulder and using his fruit ability to siphon away her accumulated fatigue. One must eat a meal bite by bite. After all, he had a bounty of over 100 million even before consuming a devil fruit. Then, he turned and released the pain and fatigue onto Gaiwan. Already exhausted, Gaiwan suddenly receiving such a heavy burden of negative states caused him to roll his eyes and faint. Tina moved her body, raising her hand, a swirl of white smoke coiling in her palm. Truly, the essence of a devil fruit is remarkable. This sensation is simply exquisite. Smoker nodded in agreement, in the 4 C's and the first half of the Grand Line. Logia-type abilities were indeed unrivaled. However, abilities are merely embellishments. Physical strength is fundamental. Smoker had initially intended to grant Tina the devil fruit once she had grown stronger. Yet, the previous indiscriminate attack by Gasper had instilled a sense of urgency in him. This time, he was present, but even a tiger can doze off. He could not always remain by Tina's side. Who could guarantee that similar situations would not arise again? Given this, it would be prudent to bestow the fruit upon Tina early, as it would at least provide an additional layer of assurance. Rest assured, Tina is not the kind of fool who would become complacent upon gaining power. She will not neglect her training. But what should we do next? Smoker shrugged helplessly. I don't know. While you were fighting just now, I inspected the ship, and the sails, rudder, and anchor are all damaged. We can only drift aimlessly at sea. Tina gasped in shock. What? Drifting in the Grand Line is not a favorable situation. However, even if this massive pirate ship were in perfect condition, the two of them would still be unable to navigate it. Shall we use Jeppo to return? Smoker shook his head. We were dragged by sea kings, and after drifting for so long, we have strayed at least 100 kilometers off course. It is utterly impossible to return using Jeppo. Jeppo consumes a great deal of stamina. It may suffice for short distances, but long-distance flight is sheer folly. That 100 kilometers might be within reach for several admirals, but I lack such capability. More importantly, we have no idea of our bearings, so it is best not to wander aimlessly. Very well. Tina nodded in resignation. Let's take stock of the supplies on the ship. We don't know how long we will have to stay here. Thus, the two began to rummage through the ship. It must be said that the Blood Wolf pirates are indeed quite affluent, and since this ship is their flagship, they found plenty of food and fresh water, as well as a hold brimming with treasures and weapons. Tina sighed in relief. Thankfully, the food and fresh water will sustain us for quite some time. Smoker nodded in agreement. It is a pity there are no den mushy. Otherwise, we could leave this cursed place immediately. As he spoke, he released darkness, absorbing everything within. Unlike Blackbeard, Smoker could control gravity with remarkable precision. Even Tina, who stood mere inches away, felt nothing unusual. Thus, the two settled into a life of drifting. Each day was spent on the deck. To conserve energy, they ceased training and instead took turns utilizing their abilities. One released white smoke, while the other emitted black smoke, attempting to draw the attention of nearby vessels. Unfortunately, their luck was lacking. 1 day passed, then 2, 5 days, 10 days. Gaiwan was now barely clinging to life. Due to his severe injuries, his condition continued to deteriorate. Smoker felt little concern and paid him no mind. The crimes this man committed could not be repaid with a single life. Allowing him to die like this would be a leniency. Thus, he returned daily to check on Gaiwan, preparing to dispose of him once he breathed his last. One day, Smoker seemed to have an epiphany. He retrieved a fruit and placed it beside Gaiwan. Tina inquired curiously, Smoker, what are you doing? Setting out an offering. This guy isn't dead yet. Smoker stared intently at the fruit. Just conducting an experiment. The results will be evident soon. Several hours later, Gaiwan, true to form, took his final breath. Almost simultaneously, strange patterns began to emerge on the surface of the fruit, transforming it into a devil fruit. Tina gasped in astonishment. What is happening? Smoker bore an expression of realization that if I am not mistaken, this is his Moku Moku no Mi. Upon the death of a fruit user, the ability randomly attaches itself to a fruit. Of course, the specific principles still require further study. Moreover, the smoothness of this transformation also carries a stroke of luck. Though Smoker spoke with calmness, the excitement in his eyes was undeniable. What Blackbeard can achieve, I too shall accomplish in due time. Lacking clues, I shall experiment bit by bit. Regardless, the means to seize the fruit's power must be firmly grasped in my hands. In his excitement, Smoker did not forget to remind Tina. Tina, this matter must not be disclosed to anyone, understand? Tina nodded vigorously. She was no naive fool. She understood all too well what this entailed. With Gaiwan's death, life became even more monotonous. The month passed in the blink of an eye. The stored food and fresh water were now more than half depleted. Fortunately, there had been 2 rain showers during this period, allowing Smoker to absorb a considerable amount of rainwater, alleviating their immediate crisis. As for food, fishing, one must admit, in such a treacherous place as the Grand Line, for a ship without sails or a rudder to navigate safely for so long is nothing short of miraculous. At that moment, Smoker himself could not discern whether his fortune was good or ill. On this day, the two sat at the edge of the ship, fishing. One's head billowed black smoke, while the others emitted white smoke. 2 columns of smoke reaching skyward. Suddenly, Tina dropped her fishing rod, pointing into the distance. Smoker, look over there. Is that an island? Smoker was taken aback, quickly gazing into the distance, then shouted in exhilaration. Indeed, it's an island. Upon spotting the island, Smoker was overwhelmed with excitement. A month. Do you have any idea how I've spent this past month? Cooped up on this moldy ship, I was about to rot away. Though Tina was by his side, the relentless sun beat down from above while the sea mist clung to him, leaving him feeling sticky and foul. Any extraneous thoughts vanished. Smoker hastily approached the edge of the ship. Extending his hand to gauge the currents, fortune favored them. They were drawing closer to the island. Tina appeared equally exhilarated. How splendid. If they got any nearer, they could use moonwalk to land on the shore. Hours later, the vessel drifted languidly to the vicinity of the island, revealing its entire visage to the pair. The island boasted towering mountains, lush trees, and a plethora of seagulls soaring through the sky. Their eyes sparkled with delight. Excellent. This was no desolate rock. Once they were sufficiently close, they utilized moonwalk to alight upon the island. Their feet touched the ground, and a profound sense of relief washed over them. It was understandable. Two individuals with abilities stranded on a decrepit ship could easily meet a watery demise amidst a tempest, in such perilous circumstances, unless one was like Akiji, unperturbed by the waves, or like Shiki, capable of flight, who could remain untroubled. For an entire month, they felt as though a blade hung over their heads, even sleeping with one eye open. Upon reaching the island, Smoker summoned the ship with his powers, ensuring that their valuable supplies would not drift away. Subsequently, they sought refuge in a secure cave and succumbed to a deep slumber. Time passed, and they awakened slowly. Once fully alert, they began to contemplate their next steps. Tina inquired, "Smoker, what shall we do next?" Smoker shook his head. "There are no viable options. We are unaware of our location and can only rely on luck for rescue." Tina sighed. "Well, regardless, let us explore this island." Smoker had no objections. They meandered around the island, quickly conducting a thorough exploration. Fortune smiled upon them. The island had fresh water, ample fruit, and wildlife, alleviating their fears of starvation or dehydration. The sole drawback was that it seemed to lie off the regular shipping routes. With no established trade routes, merchant vessels would not pass through, and consequently, pirate ships would also not venture here. Without pirate ships, naval vessels would also be unlikely to appear. They exchanged glances, a shared understanding of their predicament. Ultimately, Smoker maintained a positive demeanor, waving his hand dismissively. "Let us not dwell on it. This is not the doldrums, and vessels will pass by eventually. As long as we have food and water, we can wait patiently." Tina recognized his attempt at self-reassurance and sighed internally, nodding in agreement. Thus, they began their solitary survival on the island. To enhance their comfort, Smoker dismantled parts of the pirate ship and constructed a modest wooden hut on the beach. Though rudimentary, it provided shelter from the elements. The area offered a clear view, allowing them to spot any passing ships with ease. Noticing the dampness of the island, Smoker dug a hole among the rocky outcrop further from the shore, creating a storage space for their food supplies. Thus, their days were spent foraging for resources while their nights were filled with unmentionable activities, oscillating between training and mutual cultivation, leading to a monotonous yet fulfilling existence. 2 months swiftly elapsed. One day, a series of dull thuds echoed through the air above the island, accompanied by bursts of white smoke. Tina was practicing in the sky, merging elemental transformation with moonwalk. Utilizing the smoke for propulsion, not only did this significantly enhance her flying speed, but it also conserved her energy. While she could not traverse the sea or island, circling the island a few times posed no challenge. Moreover, after extensive training, Tina had mastered the smoke fruit remarkably well. Unlike the original Smoker, who relied heavily on elemental transformation, she adeptly employed the fruit's mist to amplify her speed and strength. Although her techniques lacked the flamboyance of others, the enhancement of her capabilities was genuine and substantial. With further improvements to her physical prowess, even greater potential awaited her. Meanwhile, Smoker stood before a massive rock. Slowly raising his right hand, he quietly concentrated, extending his hand as a slender wisp of dark matter emerged from his palm. With a forceful flick, the darkness lashed against the rock like a whip. It penetrated one side and burst forth from the other, leaving behind a pristine, smooth surface where it had passed. Smoker smiled that it worked. He named this technique the Dark Whip. This was a new skill he had developed. He had long observed that the abilities of the dark fruit were primarily about control, drawing foes close for assault, with the released darkness being rather amorphous and unrefined. Even the destructive force of the dark void merely expanded freely, drawing enemies into its depths before crushing them with overwhelming gravity. The damage was considerable, yet the technique was rather rigid. Thus, Smoker began experimenting with controlling the form of the darkness. Indeed, not only did this render his techniques more versatile, but it also amplified their potency. The powers of a devil fruit are not fixed. They are to a large extent dependent on the user's mindset. In Blackbeard's perception, darkness equates to boundless gravity, and his method of attack is to consume all. Influenced by this philosophy, he could only create gravitational sources based on his own being, making it impossible to evade attacks or generate remote sources of gravity. However, Smoker was not bound by such limitations. Regardless of how formidable the dark fruit may be, it remained merely an ability, devoid of excessive constraints, who decreed that a source of gravity must originate from oneself, who dictated that one could not create gravitational sources from a distance, who determined that only one source could be created. These were mere conventions. The broader one's imagination, the greater the potential of the dark fruit. At that moment, Tina approached, descending gracefully from the sky to land behind Smoker. Is this the new technique you've been researching? Its power is truly astonishing. Smoker wrapped his arm around Tina's slender waist. This is just the beginning. There is still much to improve. The two returned to their modest abode, exchanging tender glances. Inside the hut, Tina had already grilled several fish, and they began to feast. Smoker devoured 4 or 5 fish in one go, wiping his mouth afterward. Did you spot any ships today? Tina shook her head. She had circled the island several times without sighting any vessels, while Smoker nodded, his tone betraying no hint of disappointment. No worries. Opportunities will arise. Over the past 2 months, their bond had deepened significantly. A solitary man and woman, brimming with youthful vigor, they kept themselves occupied day and night, no longer in a hurry for rescue. If a ship arrived, splendid. If not, they would continue to find joy in each other's company. After all, with food and water in abundance, a pleasant environment, and each other's companionship, what was there to fear about lingering a few more days? Cut it out. Tina shot him an exasperated glance, her expression laced with a playful charm that left Smoker parched for words, just as he contemplated whether to act on his desires. Distant rumblings caught his attention. Boom. It sounded like thunder, yet had a distinct quality. Smoker paused. Huh, what is that noise? Tina furrowed her brow. It sounds somewhat familiar. In the next instant, 2 loud booms echoed, and cannonballs rained down. Their humble abode was instantly obliterated, engulfed in searing flames that in the distance. A naval warship lay silently anchored, its cannon ports still emitting wisps of smoke. High-ranking officers had their own vessels, although stringent regulations governed their specifications. The unique styles of each ship varied depending on the commanding officer. The most distinctive was Karp's dog-headed warship. This particular vessel appeared rather conventional from the outside, yet the captain's quarters exuded opulence. Adorned with walnut paneling on the walls and ceiling, and crystal chandeliers hanging above, the walls were decorated with masterpieces from renowned artists, while a cabinet of gold and silver held an array of luxurious trinkets. In the center of the room stood a lavish leather sofa. Overall, this chamber bore no resemblance to a military command center. It felt more like a royal mansion. On the sofa reclined a golden-haired female officer, languidly draped in a justice cloak that hung carelessly to one side. But a naval soldier stood before her, reporting, Major Zane, the suspicious structure on the beach has been destroyed, in accordance with the demands of the scientific division. The potency of the new artillery shells has met the anticipated expectations. They inquired whether the mission could be concluded and if they could return to the branch post-haste. Zane, resting his chin on his hand, remained silent, seemingly oblivious to their presence. After the naval soldier completed his report, he dared not interrupt, standing rigidly to the side in quiet anticipation. After a considerable time, Zane finally lifted a glass from the side and took a delicate sip. He informed the assembly of elders that the naval forces required artillery shells that encompassed more than mere firepower. Factors such as safety, storage durability, ease of transport, and manufacturing costs must all be taken into account. This mission is a practical test, not merely a charade of firing a few blank rounds. He conveyed that while they were free to leave at their discretion, he would not affix his signature to the report. The naval soldier swallowed hard and bowed slightly. Yes, then I take my leave. With that, he turned to depart. Hey, kid, Zane suddenly called out, halting him. The young sailor, taken aback, quickly turned around and responded, Major General Zane, do you have further instructions? Zane flicked his thumb, and a gold coin flew into the sailor's hand with a distinct clink. A reward for you. Now be off. The young sailor, elated at receiving a coin worth 2 months of his salary, felt a surge of excitement. This coin could aid in his mother's treatment. With feet together, he offered a respectful salute. Thank you, Your Highness Zane. Zane, his face impassive, waved him off, and the young sailor hurriedly exited. Before leaving, he cast a glance at the peculiar figure huddled in the corner of the room. The oddity was tall and thin, cloaked in a cape, with exaggerated face paint and a long sword at his side. He peered through the window at the recent cannon test results. Once the soldier departed, he waddled over to Zane and plopped down onto the sofa. Truly the pride of the North Sea. Major General Zane, I've heard you've garnered much affection from your subordinates in just 6 months at the G2 branch. Individuals like you are deserving to be our collaborators. As the oddity spoke, he gestured animatedly, his expressions exceedingly dramatic. Yet, beneath his flamboyant demeanor lay a tinge of flattery, accompanied by a cautious glint in his gaze as he scrutinized Zane. Collaborators? Zane brushed his hair back and slowly straightened his posture. That may be a tad premature. I have yet to agree to collaborate with you. Given our current positions, there is a chance I could hurl artillery shells onto your ships at any moment. Wouldn't you agree, Diamanti? The oddity was none other than Diamanti, a high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family, codenamed Block. Diamanti paused momentarily, his demeanor shifting. The woman across from him narrowed her eyes, her gaze languid as if she were drowsy under the sun. Yet he felt as if he were being stalked by a ferocious beast. Despite appearing relaxed, his body was coiled with tension, and the hairs on his back stood on end. Diamanti chuckled nervously. Major General Zane, you certainly have a knack for humor. Whether friend or foe, we shall leave that for your meeting with the young master to determine. At least for now, we are not enemies. Zane gazed at Diamanti, a sudden chuckle escaping him as he reclined back into the sofa. You do seem a bit anxious. While you may have a point, I am somewhat intrigued by Doflamingo's intentions. I've heard you have made tremendous progress in the North Sea. I never imagined you would abandon your home to venture onto this grand line. Upon mentioning Doflamingo, Diamanti's posture straightened. His eyes gleaming with fervor. 2 years ago, the young master traveled to Lowtown to witness that unprecedented spectacle. How could the mere North Sea contain his ambitions? However, with your assistance, we could swiftly establish a solid foothold on the Grand Line. Zane swirled his drink, his expression a blend of amusement and skepticism. But I am a naval officer. How could I possibly assist pirates in establishing their power? Do not be so heartless, my Lord Zane. Diamanti leaned closer, his smile taking on a deeper significance. Didn't we collaborate quite pleasantly before? Zane's eyes narrowed slightly. I recall warning you regarding the Don Quixote family. It would be wise never to bring that matter up again. The cloak behind Diamanti billowed gently, my Lord Zane. If it weren't for our past collaboration, you might not have made it to the Grand Line before he could finish his sentence. Zane's left hand transformed into a sharp point, thrusting directly towards Diamanti's throat. Anticipating this, Diamanti swiftly waved his cloak, morphing it into an iron shield to protect himself. He possessed the powers of the flap fruit, enabling him to render objects as soft as fabric. While the cloak appeared light as a feather, it was indeed forged from steel, capable of transforming into a shield at will. What Diamanti had not anticipated was that the sharp point would pierce through the iron shield. Pressing against his throat, the point slowly elongated, seeming to embed itself into his skin, a subtle warmth radiating from the contact. Diamanti felt an icy chill envelop him, his throat tightening as he murmured. Hockey? Zane remained noncommittal. This is the last time. Should you ever mention this again, I will make an opening in your throat. Do you comprehend? Diamanti hastily conceded, retracting his powers as the shield reverted to a soft fabric form. I apologize, my Lord Zane. It was a slip of the tongue. I meant no threat. Zane relaxed, his fingers returning to normal as he resumed his languid demeanor. Just teasing you. There is no need to be so tense. I trust your young master wouldn't engage in such foolishness. Oh, you wouldn't be angry, would you? Ah, no. Diamanti touched the blood spot on his neck, vehemently denying it. Yet inwardly, he cursed. That mad woman, just like before. Regardless, we understand each other quite well, which is why the young master sought you out. Zane made no attempt to refute this. Often, it is one's adversary who knows them best, especially those whom one could not defeat despite employing every conceivable tactic. Years ago in the North Sea, he and Doflamingo had engaged in a bitter rivalry, clashing in numerous skirmishes, neither able to best the other. Eventually, Doflamingo, seeking to expand his influence and rid himself of this pest, proposed a collaboration with Zane to eliminate several underworld factions. Through this endeavor, Zane was promoted to the rank of commander and transferred to the naval headquarters. Years later, he ascended to rear admiral and took on the role of deputy base commander at the G2 branch. While Doflamingo simultaneously vanquished his greatest rival and a host of competing factions, successfully unifying the North Sea's underworld on the surface, this collaboration appeared mutually beneficial. Yet Zane had always felt a sense of being outmaneuvered. He had initially believed he would never encounter Doflamingo again, only to discover that he had also come to the Grand Line and was now seeking collaboration. Truly an enigmatic individual, both Zane and Diamante harbored the same thought. In the captain's quarters, Zane swirled his drink. Diamante, since we have some time, do enlighten me as to what Doflamingo desires from me. Based on what you say, I shall decide whether to bring a gun or a drink. So think carefully before you speak. Diamante chuckled lightly. My lord Zane, you truly have a sense of humor. He leaned in closer. In truth, the collaboration is quite simple. Our family wishes to establish the G2 jurisdiction as our stronghold and engage in the slave trade on the Grand Line. Hence, we require your assistance in concealing our activities. Naturally, you shall receive your fair share of benefits. Zane was momentarily taken aback. Slave trade? He lowered his gaze, lost in contemplation, before finally raising his head once more. In the G2 jurisdiction, the annual profits from the slave trade are approximately in the billions. However, these dealings are predominantly controlled by pirates and underworld factions. Carelessly diving into this could leave one with nothing. Diamante erupted into laughter. My lord Zane, we are pirates after all. The strong thrive, while the weak perish. Should that day come, it would merely be a matter of our lacking skill. However, with our family as presence, the young master shall undoubtedly prevail. Zane remained non-committal as he lifted his glass to take a sip of wine, secretly lamenting to himself about the family dynamics at play. Damn those relatives. Though he found them utterly distasteful, Zane had to concede that Don Quixote Doflamingo was indeed a remarkable individual. Audacious and cunning, ruthless and merciless, his prowess was commendable. Yet he seemed to lack the clarity of mind that would match the overwhelming strength of Whitebeard. Opting instead for such theatrics of familial affection, if only he could find some reliable allies. Instead, his so-called family members were all eccentric in their own right. Their abilities were not particularly impressive. Yet each one held themselves in high regard, particularly the duo of Diamante and the snot-nosed Toribone before him, whose skills appeared largely inflated by bravado and nonsensical banter, rendering them glaringly ineffective. Their loyalty was genuine, but that was all that remained of it. There was, however, a rather composed young fellow with a mushroom-shaped haircut, yet this lad preferred to keep a low profile, having been scarcely seen by Zane. Naturally, despite his arrogance, Zane would never voice such thoughts aloud. After years of navigating the system, he possessed the emotional intelligence to avoid direct confrontations. I have every faith in the capabilities of your Don Quixote family. Otherwise, I would not have taken this convoluted path. Zane's mission was to test the new artillery shells brought by the Navy's technological division and gather combat data. The optimal strategy would have been to lie in wait along the routes frequented by pirates. However, his curiosity regarding Doflamingo's proposal led him to this desolate locale. Consequently, this voyage would be considerably prolonged. In truth, aboard this vessel were not only personnel from the G2 branch, but also scientists and their escorts. The two factions were not particularly fond of each other. G2 Navy personnel found the scientists to be stubborn and petulant, while the scientists regarded the G2 Navy as simplistic and brutish. A brief duration might have sufficed, but prolonged interactions led to a plethora of conflicts, much to Zane's vexation. Were it not for the upper echelons imposing this troublesome task upon him, he would have long since abandoned this mess. In his mind, traversing such a vast distance was already a considerable sacrifice. Diamante slammed his thigh in agreement. Indeed, Lord Zane, your collaboration with the young master would yield a formidable alliance. Moreover, we are earnest in our intentions. Heiser smiled slightly, raising his glass in a gentle shake. Is that so? I do appreciate partners who are sincere in their endeavors. Thus, I wish us a fruitful partnership. Diamante hastily raised his glass, eager to clink it. But Zane had already retracted his, sipping away in solitude. Diamante's expression stiffened, leaving him to retreat awkwardly back to the island's edge amidst the ruins. Two plumes of smoke, one black and one white, ascended. The white smoke swiftly coalesced, reshaping into Tina's form. The bombardment was fierce, yet it held no effect on her. Nevertheless, Tina was preoccupied and hurriedly cleared away several planks, revealing Smoker trapped beneath. "Smoker, are you all right?" Compared to Tina, Smoker appeared charred and battered, wisps of black smoke trailing from his body, uncertain whether it was darkness or charred remnants. Although Smoker had trained to endure pain over the years, this was his first experience with artillery fire. Damn it, it hurts like hell. Shrapnel had torn through his flesh, followed by searing heat that carbonized his skin, and finally, the powerful shockwave had crushed his limbs. The sheer agony was enough to send shivers down one's spine, amplified several times over by the darkness fruit. Tina rushed to assist him. "Smoker, are you all right?" Smoker glared hatefully at the warship. "These bastards are up to no good." Tina blinked in surprise. "What do you mean? Our residence appears to be a sanctuary. It shouldn't be a target for the Navy. Why would they open fire without hesitation?" Tina's gaze wandered. "Well, there was a hole in the wall yesterday. And since fixing it was a hassle, I just covered it with a pirate flag." Smoker. Aboard the warship, Zine approached the command room window, gazing distantly at the small island. "When is your young master arriving?" Diamante rose, stating, "After the final day, you'll be able to meet. Inform Doflamingo to change the meeting location. I shall await him on this island." Diamante hesitated, exclaiming, "But there are no buts. Time waits for no one. Or should I say?" Zine's gaze turned perilous. "What surprises have you prepared for me?" Diamante faltered, forcing a laugh. "Of course, let me contact the young master first." Diamante was equally helpless in the North Sea. He was somewhat of a notable figure, yet in Zine's presence, he felt utterly devoid of swagger that he retreated to a corner and contacted Doflamingo through a snail phone. The warship began to change course. Slowly heading towards the island, Tina gazed at the approaching warship from a distance. "Wonderful, Smoker, the warship is here. We are saved." Smoker patted Tina's shoulder. "No need to rush. Let us hide and observe the situation first. For some reason, I feel something is amiss with that ship." Though Tina found it odd, she did not question it and obediently followed Smoker into the woods. Soon, the warship docked near the ruins of the small house. Zine disembarked, surveying the wreckage with an expression of amazement. One cannon shot reduced that house to rubble. The new model truly possesses impressive power. Shortly after, a horde of scientists in white lab coats hurried down, ignoring Zine as they immersed themselves in examining the debris. Zine was well aware of the scientists' nature and did not particularly get along with them. Thus, he turned away and summoned several officers. "Relay my orders. The escorts of the scientific division are to remain on site to ensure the safety of the scientists. The rest are to search the vicinity for any remaining pirates." "Understood." The Navy personnel promptly set about their tasks. That moment, Diamante swaggered over. "What a beautiful island. I'll stretch my legs a bit. Once the young master arrives, I will seek you out." Zine had no objections. Although the people here were his confidants, the more distance there was from the pirates, the better. Consequently, Diamante unsheathed his sword and departed with a crab-like gait. As he left, a Navy lieutenant approached Zine. "Major, would you like to?" He gestured in a throat-slitting motion. This lieutenant was an old subordinate whom Zine had brought from the North Sea, one of the few privy to Diamante's identity. Zine pondered briefly. "Not yet. Just assign a few people to follow him." "Understood." In the distance, Smoker and Tina peered through binoculars, quietly observing the coastline. Although Smoker had been in this world for quite some time, he recognized only a few from the original narrative. Thus, Tina took on the role of the narrator. "Those in white coats are from the Navy's technological division. That female officer is Zine. She is the princess of the Tadino Kingdom in the North Sea. Previously, she served as a colonel in the North Sea and was promoted to the Navy headquarters after successfully eliminating numerous dark forces. Not long ago, she was appointed as the deputy base commander of the G2 branch. The North Sea, Smoker instinctively thought of Doflamingo. Who are the high-ranking officials in the G2 branch? The base commander is Rear Admiral Kesha, and the deputy base commanders are Rear Admiral Gummer and Major Zine. "Ah, I see." Smoker nodded. "It seems their identities are legitimate. Should we go out now?" Suddenly, Tina inquired curiously. "Hey, who is that guy?" She was looking at Diamante. Without a uniform, he resembled neither a Navy officer nor a scientist. Nor did he appear to be a government official. Could he be a noble from another nation? Smoker curiously remarked. "Let me see." Upon recognizing the individual, he was momentarily stunned. Indeed, Smoker did not know many people. and Diamante happened to be one of them. It seems we cannot venture out. This Major Zine is truly peculiar. What do you mean? This individual, known as Diamante, is one of the senior officers of the Don Quixote pirates hailing from the North Sea. Is that true? Why would a rear admiral from the Navy be associated with pirates? The reason remains unclear. It appears that Diamante has left on his own accord. Perhaps we should inquire directly with him. Diamante strides through the jungle when he suddenly notices a few scattered footprints that could there be others on the island? If the Navy had discovered the presence of strangers, they would naturally return to report. However, Diamante is not part of the Navy, and being inherently arrogant, he disregards the risks and follows the trail. After a winding path, he arrives at the opposite side of the island, well beyond the Navy's search perimeter. On the beach, Tina dons a Navy uniform, patiently awaiting Diamante's arrival. Hello there. Diamante casts a sidelong glance at Tina's uniform and mockingly remarks, "This Navy private, I presume?" Tina maintains a stoic expression and replies coolly, "Diamante, I never expected someone like you would follow a warship here." Diamante's pupils constrict. What an insensible little girl. As he speaks, he draws a silk ribbon from his waist, which transforms into a sword that lunges toward Tina's throat. Tina, however, evades with her elemental powers, and as the white smoke coalesces around Diamante, she delivers a punch aimed at his chest. Diamante, startled, hastily raises his cape. Matador cape. Retract. The layers of his cape wrap around him, instantly transforming into an iron shield. That Tina's fist leaves a dent in the shield, but causes no real damage. Damn it, a natural type user? Just as Diamante prepares to retaliate, a large black hand reaches out from behind, seizing his neck. What the hell is happening? Diamante attempts to resist, only to find that he can no longer control his cape. Smoker has deprived Diamante of his abilities, turning the iron cape into a cage. Smoker sneers, "You've woven your own web. Haven to you." Diamante shouts in fury, "You bastard! Who are you? Let me go." Yet he can only seethe in impotent rage. How convenient the smoke fruit had once been. Now it feels like a burden. Smoker produces a sea stone pendant from his pocket and hangs it around Diamante's neck, rendering him instantly limp. Damn it, sea stone. Tina hadn't anticipated the fight would be so effortless and steps forward. "Smoker, do we need to interrogate him?" Smoker shakes his head, no need. Although this guy is a fool, he won't betray his captain. That's right. I will never betray Doflamingo. Smoker dismisses him, carefully avoiding the sea stone as he retrieves a transponder snail from Diamante's person. A long-wave transponder snail, splendid. With this, we can contact headquarters for assistance. Tina breathes a sigh of relief. Finally, some good news. However, I still feel uneasy. Why are pirates appearing on a Navy ship? We should investigate this further. All right, no problem. Smoker turns to Diamante. Coincidentally, I have some matters to confirm as well. Not long ago, at a certain location in the Grand Line, a flamingo-shaped pirate ship was speeding forward. Any North Sea merchant vessel that caught sight of it would undoubtedly flee for their lives, as it belonged to the notorious Don Quixote pirates, who had recently been stirring up trouble throughout the Grand Line. At that moment, Doflamingo was in a conference room with several high-ranking officers. The room featured a massive conference table, cluttered with maps, books, and a rather adorable transponder snail. Doflamingo was engaged in a phone call. Click. Doflamingo hung up the transponder snail and returned to his seat at the table. Fufufu, that madwoman Zena has changed the meeting location at the last minute. After all these years, she remains as cautious as ever. Doflamingo, Pika complained in her high-pitched voice. That woman is far too arrogant. Dio, we really have to cooperate with her. With our strength, we could easily defeat those rivals. Why should we share the spoils with her? Fufufu, you have a point. Doflamingo stood up, but our goal is not merely wealth. It is to secure a stable territory. He approached a maritime chart and drew a line, circling several islands. These islands are ideal in terms of population, resources, and location. The only challenge is evading the watchful eye of the G2 branch. Thus, allying with that woman could help us avoid unnecessary conflicts. Which is essential for us. Pika frowned. But must our ally be her? Virgos, seated at the table sipping coffee, raised his head upon hearing this. Ing2. No one knows us better than Zena. If she stands with us, our safety would significantly increase. Forming an alliance with her is indeed the optimal solution. Hey. At that moment, Torpole, sniffling, leaned in. Doflamingo, Virgos, that madwoman is quite greedy and will surely demand a fortune. Doflamingo and Virgo simultaneously retorted. You're getting too close, Tor. Fufufu, greed can be advantageous. The slave trade is merely a ruse and bait. What harm is there in giving all the profits to her? Moreover, Doflamingo smiled ominously. Without greed, how could we bring her to the execution platform? Doflamingo plopped down beside Virgos. Buddy, what do you think of the plan? Virgos nodded. Doflamingo, as long as it's something you wish to pursue, I will make it a reality. Fufufu, then I leave it to you. Just then, the cabin door was flung open with a loud bang. All eyes turned sharply in that direction. Doflamingo remarked coolly, "What is going on?" The high-ranking officers felt a sudden tension, despite Doflamingo's calm demeanor. They had grown up together and understood his temperament well enough to sense his anger in his youth. Doflamingo had fallen from the celestial heights of the celestial dragons and endured a harrowing period. Perhaps in search of balance, he placed immense importance on hierarchy. He would never tolerate defiance or disrespect towards those of higher rank. During meetings with his top officers, he would not allow anyone else to intrude. The high-ranking officers regarded the intruder with cold indifference, as if he were a ghost. The newcomer was a young recruit named Senor Pink. Although he had only recently joined the Don Quixote pirates, he had made a strong impression on them. This fellow was exceptionally capable, reliable, and steadfastly loyal to the family. A rare find indeed. Doflamingo and the senior officers held him in high regard and had even considered grooming him for a leadership role. Yet, for some reason, he had acted so recklessly today that moment. Senor Pink was sweating profusely, his complexion pale. Sirs, there has been an incident. Lord Diamante's life card has shrunk. The life card is a product of the New World. Crafted from a person's nail mixed into the material, representing the owner's vitality, a shrinking life card signifies a weakening life force. Though rare, Doflamingo had managed to acquire some through his connections for his own use and that of his senior officers. What? Impossible! Upon hearing Sayor's words, the several individuals in the conference room were taken aback with astonishment. Or extended his palm, revealing a piece of paper inscribed with Diamante's name. At that moment, the paper was ablaze, leaving only a small corner intact. Originally, Lord Diamante's life card exhibited no abnormalities, yet it had suddenly ignited, transforming in mere seconds. Doflamingo's expression darkened, veins bulging on his forehead, a bloodthirsty aura erupting abruptly, causing even the highest-ranking officials to change their countenance. Or, overwhelmed, staggered backward until he precariously steadied himself against the doorframe. How audacious, to dare lay a hand on my family, regardless of who it is. I shall have them torn to shreds. With that, he seized Diamante's life card and leaped out of the window. Doflamingo, his subordinates attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Doflamingo utilized his powers to soar away, vanishing into the horizon after a few swift movements. Damn it! Virgo slammed his fist on the table. Pika, is Doflamingo's life card with you? You take charge of navigation. Tori, continue to contact Diamante. Inform us immediately of any news. Sayor, notify everyone to assume their positions and set sail at full speed. The group trembled and hurriedly complied with his orders on the island. The sea stone had been removed from Diamante's chest. At this moment, his eyes were glazed, foam spilling from his mouth, lying on the ground like a lifeless dog, having succumbed to unconsciousness. Smoker stood beside him, giving him a gentle kick. This fellow has trained well. He has withstood such damage without dying. Tina gazed at Smoker, a flicker of sympathy in her beautiful eyes. Just moments ago, Smoker had transferred the agony he absorbed onto Diamante. Merely 1/3 of the pain had rendered Diamante in such a pitiful state. It was unimaginable what torment Smoker had endured. Although the dark fruit could withstand harm, the pain was undeniably real. Do not worry, Tina, Smoker said, sensing her concern that my years of training have not been in vain. My tolerance for pain far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. This guy simply cannot endure. He is just too pathetic. If Diamante were conscious, he would surely erupt in curses. What are you, a fool? Training for defense is one thing, but who in their right mind trains to endure pain? Tina understood Smoker's intention to alleviate her worries and thus refrained from further probing, merely stating, "As long as you are aware." She then turned her gaze to Diamante. "What shall we do next? How do we handle this fellow? It would be best to bury him directly, clean and sanitary. I mentioned earlier that I had something I wanted to try." Smoker extended his palm. Dark energy seeping out like oil, slowly flowing towards Diamante. I have developed a new technique, one I have never used on a person before. Perfect opportunity to test it out. It could also be viewed as resourceful utilization. The darkness enveloped Diamante, forming a large black sphere several meters in size. The sphere then gradually sank into the abyss, leaving only a semicircular pit in its place. Tina inquired curiously, "What is this technique?" It appears quite similar to the dark hole technique. This technique is called confinement. It can absorb this fellow along with the surrounding space that I in the darkness. He will not be harmed by gravity, yet he shall also never escape. This technique is particularly suitable for pirates. Let them slowly reflect on their sordid lives in this confined space. Tina was taken aback. Absorbing space? You can even accomplish such a feat. A hint of sympathy crossed her face. The name confinement sounds formidable, far more terrifying than the confinement chambers of Captain Kiji. However, if you do not intend to kill him, remember to allow him some air periodically. Otherwise, he may not die, but will surely go insane. Smoker smiled slightly. Of course, he is valuable experimental material. I cannot bear to let him die. Tina's eyelids twitched slightly. Very well. Originally, it was a matter of life and death. Now it seems even death is not an option. Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby. Navy soldiers had discovered their location. Smoker and Tina exchanged glances, nodding in unison. Bang, bang. On the shoreline, Zane had arranged for sunshades and lounge chairs, preparing chilled wines and fruits, ready to bask in the sun and sand. The sea breeze caressed her, lulling her into a dreamy state. She sighed contentedly. Ah, this is the life. In the eyes of the high-ranking Navy officials, Zane was a formidable figure, possessing both strength and intellect. A top-notch candidate for leadership. The only criticism against her was her penchant for indulgence, never compromising on material comforts, shared meals, and humble fare. Apologies, that has nothing to do with me. Even if Sengoku and Zephyr were to arrive, I would only have one response. I have fought tooth and nail, spending my own money. What is wrong with enjoying myself? If the Navy's inspection team were to pay a visit, she would feel even more emboldened. What? You ask me where my money comes from. Do you not know I am the princess of the Tadino kingdom? No matter how powerful the Navy's inspection team is, can they reach the heights of the Tadino kingdom? What do you mean? Since when can the Navy interfere in the internal affairs of allied nations? TSK. You are in for it. You have gotten yourself into quite a situation. Just as Zane began to drift into a slumber, she suddenly sensed something amiss. With an unchanged expression, she slowly stood, removed her sunglasses, stretched languidly, resembling a languorous feline, before donning her justice cloak. Moments later, several threads of vibration resonated in the air, akin to the plucking of strings. You arrived too early, Doflamingo. The surrounding Navy personnel were astonished to discover that a figure had appeared in the air, standing in the void. The crowd gasped in shock, hastily raising their weapons to aim. Doflamingo looked down upon them. Fufufu, long time no see. Rear Admiral Zane. Having just arrived on the island, his life card, which was originally indicating direction, had suddenly ceased to move. While he did not know the reason, he was certain it was not a good sign. His expression darkened as he scanned the beach, ultimately focusing on Zane. Where is Diamante? Upon hearing this, Zane's anger surged. Damn it, we agreed on a secret meeting. You lunatic arrived early and directly appeared in public. You must know there are not only my loyal subordinates here, but also many personnel from the Navy's Science Division. If they discover any clues, it would be disastrous. Zane took a deep breath. Calm down. Remain composed. In such circumstances, there must be no hint of politeness or compromise. I can only hope this fool does not publicly mention any collaboration. Thoughts raced through Zane's mind like a revolving lantern, yet her expression remained unchanged. That I did not expect you to appear at such a moment, Doflamingo. What a coincidence. I have a mission at hand and cannot engage with you at the moment. Withdraw those dangerous threads and leave quickly. I can act as if I have not seen you. Doflamingo paid no heed to her insinuations, merely fixing her with a cold glare and repeating. Where is Diamante? Zane took a drag from her cigarette, mentally cursing. How the hell would I know where he is? Who knows? Perhaps he is somewhere on this island. If you search carefully, you are bound to find him. Suddenly, she recalled her subordinates reporting that Diamante had gone to the other side of the island. If I am not mistaken, your subordinates are waiting for you over there. If you move quickly, you might still catch up. Doflamingo lowered his head, murmuring, so that is where he is. He then placed a hand on his forehead, letting out a few faint, maniacal laughs, filled with madness and tragedy. Zane was somewhat perplexed. What is wrong with this guy? What is he suddenly going on about? Urgency surged within her, prompting her to speak more forcefully. Pirate Doflamingo, this is a Navy station. Leave immediately. Do you expect me to escort you to meet your subordinates? Upon hearing this, Doflamingo could no longer contain himself, bellowing furiously, You damned woman, I will personally take your head. I will chop you into pieces and feed you to the fish. What did you say? Zhaoyang's expression darkened instantaneously, resembling the bottom of a cauldron. Although she was not inherently cruel or bloodthirsty, her temperament was not far behind that of Doflamingo. It was rare for her to lower herself. Yet this fellow had the audacity to launch an unprovoked tirade. Feather-brained fool, you seek your own demise. All hands, prepare for a volley. The surrounding navy, sensing the shift in atmosphere, had already positioned themselves in formation, awaiting their commander's orders. Now that the command was given, there was not a trace of hesitation. They raised their long rifles and pistols, unleashing a frenetic barrage. Soldiers nearby, hearing the commotion, hurried back to the beach. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they disregarded all else and joined the fray in an instant. Everyone's attention was captivated by Doflamingo, unaware of the two unfamiliar Marines who had infiltrated their ranks. These two Marines were none other than Smoker and Tina. After subduing Diamante, they promptly knocked out two unfortunate Navy soldiers, stripped them of their uniforms, and concealed them in a food storage cave. As Smoker fired his weapon, he murmured to himself, How peculiar. Why are they fighting? Isn't it normal for the Navy to engage pirates? Tina replied softly. Smoker furrowed his brow, equally perplexed. That individual had undoubtedly been Diamante, and he did not appear to be in conflict with Zhaoyang. Could it be that Zhaoyang was unaware of his true identity? That seemed implausible. How could a Navy officer from the North Sea fail to recognize the upper echelons of the Doflamingo family? Uncertain, he decided to conceal his identity and observe their antics. Regarding the intelligence on Doflamingo, due to the differing timelines, Smoker had made a point to investigate at present. Doflamingo's bounty stood at 160 million berries. Still not at its zenith. Merely at the level of a supernova. In terms of strength, he was roughly comparable to a rear admiral of the Navy, though that depended on the specific rear admiral. If it were Kizaru or Guillaume, they could undoubtedly suppress him without difficulty. Smoker's eyes were fixed on Doflamingo, a surge of competitive spirit stirring within him. In the past 2 years, the adversaries he had faced were rather extreme. They ranged from Carp and Zephyr to the likes of Kizaru, where they were ordinary pirates and fellow recruits. Each battle either ended in a swift victory or defeat. He had yet to experience a suspenseful life-and-death struggle. Thus, Smoker yearned for a worthy opponent that would compel him to exert his full strength and determine his true caliber. On the beach, Zhaoyang and Doflamingo were locked in combat. Doflamingo utilized his fruit abilities to evade the hail of gunfire from the Navy soldiers with ease. Smoker raised an eyebrow. This young man is rather arrogant. If that's the case, let us up the ante. He picked up several rifles and, emulating Belmir's method, used rope to link the triggers together. Puff, 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 puff. As Smoker tugged the rope, 5 or 6 rifles discharged simultaneously, the overwhelming firepower causing nearby Navy soldiers to glance over in surprise, while the more astute began to scan for available firearms. The scientists huddled nearby brightened at this display, linking firearms to enhance power. This fellow had some ingenuity. While the concept of multi-barrel linkage was intriguing, it was overly complex. Improving the ammunition and loading mechanisms would be more effective. Could they develop a device that automatically loaded bullets? The Navy was not lacking in weaponry. More and more soldiers emulated him, resulting in a significant increase in firepower. Doflamingo finally sensed the mounting pressure and could not help but retaliate against the Navy soldiers. Colorful threads, several strands of colored silk sliced toward the soldiers like blades. You are no match for this feather-brained fool. Quickly, evacuate with the scientists. I will hold the rear. The Navy soldiers, not one to linger, complied and hastily retreated. Smoker, blending into the crowd, regarded Doflamingo, lost in thought. Tina tugged at his sleeve. Smoker, let us fall back. Upon seeing everyone fleeing while he stood still, Smoker felt somewhat conspicuous. After all, they were merely disguised and should tread cautiously. He had already drawn attention with his earlier display of firepower, and should he continue to act out of place, he risked being recognized at that point. They might mistake him for a spy sent by Doflamingo, a most unfortunate predicament indeed. Yielding to reason, Smoker followed Tina's lead and retreated. Very well. I shall observe from the sidelines this time, but if I wish to engage, there will surely be future opportunities. Once everyone had evacuated, only Xiaoyang and Doflamingo remained on the beach. Xiaoyang spat disdainfully. Your methods remain as despicable as ever. Doflamingo, airborne and agile, appeared more composed, fufufu, to complain about the wickedness of pirates. What a naive fellow you are, Xiaoyang. While the thorns of your fruit possess considerable attack power, it is regrettable that they are ill-suited for protection. With that, he flashed forward, targeting a few Navy soldiers who had not managed to escape. Thorn's fruit. Smoker's heart raced upon hearing that name. Was that the ability of Mr. 1's partner, Miss Doublefinger? So, Xiaoyang was the previous user of the Thorn's fruit. Due to the vast differences in appearance and combat style between the two women, Smoker had not recognized her at first. However, Xiaoyang's prowess far surpassed that of Miss Doublefinger. Why had she fallen later on? Could it have been because of Doflamingo? At that moment, Doflamingo closed in on several Navy personnel, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Let us take care of you first. Suddenly, he felt a tightness in his chest and instinctively dodged. Almost simultaneously, dozens of spikes grazed his body, leaving deep rents in his suit. Cold sweat broke out on Doflamingo's brow. That had been a razor-thin escape. Had he been a moment slower, he would have been eviscerated. Xiaoyang's palm aimed at Doflamingo, several spikes extending from her palm. That I never expected you could evade that. Was it observation hockey? It seems you haven't been idle these past 2 years. If you are unafraid of becoming a living target, feel free to continue attacking my subordinates. Sacrificing a few to eliminate you seems quite worthwhile. As he spoke, he pressed closer to Doflamingo, sharp spines sprouting from his body, densely arranged as if he were clad in armor. The Navy soldiers, upon hearing Xiaoyang's words, were struck with horror. However, Smoker noted that regardless of their expressions, whether panic, fear, or anger, their weapons remained steadfastly in hand. It turned out they were merely putting on a show. What remarkable coordination! Upon hearing Xiaoyang's words, Doflamingo indeed ceased his pursuit of the soldiers and gradually descended. Fufufu, a new long-range attack? How troublesome. But, the super whip. As Doflamingo spoke, he suddenly launched a surprise attack, his fine threads coalescing into a whip that lashed violently at Xiaoyang, carving deep trenches into the ground, as if cleaving the entire beach in twain. Shave. Xiaoyang evaded with speed, simultaneously closing in on Doflamingo, her spiked fist crashing toward his chest. Doflamingo, lacking the mastery of armament hockey, dared not receive the blow head-on. With a flick of his finger, he manipulated the threads to swiftly retreat while ensnaring Xiaoyang tightly. The friction between the threads and her thorny armor produced a grating sound, sending sparks flying. Xiaoyang remained unfazed as several thick spikes erupted from her armor, forcing the threads apart, allowing her to leap free. Smoker and Tina observed the spectacle from a distance, both captivated. Smoker could not help but commend. Xiaoyang has truly developed her abilities remarkably. She can attack and defend, even engaging from a distance. She's practically a living weapon. Tina, taken aback, inquired, who? Nothing much, just a familiar face with bone hyperplasia who succumbed to illness. Oh. At that moment, an officer shouted, everyone, support Major General Zin. The Navy echoed loudly, raising their guns to fire. Doflamingo dodged several bullets. His gaze icy as he stared at the naval forces. If it weren't for Zin, he could have sunk these scum to the depths of the sea in just a minute. Yet, with Zin nearby, he simply couldn't spare his hands. However, ignoring them while dodging bullets and fighting was far too passive. He risked truly capsizing in the muck at this moment. Doflamingo had calmed down slightly, realizing he couldn't gain any advantage and that his reinforcements wouldn't arrive anytime soon. He decided to stop delaying. Seizing an opportunity, he leaped high into the air, landing on a silk thread suspended above. Fu. Zen, there are too many pests around, so this is where our encounter ends. The next time we meet, it will be your demise. Enjoy your final days well. Zen sneered. Am I to fear you? Doflamingo's eyes glinted with malice. Just wait. I will personally sever your head as revenge for Diamante. With that, he leaped away, leaving Zen in stunned silence. What happened to Diamante? The surrounding Navy exchanged confused glances. I don't know. Zen's expression darkened, sensing something amiss. Search for him. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary to unearth that scoundrel. Yes. Thus, all the Navy sprang into action. However, with only 100 personnel, it was impossible to search such a vast island in a short time. each person could only cover a small area. Smoker and Tina deliberately headed towards the hiding place of the Marine soldiers. We'll take care of this side. You all go check over there. All right, thanks for your hard work. Just like that, no one noticed that 2 Marines had been swapped out after searching for a long time. Everyone returned empty-handed. Report, nothing found. Report, no anomalies detected. The news continued to return, confirming that Diamante was indeed missing. Zen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. What on earth happened? Did that fool drown in the sea? Surely he couldn't have been confined. Then he realized that not cooperating with Doflamingo might not be such a bad thing. That guy paid generously, but his erratic behavior made it hard to predict when he might turn on you. As for their previous collaboration, after this incident, he confirmed that the other party had no substantial evidence against him. Otherwise, why would he have to grovel and engage in a fight? After all the commotion, Zen was utterly exhausted. Forget it. Let's head back. Consequently, the Navy boarded their ship and departed, with Smoker and Tina successfully blending in.as for the 2 unfortunate Marines. By the time they woke up, the warship would likely have sailed far away. Fortunately, there was plenty of food in the cave, and the island was home to various birds and beasts, so starvation was not a concern.as for when they would be rescued. After a few days of consuming their rations, they would discover the telephone beetle buried in the food. Once aboard the warship, Smoker and Tina avoided everyone and stealthily took a telephone beetle to the cargo hold. In the meantime, Gaji was drinking alone in front of their graves when suddenly the telephone beetle in his arms rang. Upon answering, he was shocked to find it was Smoker, nearly fainting on the spot. Gathering his courage after a moment, he was both astonished and delighted to see that the 2 were unharmed. However, Smoker's next words sobered him up. Gaji, there's a situation that needs to be reported. Smoker then relayed everything that had transpired to Gaji. Holding the telephone beetle, Gaji fell silent. He was aware of the G2 branch's test firing of new artillery shells and also knew Zen. At that moment, the Navy scientists and shell data were aboard Zen's ship. If she truly had colluded with pirates, it would spell trouble. Smoker, I need to report this to Teacher Zephyr immediately. You and Tina should remain hidden on the ship for now. Stay safe. With that, he hung up, urgency propelling him to seek out Zephyr in a vast office. Zephyr sat behind his desk, his expression grave, breathing rapidly, and his body slightly trembling, seemingly battling something. Beside him lay an inhaler. Zephyr struggled to suppress a cough, but illness is not something that can simply be overcome by willpower. After a moment, he could no longer hold back, coughing several times, his breathing becoming labored. Reluctantly, he extended his trembling hand, spraying the inhaler into his mouth. Finally finding some relief, he greedily inhaled deeply, staring blankly at the inhaler in his hand, a bitter smile creeping upon his face. Who would have thought I would become so dependent on this in the latter half of my life? The previous experience had hit Zephyr hard. He had asthma all along, but had never mentioned it for fear of causing concern. However, after being contaminated by toxic dust, his condition had rapidly worsened. And after a doctor's diagnosis, it was determined that he was now entangled in both poisoning and illness, leaving him with no cure, only the inhaler to alleviate his symptoms. In truth, this was not the worst part. What truly pained him was that when his students needed him, he found himself powerless due to his condition. Damn it! Zephyr clenched his fist tightly, crushing the inhaler in his grip. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside. Teacher Zephyr, it's Gaji. I have something to report. Are you available? Zephyr replied flatly. Come in. Gaji entered Zephyr's office, his expression unusually serious. Teacher Zephyr, there is something I must report to you in person. Must it be in person? What is it? Speak. Gaji then recounted everything in detail. Upon hearing that Smoker and the others were still alive, Zephyr was elated. However, he was quickly enraged to learn that pirates had appeared aboard Zen's ship, immediately intending to set sail and clear the area. Indeed, Zen was also one of Zephyr's students. Ultimately, it was Gaji who managed to restrain him. Right now, the information we have is merely Smoker's word. We need to investigate the real situation further. As for who should investigate, well, we have a ready candidate. That day, in the cargo hold of the warship, both sides conversed again. What? Not only are they not coming to pick us up, but they want us to go undercover to investigate Zen. Do you have any idea whose territory this is? Have new identities been prepared? It's not that I'm afraid of danger. I'm just not good at this. I've never done this kind of task. Don't hang up. Hello? Hello? Upon receiving the infiltration mission, Smoker and Tina looked as if they had just seen a ghost. only able to dejectedly go about gathering information. Soon, however, their frowns turned to smiles. Just days before Zen set sail, the G2 branch had undergone a significant personnel reshuffle, with Navy officers being assigned to various bases in the jurisdiction and the vacancies filled by Marine soldiers from those bases. Given the substantial personnel changes, coupled with the urgent task assigned to the G2 branch, the selection process for replacements was rushed, leading to the top 100 trainees being hastily loaded onto the ship based on their training performance. In other words, many of the Marines on board were unfamiliar with one another, not much stronger than Smoker and Tina. With this newfound information, the two perked up and began dividing up their investigative duties. Smoker took on the task of gathering intel from others that he roamed about each day, chatting with this person and that. Oh, Ensign Shun. Good morning. How about a few rounds of darts, Hislet, as he was already a Navy member. He faced no pressure in acting. Before long, Smoker became familiar with everyone's faces. That as for Tina, her striking appearance drew attention wherever she went. Thus, she spent each day within the confines of the cabin, employing her elemental abilities to infiltrate the information room and peruse intelligence reports. Meanwhile, as Smoker and Tina busied themselves, Zane teetered on the brink of despair. That in the office, she sat behind her desk, scrutinizing a report, her complexion shifting from crimson to pale to ashen. Before her stood several soldiers, upright and brimming with pride and confidence, their eyes betraying a clear naivety. Zane slowly lowered the report and raised her gaze. Is this the report you all have produced in a week? The Marines puffed out their chests in unison, exclaiming, Yes, Major, thank you for your praise. Zane sighed, intending to retort that she had not praised them. But the words escaped her, transformed into a mere exhalation of defeat. That moment, all remnants of the elegance and fierceness she possessed when facing Ming were stripped away, leaving only a profound sense of helplessness. Akin to a hen stricken by disease, Zane had embarked on this mission under the pretense of safeguarding the naval scientists. Thus, she had taken the most formidable fighters aboard the vessel. Little did she anticipate that while they were indeed elite, they were also devoid of intellect. They fought fearlessly against pirates, displaying sharp wits, yet when it came to administrative tasks, they transformed into fools. For instance, during the allocation of dormitories, they drew lots without regard for rank or gender. The individual responsible for procurement had bought numerous barrels of liquor, neglecting food and fresh water entirely, and now, after a week of effort, they had produced a report spanning merely 2 pages, half of which was riddled with typos, while the other half was a canvas of doodles. To make matters worse, after 2 weeks at sea, they discovered that dozens of crew members were unaccounted for on the roster. Zane stared vacantly at the ceiling, tears streaming down her cheeks. That if I am in the wrong, let the pirates come to kill me. Why must I endure this torment from these idiots? No, I chose these soldiers. I must lead them even if it brings me to tears. Thus, Zane composed herself, striving to present a gentle smile. Do you have anything to say? The report, Major Zane. A tall Marine stepped forward. Isn't it time for a meal? Zane's expression stiffened, and her eye twitched slightly. Another Marine, slightly more astute, awkwardly inquired, Major Zane, is it true that our report is unsatisfactory? The other soldiers, sensing the shift in atmosphere, cast nervous glances at Zane. Zane's expression returned to its previous calm. No, I am not angry. That Marine let out a sigh of relief. As long as you're not angry, I can relax. The surrounding soldiers exhibited expressions of relief. Zane slowly rose, her fingers transforming into 5 sharp prongs. I am not angry. Why would I be upset with a group of individuals who are destined to perish? The Marines. In the corridor, Smoker and Tina conversed as they walked. After several days of investigation, they had found no discrepancies. The key to the situation still lay with Zane. Yet, given her rank as a major, it was challenging for them to engage in substantial contact if they were too overt. It might arouse suspicion. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the adjacent room. Help! The Major has gone mad. She's killing people. Without warning, the door burst open, and several battered Marines stumbled out, colliding with Smoker. Ouch! Taken by surprise, Smoker barely managed to refrain from elemental transformation, and the group tumbled into a chaotic heap. One Marine's report flew from his grasp. That it hurts. It hurts. Smoker rose and helped each of them to their feet. Tina bent down to retrieve the fallen document. Your report is in disarray. She then cast a curious glance at its contents and breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, thankfully, it's just scrap paper. The Navy. Upon hearing this, Zane jolted to the doorway, her hands gripping Tina's shoulders. Do you also consider this a pile of scrap paper? Tina momentarily faltered, perplexed. Isn't it? Ha! Zane suddenly burst into laughter, tears glimmering at the corners of her eyes. She patted Tina's shoulder heartily. You are absolutely right. It is nothing but a heap of scrap paper. Oh, you look rather unfamiliar. What is your name? I am Tina. Tina quickly stood at attention and saluted. Major Zane. Ensign Tina reporting for duty. Zane nodded, extending her hand to the side. The roster. A Marine hurriedly produced a ledger filled with names. Zane rapidly flipped through it, her gaze darting back and forth between the ledger and Tina. Smoker and Tina felt their hearts leap to their throats. The pills. After receiving their undercover assignment, they had arranged for false identities. Even within the G2 branch, they already had profiles established. The only flaw lay in the ship's roster, which bore neither Smoker's nor Tina's names. While they could claim a printing error and suggest calling the G2 branch for verification, it would surely raise suspicions. To their astonishment, Zane finished reading and flung the roster at the Navy personnel, conjuring a long thorn and striking it while berating them. You imbeciles! Where is Tina's name? Recount it for me. If there is another mistake, you may as well dive into the sea to feed the sharks. The Marines scrambled to retrieve the roster, fleeing in a panic. Smoker and Tina stood in stunned silence. This was possible. Zane discarded the thorn and turned to scrutinize Tina, finding her demeanor and appearance utterly agreeable. More importantly, she too believed those documents to be worthless. In that moment, a sense of shared understanding blossomed between them. Ensign Tina, from this day forth, you shall be my personal assistant. Smoker, Tina? Just then, a commotion erupted in the corridor. Where is Zane? I demand to see Zane. Upon hearing the commotion, everyone turned their curious gazes. Only Zane appeared with an expression as though suffering from a toothache. Moments later, several irate elderly scientists hurriedly approached, followed by a dejected Marine. Major Zane, I requested an assistant. What kind of fools have you found for me? I told him to fetch gunpowder, and the idiot brought a torch into the explosive storage. Does he wish to blow us all to the heavens? Indeed. Moreover, the other scientists began to voice their grievances, resembling a chorus of disgruntled ducks. Zane felt as though her head would explode. She feared not the pirates. She could face them head-on. She feared not her superiors. She could confront them directly. She feared not her subordinates. She could discipline them. But these naval scientists were a different matter altogether. Unbeatable, unshakable, and stubbornly obstinate. The worst part was that every time they looked at her, it was as if they were gazing at a simpleton, and she, unfortunately, was not cleverer than them. At that moment, a tall, thin elder raised his hand, and the other scientists immediately fell silent. Major Zane, we do not wish to inconvenience you, but without an assistant, our progress will undoubtedly suffer. Zane felt a headache brewing. The new type of shell testing required simultaneous firing and adjustment. Her vessel was not an experimental ship of the scientific corps, lacking the requisite equipment and environment. Thus, she often had to seek assistance from the Navy, yet Zane knew the caliber of her soldiers. They were merely capable of the most basic tasks, and anything requiring finesse was beyond their competence. However, she could not afford to dwell on that now. She needed to silence these old men. Suddenly, she caught sight of Smoker. Compared to the dazed soldiers around him, he appeared significantly more astute. She swiftly pulled him over. Dr. Aubrey, I apologize for the inconvenience caused by these fools. This is Smoker. He shall be your new assistant. He possesses a keen interest in research and considerable talent, so let him accompany you. Having spoken, he abruptly seized Smoker's head and whispered in a voice barely audible to others, I care not what methods you employ. The crew aboard this vessel and their belongings are yours to command. However, there is one stipulation: do not allow this group of old wretches to bother me again. Smoker remained silent. Dr. Aubrey furrowed his brow as he regarded Smoker. Standing at 2 meters tall, with a triangular physique, robust arms, and marble-like muscles, he hardly seemed the type inclined towards scientific pursuits. In the past, he would never have chosen such an assistant. However, after spending half a month aboard the warship, his tolerance threshold had been repeatedly tested. Observing the glimmer of intelligence in Smoker's eyes, he let out a faint sigh. Very well, let it be him thus. Smoker was directly taken away by the scientists. Zane gazed at Smoker's retreating figure and sighed deeply that I hope he can endure a bit longer. He then turned to Tina and commanded, "Follow me." Smoker accompanied Dr. Aubrey to the rear of the warship. What was once merely a deck had now been transformed with the addition of a structure serving as a laboratory, rendering the entire ship somewhat incongruous. Beside the laboratory stood a heavy artillery piece, flanked by several oddly shaped shells, while a few men in white coats conducted tests. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from within one of the laboratories, and a panicked throng of scientists fled in disarray as they emerged. Thick clouds of purplish-blue smoke billowed from the laboratory. Dr. Aubrey rushed forward and seized one of the young men. "Song Miao, what happened?" Coughing violently, Song Miao struggled to compose himself. "I apologize, Dr. Aubrey." The gas grenade experiment failed before Aubrey could respond. Smoker's eyes widened in disbelief. "A gas grenade? Is the Navy's scientific division this reckless? They dabble even in such devices." Dr. Aubrey was equally horrified. "Foolishness. How could you engage in the study of such weapons?" Song Miao looked dejected. "A few days ago, Dr. Caesar Clown from the MAD organization published a paper on gas grenades, and I merely wanted to experiment." Aubrey pointed an accusatory finger at Song Miao. Trembling slightly. "Do you comprehend the terror of such weaponry?" Smoker silently nodded in agreement. "Indeed. While weapons themselves bear no inherent morality, biochemical weapons should never be trifled with." Dr. Aubrey continued. "Given the conditions aboard this vessel, how could you possibly conduct research on gas grenades? Why not wait until we return?" Smoker was taken aback. "Is that truly the reason?" "Ah, I see now. My thoughts had strayed." "It makes sense. These scientists are solely focused on technology and its implementation. The usage of their findings is of no concern to them." Song Miao surveyed the laboratory, his face etched with frustration. "What shall we do now? The toxic material has already leaked, and there's no way to contain it. The destruction of this laboratory is inconsequential, but if we delay, the surrounding labs will also be affected." Smoker was momentarily stunned. "Is it possible for such a significant safety incident to occur just like that? This simply cannot stand." Stepping forward, he extended his hand, and darkness began to envelop the entire laboratory. The Navy scientists gasped in shock. Dr. Aubrey inquired, "Smoker, are you a devil fruit user?" "It's a complex explanation. Consider it akin to the gravity fruit," Smoker replied, gradually retracting the darkness until the entire structure vanished. He harbored no fears of being poisoned. When Blackbeard invaded level 2 of Impel Down, he had absorbed Magellan's toxic wall without suffering any ill effects. So long as his body remained untainted, he had nothing to fear. Song Miao grasped Smoker's hand tightly. "Thank you, Smoker Cohen. You've been an immense help." Dr. Aubrey nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his face. Smoker felt a swell of satisfaction. These scientists were quite easy to work with. However, his elation was short-lived. Upon discovering that Smoker's darkness could absorb and release, the scientists became utterly enthralled. What had once been a cramped laboratory was now transformed into a storage area, with various items being shoved into Smoker's form for retrieval at a later time. Before long, they even began treating him as a refuse bin, discarding all manner of waste, including obsolete gunpowder and toxic materials. Smoker remained silent. Since his arrival in this world, he had lived a life disconnected from technology. Yet the knowledge and experiences from his past life had instilled in him a profound respect for the power of science. In the world of pirates, most individuals scoffed at technology, a reflection of their lower status. In contrast, those at the pinnacle of various factions, be it the government, the Revolutionary Army, or pirates, held an entirely different stance, never ceasing their pursuit of technological advancement. Whether it was Big Mom coveting Germa's advancements in life sciences, Kaido commissioning Dr. Vegapunk to cultivate artificial devil fruits, or even Emu tasking Vegapunk with the creation of the Mother Flame. It could be said that technology represented the most potent, yet elusive, force in the pirate world. After joining the Navy, Smoker had remained vigilant about the scientific division. In the original narrative, this organization was shrouded in mystery, only making fleeting appearances in Punk Hazard and the Island of the Cannonball. That Smoker's current status was too low to approach them, but if he showed too much interest, he might be perceived as having ulterior motives. Reluctantly, he had set aside his ambitions to engage with the scientific division. To his astonishment, he had inadvertently established a connection with the scientific team, revealing his fortuitous luck, despite the scientists' eccentric temperaments and their strained relations with the Navy. Smoker quickly discerned their interests and soon became familiar with them. The key to his rapport was, of course, technology. The Navy's scientific division specialized in various disciplines. The scientists aboard this vessel were primarily focused on firearms, artillery, and munitions. As a military enthusiast in his previous life, Smoker could easily discuss various classic firearms. While he could not claim to match their expertise in research and development, he excelled in brainstorming ideas and strategies, offering insights that were nothing short of groundbreaking. Before long, this assistant had transformed into a mentor. One day, while dining in the cafeteria, a scientist with a spiky hairstyle approached Smoker, hastily taking a seat beside him. "Mr. Smoker, may we share a meal?" "Oh, researcher IL, please join me," Smoker replied, shifting to make room. Without exchanging pleasantries, Illinois dove straight into the topic of Mr. Smoker. "The concept of the automatic rifle you mentioned last time is simply brilliant. Could you elaborate further?" Smoker responded, "Oh, certainly. I once contemplated a design." He then dipped his hand in the sauce and sketched the structure of an AK-47. Launching into an explanation, IL's eyes sparkled with excitement. In no time, a throng of scientists had gathered around them, including even the esteemed Dr. Aubrey. These once obstinate and difficult scientists now resembled eager schoolchildren, with many pulling out paper and pens to take notes. After a lengthy discussion, Smoker concluded his explanation of the classic firearm, feeling a mix of pride and humility at the admiration in their eyes. He added a few final thoughts, emphasizing that research on firearms should not exist in isolation. To achieve breakthroughs, one must also enhance studies in other fields. For instance, alloys can reduce the weight of firearms and enhance portability. Optical advancements, such as scopes, can transform anyone into a sharpshooter. Chemical engineering holds vast potential for gunpowder innovations, and as for the production line we spoke of previously, if successful, it could significantly lower manufacturing costs for firearms. Ultimately, we must avoid the pitfalls of insular thinking. We should leverage our collective strengths. Just my humble opinions. I hope they serve as useful insights. Upon hearing Smoker's words, all the scientists were initially taken aback, their expressions shifting to solemnity as they exchanged glances. In unison, they rose to their feet, fervently applauding. No, you flatter me," Smoker humbly replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. It was more than merely standing on the shoulders of giants. It felt as though he were treading upon their very heads. Yet, in this world, he regarded himself as an unqualified pioneer. Presently, the rapport between Smoker and the group of experts had flourished harmoniously. He would propose ideas and outline a broad direction, and the scientists would eagerly embark on research to realize them. This synergy was largely facilitated by the peculiar advancement of science in the pirate world. Vegapunk had begun to explore the concept of terminators, while Germa 66 delved into genetic modification. However, the Navy's weaponry remained at a World War I level, despite the myriad issues present in Smoker's proposals due to the disparate nature of the two worlds. The scientists found joy in the endeavor. After all, in their eyes, success represented progress, while failure constituted mere accumulation of experience. Ultimately, they bore no loss. Observing the scientists animatedly engaged in discussion, Smoker felt a sense of relief wash over him. This could be seen as the forging of a beneficial connection with the scientific contingent, allowing for future interactions to be justified, even if he could not conceive of a clear objective at present. Laying the groundwork was never a misstep. At worst, if he grew weary of the incessant violence, taking up a position in the scientific division could prove agreeable. Of course, Smoker's relentless imparting of knowledge was also aimed at enhancing the capabilities of the grassroots Navy. In the Grand Line, it was undoubtedly high-end combat power that dictated the balance of maritime strength. To put it plainly, it hinged on the number of individuals possessing royal-level combat prowess and those with admiral-level strength. However, it was the lower-ranking Navy personnel and the countless minor pirates that truly impacted the quality of life for the common folk. While the four emperors indeed wielded the might to annihilate nations single-handedly, their relentless actions could only affect so many. The bloodshed of the seas was predominantly instigated by the ubiquitous, small-time pirates. The technology he had shared should enable the Navy soldiers' equipment to advance significantly. While this posed little threat to the formidable pirates, it would be nothing short of catastrophic for the smaller ones. Imagine a pirate crew steeped in blood, encountering a Navy force they could previously barely withstand, only to find the latter suddenly upgraded from flintlock pistols to automatic rifles. Just envisioning such a scene was exhilarating. Over the past few days, Smoker had been incessantly pursued by the Navy scientists. Whether to deliver lectures, clarify doubts, or draft design schematics. Only once each of them had secured a project of their own did they finally cease their relentless inquiries. At last, Smoker found the opportunity to seek out Tina. It had been 7 days since their parting. Upon seeing Tina, Smoker was taken aback. "Tina, what has happened to you?" At that moment, Tina's once fair visage was marred by fatigue, her eyes darkened, hair disheveled, and her gaze appeared somewhat vacant, reminiscent of someone on the brink of collapse. Nevertheless, her neck, ears, and hands were adorned with an array of exquisite jewelry. Tina was merely exhausted from a lack of sleep due to the disarray of documents on the ship, which resembled a heap of refuse. That Smoker's heart ached for her. "Perhaps we should reconsider this. Let's explore alternative solutions." "Absolutely not." Tina staunchly shook her head. By serving as his assistant, she could legitimately peruse any documents, and she could not forfeit such a splendid opportunity. "Rest assured, once I sort through the backlog, it will become manageable." Initially, when Zen had recruited Tina as an assistant, he had only expected her to assist with minor paperwork and tasks. Not anticipating her considerable capabilities, to his surprise, Tina exhibited an astonishing aptitude for administration. Everything she handled was organized with remarkable clarity, surpassing even Zen's own efforts. Zen was deeply moved and promptly delegated all his responsibilities to Tina, allowing himself to take on a more leisurely role. Each day, he either trained or basked in the sun on the deck, living a life of ease and comfort. Conversely, Tina found herself working tirelessly for 3 days, finally clearing the mess Zen had left behind. However, before she could catch her breath, Zen instructed her to assume responsibility for all shipboard affairs in his stead. All departmental tasks, except for those involving military secrets, were funneled to Tina. Stunned, she realized that aside from lacking the title of Rear Admiral and the clearance to view classified documents, her position was indistinguishable from that of the highest commander. Surely, the other high-ranking officials aboard would never acquiesce. Yet, to her astonishment, the elite of G2, upon hearing of this development, reacted not with resentment over a perceived loss of power, but with overwhelming joy and tears of gratitude. "This is wonderful. Rear Admiral Zen has finally ceased his torment. At last, someone was providing them with guidance instead of merely berating them during task assignments." Thus, Tina inadvertently usurped authority. This newfound power greatly facilitated her actions, allowing her to peruse materials and scrutinize personnel with ease. However, the downside was equally evident. If Zen's accumulated tasks were akin to refuse, Tina now faced an entire landfill. Just glancing at the directory left her feeling lightheaded. For 4 consecutive days, Tina barely slept, finally untangling some semblance of order, which enabled her to visit Smoker. "Ugh," Smoker inhaled sharply. "They are treating you like a beast of burden. Did you not loathe such tedious administrative work?" Tina raised her hand, adorned with gold and diamond accents, and gently wiped away a tear. "That I had no choice. I have given too much." In Zen's buoyant mood, he would often reward Tina with handfuls of gold coins or gifted her trinkets, or share his fine wines and cigars, luxuries that money alone could not procure. In just a few days, Tina had amassed a small fortune of gold and jewelry. Given her rank, she would struggle for years to earn such wealth without any sustenance. Smoker sighed. "Forget it. Now that you have a moment to breathe, let us set aside these matters for now. You should rest." Tina, feeling her eyelids grow heavier, agreed. "Very well. Just remember to wake me in an hour. I have a meeting to attend." After ensuring Tina was comfortably asleep, Smoker settled down nearby to smoke. How had such a lovely girlfriend become a cog in the machine? Yet, at least she was better off than a mere cog. For Zen was indeed generous. This aspect did bear a resemblance to Doflamingo. Wait a moment. It seemed Doflamingo had forgotten something. Goodness! Diamante, that fellow has been locked up for a week, hasn't he? Without food or water, in darkness and silence. Will he not perish? If he hasn't died, he must be mad by now. The dark fruit allows the user to enter and inspect at will. If Smoker wanted to ascertain Diamante's condition, he would need to release him. However, given the multitude of eyes aboard, Smoker was reluctant to do so carelessly. Being discovered would spell disaster. Reluctantly, he made a round, gathering some food, drink, newspapers, and oil lamps, all of which he stealthily transported into the darkness. Hopefully, these provisions would allow that fellow to endure a few more days. For the sake of the invaluable information he held, he must not perish. An hour passed swiftly. Tina awoke feeling significantly rejuvenated and bid farewell to Smoker as she returned to her duties. With her workload now organized, no longer a tangled mess, her subsequent days, while still busy, were a far cry from the initial chaos. Amidst her responsibilities, she even found time to train with Zen in the training room. Tina and Zen were engaged in practice. While it was termed training, it resembled more of Zen instructing Tina. Zen extended his left hand, launching spikes towards Tina like a machine gun. Naturally, Tina refrained from revealing her abilities, instead relying on her agility and reflexes to evade the onslaught. Well done. Your previous maneuver was quite impressive. One must not only focus on the immediate threat, but also learn to anticipate. When attacking, one must predict the opponent's evasion, and while evading, one must foresee the enemy's attack. Although their time together had been brief, Zen found himself increasingly fond of this assistant, young yet already exhibiting commendable skill and capability. Such an exceptional soldier was a rarity even within the headquarters. He had not anticipated that the rotation would yield such a treasure. With this thought, Zen grinned mischievously. Tina, come faster? Can you keep up? Tina, panting heavily, came to a halt, her defiant gaze serving as her response. Very well. Zen extended his hands, sending spikes raining down like a torrential storm. Tina gritted her teeth to evade them, but her diminished stamina rendered her movements sluggish. As time wore on, bruises began to mar Tina's skin, prompting an arched eyebrow from Zen. Instead of easing his assault, he intensified it. With each passing moment, Tina grew increasingly fatigued, her wounds multiplying and gradually staining her uniform crimson. At this juncture, she found herself too weak to dodge, relying solely on her acute senses to detect the faintest breezes as the spikes approached, her body swaying slightly to evade them. A state of profound intuition enveloped her. Although her vision was blurred, her perception of the attack sharpened. Even many unseen strikes were avoided instinctively, from a distance. Zen was taken aback. Observation hockey? No, it had yet to fully awaken, but its rudimentary form was evident. Zen momentarily lost focus, inadvertently unleashing a formidable attack without restraint. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zen gasped. Not good. The spike surged forth at twice the speed, aimed at Tina's abdomen. Witnessing the impending disaster, Tina instinctively swayed, the spike grazing her side and merely tearing her clothing. That it seemed this maneuver had drained Tina of all her strength, her eyes fluttering shut as she slumped to the side. Tina! Zen rushed over, catching her in his arms. Tina struggled to open her eyes, murmuring, Major General Zen, I'm fine. That just now was. Zen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Congratulations, Tina. You've awakened observation hockey. That essay skill I'm not even proficient in. Observation hockey. Tina's eyes lit up. That's wonderful. Zen smiled gently. Silly girl, don't get too excited that you're utterly exhausted. Rest well, and later, I'll help you solidify your training results. Tina nodded gratefully. Then I shall depend on you, Major General Zen. Shortly thereafter, two medics arrived with a stretcher to carry Tina away. Zen smiled as he bid them farewell. Once everyone had departed, his expression suddenly grew serious. Officially posted. Thank you, esteemed viewers, for your support. There are some doubts in the comments that I will address one by one. One, the issue of updating one chapter daily. I work during the day and take care of children at night, leaving me only late at night to write. Thus, my writing time is limited, but I hope for your understanding. However, each chapter is about 4,000 words, which is akin to 2 chapters. 2. Will the protagonist group receive undue favoritism? No, they will be significantly weakened. 3. Will there be multiple devil fruits? I have considered it, but I want to overdo it with 7 or 8 devil fruits. After Tina was taken to the infirmary and bandaged, she instructed someone to notify Smoker. Upon receiving the news, Smoker, who had been engaged in a fierce debate with the scientists, abandoned everything and rushed to see her. Upon seeing Tina's bloodied and battered form, he was taken aback, and after hearing the details, his fury nearly erupted. Rolling up his sleeves, he prepared to confront Zen, disregarding any missions. He was resolute, ready to force answers from him. Tina, alarmed, nearly leapt from the bed, exerting considerable effort to calm him down. Had it not been for the absence of others in the infirmary, their tempers might have flared uncontrollably. Once Smoker regained his composure, he quickly used his powers to treat Tina. However, being in the enemy camp, he refrained from fully healing her, opting instead to address the most severe wounds while allowing the others to heal gradually. After tending to her, Smoker sat beside Tina, awkwardly peeling an apple. Tina leaned against the hospital bed, grinning at him. What are you grinning about? Smoker handed her the apple with an exasperated expression. You've been tailing me for days. Have you discovered anything? Tina shook her head while munching. Nothing at all. Aside from a few bounty notices and member profiles, there's nothing related to Doflamingo, considering her background in the North Sea and the history she shared with Doflamingo. Gathering such intelligence seemed reasonable and could not serve as evidence. Smoker nodded in resignation. All right, then it seems I must continue to rely on you. Tina responded, I'm all right. But what about you? Smoker's expression suddenly darkened. It turned out he had just been enthusiastically discussing the evolution of firearms from single-shot guns to automatic rifles, assault rifles to machine guns, and even sniper rifles, signal pistols, and artillery, though he hadn't delved into specific techniques or technologies. He had pointed out the future directions for firearm development, potentially saving the Navy hundreds of years of research. The scientists were awestruck, pleading with Smoker to join their research team. Smoker felt overwhelmed, hastily declining their requests. Yet, the scientists were convinced of his exceptional talent and relentlessly pursued him. Had it not been for Tina sending a messenger, he might still be embroiled in that debate. Tina couldn't help but chuckle. These scientists were indeed formidable. Whether it was Smoker or Zen, they were both thoroughly ensnared, proving that when scholars meet soldiers, reason often becomes elusive, and when soldiers encounter scholars. The situation is equally perplexing. As they continued their conversation, Tina suddenly inquired, by the way, has Diamante divulged anything? Is he really that tight-lipped? A week has passed, and still no progress. Smoker felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. What's the matter? Well, Smoker swallowed hard. I forgot about him. You forgot? Tina's eyes widened. 7 days. Smoker nodded with difficulty. It wasn't just 7 days. Considering the previous days, it was nearly half a month. It's my fault. My fault, he lamented, having not found an appropriate place to confine him. He had simply forgotten amidst the busyness. I'll find a place now. Tina sighed. Never mind. It's not necessary. The doctor said I could leave the day after tomorrow. So we can deal with him then. Smoker paused, but it will still take 2 days. Can Diamante endure that? Tina smiled sweetly. He has endured all this time. What has 2 more days? In the meantime, Tina had gathered considerable information on Diamante. This individual had committed heinous acts in the North Sea, his hands stained with countless lives. The thought of confining him for a few days posed no moral dilemma for Tina. Smoker pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right, he is not an easy character to handle. If he can't withstand it, he would have perished long ago. If he can, then 2 more days won't make a difference. I'll wait for you. Suddenly, both heard footsteps and promptly ceased their conversation. Tap, tap, tap. A knock echoed from the outside. Tina, may I come in? Tina was startled, signaling to Smoker. It's Major General Zen. Smoker's expression darkened as he reluctantly opened the door. Zen acknowledged Smoker with a nod before sitting beside Tina. Apologies for the interruption. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Upon seeing Zen, Smoker's suppressed anger began to resurface. Yet, recalling Tina's earlier words about how Zen had aided her in awakening observation hockey, Smoker found himself at a loss as to whether to be angry or grateful. Ultimately, he decided it best to step away and cool off. Thus, before Tina could speak, he interjected, I'm not interrupting. Sir, Dr. Obley is looking for me. I'll take my leave. With that, he forced a polite yet stiff smile and exited. Tina felt a bit awkward. I'm sorry, sir. He has that kind of temperament. Zen smiled gently. I understand. After all, I'm the one who put you in this state, so it's only natural for him to be upset. Tina blinked, hastily clarifying, it's not actually. Zen waved his hand dismissively. To express your feelings openly is a good thing. I truly do not take offense. Although Zen spoke with a calm demeanor, Tina keenly sensed a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Could it be that Major General Zen has someone she holds dear? What kind of person could captivate such a proud woman's heart? Tina's curiosity ignited like wildfire. That being said, for someone your age to awaken observation hockey is indeed remarkable. Tina perked up. Yes, I must thank you for that. There is no need for that, and gently patted Tina on the shoulder and stood up, saying, well, seeing you in such high spirits puts my mind at ease. Take good rest these next couple of days, and do not dwell too much on work matters. I shall take my leave now. With that, she turned to depart. Suddenly, Tina called out to her, General Zen. Please teach me how to harness hockey. As a member of the expansion class, Tina was not unfamiliar with hockey, but she had not expected to awaken it in this place and gazed at her thoughtfully for a few seconds before slowly responding. Haki is an exceedingly rare power, one that ordinary individuals seldom have the opportunity to encounter, but in fact, many generals have yet to master this ability. Haki is divided into three types: armament haki, observation haki, and the exceedingly rare conqueror's haki. Tina nodded, fully aware of this knowledge. Putting aside the conqueror's haki for now, the other two types of haki serve as the tickets to strength. Possessing both types of haki does not guarantee one is strong, as exemplified by the lowly soldiers of Amazon, such as ADC. However, lacking both types of haki certainly means one is not formidable, at best reaching the level of a supernova, even if one possesses the rare natural type abilities. Without haki, their potential remains severely limited. Each individual, due to their combat style and personality, tends to excel in different forms of haki. The observation haki you awaken allows you to sense the presence of enemies and predict their attacks. Zan opened her palm, a slender thorn emerging from her hand, its surface suddenly turning pitch black. In truth, I am more adept at armament haki. Therefore, General Zan, Tina interjected suddenly, her gaze intense as she fixed her eyes upon her. I wish to learn both types of haki. I see, and met Tina's gaze, a slight smile gracing her lips as she nodded. Very well, I shall oblige. 2 days later, Tina made a swift recovery. However, instead of immediately pursuing the study of haki, she quickly arranged for an interrogation room, summoned Smoker, and released Diamante. A surge of darkness enveloped as Diamante was unceremoniously thrown out. Initially bewildered, he scanned his surroundings before his eyes widened, and he lunged at Smoker. Both Smoker and Tina were taken aback. This fellow truly so resilient. Even after being confined for half a month, he still resists. They were deeply moved, readying themselves to swiftly subdue him and shove him back into the shadows. Unexpectedly, Diamante slid to his knees, embracing Smoker's legs and wailing, you have finally freed me. Please, do not lock me up again." Smoker and Tina exchanged glances, speechless. Indeed, having been confined in darkness for over 10 days, such fortitude could be considered commendable. "Enough, you rascal. Let go. If you don't release me, I shall confine you once more." Diamante, initially clinging tightly, promptly released his grip and obediently sat to one side, though he continued to sob. Appearing as if he had been thoroughly mistreated, Smoker, uninterested in small talk, got straight to the point. "Tell me, why were you on the warship? What is the relationship between your family, the Don Quixote family, and Zan?" "I will explain." Diamante began recounting the events from over a decade ago with clarity. It turned out that Don Quixote had attempted to exchange his father's head for the right to return to Mariahua, only to be mercilessly denied. From that moment on, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for the celestial dragons and the world itself. His sole purpose for living became the destruction of the world. To achieve this goal, he had been amassing power in the North Sea. 3 years ago, following the execution of the Pirate King, he seized the opportunity presented by the era of great pirates to venture into the Grand Line, accumulating wealth through plunder, drugs, and arms. However, he lacked a stable territory. For ordinary pirates, this would not pose a problem as they could roam freely without hindrance. Yet, Don Quixote had transcended such trivial pursuits, aspiring to build an empire, ideally a legitimate one, necessitating a stronghold. Thus, he planned to develop slave trade within the G2 jurisdiction, seeking to establish a stable territory while enlisting Zan's protection. Tina furrowed her brow. Why would he seek her out? "She should be your adversary, right?" Diamante nodded. "Indeed, she is an adversary, but not to the extent of being sworn enemies. Moreover, we have collaborated in the past." "What?" Both Smoker and Tina were taken aback. Smoker urged, "Elaborate." "Very well. It appears the infiltration mission can be deemed complete." Yes. Diamante began detailing their past collaboration. It turned out that the Duchy of Todana had suffered a decline in power due to the celestial gold, leading to rampant piracy and gang activity, leaving the populace in dire straits. Witnessing this, Zan resolutely joined the Navy as a princess. The world government has a regulation stipulating that nations with an admiral in the Navy are exempt from celestial gold taxes, while those with a vice admiral pay only half. Other officers also receive corresponding exemptions. Thus, upon joining the Navy, Zan became deeply invested in promotions. Any opportunity related to advancement was something she would pursue. After all, With a promotion, her nation could benefit from reduced celestial gold taxes. It was then that Don Quixote exploited this by luring her into a collaboration to eradicate the underworld forces, using the prospect of promotion as bait. As for the current situation, it was merely a repetition of his previous strategy. According to Don Quixote's machinations, the slave trade was a rare endeavor that could appease the celestial dragons. Thus, Zayn would likely agree to collaborate with him for the sake of advancement. And once she consented, she would find it arduous to extricate herself. Smoker exchanged glances with Tina, who bore a complex expression in her mind. The world government was a bastion of greatness, and the Navy epitomized righteousness. She was shocked to discover the convoluted truths hidden within. Meanwhile, Smoker remained more composed, a time traveler. He understood that the Navy was akin to a vast cesspool, containing admirable justice but also repugnant darkness. His expectations were modest. As long as righteousness triumphed over evil, he would strive to ensure that virtue prevailed over vice. As for the world government, from M to the Five Elders, from the celestial dragons to CP, it was a tapestry of corruption. Among the entire world government apparatus, he could only regard Magellan and Hannibal as shining beacons. Smoker furrowed his brow. Your collaboration in the Grand Line has yet to commence, so I shall not question its authenticity. But you mentioned your past cooperation in the North Sea. What evidence do you possess? Indeed, we have evidence. Diamante eagerly nodded. That mad woman believed her plans were flawless. Yet we secretly recorded our conversations with a transponder snail. Tina, puzzled, asked, such a covert matter. How could she not arrange for body searches? During negotiations, such precautions are indeed taken. However, after we dismantled the mafia, Don Quixote deliberately made remarks about our enjoyable collaboration and mutual prosperity, which Zayn unwittingly acknowledged. Although the specific details of our cooperation cannot be discerned, it still serves as proof of our past alliance. I see, such meticulous plotting. Smoker scoffed. Then why did you not bring evidence with you to threaten her? Surely, she would comply. Diamante shook his head. You underestimate that woman. Given her temperament, she would opt for a fight to the death, which would not bode well for us. Furthermore, the cooperation in the North Sea was primarily aimed at dismantling the mafia. While it may erode her trust among the Navy's upper echelons, it is insufficient to bring her down. Don Quixote seeks to gather more evidence from this collaboration. When we advance into the New World, we can directly send her to the gallows. Smoker nodded in understanding and proceeded to inquire further. Diamante had been confined for over 10 days, and his mental defenses had long since crumbled. As long as he was not subjected to solitary confinement, he was amenable to anything else. The titles of young master held little weight for him, as there was little he deemed unsellable. Consequently, Diamante rambled on, divulging secrets about the Don Quixote pirates as well as other organizations, while Smoker and Tina listened with rapt attention. However, none of the trio noticed the shadow that had appeared outside the interrogation room. On the flamboyant Flamingo pirate ship, Don Quixote da Flamingo sat alone in the conference room. His expression darkened. Years ago, he had established the pirate crew alongside four prominent officers, and they had traversed a tumultuous path together ever since. The relationship between himself and the top officers had transcended that of mere superiors and subordinates. They regarded one another as family. Despite the many harrowing experiences they had endured, with crew members and even officers occasionally falling, the core group had remained intact. Little did he expect that today, they would suffer a significant loss. To Doflamingo, this felt akin to having his own arm severed, an excruciating pain. Slowly, he rose and opened the safe in the corner of the room. Retrieving a transponder snail. This particular snail was a recording device that captured his conversation with Zayn from half a month prior. The two, who had once shared differing positions, had thoroughly severed ties. At that moment, Doflamingo contemplated handing this recording over to the Navy. The reason he had yet to do so was not due to a change of heart, but rather because he understood that with Zayn's background and achievements, such evidence alone would never be enough to topple her. How could he maximize its potential? While lost in thought, the door was suddenly flung open with considerable force. Who? Doflamingo exclaimed, instinctively pulling out his colorful strings. Recently, he had become a veritable powder keg, ready to ignite at the slightest provocation. In just a few days, he had already found reasons to eliminate several subordinates. Reporting, young master, it is I. Doflamingo furrowed his brow. It was Say or Pink. Recalling that the last time this individual had barged in, it had been for a significant reason. Doflamingo tempered his temper and patiently inquired, "What is it?" Say or Pink replied excitedly, "Young master, it's Diamante's life card. It has moved again." "What?" The other officers, drawn by the commotion, gathered and were equally astonished. "What is happening?" "The funeral arrangements have already been made. The 7th day has passed, and now you tell me he is still alive. Is this reasonable? Is this appropriate?" Say or Pink placed the remaining fragment of the life card on the table, and indeed, the paper began to move slowly. "Wonderful, simply wonderful. Adjust the course and proceed at full speed." After saying this, he cast a satisfied glance at Say or Pink. Previously, when they had prepared Diamante's grave, the intention had been to include the life card as part of his remains. That it was Say or Pink who had insisted on retaining this fragment. Even at the risk of angering the officers, now, it seemed he had anticipated the current situation. Doflamingo regarded him with a hint of admiration. Loyalty, strength, capability, and foresight. Having such a subordinate was indeed a blessing. He walked over to the wardrobe, retrieved a finely tailored suit, and tossed it into Say or Pink's arms. "You've worked hard. This attire suits you better." Say or Pink's eyes glimmered with excitement. "Thank you, young master." "No, the one who should be grateful is I. Thank you for saving my family." In the interrogation room, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Just moments earlier, Diamante had been regaling tales of the North Sea, mentioning the current Vice Admiral Sakazuki, who had once been a commander in the North Sea himself, a man with a reserved demeanor. He had frequented the pleasure district in his youth and had once indulged in 3 companions at once. Although he had disguised himself, that particular establishment was coincidentally owned by the Don Quixote family. Smoker and Tina were thoroughly engrossed in the stories when a chilling voice interrupted them. "Since you seem to be enjoying yourselves, why not share the joy with me?" The 3 were taken aback. It was Zane. She stood before Smoker and the others, her face ashen and her gaze frigid. "Diamante, I never expected you to be hiding on my ship." Quite the clever maneuver. She had arrived late, unaware that Diamante had been captured. She had only heard the latter part of Diamante's incessant chatter about their plans, mistakenly believing the 2 to be his subordinates. Her eyes fell upon Tina, revealing a hint of sorrow and regret. "And you have greatly disappointed me." The Navy was a place where male strength thrived while female prowess was exceedingly rare. To encounter someone who piqued her interest was a rarity, only to discover that the individual was a counterfeit. Although their time together had been brief, she genuinely admired Tina. Being young, Tina felt a touch of guilt under Zane's scrutinizing gaze. Recalling how well Zane had treated her, Smoker stepped forward. "It is truly regrettable, Vice Admiral Zane. How did you discover our presence?" Zane smirked coldly. "You all disguised yourselves quite well. I truly did not detect any flaws in your demeanor." However, she pointed at Tina. Such an exceptional Marine could easily excel in the elite naval class. How could she possibly be an unnoticed nobody? And a warrant officer without a background, yet knowledgeable about hockey. Doesn't that seem rather peculiar? If you had paid a little more attention, did you think you could evade my notice? Tina felt a surge of regret. After awakening her hockey, she had been so caught up in excitement that she had completely forgotten she was not supposed to possess such power. Moreover, immediately establishing an interrogation room upon her release was akin to walking into a trap. Smoker nodded. "I have been enlightened. I truly underestimated you. You are indeed the spear of the North Sea. Now that you are aware, remain here quietly. Given our shared journey, I can consider your actions as a voluntary surrender." Zane's words were pleasant, but her actions were merciless as she unleashed a barrage of thorny projectiles. The onslaught was dense and numerous towards Smoker and Diamante, while the attack on Tina was significantly less. "This is bad." Diamante, weakened and unable to evade, quickly raised his cloak to form an iron shield. The thorns, lacking hockey, could not penetrate the shield, and after a cacophony of clattering sounds, all the projectiles were successfully deflected. Smoker, not employing his devil fruit powers, effortlessly evaded the spikes using Soru. Zane was taken aback, not only by Smoker's mastery of Soru but also by his speed, which eclipsed Tina's. What is happening? A pirate can utilize Soru so proficiently. If Smoker's skill was surprising, Tina's was utterly shocking, having trained alongside her. Zane knew Tina's capabilities well. Based on her estimation, she believed that even with observation hockey, Tina would not have been able to evade the earlier attack, and indeed, that was the case. Tina's legs had been struck by the thorns. However, upon impact, the thorns surprisingly passed through her, leaving only a few holes that healed almost instantly. Zane gasped in astonishment. But a Logia user? in the first half of the Grand Line, unless one encountered a bored powerhouse. A Logia user was undeniably formidable that Zane's teeth began to grind in frustration. How could someone so exceptional end up as a pirate? However, this development posed a significant dilemma. While Haki could indeed counter Logia users, it was by no means a simple task. Those who had not mastered Haki remained vulnerable against Logia abilities that in the Navy. Only rear admirals could wield Haki with proficiency. This proficiency encompassed two aspects: stability in wielding Haki attacks and precision in maintaining consistent output rather than a mere burst of power. Zane possessed considerable talent and could engage in combat using Haki without issue. However, in such a confined space, facing numerous adversaries, including a Logia user, warranted utmost caution. Fortunately, it seemed that her opponent was missed. Not magma. With a cold snort, Zane declared, "Do not assume that being a Logia user renders you invincible. There are plenty of methods to counteract Logia abilities." With a decisive leap, she exited the room and pressed her hand against the interrogation chamber's walls. A row of sharp spikes emerged, sealing the entrance tightly. In an instant, countless minute spikes sprouted from the walls, floor, and ceiling, cascading down in layers, densely covering the entire room as if it were shrouded in scales. Another layer of spikes appeared, collapsing once more, creating an overwhelming accumulation. Within mere breaths, dozens of layers of spiked scales had formed, transforming the interrogation room into an airtight box. Zane had ensnared the three within the interrogation chamber. "Before returning to the branch, you three will remain here obediently. If you dare to play tricks, do not blame me for being ungracious." With that, she ceased her chatter and turned to depart. Zane held great confidence in her abilities. After years of development, the thorns she conjured were as resilient as steel. Once formed into walls, they proved sturdier than steel plates. Despite being a mere palm's thickness, even a cannonball could not breach them. At that moment, the interrogation chamber had been completely sealed by Zane, plunging the interior into utter darkness. Smoker and Tina fared reasonably well, while Diamante emitted sharp, explosive cries, desperately pounding on the door. "Let me out. Please, I beg you, let me out. Help." Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from behind and a flicker of flame appeared in the darkness, revealing that Smoker had ignited a candle. Ever since Smoker had transformed his body into a storage space, he had entered a hoarding mode, cramming various items within. Not only were the categories diverse, but the quantities were abundant as well. Upon seeing the light, Diamante stiffened slightly, then lunged forward like a beast. Snatching the candle and cradling it carefully, trembling in a corner. Smoker's eye twitched slightly. "Tsk. It seems I left him with quite a psychological scar." The power of this technique was more terrifying than anticipated. Perfectly suited for those who had committed egregious crimes. From various indications, confinement could even obscure life cards. If only those celestial dragons or CP agents were thrown in. At that moment, Tina frowned and said, "Smoker, we must find a way to escape." Smoker regained his composure and nodded, approaching the wall to feel its sturdiness. It's incredibly solid. He then turned to Diamante. "Diamante, can you use your powers to tear through this wall?" Holding the candle, Diamante appeared significantly more composed. Although he still trembled slightly, he could at least communicate. "No, the Mara no Mi can only soften the walls and reshape them, but cannot tear or destroy them. This place has no exit. No matter how we twist, we remain trapped inside." Suddenly, a plume of white smoke erupted within the room. It was Tina utilizing her elemental transformation. However, after searching high and low for quite some time, she still found nothing. Reluctantly, she had to revert from her elemental state. "It's no use. There's no exit. We can't break through." This was the greatest weakness of the smoke fruit. Akin to the swamp fruit, lacking formidable offensive capabilities. In the main storyline, Frankie could incapacitate Caribou with a mere barrel. What if we try using brute force? Tina approached the door, clenched her fist, gathered her momentum, and delivered a powerful punch to the door, resulting in a resounding boom that shook the entire room. Yet, the impact only left a slight dent, which rapidly began to return to its original form at a visible pace. Tina gasped in astonishment. "So hard. And it can even self-repair. How on earth could I manage this? The damage I inflict surely won't be repaired as quickly." Smoker observed intently, influencing surrounding objects with 1's abilities. This indicates the awakening of the fruit's power. Zane is truly a genius. In the main storyline, Aside from a few jailer beasts, those who had awakened were at least as strong as the warlords of the SE.to think that Zine, merely a commander, had also awakened. This was simply extraordinary. However, she had possessed the fruit for over a decade, so her awakening seemed reasonable. Smoker stepped forward. "Let me handle this." He extended his hand to the wall. Darkness emanating from his palm, adhering to the surface like tar. After a while, the darkness vanished, revealing a large hole in the wall, its edges neatly cut. "All right, there's an exit." Suddenly, Smoker turned to Diamante. Diamante's heart raced. "What do you intend to do?" "Apologies for the confinement." "No, please, I beg you, no." Smoker shoved him back into the darkness and left the interrogation chamber with Tina. Thus, the group stealthily escaped unnoticed. "Let us go find Zine, since we've already been exposed. Even if it means going against the entire ship, we must capture that woman." Tina understood. With that, both activated their elemental transformations and quietly infiltrated the ship's cabin. After locking the three up, Zine hurried to her office. Although her mind was filled with questions, she had more pressing matters to attend to. Strengthening defenses was paramount. With Diamante's appearance, would that scoundrel Doflamingo show up as well? She was not adept at aerial combat. While she could handle ground confrontations, battling on the sea would be perilous. Moreover, what about Smoker? Had he been lurking within the scientific forces long enough to steal any sensitive information, or perhaps even take direct action against the scientists? Although she was at odds with those scientists, Zine recognized their value. If anything happened to them, it would be a dire situation for her. Initially, Zine intended to resolve this matter herself, but recalling the scientific forces made her hesitate. Once the scientific forces were involved, it was no longer just her problem, nor was it merely a G2 branch issue. Never mind, I should report this to headquarters. So, she turned and made her way to the communication room. As she walked, she pondered about Smoker and Tina's 6 powers. Where on earth had they learned those skills? Had the Navy been infiltrated to such an extent, it was truly unsettling. And then there was Tina. It appeared she and T become too deeply entangled that if possible, she hoped to salvage that situation, but Smoker seemed more challenging to handle. Alas, such an outstanding young man, yet he isn't an ally of justice. Upon arriving at the communication room, Zine expelled the soldiers and began her call to headquarters. Yes, indeed, 3 individuals. They are members of Doflamingo's crew. One is a high-ranking officer named Diamante, while the other 2 are presumably newcomers named Smoker and Tina. I just don't know if those are their real names. Suddenly, she heard someone on the other end snatch the phone, and just as she was puzzled, a familiar yet authoritative voice resonated. Zine jolted, instinctively standing at attention. "That I didn't expect you to be here, Teacher Zephyr." "What? You came in person?" No, it's just a few small thieves. I've already captured them. Really, it's unnecessary, truly unnecessary. Hello? Naval Headquarters. Zephyr hung up the phone. A face full of questions. On this side, they claimed there was collusion with pirates, while on the other, they insisted these were pirate subordinates. What were these 3 little rascals up to? At that moment, he was not alone in the room. Besides the trembling communications officer, Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru were seated nearby, sipping tea and indulging in rice crackers, while Akainu, Bonnie, and Kazan sat quietly on the side. Apparently, Garp, feeling bored, had begun gathering people for amusement. Fortunately, everyone happened to be free today. So they had come together. Since they were so conspicuous, they slipped into the communication room for some peace and quiet. Little did they expect to inadvertently receive Zine's call. Still on speakerphone, Zephyr inquired, "What exactly is this Doflamingo fellow's background?" Given his status, Doflamingo was hardly worthy of attention now. Oh, that guy." Bonnie, hailing from the North Sea, took the initiative to provide a brief introduction. Just as he finished speaking, Kazan chimed in. "Oh dear, Smoker is Doflamingo's subordinate. What nonsense is this?" Bonnie scratched his head, but Zine and Doflamingo have always been arch-enemies. It's hard to believe there's any connection between them. At that moment, Sakazuki abruptly rose to his feet. "Teacher Zephyr, the journey is long. Allow me to accompany you." Zephyr's expression darkened. "You? Are you intending to eliminate the 3 of them, you rascal?" Sakazuki widened his eyes in disbelief. "Teacher Zephyr, why do you look at me that way? Zane and I are friends. I would only take out the other 2 at most." Zephyr's expression grew even darker. "Get lost." "Oh." Sakazuki sat back down. Dejected, Crane sipped a cup of tea and remarked softly, "Regardless of our respective positions, Two matters have become clear. First, the enemy is that Doflamingo. Second, the scientific unit is in peril. The urgent priority is to send reinforcements. As for who is righteous and who is wicked, that can be investigated at leisure. Zephyr nodded. Indeed, Crane is right. In truth, there's no need for such a dilemma. Anyone among us can go to no matter who is a pirate's subordinate. They cannot stir up much trouble. Even if that Doflamingo were to arrive, he could merely be subdued and plucked of his feathers. Zephyr approached the door, donning his justice cloak. Given the stake concerning the scientific unit, it would not do to let these youngsters run amok. With fewer matters concerning the elite class at present, I shall make a trip and stretch my muscles a bit. Just then, the silent Sengoku spoke up. Take Sakazuki with you. In a critical moment, it would be beneficial to have someone to assist you. Sakazuki responded with a yes, and followed Zephyr out on the warship. After finishing a call, Zane returned along the corridor, somewhat anxious. She did not expect Teacher Zephyr to come in person. This complicates matters. Suddenly, her observation Haki sensed an attack from behind. She swiftly turned, deflecting the opponent's heavy punch with her left hand while her right hand transformed into a sharp spike, piercing through the opponent's shoulder and pinning them against the wall. Upon recognizing the assailant, Zane was taken aback. Smoker, it's you? Veins bulged on Smoker's forehead as he stifled the pain and seized Zane's wrist. The power of the smoke fruit activated, and to Zane's astonishment, the sharp spike in her right hand suddenly reverted to its original state. She attempted to activate her devil fruit ability, but there was no response. How could this be? Before she could react, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped her. Damn it, Tina, it's you. At that moment, Smoker absorbed the damage and dragged Zane into an empty room. He pinned her down firmly. However, Zane was not so easily subdued. The suddenness of the attack caught her off guard, but now she struggled fiercely. Though she could not unleash her thorns, she was still formidable to handle. Soon, the smoke wrapping around her began to dissipate, and Smoker felt increasingly burdened. Humph, you don't know what's good for you. Smoker pulled out a sea stone pendant from his pocket and pressed it against Zane's forehead. Unlike Smoker, Zane had not undergone specialized training to resist sea stone, and she instantly collapsed to the ground, stripped of all strength to resist. Damn it, sea stone. Smoker quickly instructed Tina to fetch several iron chains, binding Zane securely. Sea stone was truly effective. It was a lethal weapon against those with abilities. Henceforth, I must never relax my training against sea stone, or I might suffer greatly. Smoker and Tina did not mistreat Zane. After binding her, they tossed her onto the sofa and took a seat opposite her. Major Zane, are you feeling calm now? Shall we have a discussion? Zane glared coldly at them. But I have nothing to discuss with you. I never expected you to escape. It seems I underestimated you. Where is Diamante? Why isn't he with you? Smoker lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. That it seems you are mistaken. Diamante is not here. He is, like you, merely a prisoner. Zane froze for a moment, then furrowed her brow. What do you mean? Who exactly are you? Tina and Smoker were both graduates of the first elite naval expansion class. Stranded on the island after capturing pirates, we saw Diamante disembark from your ship, which is why we came to investigate. Of course, this is also our mission, Smoker continued. Diamante has confessed, and the situation is clear that in fact, your relationship with Doflamingo is not as complicated as you think. Is that so? Zane inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. If what they said was true, at least that annoying group of scientists would not be harmed. But then, a sense of tension gripped her heart, indicating that her actions could not remain concealed. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure. Now that we've clarified things, what do you intend to do next? Smoker took another drag of his cigarette. In truth, I am indifferent to cooperating with pirates. As long as the outcome is favorable, why not utilize their strength? It can reduce the Navy's consumption and lead to pirates fighting amongst themselves. Thus, I have never regarded collaboration between the Navy and pirates as unforgivable. Zane raised an eyebrow. Oh, Smoker continued. Therefore, I wish to collaborate with you. Collaborate? Zane was taken aback. What do you mean? Doflamingo possesses something I desire. However, it would be too much for Tina and me to confront his entire pirate crew alone. So I would like to invite you to join us. As compensation, we can help you retrieve the Den Den Mushi. This way, even if Diamante accuses you, it won't pose a threat. Zane's eyes brightened. Oh, please elaborate. A few days later, the Flamingo pirate ship sailed at full speed. Doflamingo stood at the bow, his expression grim as he gazed out at the sea. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind. Without turning, he inquired, "How are things lately?" The impeccably dressed Senor replied respectfully, "Master, all is normal. A few days ago, Diamante's life card briefly lost its signal, but it has not happened again since." Doflamingo nodded. "Very well. Continue sailing," Senor responded. "Yes." At that moment, Torpol leaned in. "Hey, Doflamingo, don't worry. Diamante is quite resilient. You're getting too close, Tor," Doflamingo complained, then smiled broadly. Foo, 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 of course, I know. I am merely curious as to who dares to harm my family. I will find them and grind them to dust. The next day, their ship arrived at an island. Senor glanced at the life card in his hand. At that moment, the life card reacted strongly, shifting continuously in his grasp. "Master, he should be on the island. Why not let me scout ahead?" Doflamingo nodded. "All right, your ability is well suited for reconnaissance. However, the enemy that could defeat Diamante is surely not a simple character. You must exercise caution." A flicker of gratitude crossed Senor's eyes as he replied, "Yes," then leaped high from the ship's railing, executing a 360-degree spin in the air before plunging into the ground. Doflamingo turned and commanded, "Officers, come with me. The rest stay on board." With that, he disembarked first, followed closely by two top officers, then Gladius, Mojabes, Lao Ji, and Jorah. Virgo was conspicuously absent, while Monet, Sugar, Buffalo, and Baby, 5 had yet to join. Before long, Senor returned. "Master, Diamante is just ahead. He has indeed been captured by the Navy. The assailants are Zane and an unfamiliar male Marine. 2 of them. Foo, 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 foo. I truly underestimated them. Lead the way." Yes. In the distance, Zane and Smoker stood upon an open area where Diamante was bound tightly and suspended in midair. Zane held a transponder snail, engaged in a conversation with someone. Once she ended the call, Smoker stepped forward and remarked, "Tina just reported that the Don Quixote pirates have arrived." Tina floated in the air, her elemental form resembling a cloud from afar, but as soon as Don Quixote approached, he was swiftly detected. Zane glanced around, noting the presence of several massive boulders and a nearby cliff. "Why did you choose such a location?" "This place is quite advantageous for the enemy's abilities." Smoker's expression mirrored his helplessness. There were civilians on the island. After searching extensively, this was the only spot sufficiently distanced from the residential area. "I've stationed the Marines within the town. They won't engage in combat, only ensuring the safety of the civilians. The warships and technology troops are already at a safe distance." Zane nodded. "All right, you've made thorough arrangements." Tina descended from the air. "Don Quixote is here, and nearly all his officers have assembled." Before she could finish, a colossal rocky arm emerged from the cliff, its palm the size of a warship, reaching directly for Diamante. "Uncultured thug." Zane raised her hand, and several thick thorns erupted from the ground, pinning the rocky arm immovably. "Don Quixote, we meet again." Don Quixote hovered in the air. "Indeed, you have captured Diamante." Zane pulled out a hair tie, gathering her long hair into a neat ponytail, appearing considerably more refreshed. "The process may be somewhat intricate, but the outcome is similar. Your understanding is not misplaced." Veins bulged on Don Quixote's forehead. "You should be aware of the consequences of harming my family." Zane scoffed, "At your age, still playing make-believe, though boys mature a bit later." "Don Quixote boy, you are far too late in your maturity." Don Quixote, Smoker, slime chains. Torpol suddenly launched a surprise attack, a blue, slimy chain whipping towards Zane. Smoker, having anticipated this, reached out and absorbed the slime. Torpol was taken aback. "What? How infuriating. What kind of ability is this?" Pika slowly emerged from the rocky arm, his expression grim. Moments ago, Zane had used observation hockey, and the thorns had targeted his true form. Had he not dodged quickly, he would have been severely injured. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. "Damn woman." Zane's face darkened, high-pitched voice and sissy demeanor. "Who are you referring to?" Pika nearly lost his composure. "Don Quixote, I will kill her. I will kill her." "Oh, come on." Zane rolled up her sleeves, ready to engage. Smoker quickly intervened. "Calm down, Major Zane. Don't forget the plan. Leave Don Quixote to you, and the high-pitched voice and snotty worm to me." Pika paused at high-pitched voice. Torpol's eyes widened. "Snotty worm?" Smoker ignored them and turned to Tina. "The rest is up to you. Keep an eye on Diamante. Don't let anyone slip in and rescue him." Tina smiled confidently. "With me around, you can all rest easy." "All right." Smoker approached Zane. Okay, everything is in place. Let's go. Zane pointed to a nearby hill. Hey, Don Quixote, do you dare to fight me over there? You wouldn't want to accidentally harm your subordinates. Would you? Fu. Don Quixote adjusted his glasses, chuckling coldly. It's rare to see you being so considerate. With a flick of his finger, his body was lifted into the air, propelled by the strings, and he flew off first. This side is left to you, Zane reminded, using Jeppo to follow suit. Compared to Don Quixote, she recognized her lack of prowess in aerial combat. Therefore, she flew low, avoiding any potential ambushes from him. Moments later, the two arrived at the hilltop and engaged in combat. From a distance, one could see numerous spikes erupting from the summit, followed by the sound of sharp friction as the spikes were severed by invisible blades. Smoker clicked his tongue. No wonder Zane desired a change of venue. One misstep could result in Diamante's death. And that was something they could not afford. Smoker turned to Pika and Torpole. Snotty worm, high-pitched voice. Where would you like to fight? I'll let you choose the location. High-pitched voice. Pika's temper flared, his body partially sinking into the ground, ready to unleash an attack. Wait, Pika, Torpole hurriedly stopped him. The Marines have the audacity to come after us. With that, he dragged Pika to another area, ensuring they would neither disturb Don Quixote nor endanger Diamante. Smoker warned Tina to be careful, then followed suit. Tina picked up a military knife and approached Diamante, quietly observing the remaining 4 officers. Tina's task was to guard, not to engage in battle. Please refrain from rash actions. Otherwise, Tina slowly drew her knife. You will bear the consequences. Jorah, known for his volatile temperament, shouted, You think a little girl like you can stop us? With that, he charged forward. Tina's expression turned icy as she swiftly slashed behind her. The knife's tip grazing Diamante's neck without severing it. However, it sliced off a piece of flesh from his chin, blood gushing forth and staining his clothing. Diamante, covering his mouth, could not scream, only writhing in pain. Emitting muffled sounds, Jorah halted in his tracks. Damn it, despicable Marines. Tina paid him no heed, her expression remaining unchanged. She had made her point clear. The life of this man rested in their hands. By the way, Tina wasn't proficient with a knife. That last strike was merely a coincidence. Where her next cut would land, even she did not know. Gladiolus, Mahabais, Rauji Jorah, Smoker, Pika, and Torpole arrived at a rocky outcrop, observing the surrounding boulders. Smoker smirked. You've indeed found a commendable venue. Suddenly, Smoker caught sight of Don Quixote's pirate ship in the distance. Fortune favored him, as he had unintentionally spotted the spoils of war. Die! Pika screamed, merging into the rocks. Torpole also bellowed. Sticky chains. A sticky chain latched onto several massive boulders, which he yanked down like a meteor hammer. TCH, mere tricks. Shave. Smoker swiftly evaded the falling boulders. Just then, a giant rocky hand emerged from behind, crashing down forcefully, but Smoker easily dodged once more. Your abilities are quite intriguing, but such clumsy attacks will never hit me. Smoker leaped into the air, using Jeppo. Gale kick. Several wind blades descended, shredding the rocky hand into fragments. However, Pika was quick to evade, disappearing from sight. Quick to hide. Huh, sissy, your voice and that fruit of yours that only knows how to conceal itself are a perfect match. Pika could move freely within the rocks. And since Smoker had yet to awaken his observation hockey, he feared Pika would sneak off to rescue Diamante, thus resorting to incessantly hurling insults. Fortunately, Pika was not particularly clever and easily lost his composure. You read dead meat. 100-meter rocky giant suddenly lunged out, roaring as it charged at Smoker. Smoker looked up. What the? Torpole spewed slime, instantly covering the ground, and Smoker was momentarily caught off guard, ensnared by the sticky substance. Aha, let us see how you escape. Right now, you're nothing but a mouse on a glue trap. Smog attempted to extricate his leg, but, after several futile efforts, crossed his arms defensively in front of him. The iron block came crashing down with a resounding thud. The colossal fist of rock descended like a meteorite, unleashing a shockwave that sent countless boulders and trees spiraling through the air. The ground rippled as though pebbles had been cast into water, creating waves of disturbance. Torpole raised his staff and unscrewed the cap at its end, revealing a lighter. It's not over yet. This slime can explode. With that, he ignited the flame, which instantly triggered a violent explosion. Flames soared skyward, and thick clouds of smoke engulfed the beach, making even Tina glance over in surprise. Their SA flaw. Jorah had been searching for an opportunity, and, upon witnessing the chaos, charged forward, a transparent, cloud-like mist emanating from his palm, intent on touching Tina and transforming her into a defenseless work of art. "You're finished." Yet, Tina seemed to possess eyes in the back of her head. She bent low and effortlessly evaded Jorah's assault, retaliating with a powerful punch to his abdomen. The ferocious force penetrated Jorah's body, shattering the fabric of his clothing at the back. Jorah screamed in agony, blood spewing from his mouth as his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Tina used her foot to flip him over and retrieved a stack of bounty notices. Scrutinizing them carefully, Jorah, an officer of the Don Quixote family, Smaug, warned that your abilities hold no value. With that, she lifted her foot and, with a sharp crack, snapped Jorah's neck. Jorah, the other three were beside themselves with rage, unable to restrain themselves from rushing forward. Tina brandished her military knife, pressing it against Diamante's throat. "Think carefully. This fellow is your highest-ranking officer, and his life takes precedence over yours." Tina's words fell like a bucket of ice water. Instantly dousing the fury of the other three, they exchanged complex glances and, in unison, halted their advance. Then, Tina turned her gaze toward a short distance behind her. "You too." These petty tricks were ineffective against Tina. "Advance even a step further, and you'll be waiting for the Grim Reaper to collect the poker-faced corpse." Senor, lurking not far away, was drenched in cold sweat. The observation hockey was indeed a terrifying ability. He did not dare to linger and quietly began to retreat in the distance. The explosion subsided, flames still roaring. Smaug slowly lowered his arms and straightened his posture. With his physique, the boulders from Pika had not inflicted significant harm. However, the explosion triggered by Toripol was a different matter altogether. His slime was akin to the oil in incendiary devices. Not only was it highly flammable and explosive, but its stickiness was extreme. Once adhered to the body, it was nearly impossible to shake off, continuing to burn until nothing remained at that moment. Smaug was covered in burns, a sight most ghastly. This is the fate that befalls those who oppose the Don Quixote family. Look at your pitiful state. You truly deserve it. Smaug took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the pain, and raised his head to smile at the two, his blood-stained visage paired with a grin appearing particularly sinister. "It hurts, you bastards, but it's much better than last time. This time the burns are more severe than when I was struck by the Zane cannon, yet the pain is not as intense." Toripol, perplexed, scoffed. "Are you babbling nonsense? You nearly got yourself burned to death, you fool." Pika's true form emerged from the rocks, and no matter how you try to appear strong, you stand no chance now. We are family of Doflamingo, and we shall not disappoint him. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Smaug seemed to have heard a great joke, unable to contain his laughter, which grew louder until tears nearly streamed down his face. "Bastard, what are you laughing at?" Toripol exclaimed. Smaug stifled his laughter and wiped away his tears. "Family? You dare speak of family? I know many who keep dogs. They all claim these pets are family. Ultimately, they are merely playthings. Do you particularly enjoy Doflamingo patting your heads?" "Shut up." Pika's veins bulged, his eyes bloodshot. "We have supported each other alongside Doflamingo to reach this point. What do you know, you bastard?" Surrounding stones gathered around his arm and smashed toward Smaug. Iron block. Smaug raised his left arm to block it, while his right hand shattered the rock with a punch. Toripol leaped to a height. Slime machine gun. Slime bullets shot toward Smaug, their tremendous power easily piercing through the ground's rocky surface. Paper drawing. Smaug relaxed his body, deftly evading all the projectiles. "Your abilities are quite intriguing, but I'm afraid I'm pressed for time with that." He released darkness, enveloping himself and absorbing all the damage. Moments later, the darkness dissipated, and Smaug was completely restored. Pika and Toripol were taken aback. What sort of ability is this?" Smaug replied coldly with a smirk. Round 2. Smaug activated his ability, darkness surging forth and instantly engulfing the beach. Witnessing this bizarre scene, both Pika and Toripol felt a chill run down their spines. It was dark and abundant, looking quite formidable. Luckily, both had ample combat experience and swiftly decided to strike first. Slime tidal wave. Toripol spewed forth slime, flowing like a tide toward Smaug, attempting to cover the darkness. The darkness and slime collided, intertwining in a seemingly evenly matched struggle, but Smaug remained unfazed. Dark well. Suddenly, a powerful gravitational force erupted from the darkness, swiftly devouring the slime. Torpol's eyes widened in horror. Impossible. What kind of ability is this? Pika half merged into the earth, screaming, Tori, get out of the way. Suddenly, a colossal fist of rock thrust forth from the ground, crashing down upon Smog. Unperturbed, Smog intensified the gravitational pull of the dark well. The fist halted midair before crashing heavily into the ground. Torpal's face blanched as he attempted to move the rocky arm, but it was entirely immobilized. Realizing the peril, he sought to withdraw his true form, but Smog was swifter. Dark whip. The dark whip lashed against the rocky arm, slicing through it like a steel blade through tofu. Severing it in two, this cutting was not akin to a sword slash, but rather an erosion. The areas touched by the dark whip vanished entirely. My arm! Pika screamed in horror, clutching his severed limb as he sprang from the ground. Drenched in sweat, blood gushing forth like a torrent, the stone fruit allowed Pika to traverse through rocks and freely manipulate them. When entirely concealed within the stone, shattering or hacking at the rock was ineffective. However, when he was not fully merged, his body and the rock were one. In this moment, simply attacking the active rock could harm his true form. In the original storyline, Zoro had utilized this very method to inflict a wound on him. Just moments ago when Smog attacked, Pika had neither fully melded into the rock nor promptly retracted his true form, thus suffering equal damage. Toripole, aghast, shouted, Pika. He then sprayed slime, desperately sealing Pika's wound, barely staunching the bleeding. Bastard, who the hell are you? Pika's voice trembled with fear and excruciating pain. Smog, uninterested in answering, merely stated coldly, your fruits are quite impressive. I'll gladly accept them. Dark water. Pika and Toripole felt an immense suction force pulling their bodies uncontrollably toward Smog. Pika, be careful. Torpole released a mass of sticky substance, firmly adhering Pika to the ground. He then flew toward Smoker, only to be knocked unconscious by a powerful slap. Smoker seized Torpole by the neck with his elementalized hand, causing his fruit ability to vanish instantaneously, the viscous substance sliding away to reveal his gaunt frame and a box. In truth, Torpole was quite slender, his bulk merely a result of the thick layer of slime coating his body. Upon spotting the box, Smoker's eyes glimmered with intrigue. A high-ranking officer. Whatever he kept under close guard was surely not ordinary. He hastily absorbed both Torpole and the box into his body. Simultaneously, the slime binding Pika vanished, and taking advantage of Smoker's fixation on the box, he quickly burrowed underground. Smoker was taken aback, swiftly intensifying his gravitational pull in an attempt to drag him out. Unfortunately, the ground obstructed the force. Although the earth was torn apart, Pika had already made his escape. It was careless of him to have been outsmarted. Such a pity. The stone fruit was quite remarkable. Yet, he had not anticipated that burrowing underground would free Pika from the constraints of the dark fruit. Smoker subtly discerned a flaw in the dark fruit. Gravity could indeed be obstructed. However, there was no time for contemplation. More pressing matters awaited him. Smoker set his sights on Don Quixote Doflamingo's pirate ship. Even if he couldn't capture Pika, he could at least collect some interest. He approached the vessel and directly used his gravity to pull it ashore. The crew desperately attempted to control the ship's escape, but their efforts were futile. The more astute jumped into the sea, while Smoker chose to disregard them. The less clever were dragged into the abyss alongside the ship. Doflamingo would never have imagined that his home would be stolen. Meanwhile, Tina was fixated on the cadre members. They hesitated, concerned for Diamante's safety, and dared not act recklessly. Suddenly, a stone wall rose between Tina and Diamante. Attempting to separate them, Tina reacted swiftly, drawing her blade to strike at Diamante's head. Alas, she was a moment too late. The military knife was deflected by the stone wall, leaving only a gash on Diamante's forehead. Subsequently, several stone spikes erupted from the ground, impaling Tina like a porcupine. The other cadre members rejoiced, exclaiming, "Lord Pika!" Gladiolus, still feeling unsatisfied, touched the ground, activating his ability, causing the spikes that pierced Tina to explode, reducing her to mere fragments. Foolish woman, this is the fate of opposing the Don Quixote family. Yet, before he could finish, a white mist coalesced before him, reforming into Tina. You, Gladiolus was astonished. Before he could react, Tina struck him with a powerful punch, sending him flying. After enduring extensive training, Tina's fists were akin to hammers. Gladiolus, bleeding profusely, crashed heavily to the ground. Clutching his chest, he struggled to rise, his face etched with terror. Damn it. Be careful. This woman is a Logia user. Lord Pika, you take Lord Diamante and leave. We will handle this. Pika cast a fearful glance towards Smoker, but said nothing, merely warning. Be careful. He then activated his ability, dragging Diamante underground. Throughout, he had not disclosed to anyone that both he and Torpole had been defeated. In the Don Quixote family, subordinates must unconditionally dedicate their lives for their superiors. Pika regarded only Doflamingo and a few other high-ranking officers as comrades. The fates of the others were inconsequential if he could utilize them to buy some time. It would be a worthwhile endeavor. At that moment, the other cadre members also sprang into action. 100,000 tons of pressure. Mob Eyes leaped high into the air, crashing down towards Tina. Tina effortlessly evaded using her elementalization. But just as she was about to counter, she sensed an impending attack and quickly raised her hand to block a surprise kick. The force was tremendous, propelling Tina several meters back, and as she looked up, she saw a burly old man. Not presume that being a Logia user grants you the right to be arrogant. I too can wield hockey. He charged at Tina, his hands poised for an onslaught, unleashing a torrential barrage of attacks. Tina was not one to underestimate her opponent. She swiftly engaged in defense. The two exchanged blows, neither gaining the upper hand. Such strength and speed. Could this old man truly be Lao Ji? Tina leapt high into the air. That if you think I am merely a fruit-dependent weakling, you are gravely mistaken. Storm leg, rain, a deluge of wind blades descended, compelling Lao Ji and his allies to evade. From their movements, Tina discerned that only Lao Ji possessed the ability to wield hockey. This was advantageous. She could focus solely on him without worrying about the others. Soro. Tina's figure vanished, appearing directly before Lao Ji, landing a punch that Lao Ji countered with a swift block. However, Lao Ji's wild punches were deftly evaded by Tina, using her observation hockey. The two continued their fierce exchange. Meanwhile, the others were not idle. Gladiolus, Mob Eyes, and Senor were all engaged in battle. Although they lacked hockey and could not inflict significant damage, they nonetheless managed to distract and delay her. However, the cost was that they each endured several blows. After a fierce bout, Tina seized the opportunity, landing a punch squarely on Lao Ji's face. Lao Ji staggered but did not fall. Instead, he tightly grasped her wrist. Little girl, your speed is impressive. Too bad your attacks lack power. Against my armament hockey, they are futile. Tina frowned, smirking. Tina knows her weaknesses better than you. Since you are so confident, allow me to deliver another punch. With that, she raised her other fist and struck fiercely at Lao Ji's face. Lao Ji made no attempt to evade, covering his face with armament hockey, bracing for the blow. Futile. Before he could finish, a deafening explosion echoed. Lao Ji was sent flying far away. He rolled several times on the ground before laboriously rising, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, his voice trembling. What was that move? Tina scoffed, lifting her pearlescent fist. Elementalization. This was not mere elementalization, but rather compressed smoke, instantly released upon impact to create an explosion. How about that? Quite a punch, wouldn't you say? This technique was conceived by Smoker, inspired by Bartholomew Kuma's air compression. Although it lacked the strength of Kuma's attack, it compensated with minimal wind-up, allowing for nearly instantaneous execution. This technique effectively mitigated the weakness of the smoke fruit's low physical attack powered that's how it is. Truly a genius technique. Lao Ji, trembling, regained his stance. However, I am a cadre of the Don Quixote family. I won't concede so easily. Suddenly, Smoker descended from above, crushing Lao Ji's head into the mud with a single kick that in terms of physical prowess, Smoker far surpassed Tina. Lao Ji let out a scream, swiftly meeting his demise under Smoker's foot. Smoker, Tina gasped in surprise and delight. Gladiolus, Mob Eyes, and Senor, however, turned pale. It turned out that Lord Pika had not come to defeat the enemy, but rather had been driven away. Run! Senor reacted fastest, diving into the ground to escape. Smoker frowned slightly, but did not intervene. That he had already tested that the earth could obstruct gravity. After all, he was merely a minor character. If he fled, so be it. However, Gladiolus and Mob Eyes were not so fortunate. Faced with Smoker and Tina, they could not withstand even a minute before being tossed into the darkness on a distant mountaintop. The battle between Zane and Doflamingo reached a fever pitch. Doflamingo's clothes were tattered, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. and several gaping wounds adorned his body, oozing crimson. Yet he seemed impervious to pain, his hands touching the ground as he unleashed his awakened fruit ability. Raging white line. In an instant, half the mountainside transformed into a white line, crashing down upon Zan like a tsunami. Zan, battered and bruised, bore a gash upon her cheek. As she beheld the white line descending, she swiftly retreated, creating distance. Do not assume you are the only one who has awakened. Broken moon thorn. Countless thorns erupted from the earth, resembling a dark jungle, fiercely resisting the oncoming wave of white lines. Numerous thorns were severed by the white lines, yet countless white lines were also torn apart by the thorns. In that moment, the entire mountain was divided into shades of black and white. 5 colored lines. Doflamingo seized the opportunity to attack. Several strands of colorful threads aimed for Zan's neck, intent on decapitating her in one swift motion. How fast? Zan's pupils constricted, although she sensed the impending attack. Evasion was no longer an option. She could only raise her arm, cloaked in haki, to withstand the blow. The 5 colored lines struck her arm with a grating sound, sparking a shower of embers. Zan's haki was not sufficiently refined or powerful. While she managed to block the threads, her arm was left with a deep gash, exposing bone. Seizing the moment of Doflamingo's brief lapse in focus, Zan disregarded the excruciating pain in her arm and retaliated by manipulating the thorns. Several dark thorns lunged toward Doflamingo's face. Line shield. A shield formed from white lines materialized before Doflamingo. This maneuver was highly effective against slashing and blunt attacks. Yet it proved inadequate against piercing assaults. A sharp crack echoed as most of the thorns were deflected, but 2 thorns, as thick as fingers, broke through, penetrating Doflamingo's shoulder. Both combatants sustained significant injuries, retreating simultaneously to create distance. Clutching their wounds and gasping for breath, their gazes locked onto one another. Huffing and puffing, Zin pressed her hand against her arm. Blood gushed from the wound, staining half her body crimson. Damn it, my arm is immobile. What's worse, the blood loss is too rapid. After years apart, this fiend has grown so formidable. Compared to Doflamingo's solitary exploits, Zayn had trained in an elite naval class. She had initially believed her abilities had vastly improved. Not expecting to merely achieve a mutual downfall instead of overpowering Doflamingo, Doflamingo was no better off. Gritting his teeth, he yanked the 2 thorns from his shoulder, pain rendering his complexion pale, sweat mingling with blood as it dripped down. He suddenly erupted into laughter. Ever since you left the North Sea, this is our first clash, and the outcome remains unchanged, Zan retorted with a cold chuckle. Had it not been for your minion's interference last time, you would be dead by now. Doflamingo dismissed her taunts with a nonchalant chuckle. Once Pika and the others deal with my subordinates, your time will come to an end. Blame your own foolishness and lack of trustworthy kin. Zan, visibly irritated, shot back. Don't try to deceive me with your family values. I am not one of those simpletons who would be moved to tears by a few flattering words or empty promises. Deceit is one thing, but to specifically target the gullible is downright despicable. At her words, Doflamingo faltered, his smile fading as his expression turned cold. Say what you will. The ultimate conclusion will be my blade severing that clever head of yours, turning your skull into a goblet. Suddenly, Doflamingo leaped into the air. Several blades of black wind descended, leaving deep, unfathomable craters in the ground. In the distance, Smoker and Tina arrived, utilizing Moonwalk to close the gap. Smoker shouted, Tina, protect Major Zin. Leave this scoundrel to me. Understood. Tina accelerated towards Zin. Doflamingo, furious, exclaimed, not a chance. 5 colored lines. The colorful threads sliced Tina into segments. However, the threads were devoid of haki. Tina transformed into a cloud of smoke. Reappearing before Zan Logia, Doflamingo's heart sank. These 2 naval soldiers seemed far more formidable than anticipated. Seeing Tina's arrival, Zan managed to utter a strained thank you before collapsing helplessly to the ground. The thorns produced by her awakened fruit faded away. Ultimately, Zan lacked the resilience of Doflamingo. She was already at the end of her tether to mislead Doflamingo. She had forced herself to maintain a facade of strength that in truth, Doflamingo could have easily claimed her life earlier. Now, with her sudden relaxation, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Tina scooped up Zin, preparing to retreat via Moonwalk. Doflamingo roared in fury. Return that woman to me. I still intend to sever her head. Several haki-infused threads slashed toward the pair. Tina, witnessing Zayn's pale visage, gritted her teeth and shielded her with her own body, bracing for impact. Just then, Smoker appeared before them. Iron block. A cacophony of friction ensued as 5 wounds appeared on Smoker's chest. Yet he successfully mitigated the attack. Ouch! These previous cuts were far too few. Doflamingo extended his finger. Rebound line. Storm kick. The 2 attacks collided midair, erupting in a cloud of dust. Seizing this opportunity, Tina clutched Zayn and fled. Ha ha ha, a naval soldier daring to obstruct me alone. How bold! Doflamingo cackled madly, his white spear thrusting toward Smoker. Dark Meridian. Darkness enveloped Smoker, shrouding the threads, which were subsequently absorbed. When Smoker's ability manifested, the typical reaction from an ordinary person was bewilderment. Doflamingo was no exception, astonished. What kind of ability is this? Smoker extended his palm. Dark water. Taken by surprise, Doflamingo was pulled toward Smoker, who then tightened his grip, seizing Doflamingo's wrist. So we are resorting to close combat. Are we? You rogue. This technique, employed by Doflamingo, involved attacking from above with 5 threads, capable of penetrating an opponent's body and inflicting catastrophic damage. Doflamingo's stature exceeded that of Smoker, making this attack perfectly suited for him. Yet, in the next moment, he was astonished to discover that his abilities seemed to have faltered. What is happening? Take your time to ponder. Smoker's fist slammed into Doflamingo's abdomen, sending him flying several meters, crashing through a series of boulders and trees before landing heavily on the ground. Struggling to rise, Doflamingo suddenly stiffened, spewing a mouthful of blood as he collapsed, motionless. During his battle with Zayn, he had already sustained considerable injuries. Due to his newly developed ability to stitch wounds with threads, his endurance was slightly greater than Zayn's. While he had successfully drained her vitality, he too was on the verge of collapse. Having just been caught by Smoker, his ability abruptly ceased, causing all his stitched wounds to rupture. Now, after enduring such a powerful blow, his life force was entirely depleted. Smoker charged forward, ready to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, ripples surged through the ground as Senor appeared, grabbing Doflamingo and attempting to plunge underground. You cannot escape. Dark water. A tremendous suction force ensued, pulling the 2 upward against their will. Senor grasped Doflamingo's ankle with one hand, while clutching a massive boulder with the other, barely stabilizing himself. Yet, as the suction intensified, the boulder began to shift. In desperation, Senor shouted, "Young master, wake up quickly." The intense sensation of being pulled and the cacophony of sounds brought a semblance of consciousness back to Doflamingo. He clenched his teeth, squeezing out the last vestiges of his strength to activate his ability. White shield. A shield composed of a white line abruptly materialized, positioning itself before the 2, though the white shield held firm for mere seconds before being shredded by gravitational forces. It ultimately afforded them a fleeting opportunity. Senor, cradling Doflamingo, dove headlong into the earth, disappearing entirely. Smoker landed at the spot where the 2 had vanished. To his astonishment, Senor had not fled. Nevertheless, the recording and other items remained intact. As for Doflamingo, allowing him to linger for a few more days posed little concern. After all, prior to their journey to Dressrosa, Doflamingo was just an ordinary pirate, posing a lesser threat, provided he kept a watchful eye. He would not stir up any trouble. Smoker soared through the air using moonwalk. Suddenly, he noticed white smoke rising in the distance. This was Tina, using her observation hockey to sense Smoker's approach, employing her ability to summon him. Following the guidance, Smoker descended onto the beach. At that moment, Zayn lay on the sand, her complexion pale, while Tina stood vigil over her. Upon seeing Smoker land, Tina hurried forward, examining the gash on his chest. "Smoker, how are you? Was that you taking the hit for us?" Her voice was laced with guilt and concern. Smoker, however, dismissed it with indifference. Such an injury was trivial. He had intended to accumulate more energy to absorb. He had not anticipated Doflamingo to be at the end of his tether, capitulating so swiftly. Smoker squeezed Tina's hand reassuringly. "Do not worry. You know my ability. As long as I am not dead, I will not perish," Tina responded. With that, Smoker absorbed all the damage, and together they approached Zayn's side. Zayn lay on the ground, her body marred with wounds, particularly on her arm, although it had been bandaged. Blood still oozed from the wound. The once blue and white military uniform was now stained crimson with blood, due to excessive blood loss. Her complexion was ghostly pale, and she had slipped into unconsciousness. Smoker sighed. Speaking of which, her condition is even more worrisome. Why not assist in treating Major Zane? Smoker pondered for a moment, his expression revealing hesitation. Although she had fought against Doflamingo, confirming their opposition, he remained uncertain about their prior relationship. The extent of their collaboration and the severity of the situation. It was only due to their mutual enemy, Doflamingo, that she was cooperating with them. What if they healed her, and she turned against them to seize the evidence? That could not be overlooked. Tina gazed at Zane, grasping her icy hand. Regardless of the circumstances, Major Zane had always looked after Tina, and she could not simply stand by. Smoker, please save her, Tina implored softly. And Smoker found himself unable to resist. He immediately unleashed his darkness to heal Zane. After a considerable interval, the darkness gradually receded, and Smoker exhaled a long breath. This person has sustained grievous injuries. Her temperament is quite tenacious. To put it kindly, she is resolute. To put it less kindly, she is reckless. Following the treatment, Zane's injuries had vanished. Yet, she remained in a deep slumber, her complexion still somewhat pallid. I have absorbed her wounds and pain. However, due to her prior blood loss, her body remains fatigued. She will likely require more rest. Compared to utilizing his ability, natural recovery is undoubtedly more beneficial, as it imposes a lesser burden on the spirit. Moreover, it allows me to conserve effort. Tina nodded. This is already quite satisfactory. Smoker rose and made his way outside. The town on this island was quite distant, and Zane could not withstand any further upheaval. They would need to make to here for the night. You stay with her. I will handle things outside. Smoker arrived at the shoreline, and as darkness enveloped the beach, the Pink Flamingo ship was cast ashore. Along with dozens of pirates tumbling onto the deck, they were suddenly trapped and then reappeared, their faces painted with astonishment and bewilderment. However, before they could comprehend the situation, Smoker sprang into action, swiftly incapacitating them all within mere breaths. Subsequently, numerous transparent orbs of pain materialized in his hands, remnants of his earlier accumulation. He hurled the orbs onto the pirates, inciting a cacophony of wails and cries aboard the ship. Once tranquility returned to the vessel, the pirates were left gasping for breath. Seeing this, Smoker nodded in satisfaction and shoved them back into the darkness. According to his previous methods, these pirates were mere refuse, destined for one of two fates. Those with bounties would be returned to base, while those without would be unceremoniously tossed into the sea to feed the fish. However, Doflamingo's involvement in the slave trade had provided him with significant insight. The institution of slavery was the most decrepit system within the world of pirates. Without exception, as a time traveler, Smoker naturally held deep disdain for it. Yet, he was acutely aware that neither the productive forces of the pirate world nor his own strength and status could alter this system. It was a tragic reality. After much contemplation, Smoker suddenly experienced an epiphany. Since he could not eradicate it, why not join it, directly utilizing the pirate scum as slaves to fill the market void? In the world of pirates, bounties represented a threat to the government. Therefore, the threshold for becoming a bounty criminal was exceedingly high, while the crimes of a pirate crew would be attributed to the captain and officers. Many pirates had blood on their hands, yet the government did not regard them worthy of bounties, allowing them to slip through the cracks. Previously, Smoker's criteria for judgment were rather simplistic and brutal. Regardless of whether or not they had bounties, anyone who remained aboard for 6 months was met with death. In hindsight, this was undoubtedly a waste. Why not sell them as slaves instead? For the vast majority of pirates, considering their crimes, killing them outright would be a mercy. Better to sell them into slavery, allowing them to languish and perish amidst their daily toil and torment. Compared to ordinary people, pirates possess superior physical attributes and greater competitiveness. The addition of a single depraved pirate slave means one less innocent civilian slave. Given this, why not seize the opportunity? And it would also net him a tidy profit. Is it even possible to call such an endeavor unjust? After resolving the matter with the pirates, Smoker organized a few rooms, and the three settled in. Zane slept soundly until the following day, had she not issued a specific order forbidding anyone from seeking her out. The warship would have likely arrived long before Zane's eyelids fluttered. Gradually opening her eyes, in the next moment, she sat up abruptly. First, she scanned her surroundings, then hurriedly checked her body, particularly her arm, and upon discovering that the wounds had entirely vanished, she wore an expression of disbelief. That moment, Smoker and Tina, having heard the commotion, entered the room. Tina stepped forward a few paces. "Major Zane, are you all right?" Zane nodded, inquiring, "Where is this place? What happened to Doflamingo?" Smoker lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. "This is Doflamingo's pirate ship, which I commandeered. That scoundrel escaped, leaving only a few officers and crew behind that I see." Zane nodded, sighing in relief, then hurriedly asked, "What about the items we were looking for?" "The items I sought have been secured. As for what you wish to find, it should be aboard this ship. Since you were still asleep, we did not search the ship without permission." Upon hearing this, Zane hastily struggled to rise. "What are we waiting for? Let us hurry and find it." To her, that recording phone bug was akin to a death warrant. If it remained intact for even a minute longer, she would be restless for that same duration. Zane stumbled toward the captain's quarters. Previously, Diamandi had clearly outlined the location of the recording phone bug, and Smoker had not withheld any information, directly informing Zane. Upon entering the room, Zane cast a quick glance before moving to a corner, where she removed a section of the wall panel, revealing a safe. Upon opening it, she discovered a myriad of items, confidential documents, land deeds, contracts, maps, and the phone bug, evidently the culmination of years of effort by Don Quixote du Flamingo at that moment. Smoker and Tina entered the room as well. Zane, disregarding their presence, rummaged through the contents and quickly found the recording phone bug, which was still clearly labeled with her name. Zane's face turned a shade of deep anger. Her teeth clenched as she activated the phone bug. Suddenly, the device's eyes opened, and it began to play back a fragmented recording. "The forces in the North Sea are far too convoluted. We must dominate the North Sea. These funds are merely the first batch. If we continue our collaboration, the profits will be even greater. I can also assure you that we will not infringe upon your nation in the future. Do consider this. Colonel Zane, to a pleasant cooperation." Click. The recording concluded. Smoker and Tina exchanged peculiar glances at Zane, their hearts secretly bracing for what lay ahead. Although the dialogue was unclear and incomplete, the implication was that these two individuals had a rather profound alliance. Zane, however, was filled with both fury and urgency, her silver teeth grinding audibly, along with a deep sense of grievance. That scoundrel Doflamingo had deliberately obscured the signal, truncating the conversation. What was initially a discussion about eradicating underground forces had morphed into a conspiracy to dominate the North Sea. If this recording were to fall into the hands of the Navy headquarters, even if it couldn't secure a conviction, it would suffice to render her life a perpetual exile. Yet, her expression soon softened. This was a special recording phone bug, capable of permanently storing recordings but not allowing for duplication. Thus, the recording before her was singular. Noticing Smoker's gaze upon the phone bug, Zane's heart raced, and she snatched the recording device from his grasp. "I truly appreciate your assistance. However, you need not concern yourselves with this phone bug. I shall handle it myself." The recording phone bug was a specialized device, possessing remarkable vitality and defensive capabilities, making it exceedingly difficult to destroy through ordinary means. Hence, Zane intended to take it back for proper management. Smoker narrowed his eyes slightly. The orders from Akainu were to investigate Zane. This phone bug was a crucial piece of evidence. Taking a deep breath, Smoker extinguished the cigarette but underfoot, stating nonchalantly, "Major Zane, such an important recording, and you play it right in front of us? Aren't you afraid we might report you?" Zane tightened her grip on the phone bug, her gaze turning dangerous. "You heard it. I had no choice. But as long as I am alive, no one will ever hear this recording again." "But I heard it," Smoker retorted. "You heard it. There are birds." Suddenly, Zane sensed something amiss, freezing in place. She mechanically turned her head toward the doorway, where a tall and imposing figure stood, wearing a bemused expression. "Huh?" Zane's eyes nearly popped out of her head, rendered speechless. "Zezef-sensei?" Smoker and Tina were taken aback. Zezef had personally come. Tina, particularly shocked, had been on high alert, fearing Doflamingo would strike back, yet she hadn't sensed Zezef's presence at all. Zezef nodded to Smoker and Tina before sauntering to the table and plopping down onto the sofa. "Zane, I never anticipated your experiences in the North Sea would be so riveting." Zane forced a smile that was more painful than tears. "Sensei, you jest." She quickly fished out a premium cigar from her pocket, presenting it with both hands and dutifully lighting it for Zezef. Inside, she lamented her misfortune. Although she had known about Zezef's impending arrival, who would have thought he would arrive just in time to hear the recording? Now, she truly found herself at a loss for words. Yet, a sliver of relief remained in her heart. Her mentor, while strict, was inherently warm-hearted. Whenever a subordinate made a blunder, he would scold them but always find a way to clean up the mess. However, a moment later, Zen's expression froze again. Another tall figure entered the cabin. "Sakazuki, you too have come." Sakazuki regarded her with an impassive expression, his poker face revealing no hint of emotion. "Long time no see." "Zen." Cold sweat broke out on Zen's forehead as she stammered. I can explain." It was worth noting that Zen and Sakazuki shared a deep connection. Initially, in the North Sea, they had a direct subordinate-superior relationship. Later, when Zen became a colonel and joined the Navy's elite class, her instructor was none other than Sakazuki himself. One could say that a significant portion of her military career had been spent under Sakazuki's command. Her early awakening of abilities was also greatly attributed to his meticulous guidance. Sakazuki remained silent, advancing step by step towards Zen, who retreated until she accidentally bumped into a table. The table shook. And with a clatter, the unfortunate phone bug fell to the ground. Smoker couldn't help but interject. "Vice Admiral Sakazuki, that phone bug is crucial evidence. I kindly ask you to." Before he could finish, Sakazuki stood in front of Zen, his right hand transforming into searing lava. Smoker was taken aback. Truly, this was a Kainu, ready to take action. How direct. Zen, on the verge of tears, pleaded. Sakazuki, slowly extending his hand. Sakazuki did not attack Zen, but instead picked up the phone bug, crushing it into a lump of charred remains. Smoker and Tina exchanged bewildered glances. The phone bug emitted a feeble sound before falling silent. Sakazuki then approached Zezef and bowed deeply. "Sensei Zezef, I assure you on my honor that Zen would never conspire with pirates. Should any issues arise, I am willing to bear all responsibility." Zezef, however, did not respond, engrossed in examining the documents left by Doflamingo. After a moment, he retorted, "The evidence is destroyed. What use is it to speak further? Do you expect me to convict a major without any proof? Stand up. It's the first time I've seen you bow. I must give you this much respect." "Understood." Sakazuki straightened, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Sensei Zezef." Suddenly, Zen lunged at Sakazuki, wrapping her arms around his waist, her eyes brimming with tears. "Sakazuki, I knew you would believe me." Sakazuki stiffened, a mix of embarrassment and exasperation flickering across his poker face. After a moment of entanglement, Sakazuki stepped forward to Smoker and Tina. "I appreciate your care for Zen." Smoker was visibly surprised. The legendary Akainu was unexpectedly amiable. Could it be that he was cold on the outside, but warm on the inside? Meanwhile, Tina observed everything with dawning comprehension. However, upon hearing this, Zen became irate. "What do you mean by appreciate their care? I can handle Doflamingo myself." Sakazuki retorted, "Stop the nonsense. If it weren't for those two, you would have been killed by Doflamingo long ago." Zen felt embarrassed. "When did you and Sensei arrive?" Zezef replied while flipping through documents. "We arrived just as your battle began. Had it not been for the fact that your life was hanging by a thread, I would not have intervened at all." Upon hearing this, Smoker furrowed his brow. "Sensei Zezef, since you and the Vice Admiral are here, why not detain him?" Zezef replied nonchalantly, "Knowing whether a mere fish is black or white is far more important than capturing one." "Very well." Smoker expressed a hint of exasperation. There was little he could do. In the eyes of Zephyr and Akainu, the current Don Quixote Doflamingo was merely a small F or Y at best. Others were but frylings while he was a mere carp. Yet, Smoker was acutely aware of the inherent danger this individual posed. Nevertheless, the situation was not entirely dire. Doflamingo had sustained significant injuries this time, and was unlikely to rise again as he did in the original narrative. Moreover, there remained plenty of opportunities to exploit his vulnerabilities. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Zane felt a surge of inspiration. "Teacher, are you implying?" Zephyr nodded affirmatively. "Though you have collaborated with Doflamingo in the past, it was merely a case of black-on-black dealings within the underworld, thus not truly a fault that AS for that recording. The traces of intent are far too pronounced to be deemed credible. Consider yourself fortunate. I shall not pursue your accountability this time." "Really? That's splendid." Zane finally broke into a smile, hastily bowing to Zephyr. "Thank you, Teacher Zephyr." He then turned to Akainu, his voice involuntarily rising. "And thank you as well, Brother Akainu." Following this, the group fell into a contemplative silence. Zephyr resumed his focused perusal of documents, his expression fluctuating. Smoker and the other three stood quietly to the side. After a considerable pause, Zephyr finally exhaled deeply. Someone tell me about this Doflamingo. The others turned their gazes towards Zane, the one among them most familiar with Doflamingo. Zane recounted Doflamingo's character, techniques, modus operandi, and past experiences in their entirety, aside from his former status as a celestial dragon. Nearly all other information had been thoroughly divulged. Naturally, Smoker had no intention of adding that particular detail, as he could not disclose the source of such information. After listening, Zephyr rubbed his temples. Smoker, you are right. We should not let him escape. Akainu inquired curiously. Teacher, what is the matter? He was aware of Doflamingo, but only in a limited capacity. By the time Doflamingo emerged on the scene, Akainu had already departed from the North Blue. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain whether Doflamingo still existed. That I initially presumed him to be a mere petty thief, but I did not anticipate the depth of his entrenchment. He has infiltrated the nation, the pirates, the underworld, and even the government and navy. Such meticulous scheming is not characteristic of a pirate. Zane nodded in agreement. That I concur. That fellow is exceedingly perilous, and it would be prudent to eliminate him expeditiously. With fresh grievances mingling with old resentments, Zane harbored a deep-seated hatred for Doflamingo. It is not merely Doflamingo. Zephyr shook the documents in his hand. Since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, the dark forces have been steadily growing. Our Navy has attempted to place personnel within, yet the results have consistently been subpar. On the other hand, CP has penetrated quite successfully, but those individuals refuse to share intelligence with us, leaving us in a rather passive position. I believe this time presents a genuine opportunity. The other four responded with astonished expressions. That night, in a small town on the eastern island, it was now deep into the night, and the town lay in serene quietude. Suddenly, a cacophony of barking erupted from the streets, followed by a whimpering sound that soon fell silent once more. Supported Doflamingo as he struggled to walk. Stepping over the remnants of a dog, they arrived in front of a grand mansion in the town, where the two halted. Young master, this is the tallest building here. Doflamingo nodded and entered the house alongside Sayor. Before long, screams pierced the air, blood splattering against the windows. After a considerable interval, Pika arrived with Diamante. This was the emergency protocol of the Don Quixote pirates. When members of the Don Quixote crew scattered, the highest-ranking officials would regroup at the tallest building on the nearest eastern island. Upon seeing Doflamingo, Pika rushed forward. Young master, are you unharmed? Diamante knelt, tears streaming down his face. How despicable! Young master, it is all my fault. It is because of my inadequacy. Doflamingo let out a few chuckles. What has transpired is done. Do not dwell on it. For my family, I am willing to sacrifice anything. However, Diamante, tell me what has occurred these past few days. Yes. Diamante wiped his tears and began to recount the events. However, he could not dare mention his confinement. Subsequently, Pika and Say also shared their experiences from the battle. After listening to the three, Doflamingo covered his forehead in anguish. It was my impulsiveness. Not only did I fail to secure support from the Navy, but I also pushed Zane firmly into opposition. And then there was Toribol. Rescuing Diamante, while losing Toribol, coupled with nearly sacrificing all my high-ranking officials, crew, and assets. I have effectively returned to square one. Diamante slowly rose and glanced around. By the way, young master, where is Virgo? He is off executing other tasks. Oh, then what shall we do next? Doflamingo revealed an enigmatic smile. Naturally, we shall regroup. This minor setback cannot extinguish my ambition. First, we shall expand our ranks, beginning with this town. At this moment, the sky outside was already beginning to brighten. The early rising townsfolk had commenced their labors. Upon noticing the open doors of the building, someone felt a peculiar sense of curiosity and approached to investigate. The result was a scene of blood and corpses that elicited a scream. Hearing the commotion, Pika inquired, Doflamingo. Ah, what a raucous swarm of ants. Let us make them vanish. Pika nodded. It would be my pleasure. He then slowly melded into the wall. Outside, piercing screams erupted, only to swiftly return to silence. The living townsfolk had been reduced to a puddle of gore. Doflamingo, flanked by his companions, walked stoically past the remains. Just as they were about to leave, a faint sound of a child crying caught their attention. Daddy, Mommy, everyone, what has happened to you? Pika furrowed his brow, surprised to discover a survivor, and prepared to turn back to address the situation. Doflamingo stopped him. "Let us go and take a look." The group approached the source of the cries and observed discreetly. It turned out to be several small children. Most of the children, upon witnessing such a scene, either vomited uncontrollably, fell into a stupor, or wept profusely. Only a green-haired girl, carrying an infant on her back, despite her tear-streaked face, desperately tugged at her companions, attempting to lead them away. Unfortunately, the other children were too terrified. Not only did no one follow her, but one even shoved her roughly aside. The green-haired girl bit her lip, nearly drawing blood. With no other recourse, she wiped her tears, hoisted the infant, and set off alone towards the woods. Observing the girl's frail silhouette, Doflamingo licked his lips. Eeyore, follow that little girl. Pika, clean up the rest. "It would be my pleasure, young master," exclaimed Pika and Eeyore, as they both gradually sank into the earth. Perhaps children are not such a bad option, Doflamingo mused. Piracy begins with the young. 2 days later. Aboard Zane's ship, Zephyr summoned Smoker and Tina to the command room. Upon entering, they found Zephyr seated behind a massive desk, which was laden with thick files. 2 days prior, Zane's warship had picked them up, and numerous Navy personnel had thoroughly searched Doflamingo's pirate ship from top to bottom, leaving no corner unchecked, not even the toilets or trash bins. Perhaps having never suffered a significant setback, Doflamingo had not developed the habit of hiding information in multiple layers. Thus, the vast trove of intelligence he had painstakingly gathered over the years was comprehensively seized by Zephyr. Over the past few days, he had tirelessly sifted through the materials, barely managing to review them all. Just as the two arrived, Sakazuki and Zine followed closely behind. Observing the dark circles under their eyes and Sakazuki's slightly hunched posture, Smoker exhibited a knowing expression. "Bah! How despicable, to think they would do this aboard the ship. I always sought out secluded spots." With all four present, Zephyr gestured towards the sofa, inviting them to sit. "Zine, Smoker, Tina, this time, you have achieved great merit." He patted the documents on the table and pointed to a nearby box. "These are all materials from the underworld, and in both quantity and quality, they far surpass our intelligence department." Zine exclaimed in a mix of surprise and excitement. "Really?" Zephyr nodded. "From these documents, it is evident that the scale of the underworld exceeds the Navy's expectations and has reached a point where we cannot afford to ignore it. However, many member nations have vested interests with them, even assisting in evading capture. The so-called underworld refers to industries operating in the gray areas, such as slavery, maritime trade, funerals, and pleasure districts. Some of the industry titans wield power, influence, and danger that rivals that of notorious pirates. Yet, rather than resorting to violence, they excel in cunning schemes, and with their protective umbrellas, it becomes exceedingly difficult for the Navy to engage with them, let alone confront them. Conversely, the Cipher Pole, adept in intelligence and disguise, has made notable progress. The information regarding Don Quixote Doflamingo is abundant and precise, detailing various factions, black market transactions, key personnel, contacts, and trading records, thoroughly outclassing the Navy's intelligence department. Zephyr suddenly inhaled deeply and took out a spray, applying it. "I truly did not expect this. A mere pirate possesses such ambition and cunning that it seems I made a grave error in sparing him." Zine slapped her thigh, exclaiming, "Teacher Zephyr, I told you. That scoundrel's greatest threat lies not in his strength, but in his intellect and schemes. Honestly, you should have acted directly back then." Zephyr merely responded with silence. Sakazuki quickly shot her a glare. "Don't get ahead of yourself." Zine fell silent, sheepishly retreating, her former demeanor of a vice admiral diminished. Zephyr waved dismissively. "Sakazuki, no need to be so stern. Zine is a hero this time too. With this intelligence, dealing with the underworld will be significantly simpler. Thus, your contributions are akin to opening a new battlefield." The three promptly stood up. "Ahem, Teacher Zephyr, you flatter us. This is what Tina ought to do." "It is all due to your exceptional guidance." Zephyr interjected. Enough, enough, sit down." He restrained the impulse to strike, turning his gaze towards Smoker and Tina. "You two little brats, having taken down Gavin, I promised you a reward of a devil fruit. However, I did not anticipate both of you being Logia users. Given your significant achievement this time, I find myself at a loss as to how to commend you. Perhaps we should discuss it upon our return to headquarters." "Do not worry. I will not forget." Smoker and Tina promptly saluted, replying in unison, "Yes." Zephyr nodded. Well then, you may return for now. As he issued his dismissal, Smoker understood there were matters for Sakazuki and Zine to address. So he discreetly took Tina and exited. Upon stepping outside, they faintly heard Zephyr saying something, followed by Zine's clamor. Not daring to linger, they hurried back to the cabin, having recently accomplished a significant feat. They were assigned single quarters, a privilege reserved for officers, though the soundproofing was inadequate, rendering certain activities impractical. Sharing a room with Tina was far preferable to being cramped in a large dormitory with rough men. As Tina tidied up, she engaged in conversation that I wonder what teacher Zephyr discussed with Vice Admiral Zine. She seemed rather displeased. After a while, noticing Smoker's silence, she curiously inquired, "Smoker?" She found him staring blankly at a box, the treasure chest that had burst forth from Torpole. Tina approached, asking with interest, "What is this?" "This is a devil fruit we seized from one of Doflamingo's subordinates," Smoker replied while opening the box, revealing a snowy white devil fruit, reminiscent of the smoke fruit, but distinctly different. This is the snow fruit, a lower-tier fruit of the ice fruit. While it may not stand out among Logia fruits, it is nonetheless exceedingly precious. Tina reached out to touch the snow fruit. There are no weak Logia fruits. Even an ordinary sailor consuming one would be prioritized for training. Of course, one should not become overly reliant on the fruit. Tina elaborated. After all, it is the person, not the fruit, that holds true power. Smoker remained silent, but inwardly scoffed. Whose words are these? Such blatant PUA. If that were the case, how could the Yonko, admirals, and 7 warlords all possess top-tier fruits? In the world of pirates, while there are tales of top-tier powerhouses without fruits, who has ever seen a strong individual with a garbage fruit? The only exception is the gum fruit, which is, after all, Nika's disguise. Tina, unaware of Smoker's inner turmoil, continued chatting. "Smoker, what do you plan to do with the subordinates of Doflamingo's crew? Please don't lock them away for half a month again. Even I find that inhumane, though one shouldn't expect humanity from pirates." Smoker lit a cigarette. "I haven't figured that out yet." He too felt troubled. Previously, they had interrogated Diamante and raided Doflamingo's estate, extracting nearly all useful information. Now, the most valuable thing they possessed was indeed the devil fruits. It must be said that each of their fruits was quite impressive. The stick fruit and the wax fruit were somewhat similar, capable of releasing highly viscous, flammable, and explosive slime, excelling in crowd control and dealing significant damage. The blast fruit and the wait fruit. One could detonate inorganic materials while the other could significantly increase weight. When used correctly, they could effectively create explosive attacks and heavy projectiles if they could acquire these fruits. Coupled with the powder fruit already in hand, they would possess 4 high-quality fruits. They would be set for life. However, while they had successfully obtained the powder fruit last time, luck had played a considerable role. The narrative had yet to clarify the mechanics of devil fruit transformation, leaving everything reliant on speculation. The only known case involved the slime explosion, after which the salamander fruit transferred to the nearest apple. But such a transfer would surely not be so simple. The history of the pirate world is vast. Throughout hundreds or thousands of years, countless users have perished, and among those who died near fruits, there are surely not fewer than 800. If it were that straightforward to unravel the mystery of fruit transformation, there would be no need for Blackbeard to be the fruit hunter. Contemplating the legacies of several fruits, Blackbeard obtained the Tremor fruit under mysterious circumstances, the details of which remain unclear. Big Mom seemingly consumed a nun to acquire the Soul fruit, and Alabasta has 2 animal-type fruits that have been passed down through generations. Jazaris Bagus sought to kill Luffy to seize the gum fruit. What commonalities lie between these cases? What role does the shadow fruit play in all this? Smoker pondered deeply before his eyes suddenly lit up. "Tina, could you please fetch me a variety of fruits from the kitchen? Make sure to bring one of each." Tina, puzzled, nonetheless agreed readily. "All right." Tina moved quickly, soon returning with a large basket filled with a hodgepodge of fruits. Smoker glanced over. Bananas, apples, pineapples, melons, pears. Perfect. These shapes are all reminiscent of devil fruits. As for that piece of sugarcane, it can wait. Smoker, why do you need so many fruits? Although Smoker had become quite the glutton, his appetite was primarily for meat. Fruits were merely a side interest. Smoker wrapped an arm around Tina's shoulder. "I intend to conduct an experiment. A grand experiment. If successful, if I succeed, I shall never have to worry about devil fruits for the rest of my life." As Tina was about to speak, the door was suddenly kicked open. Upon seeing the newcomer, Tina leapt from Smoker's embrace as if struck by lightning, while Smoker glared furiously at the intruder. However, upon catching sight of the person's appearance, he was momentarily taken aback. Who is this individual? Gaunt in stature, clad in filthy garments, with a thick layer of grime on his face and a singed portion of his long beard. The newcomer, upon spotting Smoker, his eyes gleaming, exclaimed, "Smoker, I've been searching for you these past few days." Smoker, astonished, responded, "Dr. Aubrey? How is it that after just a few days of absence, you have transformed into this ghastly figure?" At that moment, Aubrey, brimming with excitement, seemed oblivious to the couple's private moment. Seizing Smoker's hand in a fervent grip, "Smoker, we've succeeded." Smoker, bewildered, inquired, "What are you talking about? What success?" "Everything has succeeded. You spoke to everyone about numerous concepts. And they've been frantically researching, yielding remarkable results." "What?" Smoker was at a loss. He recalled the previous occasion when he had indulged in drink, boasting to the scientists about various firearms technologies from his past life. Yet, at the time, he had been rambling incoherently, lacking both systematization and detail. Had these individuals truly managed to create something based on his drunken musings? For these scientists, merely knowing the direction and target constituted half the battle won. Aubrey, pulling Smoker along, chattered incessantly. "You were right. The granulation of gunpowder has significantly enhanced both its potency and combustion. And the shells, the efficacy of conical shells far surpasses that of round explosive shells. And we've added some alloys, improving performance even further. Oh, and that AK-47 you mentioned. Never mind. Today we just happened to be testing it. Come with me to have a look." With that, he dragged Smoker towards the laboratory. "Hey, slow down." Smoker thought it strange how this old man possessed such strength, and not wanting to risk injuring him, he could only reluctantly gaze back at the basket of fruit as he was unwillingly pulled away. On the deck, everything being tested was neatly arranged at a heavy artillery piece, a set of conical shells, a set of round shells, 2 rifles, and several magazines filled with bullets that a few scientists and sailors were busily working. Smoker picked up a rifle, inspecting it closely. At least in overall appearance and structure, it bore a striking resemblance to the AK-47 from his past life. Running his hands along the exceptionally smooth body and stock of the rifle, he marveled at how precisely the various components fit together. It's astonishing that results have emerged in such a short time, he remarked. Aubrey, brimming with pride, replied, "Of course, do not underestimate our artillery division." "But," he sighed, "this is largely thanks to our shape-shifting fruit user. She can mold any object into the desired shape, which is why progress has been so swift. However, she can only address the sample issue. Achieving mass production still has a long way to go." Smoker smiled faintly. "Every journey begins with a single step. At least we have made our initial move." Hearing this, Aubrey's previous worries dissipated. "Indeed. The advancement of technology is unstoppable." Next came the test firing. They first fired several rounds towards the sea and then took aim at a line of targets with the rifles. Aubrey, holding the experimental records, was surrounded by a group of jubilant scientists. Suddenly, a large hand reached out and snatched the experimental records away. The scientists glared in anger. "Who dares to disrupt our testing? Do they not fear I will report them to higher authorities?" But when they recognized the identity of the intruder, they fell silent. It turned out to be Zephyr and Sakazuki. Smoker, noticing the promising results, had requested that Zephyr and Sakazuki be brought over. It was a rare opportunity to showcase their work to a vice admiral and admiral. If they were satisfied, the subsequent research funding would surely flow in abundantly. Zephyr scrutinized the experimental results, his expression calm, yet his fingers trembled slightly. "What am I witnessing?" Conical shells, potency unknown, but range increased by a third. A new automatic rifle, with a firing rate increased tenfold. A bolt-action rifle typically fires 20 to 30 rounds per minute, while an automatic rifle fires around 600 to 800 rounds per minute, making the difference roughly tenfold. This could directly enhance the Navy's capabilities. As a senior naval officer, he was acutely aware of the Navy's current situation. With Roger's proclamation, the Great Pirate Era commenced, and pirates began to emerge from every corner of the world. Much to the Navy's dismay. Yet more critically, the young individuals who should have joined the Navy had instead turned to piracy for freedom and dreams. This shift had left the Navy feeling increasingly drained. Currently, the Navy consisted largely of 3 generations. The first generation was comprised of individuals like himself, a veritable assembly of talent, including Carp, Sengoku, and himself, alongside the exceptionally capable strategist, Tsuru. The second generation included Sakazuki and his peers, who also demonstrated potential for succession. Although Carp's son had gone rogue, the remaining 3 prodigies possessed the makings of future admirals, along with the young officers led by Akainu and Kizuru, all of whom were formidable in their own right. However, by the time they reached the third generation, the scenario had drastically changed due to the onset of the Great Pirate Era. The quality of new recruits had significantly declined. Apart from Smoker and Tina, he had not encountered any remarkable talents in recent years. This reality had caused Zephyr much concern. The current state of the Navy was rather precarious. They could easily overpower any pirate crew. Yet they lacked the ability to suppress the entire situation. This led to a singular outcome. If the Navy appeared too dominant, the previously disorganized pirates would band together, resulting in an escalation of conflict. It was an inextricable knot. Unless they could suddenly produce 10 more admirals to decisively penetrate the New World, any effort would be futile. The ravages of war had left many homeless, who then morphed into pirates themselves. However, this research outcome was different. While it posed little threat to the pirates in the New World, it could swiftly eradicate those in the Four Seas and the Paradise, gradually weakening the New World pirates over time. It was akin to watering a great tree. While one could not chop it down directly, consistent nurturing would eventually yield results. Upon seeing Zephyr, Dr. Aubrey was overjoyed, his beard trembling with excitement. "Admiral Zephyr, what brings you here?" He had been so engrossed in his work in the laboratory that he had been entirely oblivious to the outside world. "It's been a while, Aubrey." Zephyr chuckled. "I've long since retired from my position as admiral. I am merely an old man on the sidelines now." Aubrey immediately shook his head. "That cannot be. In my eyes, you will always be an admiral, were it not for your insistence back in the day. The scientific corps would have been disbanded long ago. You are a great benefactor to our entire scientific division." Smoker was taken aback. Zephyr had such a deep connection with the scientific corps? It made sense, considering many in the Navy bore disabilities, yet only Zephyr received the benefits of the Crusher. Initially thought to be privileges afforded by his rank, it now seemed otherwise. Zephyr observed another round of test firing, even volunteering to be a target, enduring the cannon fire and gunshots before finally leaving with Sakazuki. Satisfied on their way, he suddenly inquired, "Sakazuki, what are your thoughts on Smoker?" Sakazuki pondered briefly. "He is both learned and martial. A true polymath." Zephyr chuckled wryly. "Indeed, he is quite a spirited young man. Having not yet been rewarded for his previous achievements, he has now accomplished something significant again. I hardly know how to address this. I'll leave it to Sengoku and Tsuru. They're sharp-minded. Moreover, Sakazuki, how have you and Jun considered the previous matter?" Sakazuki looked at Zephyr, his gaze resolute. "I will definitely obey the orders." Meanwhile, after returning with Tina, Smoker first secured the door with a large lock before slipping back inside through the crack using his elemental transformation. Holding a pile of fruit, he wore a sly grin. "This time, even if the 5 elders come, they shall not persuade me to open the door. Ha ha ha." Smoker returned to the room, retrieved a torch, ignited it, and turned to hand it to Tina. "Smoker, what are you planning to do?" "I intend to experiment and see if I can strip others of their abilities." Tina gasped in astonishment. Is such a thing even possible? There are countless ability users at sea. If it were feasible to strip abilities, chaos would have already ensued. "I am merely attempting. No matter what happens, you must remain still and observe." "All right," Tina understood. Smoker nodded as darkness surged from beneath his feet, creeping along the floor, walls, and ceiling until the entire room was enveloped. The room had transformed into a black box, with only the torch in Tina's hand providing any light, and all sounds had vanished. Smoker felt a sense of dissatisfaction. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and silently attuned himself to something. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, exerting force, causing the thick layer of darkness to collapse instantaneously, becoming more condensed. If it had once resembled a thick layer of cotton, it was now akin to a thin iron sheet. Smoker repeated the process, thickening it further, while Tina simply watched in silence. Perhaps due to the absence of sound and light, her sense of touch became acutely sensitive. She felt the gravitational field around them constantly shifting. The flame on the torch flickered as if manipulated by an invisible hand, changing shape continuously. Once the darkness completely enclosed them, Smoker exhaled in relief, retrieving a fruit from his collection and laying them out in a line. The Tantara, the Gura Gura, and the Maha-Bays fruits. Let's start with Maha-Bays. Its power is relatively average, so if I fail, it won't be a great loss. Release. Smoker tossed the Maha-Bays fruit into the void. After being imprisoned without food or water for 3 days, Maha-Bays emerged, first displaying a visage of despair and numbness, then gazing blankly at the light source. Upon seeing Tina, he exclaimed, "It's you?" However, before he could react, a cold voice emerged from behind. Finger gun. A steel-like finger ruthlessly pierced Maha-Bays' neck, causing him to feel a sharp pain before losing consciousness. Smoker disregarded him, his expression tense as he focused on the fruits. Moments later, a pineapple suddenly morphed, sprouting spirals and changing to a reddish-brown hue. "What is this?" Tina gasped, rendered speechless. Smoker, on the other hand, wore a look of delight. This was indeed his Tantata fruit, just as he suspected. Upon the death of an ability user, the fruit would reincarnate into a fruit, and it appeared that it had to be of the same type. Alabasta could pass down fruits after Gavant's death. The pink fruit appeared aboard the ship, indicating that the fruit transformation is indeed localized. The Tantata fruit appears a few seconds after the host's demise, and the existence of a delay suggests that the transformation is not an instantaneous spatial leap, but rather akin to the reincarnation of a soul. With just this single case, Smoker had gleaned several hypotheses. Seizing the opportunity, he eliminated Terepal and Gura Gura, obtaining the stick and boom boom fruits as well. He then retrieved the fruits he had previously acquired. It must be said, the sight of 5 devil fruits together was truly spectacular. Smoker smiled with great satisfaction. However, several questions remained unverified. For instance, if there are no fruits within the resurrection range of a devil fruit, will the range expand to facilitate rebirth, or will it continue to wait for a suitable fruit to appear? Furthermore, if G-Mom seemingly acquired her abilities by consuming nuns, does that imply that living beings can also obstruct abilities? Yet, for Smoker, these considerations were of little consequence, for he had already mastered the method to strip devil fruit powers. Smoker wrapped an arm around Tina's slender waist. "See, this is truly a masterpiece." Tina was momentarily taken aback. Swallowing hard, "Smoker, I don't know why, but I feel a bit frightened. You must not let this ability leak, not even to the likes of Zifa or the others." Smoker fondly ruffled her pink hair. "Of course, I am not that foolish." He then cast a glance at the corpses of Terepal and Gura Gura. Each of these fellows had a bounty. Terepal was worth 60 million berries, Gura Gura was 25 million berries, and Maha-Bays was worth 7 million berries. Together with Jorah and Lao Ji, that equated to a total bounty exceeding 100 million. Whether to keep them for military merit or sell them to bounty hunters was a commendable choice. "Let us not waste this," Smoker mumbled, stuffing them back into his possession. Subsequently, he gestured, causing the surrounding tangible darkness to dissipate and return to him. The devil fruits on the ground were also collected. "A fruit hunter, you say? If Blackbeard can do it, why can't I?" Smoker. Although there are many ability users, the Grand Line is vast. Relying solely on Smoker, perhaps with Tina's assistance, it would be futile to capture even a few ability users. Moreover, they must be captured alive before being dealt with. However, asking comrades for help would be too conspicuous. Smoker felt exasperated. Clearly, the ability to strip devil fruits could benefit the Navy, yet he was reluctant to reveal even a hint, which felt truly stifling. He must find a way to capture a large number of ability-wielding pirates alive. Suddenly, rhythmic horn blasts echoed from afar. Tina perked up her ears. "Smoker, a warship is approaching. It's a ship from headquarters." The recent horn was emitted by the warship. The sound of a warship's horn conveys significant meaning. Smoker was oblivious to this, but Tina was quite knowledgeable. Oh, then let us go take a look. After stepping outside, they encountered Zifa and Sakazuki, and together they ascended to the deck. Zane was already waiting on the deck, but it turned out that this ship belonged to Zifa. When the two had witnessed Smoker's battle from afar, they had used Moonwalk to disembark first. They had not returned to the ship since, merely allowing it to follow at a distance. Now that Zane was heading back to G2, and Zifa and the others were returning to headquarters, it was natural for them to part ways. Upon seeing the others, Zane approached. "Teacher Zifa, Brother Sakazuki, are you leaving already?" There was a hint of reluctance in her tone. Zifa chuckled, rarely cracking a joke that it's time to go. Your ship is far too comfortable if I stay any longer. This old body will rust. Zane chuckled, her laughter blooming like a peony. You're just teasing me. I want to listen anyway. Your words are in vain. She then turned to Sakazuki, her eyes misty. That it will be a long time until we meet again, and perhaps this time it will be especially long. Sakazuki nodded expressionlessly. All for the sake of justice. Zane paused, softly responding with an At this moment. The two ships had drawn closer. Zane sighed. Teacher, Brother Sakazuki, you two, hurry aboard down. Take care, Zane, Difa said, leaping aboard the ship first, followed closely by Smoker, who offered a salute as he boarded. Tina waved her hand. Thank you, Major Zane, for your care during this time. I will visit you at G2 when I have the chance. Zane's expression first stiffened, then quickly shifted to a smile. Good luck. Tina, you must become a female Navy officer like Commander Crane. Sakazuki was the last to leave. He initially said nothing, but as he brushed past Zane, he paused, letting out a heavy sigh. Stay safe, be cautious. Don't push yourself too hard. If the situation becomes dire, retreat. Upon arriving aboard Zifa's ship, Smoker and Tina finally found a moment of respite. What had initially been a straightforward training exercise had unexpectedly spiraled into a series of events. First, they had eliminated Gavin Tay, then found themselves stranded on a deserted island, subsequently infiltrating a G2 warship, and ultimately clashing with Doflamingo. Altogether, they had been away for nearly 3 months. Thus, Zifa's gaze upon them resembled that of a teacher observing a top student who had been absent for 3 months. On the first day aboard, Zifa inquired after their well-being. By the second day, he was already urging them to engage in additional training. Every day, he arranged for combat drills, ensuring that with hundreds of personnel aboard, including several rear admirals and brigadiers, there was no shortage of opponents. Occasionally, Zifa himself would join the fray. Despite Smoker and Tina's significant enhancement in strength, they consistently faced defeat against the admirals, each loss more humiliating than the last. Sakazuki would sometimes find himself unable to restrain his competitive spirit to prevent any damage to the ship. He refrained from using his powers, relying solely on his foundational combat skills. Yet, even without his abilities, his monstrous physique and masterful dual hockey allowed him to utterly dominate Smoker and Tina, leaving them sprawled on the deck, questioning their very existence. That on this particular day, Zifa once again led the two in training, while Sakazuki stood by, observing. Upon the conclusion of the session, Zifa produced 2 small boxes. Smoker, Tina, I have a small gift for you both. I hope you will appreciate it. Thank you, Teacher Zifa, Tina replied cheerfully as she accepted the box. However, Smoker, eyeing Zifa's seemingly mischievous grin, felt that there was more to it than met the eye. Upon opening the box, his eyes involuntarily twitched. This sea prism stone. Inside lay a necklace adorned with a pendant, identical to his own sea prism stone pendant, but with a significantly brighter hue. A glance at Tina's necklace revealed it to be quite similar to his own. Smoker first reached for Tina's necklace, instantly experiencing a familiar wave of weakness. Suspected its purity was below 20. Feeling compelled, he then touched his own necklace, only to be overwhelmed by a sudden loss of strength. Damn it, this one's purity is at least double. Gritting his teeth, Smoker donned the new necklace, feeling as though he had just bled 3 liters or was suffering from a fever of 40 degrees Celsius. After 3 years of wearing his previous sea prism stone necklace, he had developed a commendable resistance. While unable to utilize his devil fruit abilities, he could at least maintain a fraction of his fundamental combat strength. But with this new necklace, even a few steps left him gasping for breath. Likely weaker than an ordinary soldier, that moment, Tina's startled cry broke through. She knelt on the ground, trembling slightly while wearing her necklace. This reaction was entirely understandable, as Tina had never undergone training to resist the effects of sea prism stone. How do you feel? Zifa inquired, crouching before her. Tina, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, responded, This is sea prism stone. I feel so weak. Zifa chuckled as he stood up. From now on, aside from sleeping, you two will wear these necklaces at all times. Whether eating, drinking, or training, you must not take them off. This, Tina's face reflected her discomfort. Smoker placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. All right, no problem. Observing Tina's expression, Zifa relented. Very well, since Tina has not experienced sea prism stone resistance training, She is unaware of its benefits. He removed Smoker's necklace and tossed it to Sakazuki. Sakazuki caught it effortlessly, his expression betraying no emotion. Tina, take off your necklace and train with Sakazuki. Tina gasped. Are you joking? He still has sea prism stone on him. Wouldn't that be an unfair advantage? 2 minutes later, Tina found herself upside down on the deck, her legs in the air, trembling slightly. Sakazuki merely breathed heavily once he ceased his movements. He appeared entirely unperturbed. Smoker hurriedly pulled Tina back up. Tina hung her head, feeling utterly embarrassed. The purity of Smoker's necklace is 33, roughly double yours. Tina's eyes widened in shock, while Smoker's countenance grew serious. That necklace was nearly his limit. Yet Sakazuki could effortlessly overpower Tina while wearing it. It became evident that the gap between them and the pinnacle of strength was staggering. Zifa handed Smoker the Sea Prism Stone necklace. Sea Prism Stone is the greatest weakness of those with abilities. In recent years, pirates have begun to wield Sea Prism Stone weapons. Fortunately, the Sea Prism Stone in their possession generally has low purity, making resistance training essential. If you can adapt, even when faced with enemies wielding Sea Prism Stone, you will retain a measure of self-defense. Of course, there are additional benefits. Zifa continued. Training with Sea Prism Stone may be arduous, but it yields disproportionate rewards. It is, in essence, a boon for those with abilities. Tina's realization dawned upon her. Oh, that's how it is. Thank you for the gift. With that, she quickly donned the necklace. Though her body swayed slightly, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Smoker also secured his necklace. Zifa regarded their determination with satisfaction. Excellent. Keep it up. With that, he prepared to depart with Sakazuki. Suddenly, Smoker called out to Sakazuki. Admiral Sakazuki, how much purity of Sea Prism Stone can you endure? Sakazuki paused, contemplating. Below 20 purity, one cannot utilize their abilities, but basic combat strength remains largely unaffected. It around 50, while one can train with it, the pressure becomes significant. Above 60, and one nearly loses all combat capability. Smoker's expression turned to one of astonishment. The Sea Prism Stone of over 60 purity rarely appeared outside of Wano and the world government's forces. In other words, very few pirates could truly bind him with Sea Prism Stone. No wonder he was dubbed a monster. No wonder he was destined to become an admiral. His reputation was well-deserved. Yet, Sakazuki did not bask in his glory. It's no big deal. I've heard that the monsters in the New World can withstand up to 70 purity of Sea Prism Stone. The enemies of justice remain formidable. We cannot afford to be complacent. With that, he turned and followed Zifu away. Smoker furrowed his brow. He must be referring to Kaido and Big Mom. Their physical prowess far surpasses that of the three admirals, making it reasonable for them to endure higher purity Sea Prism Stone. More importantly, a significant portion of their strength lies in their physical abilities. A steel balloon and an exceptionally long health bar. Even without utilizing their abilities, they could still handle vice admirals with relative ease. The road ahead remains long. Tina, shall we train a bit longer? With the necklace? Yes. Let's go. Days flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. The Navy headquarters was now within close reach. On this day, Smoker tossed a coin high into the air, catching a newspaper from a seagull. Casually flipping through its pages, he suddenly widened his eyes, stunned by an unexpected headline. The more he read, the more his expression shifted to one of shock. After finishing, he rushed to find Tina. Tina, we have a problem. Rear Admiral Zen has encountered trouble. In the training room, Smoker and Tina huddled together, reading the newspaper intently. Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Princess of the Tadona Kingdom in the North Sea, Bradley Zen. During his tenure in the North Sea, he conspired with the pirate Don Quixote da Flamingo. Refusing to surrender, he unlawfully detained important members of the Navy's scientific division, resulting in the death of one scientist and 17 Navy personnel successfully escaping. The Navy has issued a bounty, and the Tadona Kingdom has released a statement revoking his royal title. Additionally, a bounty notice has been issued for the fallen Rear Admiral Bradley Zen, with a reward of 220 million berries. Good heavens, he's directly usurped Drake's moniker. After finishing the article, Smoker and Tina exchanged incredulous glances. For those unaware of the truth, this report was undeniably shocking. The once promising star of the Navy has transformed into a fugitive, a truly shocking turn of events. Yet, for Smoker and Tina, this revelation has transcended mere astonishment. Entering the realm of the surreal, Tina felt a surge of urgency. What on earth is happening? Did not Teacher Zephyr assure that there would be no repercussions? Shoo. Smoker swiftly covered her mouth, glancing around to ensure no one was present before releasing his grip. Let us remain calm and first seek an explanation from Teacher Zephyr. In the office, Zephyr sat behind his desk, engrossed in the same newspaper. Akainu lounged on the sofa opposite, his hat pulled low, casting shadows that obscured his expression. After a moment, Zephyr set down the newspaper. Aku, he wished to speak, but struggled to find the right words. Akainu nodded solemnly, declaring, Teacher Zephyr, it is of no concern. All is for the sake of justice. Zephyr sighed. I am acutely aware of the dangers inherent in this mission. The underworld is a veritable den of predators, far more perilous than battles with pirates. However, I regret to say that Zine is indeed the best candidate. Akainu raised his head, concern evident in his gaze, but overshadowed by resolve. Zine is a member of the Navy and ought to sacrifice everything for the cause of justice. I worry for her. Yet which Navy officer does not bear the weight of concern for their families? We shall not shift dangerous tasks onto others out of our own weakness. Zephyr sighed again, nodding in silence. What more was there to say? The necessary truths were already understood. To say too much would only create noise and seem self-indulgent. Better to allow for some peace. Suddenly, the office door was flung open. Tina rushed in, clutching a newspaper, with Smoker awkwardly trailing behind. Teacher Zephyr, why has Major Zine defected from the Navy? Did we not already grant amnesty regarding Doflamingo? Tina was bewildered. Akainu coldly replied, Zine has become a traitor to the Navy. Your only task now is to sever her head. There is nothing more you need to comprehend. If you understand, then leave at once. You. Tina was both furious and anxious. How could Major Zine possibly betray the Navy? If others do not comprehend, how can you remain ignorant? Akainu's countenance darkened abruptly as he stood, his eyes fixed on Tina with a predatory intensity. I will say this one last time. Leave now. His arm transformed into a searing torrent of crimson magma, hissing ominously as it dripped. Otherwise, the consequences are yours to bear. Zephyr interjected with a sigh. Enough. Akainu, restrain your abilities. This is far too dangerous. You've already scorched the new carpet. Your powers should never have been unleashed in this office. With a disdainful grunt, Akainu retracted his power and resumed his seat on the sofa. Smoker hastily pulled Tina closer to him. Zephyr sighed once more. Very well, Akainu, enlighten them. But I understand it is classified, and they are not privy to such matters. However, they were both involved from the beginning and are aware of the entire process. If they harbor doubts and spread rumors upon their return, it could jeopardize the plan. Akainu fell silent for a moment before grumbling. Fine, do as you wish. You are the leader. If you do not care, why should I? Thus, Zephyr explained the circumstances to Smoker and Tina. It turned out that upon receiving information about Doflamingo, Zephyr promptly shared it with Sengoku and Tsurudais for Garp. Well, that was another matter. Paper is inexpensive, yet it should not be wasted. Sengoku and Tsuru, both astute individuals, quickly devised a plan for infiltration into the underworld that a selection of Navy personnel would utilize this information to penetrate the criminal realm. If that were all, Zine would have had no part in it. However, Tsuru proposed an audacious idea. The underworld is rife with factions, teeming with influential figures. Infiltrating these powerful individuals could yield valuable intelligence, yet it seemed rather petty. Why not cultivate our own formidable figure within the Navy? By doing so, we could suppress other underworld factions when advancing and extract profits to benefit the Navy when retreating. Sengoku was equally impressed, exclaiming that indeed, women are no less than men in capability. However, one question remained. Who would assume the role of this influential figure? Undercover operatives were plentiful. There were many daring and astute Navy personnel. Yet, the role of the leader was entirely different. Firstly, one must possess strength. Without a formidable fist, gaining respect would be difficult. Secondly, one must be cunning and astute, capable of ruthlessness and guile, lest one be outmaneuvered. Furthermore, one must be adept at amassing wealth. Self-sufficiency is essential. One cannot rely on the Navy for support. Lastly, one must possess the charisma of a leader, able to enjoy life and exhibit refinement. While many Navy personnel met the first two criteria, the latter two eliminated 99 of the candidates. Even those three anomalies would not suffice. After much deliberation, it seemed Zine was the most suitable choice. Thus, the mission was assigned to her. The rationale was readily available. She would be connected to Doflamingo, The fact that Doflamingo could obtain such extensive intelligence indicated a profound connection to the underworld. Once Zine infiltrated that realm, it was only natural that others would seek her for confirmation. In this manner, they could utilize Doflamingo as a shield. Zine was vehemently opposed to this mission. It was not fear of death that deterred her, but rather concern for her nation. Her purpose in joining the Navy was to alleviate the burdens of the Taudino kingdom. Now, if she were to defect from the Navy, what would become of the Taudino kingdom? However, Sengoku had anticipated this and offered enticing conditions. Point 1 was a covert promotion to the rank of Rear Admiral. This would allow the Taudino kingdom to reduce their tribute by half, compared to her previous rank of Major. This could save approximately 20 billion berries annually. With such funds, the lives of the citizens would surely improve. The second condition was the establishment of a naval base in the Taudino kingdom, safeguarding them from pirate incursions. Zine was indeed swayed, resolutely accepting the mission. After hearing Zephyr's explanation, Tina was left speechless. Oh, that was the case. My apologies, Aku. Zine received such a perilous mission. It is only natural that he would be most concerned. No wonder he reacted so intensely earlier. Akainu nodded that it is of no consequence. However, this is a classified mission, and you must remain tight-lipped. If you divulge any information, I will personally see to your execution. Smoker and Tina recoiled slightly, responding in unison, yes. Far across the seas, a sailing ship navigated the waters. Zine stood at the bow, gazing into the distance. On the deck, several crew members bustled about. They were her loyal subordinates whom Zine had brought from the North Sea to G2. When she fled, these individuals had pursued her, escaping alongside her. Zine felt overwhelmed. I am executing a mission, yet my escape has become a feat of treachery. You lot have truly defected. In despair, Zine could only guide them onward. Thus, a faux traitor led a band of genuine defectors, forming their own faction. That moment, someone approached. Captain, what shall we name our pirate crew? A cloth on the deck boldly proclaimed, first be a pirate, then establish a trading business, grow strong, and create brilliance anew. Zine gazed toward a distant horizon and murmured, we shall call ourselves the Cherry Blossom Snow Pirate Crew. Days later, Smoker and Tina returned to the long-lost naval headquarters. So much had transpired in recent days that both felt as though they had emerged from a different world. That evening, Smoker and Tina gathered familiar faces, including Kazan, Jaji, and several close friends like Veep and Esther, to host a lively banquet at their home. To Smoker's astonishment, Jaji had even invited Guion. As the revelry unfolded, Jaji downed a large cup of liquor and exclaimed, Smoker, you truly are remarkable. You actually defeated Doflamingo. Smoker waved his hand with a smile. I won't take credit for that. It was Rear Admiral Zane who defeated him. Tina and I merely assisted. Jaji patted him on the back, saying, that is still quite an achievement. Don Quixote Doflamingo is a supernova, one of the very best. In front of high-ranking rear admirals like you and Guion, he naturally couldn't stir up much trouble. However, for an average rear admiral, he would undoubtedly pose a formidable challenge. The fact that Smoker, merely a private, could intervene in their battle is already impressive enough. Guion nodded, letting out a sigh. She hadn't anticipated that Zane would collude with that pirate, being contemporaries in the Navy. Where female powerhouses are scarce, their relationship had always been amicable. It was shocking that such a drastic change had occurred in such a short time. It must have been the pirate's cunning schemes that lured her friend into corruption. Having consumed quite a bit of alcohol, Guion felt her anger rising, her fingers brushing against her waist where her golden kinja rested, her beautiful eyes gleaming with fury. It was that insidious pirate, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who had brought ruin upon Zane. He better pray he doesn't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I shall ensure he regrets ever being born. Kazan and Jaji nodded in agreement, no matter what had transpired. Eliminating Doflamingo was undoubtedly the right course of action. Smoker took a sip of his drink, remaining noncommittal. That's a former celestial dragon. The world government wouldn't dare let him die without involving CP. You won't get a chance. Tina had intended to defend Zane, but given the confidential nature of the mission, she opened her mouth, only to lower her head in frustration. Knowing the truth yet being unable to speak is such torment. At that moment, Kazan leaned closer to Smoker. Hey, Smoker, I've heard your abilities are quite impressive. Let me witness them sometime. Smoker retorted curtly. No way. With my current strength, any ability I possess would be futile in your presence. I refuse to humiliate myself. If I weren't traveling with a Kainu, I might have considered it. However, aboard Zephyr's ship, I have already endured enough torment at Akainu's hands that I have no interest in facing such a challenging trial now. Kazan clicked his tongue and moved toward Tina, starting to say something about how ice cannot freeze smoke, suggesting she should practice. Tina scoffed. Am I foolish? Lava can't even burn smoke. Yet I still ended up pinned to the deck, seeing that the two were ignoring him. Kazan could only click his tongue in resignation and retreat. After chatting for a while, Smoker set down his cup. Let us not speak of battles and bloodshed anymore, but I've brought gifts for you. Tina nodded and went inside to retrieve several boxes. Upon opening them, Kazan, Jaji, and the other male Marine's eyes lit up. Inside were rare high-quality wines and cigars. After Smoker captured Doflamingo's ship, although documents, treasures, and weapons had to be surrendered, there were still plenty of trivial items like tobacco and alcohol left, which Zephyr generously allowed Smoker to choose from as a reward for his contributions. Although Akainu felt it was inappropriate, he chose not to dwell on such minor matters and turned a blind eye in the Navy. Not everyone is enamored with high ranks and lavish rewards, but when it comes to tobacco and alcohol, none are willing to yield an inch. Kazan, Jaji, and others began to compete fiercely for the items. Only Gion sat calmly at the table, savoring her red wine, observing Jaji, who was half frozen with one hand still stuck in Kazan's nostril, and VP, who lay on the ground after a relentless barrage of 1,000 years of pain, as well as Ace, who was foaming at the mouth after being teased by a monkey that a trace of disdain flashed in her beautiful eyes. What a bunch of childish fools. If it weren't for Jaji's sake, I would never stoop to such antics. Jaji and Gion had been classmates and contemporaries, aside from the three monsters. They were the most outstanding individuals in their elite class. If Jaji hadn't been so persistent in pursuing Gion, she wouldn't have been so averse to him. In truth, whether out of camaraderie or professional respect, Gion wouldn't mind drawing closer to Jaji. Now, having received guidance from Smoker, Jaji decisively altered his approach toward Gion. Instead of being a relentless pursuer, he engaged in a game of cat and mouse, subtly shifting his tactics. These well-worn strategies from my previous life were like a low-dimensional strike in the pirate world. Unbeknownst to Gion, she had fallen right into his trap. In just a few months, their relationship grew increasingly amicable. Gion herself didn't even notice that. Although Jaji spent as much time around her as before, she felt no annoyance. In fact, when Jaji was busy and absent for a while, she found herself feeling quite unsettled. This time as well, when Smoker invited Jaji to dinner, he naturally brought Gion along, and she followed suit without hesitation. Seeing Gion enjoying her drink alone, Tina wouldn't neglect her. She pulled out an exquisite box, opening it to reveal a stunning necklace crafted from platinum, with a silky smooth chain and a pendant that housed a sapphire, glimmering with a captivating blue light reminiscent of the stars and the ocean. This too was a spoils of war from Doflamingo's ship. Major Gion, this is a gift for you. Look at this color and style. It complements your complexion and temperament perfectly. This was a lesson Zane had taught her. Female Marines are first and foremost women. And no matter how powerful, strong, focused, or wise they may be, they cannot resist charming items like flowers, cakes, and jewelry. Gion glanced at the necklace and casually played with it. Marine. The most important thing is to uphold the belief and strength of justice. Ornate trinkets will only distract you. Tina momentarily faltered. Major Gion, you have a point, but there's no need to be so formal. Gion unobtrusively accepted the box, tucking it into her cloak. Just call me Sister. Oh, all right, Sister Gion, yes. Tina, come have a drink with your sister Smoker, Kazan, and Jaji. The next day, Smoker and Tina arrived punctually at the training ground. The trainees, upon seeing them, all brightened up after days of grueling training. They were on the verge of depression, and the rare return of the two provided the perfect excuse for them to gather around, chattering excitedly, expressing concern, curiosity, and gossip. This is fantastic. You've truly brought honor to us trainees. I am from the North Sea, and that Don Quixote Doflamingo is the most notorious pirate there. I can't believe you actually defeated him. Smoker, you rightfully deserve the title of Chief. Smoker was taken aback. Chief? Oh, right. You're not aware yet last time's assessment. You defeated Gaunt, and then even the more fearsome Doflamingo. Now, you are undoubtedly the chief of the expanded class. It turned out that even before Smoker returned, news of his exploits had already spread. Although the young Marines in the elite expanded class were all ambitious and proud, they knew when to give credit where it was due. Thus, they were relatively accepting of Smoker being called the chief. Just then, a voice called out, "Assemble." Instantly, everyone reflexively shivered and hurried back to line up properly. At this moment, Jiaji stepped forward, holding a document. "I have an appointment here, and due to time constraints, I won't read it all. ILL, just get to the point. Smoker is hereby appointed as a lieutenant commander in the Navy headquarters, and Tina as a major in the Navy headquarters. For further details, check the public notice board later." A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Everyone was astonished. Tina was merely a lieutenant, and Smoker was just a private, and both had effectively risen several ranks. Smoker and Tina were also somewhat surprised. It wasn't because their promotions were too swift. Rather, it was because the rewards were too meager. Not to mention, just Smoker's improvements to the gunpowder and shells, which enhanced the overall capabilities of the Navy, would warrant a promotion to Rear Admiral. Smoker and Tina exchanged a glance, and neither felt the need for further words. Both were staunch proponents of strength above all, indifferent to the significance of ranks. Moreover, Zephyr and Sakazuki were well aware of their merits, indicating that this was a deliberate decision by the higher-ups. Though the intent remained unclear, Zephyr's disposition assured that he would not allow himself to be at a disadvantage. Thus, with a respectful salute, he graciously accepted the appointment. The other trainees cast envious glances in their direction. Their daily focus revolved around training and learning, resulting in fewer opportunities to set sail compared to the average Navy personnel, which naturally led to a slower promotion pace. Among over 200 trainees, only a handful of slightly older lieutenants had been elevated to the rank of major, while the rest remained stagnant at the ranks of ensign or even petty officer. Yet, Smoker had already distinguished himself as the first lieutenant colonel among them, and it would be disingenuous to claim he was not envied. After completing the morning training, Smoker and Tina intended to leave directly. Suddenly, an irritating voice rang out from behind them. "I can't believe you two actually survived. Too bad I accidentally fell off the ship. Otherwise, you wouldn't stand a chance." Smoker, heedful of the speaker, turned his cold gaze towards him. "Gaspardi, right? I still have an account to settle with this guy." Previously, Smoker had chosen to ignore Gaspardi's provocations, considering it unworthy of his attention. After all, they were not children. However, Gaspardi's actions during the prior battle, targeting Tina, had crossed a line. Fell off the ship. Wasn't he sent flying instead? His fist felt weak, yet his life was remarkably resilient. Sent flying? All eyes turned sharply towards Gaspardi. His face flushed with embarrassment, his defenses crumbling. "You sharp-tongued brat. If you're so tough, why not experience it firsthand?" Over these past months, he had not been idle. Initially, he had been somewhat regretful about Smoker's potential demise. "Since you're back, do you have the guts to accept my challenge, Chief?" "Oh." Smoker scoffed coldly. "That's precisely what I've been hoping for." The surrounding trainees perked up at this exchange. "Well said. Smoker, teach that bastard a lesson." "Chief, we're with you." Yet, some remained apprehensive. But can Smoker really handle it? "I'm not sure. Despite Gaspardi being a jerk, his strength is undeniably real." "What nonsense. He's just relying on his devil fruit. Without it, I could easily knock him out, but the power of the fruit is part of his strength. And remember, there was a time he nearly knocked you out without using it." "Are you still talking?" It must be acknowledged that Gaspardi's abilities were exceedingly troublesome. Although weaknesses existed, few among the gathered trainees, regardless of gender, knew how to cook noodles, let alone understand that flour could harden gelatin. He had always been an invincible presence in class. Even when all others banded together, they could not inflict a single scratch upon him. Consequently, his arrogance only grew, rendering him increasingly loathed. Nevertheless, Gaspardi possessed an exceptional mental fortitude, showing indifference to the scorn directed at him. Exuding an attitude reminiscent of one who defies the masses, before long, space was cleared for them. Smoker, Tina, and Gaspardi found themselves at the center, surrounded by a circle of spectators. Smoker exhaled his smoke to the side, preparing to engage. Suddenly, Tina halted him. In an instant, he understood. She intended to confront Gaspardi herself. Relinquishing his position, he stepped back into the crowd. Tina fixed her gaze upon Gaspardi. By the way, our last battle was interrupted by Instructor Kaki. It's time to settle our scores. I have no qualms. Any opponent is the same to me. However, do not expect me to hold back simply because you are a woman. Be sure to give it your all. Do not use that as an excuse if you lose later. Gaspardi's expression darkened. Am I going to lose to you? With that, he charged at Tina with a ferocious roar. Shave. Tina's form suddenly vanished. Don't you think you're the only one who can do that? Shave. Gaspardi's figure also disappeared. A tremendous crash resonated as their fists collided, and they swiftly separated. Smoker was momentarily taken aback. Gaspardi has made considerable progress. A nearby naval officer nodded. Indeed, after that incident, he actively sought to learn the 6 styles. Even Instructor Kaki has remarked on his significant improvement. He shot a glance at Smoker, as if questioning his lack of concern. Smoker, however, remained unfazed. Without hockey or sea stone, engaging with Tina using mere physical prowess was reckless. They exchanged blows, and Gaspardi surged forward once more, this time delivering a kick aimed at Tina. She intended to block. But suddenly, her leg was enveloped by a multitude of green spikes, resembling a mace. Tina was taken aback, furrowing her brow, and swiftly evaded using paper. Gaspardi lifted his leg, the spikes retracting slowly. How's that? Quite troublesome, isn't it? Though, I must commend your ability to evade. He continued his assault. Each attack unleashed spikes from his body, proving challenging for ordinary Navy personnel to counter. Tina executed a cutting kick, severing Gaspardi's head before retreating a few paces to create distance. Not bad. I didn't expect you to combine martial arts with your abilities. I thought you were merely a waste relying on your fruit. Gaspardi's head gradually reformed. Thanks to you, I've recognized my shortcomings. As a token of gratitude, I will ensure you experience my techniques. Tina replied noncommittally. Gummy marsh. Gaspardi unleashed a torrent of gummy substance, swiftly covering the entire training ground. Tina utilized moonwalk to hover in midair. Unleashing her cutting kicks, several wind blades struck the gummy mass, effortlessly severing it, yet it quickly reverted to its original state. You can't escape. Gummy crossbow. Gaspardi extended his arms, unleashing countless green spikes. It must be said that Gaspardi's current techniques bore a striking resemblance to Zine's. However, in terms of speed and finesse, he was leagues behind. Tina had undergone specialized training alongside Zine. Thus, this level of assault posed no pressure whatsoever. Gaspardi, however, laughed heartily. Fool, how long can your moonwalk last? My gummy is limitless. A frog at the bottom of a well. Tina dodged an attack and suddenly accelerated towards Gaspardi, delivering a fierce punch to his face. Gaspardi neither dodged nor evaded, sneering, Your attack, 1T hurt me. Before he could finish, Tina's fist sent him flying. Blood erupted from his mouth, mixed with several shattered teeth. Gaspardi crashed heavily to the ground, and before he could catch his breath, Tina landed forcefully on his chest. The tremendous impact forced a large volume of blood from his mouth, and soon, she had her hand tightly around his neck. Though Tina's hands were slender and fair, Gaspardi felt as though he were caught in a vice. Nearly unable to breathe, attempting to elementalize, he found himself utterly unable to break free. Tina loomed above, her gaze filled with derision. Even the Logia users dare not claim invincibility. You, a paramecia, chose to take my blows head-on. Truly foolish, damn it. Gaspardi's eyes were bloodshot as he unleashed his powers. The gummy substance enveloped Tina's feet, solidifying rapidly to bind her. You can't escape. Gummy thorns. Countless gummy spikes erupted from Gaspardi's body. In an instant, over 100 spikes pierced Tina. Tina, Miss Tina, the surrounding Navy personnel gasped in shock, while only Gaspardi wore a sinister grin. What good are pretty words? Only victory can determine everything. Yet, in the next moment, his gaze transformed, filled with astonishment. Tina continued to regard him coldly, the points of her spikes emanating wisps of white smoke. Your technique. Suddenly, Tina morphed into white smoke, breaking free from her restraints, and reappeared beside him. Her fist raised, delivering a powerful blow to Gaspar's face. This is hardly worthy of being called a thorn. The force of her punch was substantial. Gaspar's face was distorted from the impact, his eyes rolled back, and he fell into unconsciousness. Tina let out a cold huff, picked up the coat from the ground, and left with an air of nonchalance in the distance, hidden from the view of the students on the high platform. A group of instructors stood quietly. They had witnessed the entire battle unfold. Gigi stroked his chin, wearing a smug expression. Tina performed admirably, but alas, she ultimately let her guard down. Had it not been for her elemental transformation, she might have faced a reversal. The other instructors looked at Gigi with disdain, yet they couldn't help but be astonished. In the past, He would have been overly boastful, but now he had learned the value of strategic retreat. Has the licking dog finally matured? Perhaps we should consider joining in? At that moment, Zephyr approached. Kazan sauntered behind him, having come to observe the spectacle. Zephyr addressed Gigi. You are mistaken. Tina evaded beautifully. The other instructors wore puzzled expressions. Only Kazan appeared contemplative. Zephyr, noticing Kazan's expression, said, You might want to explain it to them. Kazan nodded. Tina did not merely transform after being attacked. She utilized her observation haki to predict the assault and preemptively transformed to evade it. Although her skill is still developing, for her age, it is quite remarkable. During the Marineford War, Akiji employed this very technique to dodge Whitebeard's Bicinto point one day. When Tina's observation haki reaches the level of foreseeing the future and is combined with her elemental transformation, even in the face of an admiral, she will possess the confidence to retreat and scathe. Upon hearing Kazan's explanation, the crowd suddenly comprehended, their gazes toward Gigi now filled with animosity. This scoundrel not only commands the power of nature, but also possesses a special paramecia with elemental transformation. More importantly, he has a stronger smoker under his command. By what merit does this wretch think himself worthy? Zephyr took a puff from the cigar Smoker had given him, though it irritated his throat. It was quite to his liking. He had never been fond of a soft, delicate flavor. 3 months had passed, and the disparities had become apparent. Those with greater aptitude might soon attempt to learn the 6 powers. Moreover, how many of them are capable users? Fire Mountain stepped forward. Just a few days prior, he had conducted a count, revealing there were 27 capable individuals among them. With over 200 students, the presence of 27 capable users was already quite astonishing. Even the later beast pirates, including the gifted, have yet to reach such a level. Zephyr nodded. Inform them that from now on, they will train with you during the day and be sent to the special training room at night. I will provide them with additional guidance. Upon hearing this, the instructors couldn't help but shudder, particularly Akiji and the 2 capable instructors, whose legs went weak. That evening, the 27 capable students remained under the sympathetic gazes of their instructors. One must admit, the youth are indeed full of vigor. Even though they understood they were about to face even harsher special training, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Smoker grasped Tina, shielding the others behind him. The special training room was not a mere room, but an enclosed training ground surrounded by high walls. Under the illumination of the lights, the floor and walls reflected a chilling luminescence. Special steel? Smoker exclaimed in shock. Previously, he had heard from the scientists of the technological division that this was the latest achievement by Vegapunk. The towering walls that thwarted Whitebeard's pirates during the Marineford War were constructed from this very steel. Just then, Zephyr descended from above, landing in the center of the training room. Welcome, youngsters. Everyone promptly formed a line. Zephyr-sensei. Zephyr wasted no time. You are all capable users, vital forces in the defense of justice. Therefore, I will personally conduct your special training. The first lesson, and indeed the most crucial one, Zephyr shouted, his aura suddenly surging. All the students' expressions changed dramatically, as if a colossal beast had manifested before them. Merely standing still rendered them rigid, their breath stifled, as if a mountain pressed upon their shoulders. This was not Conqueror's haki, but rather the murderous intent emanating from Zephyr, honed through years of battle. Embrace the resolve to kill me and resist. With that, he lifted his leg and executed a powerful kick that a blade of azure wind, nearly engulfing the training room, slashed toward the students. Whoa! Everyone gasped in shock. Why did he attack so suddenly? Each individual displayed their capabilities, hastily evading the onslaught. Some transformed into their hybrid forms, significantly enhancing their speed and strength, leaping away at the last moment, while others morphed into spheres, scattering in all directions. However, 3 swordsmen, their eyes aglow with defiance, were students under Guillaume. They had faced wind blades frequently and knew that a wind blade could be severed. The trio exchanged glances and raised their swords to confront the assault. With a clang, their blades met. Their expressions shifted drastically, for what they struck did not feel like a light wind blade, but rather a massive vessel in motion. Their swords shattered in an instant, sending the 3 of them flying. Fortunately, thanks to their training with Guillaume, they managed to let go in time, avoiding broken arms. Yet, they crashed heavily to the ground, unable to rise. Smoker and Tina exchanged glances at Zephyr and then at the blade of wind. Is this the same individual who trained with them on the warship? This wind blade surpassed Tina's imagination. What was meant to be a cutting technique delivered a stunning blow. It was utterly terrifying. Zephyr laughed heartily. Well done evading. Now, let's resort to fists. Of course, I am not a devil. I shall not employ hockey against my beloved students. The students. The Zoan-type users transformed into their most formidable hybrid forms. While the Paramecia users prepared to unleash their full potential, Smoker stood ready, secretly aware that the fruit he possessed was most vulnerable to opponents like Zephyr. Tina, maximize your observation hockey. Do not let your guard down. Understood. As soon as the words left her lips, Zephyr vanished, reappearing before an armadillo user, delivering a punch that sent him flying several meters, crashing against the wall and rendering him unconscious. Nearby, a gorilla user rushed forward, his tree-like arms wrapping around Zephyr's neck, attempting to execute a guillotine hold. Zephyr did not resist, allowing the gorilla to tighten his grip. Impressive strength. Kate, the cat fruit user, extended her claw-like blade, slashing fiercely across Zephyr's chest. Sparks flew as the fabric of his shirt tore, revealing 5 shallow white marks on his skin. Impossible! Kate exclaimed in disbelief. Unable to comprehend what she had witnessed, Zephyr chuckled. What's impossible about this? With that, he twisted the gorilla's arms with ease, as though loosening a tie, and then hurled him directly at Kate, causing both to crash into one another and lose consciousness. Hiss! The remaining students gasped in shock. If the 3 swordsmen had been overconfident, these 3 had been outright crushed. Hailing from the West Blue, one specialized in speed, another in strength, and the last in defense. An infamous trio, yet they had been eliminated in a mere exchange. Once again, 3 more. Zephyr awaited the next wave of attacks with a grin. However, the students were too intimidated, their faces pale with apprehension, wholly reluctant to strike, since no obedient children wished to raise their hands. Zephyr surveyed the group, his gaze finally resting on Tina, a sly smile spreading across his face. Let us start with you, Tina. Feeling the mix of jest and challenge in Zephyr's gaze, Tina felt a shiver run down her spine. Having recently been beaten into submission, she realized that the more she hesitated, the more enthusiastic Zephyr became in his assaults. Gritting her teeth, her face set with a determination that seemed to defy death, she assumed a stance and declared, I look forward to your guidance, Zephyr-sensei. Excellent spirit. Zephyr nodded slightly before charging towards her. Tina hurriedly released a cloud of white smoke, instantly enveloping the entire training ground in a dense fog, and then swiftly leaped into the air using the moonwalk technique. However, such a trivial ruse could hardly deceive Zephyr. With a sly grin, he remarked, a bit of cleverness, but not much. In Tina's perception, Zephyr's intense aura, blazing like the sun, suddenly vanished, only to reappear right before her. Fear not, little girl, for this time I shall not employ hockey. As he spoke, he swung his fist, imbued with tremendous force, hurtling towards Tina like a meteor. Tina gasped. This punch seemed unremarkable and devoid of any added hockey, yet in Tina's eyes, it felt as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart, leaving her with no means of escape. Attempting to elementalize, she felt her body paralyzed, utterly unable to move. In that critical moment, Smoker could no longer restrain himself. Dark water, a tremendous gravitational force emerged, affecting both Zephyr and Tina. Tina was effortlessly drawn into Smoker's embrace. Zephyr merely swayed his body, exerting his legs to escape the gravitational pull. You've timed that quite well. Smoker set Tina down, saying, I seem to have taken advantage of you. During the earlier battle, Zephyr quickly realized that gravity could not penetrate solid objects. By merely uprooting the ground, effective obstruction was achievable. Even a mere second was sufficient for Zephyr to accomplish a multitude of tasks. However, the ground was now littered with special steel that could not be damaged, compelling him to rely solely on his own strength to break free from the gravitational influence. Tina, visibly anxious, cautioned, Smoker, be careful. Teacher Zephyr is serious this time. Smoker patted her tense back, understanding that this time evasion was paramount, and there was no need to consider an attack. He then called out loudly, Everyone, gather around me. The crowd exchanged glances, noting that Zephyr was merely observing, with no intention of intervening, and thus they congregated. As a traveler, Smoker was acutely aware of the disparity between the students and the Admiral. This was no longer a mere mouse versus a cat. It was akin to a mouse facing a tiger. Should Zephyr truly become serious, with the powers of the dark fruit, he might still have a chance to kneel and surrender. But for the others, surrendering was a mere fantasy, since he was allowing leniency. Smoker felt no hesitation in strategizing. Indeed, Zifa watched with great interest, having no intention of interrupting. The group of Marine trainees chattered excitedly, then spread out, also tending to the injured on the sidelines. This time, they did not merely stand idly. Their formation was organized, with some grouped in pairs while others stood alone at the back. Observing this, Zifa cracked his knuckles, producing a metallic sound. Have you finished your discussion? Old man has been waiting impatiently. Come, round 2. He dashed towards the foremost user of the bear fruit. Suddenly, a strange beam of light emanated from a female trainee at the back. The pale yellow light weaved through the trainees, linking them together like a chain. A faint aura shimmered around each of them. Zifa's fist connected with the bear man's abdomen. The bear man spat out blood but managed to endure, even seizing Zifa's wrist in retaliation. The moment he took the blow, everyone else turned pale, their bodies swaying as if on the verge of collapse, particularly the girl who emitted the light, who nearly fainted. Go. So this is the ability of the linking fruit user? Connecting targets to share damage. Quite an impressive ability, but alas, the user is too weak and requires further training. Zifa assessed inwardly as he fought. White wind slash. Tina appeared in midair, launching white wind blades. Zifa did not flinch, shattering the wind blades with his body. The bearman shouted, Gasper, Lacey, Tekdal, let's go all out. No need for you to say. Gasper lunged forward, tightly embracing Zifa, transforming into a gummy prison that ensnared his limbs. Lacey, a whip user, drew forth her thorny whip from behind and, with a flick of her wrist, ensnared Zifa firmly. Tekdal, a fabric user, extended his hands, and several rolls of fabric surged forth, wrapping Zifa like a mummy. Attack! Smoker bellowed, unleashing several dark blades. Tina released a white smoke explosive imitating the bear's charge. Others showcased their abilities as well. Some sprouted spikes from their fists, others summoned light blades, while some revealed claws, all directing their assault towards Zifa. Boom! Boom! An array of attacks overwhelmed Zifa, shrouding the training room in smoke and dust, obscuring the events unfolding within. Everyone watched the haze in silence, their expressions grave. Tina muttered, surely that must have had some effect. Lacey swallowed hard. If that didn't hurt him, it would be too outrageous. The bear man, clutching his stomach, stepped forward. After all, he is merely flesh and blood. Smoker gazed intently at the smoke, frowning in contemplative silence. If it were Big Mom or Kaido, such an assault would barely scratch the surface. However, Zifa's physique was certainly not on par with those two monsters. It was uncertain whether they could breach his defenses. Suddenly, an astonishing aura erupted from the smoke as Zifa emerged slowly, his upper body bare, revealing a physique as resilient as steel. Several wounds adorned his chest, faintly oozing blackness. Remarkably, they had indeed managed to inflict injury upon him. He cast a glance at Smoker. In truth, the other attacks were inconsequential, but this boy's strikes, although he had sensed something amiss and enveloped his body in hockey, it was regrettably a moment too late, resulting in a blow to his chest. Well done. Congratulations, you have passed the assessment. A collective sigh of relief washed over everyone, with some of the younger, more spirited trainees leaping for joy. However, the old man continued, I still wish to see how far you can push yourselves. Let us continue until one side can no longer stand. Nanny? All the trainees' eyes widened in disbelief. You old rascal. How devious you are. Onward. Zifa charged into the fray like a lion entering a den of sheep, and chaos erupted. 10 minutes later, all the trainees lay sprawled on the ground, convulsing. Truly, an unreasonable level of strength. After all, he was an admiral. Smoker was utterly lost, desperate to utilize his powers, yet he could not even discern the direction of Zifa's presence. After much effort, using Tina as bait, he managed to ensnare Zifa with his gravity, pulling him close. Yet, the outcome was even more lamentable. Zifa unleashed a flurry of strikes at close range, leaving Smoker feeling as though his very bile would be expelled. Meanwhile, Zifa remained virtually unscathed, the wounds on his chest beginning to scab over. Ha ha, little brats. It has been ages since I have enjoyed myself this much. This is your first lesson. Regardless of what abilities you possess, physical strength is the foundation. And one more thing. Zifa summoned Smoker to stand before the others. You all refer to him as the chief. How amusing. I hereby declare that from this day forth, The strongest trainee in the training camp shall be designated as the chief, possessing equal authority as the instructors. Do you all accept this? Everyone chorused in unison, we accept. Even Gasper had no choice but to lower his head in acquiescence. Smoker, give it your all. You are now the rightful chief. Zephyr surveyed the disheveled group. Get up, all of you. Just a few minor injuries, and you're all whining. Line up. The trainees shot Zephyr resentful glances. Yet, none dared to retort. One by one, they obediently rose, swiftly reforming their ranks. Smoker noticed that a position at the front had opened up, and without hesitation, he stepped forward. Once everyone was assembled, Zephyr issued a new command. Everyone, remove your shoes and socks. The crowd responded in confusion, but they complied, discarding their footwear and standing barefoot on the cold metal. Instantly, a potent odor permeated the air. Several female Marines nearly choked. Zephyr remained oblivious. Oh, you know who this special training room was built for. It is for you, the ability users, with a malicious grin. He retrieved the remote control and pressed a button. Suddenly, the entire training room transformed as countless silver-white protrusions emerged from the ground. All the recruits felt their bodies weaken, some even stumbling and collapsing to the floor. Smoker's expression shifted, that damned sense of familiarity. This could only be Seastone. As expected, Zephyr continued with a grin. This is the masterpiece of the Navy's Science Division. The entire floor of this training room is embedded with Seastone. And what's even better is that we can adjust its purity. Currently, the purity is at 8. In 30 seconds, you will begin to run laps. Those who cannot rise will be sent home. He then approached Smoker and Tina, his eyes narrowing, staring at the two with a smirk that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. Smoker and Tina painfully closed their eyes. It seems there is no escape. Gritting their teeth, they donned their Seastone necklaces, instantly feeling as if they had been drained completely. All right, you little brats, start running. I won't say stop, and even if you faint, keep running while dizzy. Yes, the poor recruits wailed in unison, flailing their legs to run. Under the influence of Seastone, this elite Navy group performed even worse than rookies. Zephyr stepped aside, puffing on a cigar, leisurely observing them. Anyone who lagged behind would get a bullet in their rear. That recruit would then scream and hasten their pace. The older generation of warriors were not particularly fond of devil fruit abilities. They placed greater faith in their own physical prowess. Neither Garp nor Zephyr consumed devil fruits. While Sengoku had a mythical Zoan type that enhanced his physique, although Crane had eaten a fruit, it was not for the sake of increasing strength. Back then, Navy strongmen were often named after their physical attributes. However, this trend shifted in the next generation. The younger Navy members began to idolize devil fruits, yearning to acquire powerful abilities that would propel them to greatness, ultimately neglecting the training of hockey and physical strength. Especially those three little monsters, who, with their magma, light, and ice fruits, were nearly on par with the older generation, inciting envy among countless young and middle-aged Navy personnel. They only saw the flashy abilities and overlooked the formidable physiques and hockey of their predecessors. This discontent was palpable among the older generation of the Navy. Thus, they invested considerable resources to construct this training facility, compelling the ability users to hone their bodies. You little brats must endure. This training will benefit you for a lifetime. While Zephyr mused with a smoke in hand, the recruits were left to suffer, unable to cease without orders. 1 lap, 2 laps, 5 laps, 10 laps, 30 laps. Eventually, someone could no longer bear it and collapsed to the ground. Unconscious, Zephyr raised his hand, and the medical team swiftly entered, expertly carrying away the fallen recruits. One after another, the number of individuals in the training field dwindled, all reaching their limits. Smoker was no exception. Even with a higher purity of Seastone, his stamina was inferior to the others. His only asset was his hardened willpower. His mind was blank, breaths heavy. Each inhalation felt like fire in his chest. His legs felt like lead, moving mechanically, as if they did not belong to him. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, until Smoker finally succumbed, collapsing on the training ground, in the fleeting moment before darkness engulfed him. He noticed that no recruits remained standing at this point. Zephyr had already discarded a pile of cigarette butts at his feet. From that day forth, the recruits fell into a hellish cycle. By day, they were tormented by instructors, and by night, subjected to brutal training that left them wishing for death. Some ordinary recruits fortuitously obtained devil fruits during missions, only to be deceived and drawn into the inferno by other ability users. A few ability users perished at sea during missions, while others, unable to endure the harsh training, returned home. Thus, the training camp maintained a semblance of 20 or so participants, and Smoker's top position remained unassailable. One day, after training concluded, Smoker and Tina invited Zephyr for a late-night meal. Zephyr, known for his stern demeanor, typically avoided socializing. Yet for reasons unknown, he relished the company of Smoker. Perhaps he genuinely cared for these two juniors. Or perhaps it was a reminder of what his own son would have been like had he lived to Smoker's age. Zephyr downed a bottle of liquor in one go, clearly feeling the effects. "You two are far too engrossed in the six styles. You fight like fools. What have you become?" Smoker and Tina were bewildered. What was wrong with the six styles? At 13, Luffy had mastered them and was hailed as a genius of CP9. How did it make them fools? Zephyr opened another bottle. The six styles are a training method, akin to push-ups or squats, designed to enhance one's strength, speed, endurance, evasion, grip, and even recovery. They should not be treated as mere combat techniques. Shave. If you can kick the ground dozens of times, wouldn't it be simpler to take a step? Finger pistol. Why use a finger to poke when you could use a fist? Are we only training one finger? And let's not even speak of iron body. It's meant to help you better sense your internal strength and assist in cultivating armament hockey, not to stand there and take hits. Paper drawing, moonwalk, and gale foot have their uses, but they are merely supportive. At least life return has some merit. Smoker was perplexed, but the world government's agents. Suddenly, he felt a tight grip on his wrist. Noticing Zephyr's enigmatic gaze directed at him, he promptly fell silent, though his mind raced. So the world government's training had gone awry. It turned out that the higher-ups of the Navy were well aware, yet chose to turn a blind eye. Smoker lowered his voice. "Instructor Zephyr, what is the relationship between the world government and the Navy?" Zephyr's expression turned icy. "Relationship? Humph, heh." He swirled the liquor in his hand and downed it is time to leave. "Thank you for your hospitality. What I said tonight was all drunken nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Some things, you'll learn when it's time for you to know." Time flew, and soon it was the year 1505 of the Sea Circle calendar. A warship braved the fierce sea winds, slicing through the waves as it navigated the Grand Line. Tina stood at the bow of the ship. The sea breeze tousled her pink hair, her clothes clinging tightly to her form. Accentuating her graceful figure. 2 years had passed, and Tina had grown even taller, her physique more alluring under Smoker's careful attention. After gazing at the sea for a moment, she turned and asked, "Smoker, what are you so intently watching?" Smoker sat on the ship's railing, engrossed in reading a newspaper. Hearing Tina call his name, he slowly raised his head and exhaled a long plume of smoke. "Time flies. It's been 7 years since Roger's death, and the seas are truly tumultuous." Is there another major event?" "Nothing particularly significant, though there are quite a few minor incidents." The Tim Kingdom. A member state of the world government suffered a pirate attack, during which 500 soldiers were taken hostage and killed. Ultimately, it was the world government that intervened to quell the situation. There's also an obituary. Princess Scarlet of Dressrosa has passed away at a young age, reportedly an excellent heir to the throne. Tina nodded. "It's truly overwhelming." After saying this, she lost interest in the news. There were far too many stories from various countries to concern herself with. However, Smoker felt otherwise. He needed to sift through these reports to gauge how much his presence had altered the narrative. At the very least, it appeared that Rob Lucci and Cyrus remained unaffected. "Colonel Smoker, Major Tina." At that moment, several Navy soldiers rushed over, breathless. "Major Nidole has sent word. He has discovered the trail of the Tooth Pirate crew." "Where?" "At the 9 o'clock position, 3 hours away." Smoker nodded. "Finally caught those scoundrels. Let us pursue them." "Colonel." The Navy soldier's expression was grim. "What is it?" "Behold their course. It is indeed towards Pumiso Island." "Pumiso Island!" Smoker exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, and then turned to his companion, saying, "The nautical chart." A naval officer hastily unfurled the map. The Tusk pirate crew was less than 2 hours away from Pumiso Island. Smoker's expression grew serious. This meant that the so-called 3 hours included over an hour during which the enemy remained stationary. Indeed, Smoker fell silent. Given this distance, it was utterly impossible to circumvent and intercept them ahead. Tina glanced at the map. "Smoker, perhaps Tina should go." Without hesitation, Smoker interjected, "At this distance, Mere moonwalk won't suffice, while the smoke fruit allows flight. It is susceptible to weather conditions, and today the sea winds are particularly strong. Once elementalized, controlling direction becomes nearly impossible, making it easy to become lost at sea. Smoker's gaze remained fixed on the nautical chart. The intelligence on the Tusk pirate crew flashing through his mind. Captain Bender, with a bounty of 133 million berries, and First Mate Cutlass Mocha, with a bounty of 60 million berries, were not to be underestimated. Worse yet, they were not an elite pirate crew, but rather a fleet of 8 large ships, comprising 500 to 600 men. Such a scale of pirate crew was exceedingly rare in the first half of the Grand Line. If they reached an island populated by civilians, the unleashing of so many pirates would undoubtedly result in a catastrophe. Gritting his teeth, Smoker issued his command. Call out to all, reveal our position, and do everything possible to delay the pirates' progress. Dispose of all unnecessary cargo on the warship to reduce weight and proceed at full speed. Yes. Several naval officers saluted and hurried off to convey the orders. Once everyone had departed, Tina approached. Her face etched with concern that it too much to ask Ol to single-handedly entangle such a formidable pirate crew. Nidol was not only a classmate of theirs, but also a friend. He was the user of the bird fruit, night owl form, the only student in their expanded elite class capable of long-distance flight, possessing top-tier reconnaissance and tracking skills, and had earned remarkable achievements. However, in terms of raw strength, he was merely average. Even if he could merely hold them at bay, facing a crew with bounties exceeding 100 million was exceedingly perilous. Smoker sighed. I can only hope that the Tusk pirate crew sees the presence of the Navy nearby and voluntarily abandons Pumiso Island. Tina, if the moment becomes critical, fear not, Smoker. As long as I am within close proximity, Tina will do her utmost to rush over. Indeed, I appreciate your efforts. Smoker walked to the ship's railing, gazing out at the vast ocean. Please, be careful, at this moment, there are over 100 individuals aboard this vessel, nearly all of whom are Smoker's fellow classmates. Originally, the elite expanded class was only supposed to last 2 years, after which they would return to their respective branches to strengthen the foundational forces. Yet for reasons unknown, their term has been extended significantly, and they have yet to graduate. This has resulted in fewer opportunities for them to set sail, and consequently, their ranks are not particularly high. Smoker, being the highest ranking, is merely a colonel. However, this is not without its advantages. With significant resources poured into their training, the students have experienced qualitative improvements in their abilities, almost all mastering the 6 powers and diligently training in hockey. Particularly, Smoker and Tina have become proficient in both forms of hockey. Together, they could even hold their own against Zifa. This time, they had embarked on a mission to apprehend the Tusk pirate crew. A task that was supposed to have been completed days ago according to the original plan. However, the Grand Line is notoriously unpredictable. Just as both parties were closing in, an anomalous current had suddenly emerged. The Tusk pirate crew remained unaffected, while the warship was inexplicably swept away. By the time they regained control, the Tusk pirate crew had long since vanished from sight, with no other recourse. Smoker had no choice but to send Nidol to scout the area. After several days, they finally received news of the Tusk pirate crew. Recently, they had been pursued closely by the Navy, and with the Navy's absence these past few days, they would surely indulge in wanton plunder to vent their frustrations. Thus, Smoker's anxiety was palpable from afar. Nidol circled high above. Although swift, he made not a sound as he slowly stowed away the din mushy, revealing an expression of bemusement. This guy, Smoker, really puts on a tough act. But he does have an eye for talent. Such a daunting task can only be entrusted to me. With that, he fixated intently on the pirate ships below and plunged downwards like an arrow. No matter if you are a grand fleet or a supernova, do not dare to touch a single hair on the citizens. In the distance, Nidol transformed into a shadow, darting across a pirate ship with lightning speed. Before the 7 or 8 pirates could react, deep gashes were suddenly carved into their bodies, blood spurting forth, leaving only a chorus of anguished wails. The other pirates, taken aback, hurriedly gathered around. What happened? What on earth is going on? Suddenly, several walnut-sized black spheres landed on the deck, rolling about chaotically. The pirates stared in confusion. What are these things? In an instant, the black spheres exploded with a resounding boom, unleashing a violent conflagration and countless tiny steel balls. The deck was instantly filled with ghastly cries, and flames erupted on the sails as well. Only then did the pirates comprehend the situation and began to scramble to extinguish the flames. Shouting loudly, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The enemy is above. Maintain vigilance. Some pirates drew their guns and fired into the air, but Ole nimbly evaded their shots. These black spheres were the Navy's new-style bombs that in recent years. Smoker had become increasingly acquainted with the scientific division, providing them with numerous ideas, and in return, the scientists would allow him to test their new weapons first. These bombs were a product of Smoker's ingenuity. Upon detonation, not only did they produce shockwaves and flames, but also countless tiny steel pellets. Smoker had specifically equipped Ole with these bombs. After all, who could resist the allure of strategic bombers? Knit Ole's sword in the air, his eyes gleaming. Smoker, Colonel, truly outdoes himself. He has even procured such formidable bombs. With these in hand, I can consider myself a main force now. Oh, and this gun. He pulled out a firearm from behind, equipped with a large magazine. I believe it's called a light machine gun. Let us see how effective it is. Knit Ole dove down once more, a rapid-fire glow emanating from him as he unleashed a barrage upon the pirate ship. At this rate, delaying them for an hour would be no issue. Not far away, aboard the flagship of the Tusk pirate crew, Bender gazed darkly at Ole, with First Mate Moka standing beside him. Captain, the lookout has confirmed. It's just him. Let me deal with him. Bender was utterly unconcerned about the fate of the crew below in no hurry when dealing with a little bird outside of firing range. One must possess ample patience. He observed the pirates on board wailing, smirking that I brought these lackeys along precisely for situations like this that in the distance. The warship sped onward. Smoker, cigar in mouth, furrowed his brow as he stared at the sea. Just then, Tina approached him. Smoker, I have already spoken with Teacher Zifa. He will hasten to rendezvous with us. As fortune would have it, Zifa was out at sea with the next batch of elite students. Fortuitously nearby, upon hearing of the situation here, he had rushed over post-haste. Good. Keep Zifa informed of our coordinates. His expression remained grave, showing no signs of relaxation. The current predicament was not one of insufficient combat power. Tina alone could breach the entire Tusk pirate crew. The pressing issue was one of reach. Even with Zifa's arrival, it would likely be of little consequence. Ole, you must hold on. Colonel Smoker, a soldier rushed over. Report. Ole has engaged the enemy and successfully slowed their advance at this rate. We can catch up to them before the pirates land. Well done, Smoker exclaimed, slapping the ship's railing, finally revealing a smile, while Tina breathed a sigh of relief. Full speed ahead. We must not squander the opportunity created by Oral. Yes, report. At that moment, another naval officer rushed over, holding a piece of paper, his expression unusually grim. Colonel Smoker, this is an encrypted directive from Teacher Zephyr. Encrypted directive? Smoker's expression shifted instantly. Naval communications are categorized into various security levels. Ordinary directives do not require encryption. Conversely, any encrypted communication is of utmost importance, often tied to the very survival of a nation. In the main storyline, on Fine Island, the message that Kira entrusted to Luo was also an encrypted directive, which fortuitously fell into Virgo's hands. Give it to me. Smoker seized the directive with urgency. What could be so significant? Is there unrest among the monsters of the New World? Or has a nation descended into chaos? Or perhaps an apocalyptic natural disaster has occurred? Yet, as he read the contents of the note, his expression morphed into one of bewilderment, first concern, then shock, and finally, fury. You must be joking. Oral is risking his life against the toothed pirate crew, the residents of Pumiso Island, numbering in the tens of thousands, are in grave danger, and now, for this nonsense, we are to remain on standby for 3 hours. Tina, having just read the confidential order, wore an expression of disbelief, laced with fear and confusion. But after all, it was a command from a deity, several dozen miles away, on an opulent ship of extraordinary proportions. An elderly man clad in a fitted white garment and wearing a transparent hood was furiously kicking a slave. The slave, curled on the ground, was bruised and ragged, too afraid to utter a sound. Even his blood trickled from his head. Useless slave, worthless wretch, shaking about, disrupting my enjoyment of the scenery. After a while, still unsatisfied, the old man drew a golden pistol and fired several shots. Hiss! The slave's body convulsed, expelling his last breath. Yet in his dazed and numbed gaze, there flickered a glimmer of relief. The old man holstered his gun and called to the side. Throw this thing overboard and bring me a stronger slave. Truly, they are all worthless. Yes, Lord Bancroft. A man dressed in black and wearing sunglasses stepped out from the shadows. He carelessly tossed the slave's corpse into the sea like refuse before bringing forth a new one. Bancroft settled back onto the slave's back. This new slave was robust, and no matter how much he squirmed, he dared not move an inch. The old man nodded in satisfaction, his expression visibly improving. "Gur, tell me, who am I?" "You are the descendant of the 20 kings who founded the world government, hailing from the illustrious Isaac Abaron family, Lord Isaac Abaron Bancroft." The old man was none other than a celestial dragon. The man in black was his CP agent, Guernica. Hearing Guernica's response, Bancroft nodded approvingly. "Well said, Gur, very well said. The lowly beings of the lower world need only to serve the divine, without any other thoughts." Just like him. With that, he viciously kicked the slave in the back of the head, the sharp heel of his shoe tearing open a wound, blood gushing forth. Yet the slave could only grit his teeth, not daring to move, not even allowing a groan or a pained expression to escape. Guernica bowed slightly, saying, "You speak truly. There shall be no more eyesores on this journey, right?" Bancroft detested having other ships within his line of sight. Just moments ago, he had encountered a small fishing vessel and had it sunk without hesitation. The previous slave had met his fate due to the turbulence caused by cannon fire. Reporting to Lord Bancroft, "We have thoroughly cleared this sea area, and no matter if they are pirate ships or fishing boats, they will all sink to the depths. Ensuring your mood remains undisturbed in the distance. There are 2 naval ships. We have instructed them to remain on standby. Is this arrangement acceptable to you?" Swish! Bancroft suddenly drew his knife and slashed it across Guernica's face, leaving a deep gash and injuring his left eye. "My lord!" Guernica quickly knelt on the ground. Years of conditioning had instilled in them a complete lack of negative emotions when facing the celestial dragons. Bancroft sheathed his knife. "If you believe, I should be satisfied. Why ask me? If you think I should be displeased, who gave you the audacity to dare to neglect the divine?" Guernica replied, "You are absolutely right. The area ahead has been cleared, I assure you with my life. There will be no oversights. Humph, it shall not happen again. Yes, thank you for your grace." Upon receiving the celestial dragon's order to remain on standby, the naval officers exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Smoker, however, was seething with rage. "What nonsense is this? You enjoy making others kneel? Fine, I cannot provoke you, but I can certainly keep my distance. Now, separated by dozens of nautical miles, with no interference, you resort to such a high-level order merely for traffic control? This is the open sea, utterly unrestrained. By the time you leisurely pass and drift away, it would take at least half a day. What then? Do I go to Pumiso Island for a banquet?" For the pirate natives, whether naval officers or civilians, after 8 centuries of conditioning, servitude to the celestial dragons has become an instinct ingrained in their very bones. But where does Smoker hail from? The birthplace of the notion that nobility is no different from commoners, where the education emphasizes equality. Apart from the land of Wano, which bears similarities to a tranquil life, Smoker treats all with impartiality. "I do not require you to kneel. You certainly shall not compel me to kneel either. What gives you the right, celestial dragon? Just because your ancestors were remarkable? Can they compare to Huhai's father?" Smoker initially intended to charge forward recklessly, but glancing at the others, he refrained from speaking. That it would be one thing for himself, but he could not endanger the lives of his entire crew due to his impulsiveness. "Notify the navigator to mark the position of the celestial dragon's ship and analyze their course. Look out, stay vigilant. Helmsman, take a detour and charge forward." Just as the orders were about to be executed, a voice emanated from the transponder snail in Smoker's arms. Upon connecting, he discovered it was Zephyr from the rear. "Hello, Smoker. I just received a notification. Shortly, government personnel will be coming aboard your ship, and no matter what they want, try to cooperate with them and avoid conflict. I will come as soon as possible." Smoker had yet to process this when the transponder snail closed its eyes and fell back asleep. What does this mean? What does try to cooperate even entail? This standard is far too difficult to gauge. While he was familiar with dealings with pirates, this was his first encounter with the government. Thankfully, Zephyr mentioned he would arrive promptly, which gave Smoker a modicum of assurance. Before long, Smoker sensed 2 powerful presences approaching rapidly. This speed, this aura, is it the moonwalk? It doesn't seem so. After a while, a small boat appeared in the distance. And it was a speedboat. Does the world government possess such technology? Damn, I knew they had something up their sleeves. As the speedboat drew near, two CP agents leaped onto the ship, each striking a rather imposing figure. One had hair resembling flower petals, making his head appear as if it had blossomed, while the other was even more eccentric, holding a fan to shield his face. The flower-headed agent stepped forward. Colonel Smoker of the Navy headquarters, we are world government agents Gismonda and Maha, and we are requisitioning this warship. From this moment forth, all affairs aboard this ship will be under our jurisdiction until the celestial dragons depart. Smoker reclined in disbelief. Other naval officers also cast their gazes toward Smoker. The position of chief that Smoker has held over the past few years was not earned without merit. Everyone from his cohort respected him wholeheartedly and habitually obeyed his commands. Even the notoriously rebellious Gasparati dared not openly defy him. Within the headquarters, their status was that of trainees, subject to the authority of their instructors. However, upon embarking on missions, their roles would transform into that of a special operations unit, and as long as Zifa was absent, Smoker would be their leader. Thus, despite the notorious reputation of the CP, which boasted the title of world nobility, the execution of orders ultimately hinged upon Smoker's disposition. Upon hearing the words of the two, Smoker's expression darkened. Gismonda and Maha, are they not the future CP0? Arriving here, acting like lords, have they taken liberties with us? We cannot afford to offend the celestial dragons, nor can we risk incurring your wrath. With a forced smile, he remarked, "Ah, esteemed guests, what brings you here?" "We still have a mission to attend to," Gismonda replied with a stoic demeanor. "The illustrious world noble, Saint Bancroft, is set to arrive at Pumismoma Island. We have detected the presence of pirates in the vicinity and require your assistance for protection." Smoker's eyes brightened. "Excuse me? The pirate crew you speak of is the Fong pirates. We cannot allow those despicable pirates to endanger the world nobility." "Oh," Smoker's expression swiftly transformed from cloudy to clear. What a fortunate coincidence. Wasn't he just about to confront that group of pirates? Moreover, this would allow him to garner goodwill from the government without any cost. Indeed, for the Navy, the safety of the world nobility is always paramount. "Rest assured, we shall cooperate to the fullest." Gismonda and Maha exchanged puzzled glances. What was wrong with this fellow? He had been sulking moments ago, and now his demeanor had shifted entirely. However, his eloquence was commendable. He seemed to be quite the asset for Smoker, as long as it did not interfere with his affairs. Flattering words rolled off his tongue effortlessly. "You two have traveled far. Please take some rest while I handle the remaining matters." In high spirits, Smoker waved his hand to the side. "Aster, please escort these esteemed gentlemen to the command room and bring out the fine cigars and wines that Teacher Zifa has stored." He had long been coveting those fine goods. Teacher Zifa was strict about it, and the quantities were meticulously accounted for. He had seldom found the opportunity to indulge, but now, during an official reception, he could discreetly partake. After all, it was quite reasonable for the strong of the world government to enjoy a few boxes of wine and cigars in one sitting, right? Aster understood the unspoken cue and led the two agents away. Once the CP departed, Smoker whispered to Tina, "TSK, TSK, even the dogs of the celestial dragons can occasionally do good deeds." Tina shot him an exasperated glance. As someone close to him, she was well aware of Smoker's true feelings toward the government. Whenever Smoker entered his sage mode, facing the lively Tina, he would engage in mental exchanges to buy time to in a relaxed state. He would express views that were commonplace in his past life, but now appeared rebellious. Initially, Tina would argue a few points, but how could a man in sage mode indulge a woman? He would promptly unleash a torrent of rhetoric, in discussions of political ideology. Men inherently held the upper hand over women. Let alone Smoker, who had been steeped in red ideological education from elementary school through college, thus easily overpowering Tina in theoretical debates. After several rounds of ideological discourse, Tina found herself significantly influenced as well. Though she could not quite dismiss the celestial dragons as mere swine, she at least no longer regarded them as deities or emperors. Nonetheless, witnessing Smoker and the CP avoid conflict, Tina felt a secret sigh of relief. Maintaining peace was ideal. After all, obtaining an official position was no easy feat. Smoker stood at the bow of the ship, shouting loudly, "All hands, full speed ahead, annihilate the Fong pirates." The naval officers cheered enthusiastically. "Oh!" Suddenly, Gismonda poked his head out from the cabin. "Colonel Smoker, you have misunderstood. Your duty this time is to guard as long as the Fong pirates do not create a disturbance. You must remain steadfastly by the side of the nobility." Nanny. Smoker's expression darkened once more. How foolish of me to have harbored any expectations of these CP agents. Upon hearing Gismonda's orders, Smoker was momentarily at a loss for words. What are you barking about? Any pirate with a functioning brain would not dare to attack a government vessel. Are you implying that I should turn a blind eye to the Fong pirates? My comrades are risking their lives out there. There are tens of thousands of residents on Pumismoma Island. I refuse to accept this. Smoker's face darkened further. The best form of protection is offense. If the pirates were to endanger the world nobility, would that not be a grave dereliction of duty on our part? Gismonda replied, This is not a matter for you to contemplate, Navy. Your actions have overstepped your bounds. Maha added, The Navy is merely a tool of the world government. You need not think, only execute. A glint of icy resolve flashed in Smoker's eyes. With only the two of them present, perhaps, suddenly, a massive and familiar presence appeared in his perception. Teacher Zifa? Zifa approached swiftly using the moonwalk technique. Upon landing on the deck, he hurried to the group without pausing for breath. What is going on here? What are you all doing? The previously tense atmosphere was palpable to him. Nothing, Teacher Zifa, Smoker responded. Then recounted the events that had transpired, subtly mentioning the situation on Pumismoma Island. Zifa's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. He had indeed instructed Smoker to cooperate with the CP as much as possible. But he had not anticipated the urgency of the situation. Zifa, known as the no-kill admiral, treated pirates this way. How much more so for the tens of thousands of civilians and his own students? Without a moment's hesitation, he rudely addressed the CP. Smoker is right. Threats to the celestial dragons must be eliminated in advance. If your superiors are dissatisfied, let them speak directly to me. The two agents were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances, and could only reluctantly agree to return and report to their superiors. The Navy answered to the world government, and when facing Smoker, even the majority of vice admirals could be overshadowed by Gismonda and Ma. However, at the admiral level, the dynamics shifted entirely. Not only could these two agents not assert authority, but even a lower-ranking CP leader would have no say in this matter. Thanks to Zifa's arrival, there was at least an explanation to maintain the facade of dignity. Had it been Carp, one could only imagine how the situation would have unfolded. Having settled the CP issue, Zifa nodded at Smoker. Smoker hastily issued the command for full-speed navigation, finally breathing a sigh of relief. But soon, another unexpected development arose. Before long, both Gismonda and Zifa's den were interrupted by the sound of a transponder snail. Both paused, searching for a corner to take the call. After hanging up, Gismonda's expression was obscured by his mask, but Zifa's countenance darkened. Smoker hurried over. Teacher Zifa, what is the matter? Zifa's face was grim as he replied. That was a call from Admiral Kong. An ominous premonition surged within Smoker. Zifa clenched his jaw. The celestial dragons have personally ordered our warship to provide escort. Smoker's expression changed drastically if it were a government official. Zifa's status would afford him the opportunity to negotiate. Even if it escalated to conflict, it would merely be a dispute over work. However, if the celestial dragons spoke, and Zifa were to defy them, it would mean a complete rupture of relations. Zifa gritted his teeth and patted Smoker's shoulder, saying helplessly, Follow orders. Understood. The warship sailed rapidly, but it was not in pursuit of pirates. Rather, it was in pursuit of the convoy of the celestial dragons. In the command room, Smoker and Zifa sat across from each other. Though fine cigars and exquisite wines lay before them, the taste was nothing but bitter as for the two CP agents at this juncture. Smoker showed no leniency, promptly relegating them to another room. With Zifa present, they dared not cause trouble. Smoker sent word to all, but he merely replied, Got it, before hanging up, leaving no further trace. Teacher Zifa, why? In the past, while watching One Piece, Smoker felt that the celestial dragons were absurd, yet he had never experienced it so personally that in a single sentence, he had to disregard the safety of countless individuals and come here to accompany them. Zephyr gulped down a mouthful of liquor. There was no alternative. The orders of the celestial dragons were akin to law, utterly unchallengeable. Smoker cast a deep glance at Zephyr. Zephyr continued, In truth, if we were to defy the orders, it wouldn't be impossible, but the consequences would be far more humiliating. Smoker was taken aback. What consequences? Are we to be punished? Zephyr shook his head. Who the hell cares about that? You know well that our military funding comes from the taxes of the world government. In simpler terms, it's heavenly gold. When the cannon fires, the treasure of the world government vanishes. Without their financial sustenance, the Navy would struggle to maintain itself for even a year. Moreover, military funding is not static. The world government adjusts it based on circumstances, with our attitude toward the celestial dragons being the most crucial indicator. Zephyr-sensei, Smoker sensed something amiss and hastily interjected, "Is the Navy really so submissive?" Unable to generate its own revenue, the Navy wields the most formidable military power at sea. Surely, making money shouldn't be difficult. Zephyr regarded Smoker with a profound gaze. This matter, you must not speak of again. After I became a vice admiral, I felt that this system was unsuitable for the development of the Navy and wished to expand our funding sources. But you already know the outcome. Outcome? Smoker was momentarily stunned, then suddenly alarmed. Could it be that Zephyr's family had met with misfortune? Smoker had long been puzzled by how the families of admirals had perished at Navy headquarters. Not during a large-scale attack, but rather through a direct assault. The fact that it had been successful was simply outrageous. If there truly existed such formidable pirates, even Roger and Whitebeard would have raised their glasses in respect. It turned out to be the handiwork of the world government. Seeing that Smoker grasped his meaning, Zephyr took another sip of liquor. Because of this incident, I realized that the world government does not require a powerful navy, but rather a compliant one. Regrettably, I understood this far too late. Smoker frowned. Have you not considered revenge? Revenge? Zephyr chuckled bitterly and shook his head. How does one seek justice through revenge? By outwardly complying while secretly defying, or by launching an outright assault on the red line. Regardless of the method, it would deplete the Navy's strength, and ultimately, the ordinary populace would bear the brunt. Thus, even after resigning my position as admiral, I still remain to train new recruits, because I cannot let go. Smoker's brow furrowed. Doesn't that clearly indicate we're pointing a gun at the good people? If it were Garp, no, it wouldn't matter who it was. Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, Thu. Regardless of their personalities, their feelings for the Navy remain unchanged. None would deplete the Navy's strength for personal gain. The world government is well aware of this, which is why they act so brazenly. Zephyr exhaled deeply. Returning to the main topic, if we defy the celestial dragons this time, the world government will undoubtedly use it as an excuse to reduce our military funding, forcing the Navy to shrink its forces. At that point, the threat will not be merely a single island like Pumiso Island. Smoker nodded, understood. Yet, while he spoke those words, a critical question lingered unvoiced in his heart, that in his mind. The celestial dragons bore a striking resemblance to the feudal lords in Naruto, foolish yet wealthy. Logically, such figures should be the prime targets for slaughter. Yet, whether in the Navy or among ninjas, none dared, nor had ever considered, to lay a finger on them if it were himself, with the Navy's might and weaponry. What could not be accomplished? Even if wary of the 5 elders and the god guards, there were still numerous other means. The simplest being, if you dare withhold my funds, I shall seal your maritime routes. Good luck growing your own food on the red line. However, these thoughts remained confined to Smoker's mind. He dared not voice them now. At that moment, a sailor approached and knocked on the door. Admiral Zephyr, Colonel Smoker, we are nearing the Celestial Dragon's vessel. All right, understood. The warship quickly caught up to the Celestial Dragon's ship. Zephyr rose. Smoker, come with me to meet the Celestial Dragons. Smoker's face twisted in disdain. What? Am I going to? You're the Admiral. Isn't it sufficient for you to go alone? Veins bulged on Smoker's forehead. Stop wasting time. There will be plenty of opportunities to meet these individuals in the future. Must we forever hide? Zephyr insisted. Young man, do you not wish to improve? Unable to resist Zephyr's determination, Smoker was ultimately dragged along. Upon boarding the Celestial Dragon's vessel, it felt less like a ship and more like a moving palace. Everywhere shimmered with opulence, exuding an air of extravagant indulgence. While Zen's ship had merely boasted an extravagant captain's cabin, this vessel radiated wealth from every corner. Under the guidance of CP agents, the two were led to the room of the Celestial Dragons. Upon entering, they were met with shouts and stomping sounds. Useless. Truly useless. How could you allow me to feel a jolt? A slave, recently acquired just days ago, lay on the ground. Bancroft, in a fit of hysterical rage, stomped on the slave's head. Although the slave was physically robust, carrying the Celestial Dragon around while being underfed ultimately led to fatigue, resulting in a slight stumble that provoked Bancroft's fury to tea that moment. The slave could only lie trembling on the ground, too terrified to cry out or whimper. Beside them stood a stunning woman with a voluptuous figure, dressed lightly, holding fine wine and delicacies, wearing a smile, as if everything happening around her was of no concern. Yet upon closer inspection, her eyes were filled with a haunting emptiness, resembling a walking corpse. Smoker and Zephyr exchanged glances. After a moment, Bancroft seemed to tire of his outburst and pulled out a handgun, shooting the slave in the head. The beautiful woman, upon hearing the gunfire, appeared to recall something, her complexion suddenly paling as she involuntarily shuddered. Bancroft frowned, swiftly turning the gun on her as well, ending her life. Dispose of it. Yes, several agents and servants emerged from a concealed door, deftly cleaning up the corpse and bloodstains before retreating. Only Guernica remained behind. Bancroft plopped down onto a plush seat and downed a glass of wine in one gulp. Blackarm, I heard that the warship intends to act independently. Is the Navy defying the orders of the divine? The celestial dragons spoke and acted as if they were mentally challenged, yet when it came to issuing commands and placing blame, each possessed an exceptional talent, as if such abilities flowed through their very blood. Faced with the celestial dragons, even Zephyr had to bow his head. Esteemed Bancroft, while I do not know where you acquired such rumors, I assure you there is no truth to it. Are you questioning me? I would not dare not. What is there to fear? You Navy are growing increasingly audacious. Not only do you fail to serve me, but you also seek to pursue pirates. Do you not see me in your eyes? Zephyr's fists clenched, yet his tone remained calm. Bancroft, please allow me to explain. I shall not listen. Bancroft drew his gun, aiming it at Zephyr. You need only answer immediately. What is more important to your Navy, serving me or pursuing pirates? Of course, pursuing pirates. Smoker's words were startling, causing all eyes to turn toward him. Bancroft, Zephyr. Bancroft trembled, his eyes wide, fixated on Smoker. You insolent wretch, what did you say? Guernica stepped forward, his body radiating a menacing aura, akin to a coiled beast ready to pounce. I said we should pursue pirates. Smoker's eyes sparkled with electricity, his demeanor imposing. Suddenly, he pointed at Guernica and exclaimed, What do you say the celestial dragons are? Guernica's mind momentarily faltered, caught off guard and unsure of how to respond. Without waiting for him to speak, Smoker waved his hand dramatically. The celestial dragons, they are the rulers of this world, the deities of this realm. Protecting the lives of the celestial dragons and upholding their dignity is the utmost mission of the Navy. Zephyr, Guernica. Bancroft's eyes glinted with intensity. Do continue. Yes, Bancroft-sama. Smoker continued. The wretched pirates who dare approach the divine are committing an act of blasphemy. Regardless of their awareness or intentions, merely appearing on the islands that the celestial dragons are about to set foot upon is undoubtedly a capital offense. As members of the Navy, we must not allow such occurrences to transpire. This is not merely my personal belief, but the conviction of the entire Navy. As Smoker spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Zephyr. Indeed, if the CP is the shield of the celestial dragons, blocking their adversaries' attacks, then the Navy must be their sword, proactively striking down all threats. Any potential menace to the celestial dragons must be eradicated at its inception. Splendid. Well said, Bancroft exclaimed, animatedly gesturing towards Smoker. So, Navy officer, what do you propose we do? A flicker of severity crossed Smoker's eyes. Those who dare to confront the divine shall perish. We shall advance preemptively to eliminate all obstructions in your sight. Bancroft nodded in agreement. Excellent. Then let it be decreed that you shall exterminate the filthy pirates. Yes, with the celestial dragon's command, Smoker and the Navy hastened towards Pumissima Island. Zephyr, however, was detained aboard the ship. Tasked with safeguarding his own life, Smoker and his crew raced against time to intercept the Fang's pirate crew. However, due to the interference caused by the celestial dragons, precious hours were squandered. Smoker was anxious. It had been a long time since he had heard from or, and he had no idea what had transpired on Pumissima Island. They had to make it in time. Soon, they arrived at Pumissima Island, only to find the Fang's pirate crew had already departed. The town was engulfed in flames and dark smoke. Dismembered bodies and severed limbs littered the streets, blood staining the ground, while some young women, disheveled and battered, leaned against the walls, their eyes vacant. Other survivors, ignoring their pain and grief, desperately fought to extinguish the fires and rescue the living. As the warship docked at the pier, all Navy personnel gazed in one direction. Rendered speechless, there stood a pole, from which hung a lifeless body. riddled with knife wounds and burns, its hands and feet severed, and its eyes and nose reduced to gaping blood holes, clearly having suffered inhuman torment while alive. The sea breeze blew, causing the body to sway ominously. Smoker and the Navy felt a chill run down their spines. Tina approached, taking Smoker's hand. Smoker's crimson eyes fixated on ore, his forehead veins bulging. His fists clenched tightly, producing a crackling sound, though he longed to obliterate the pirates. Witnessing the devastation in the town compelled him to grit his teeth and issue orders. All personnel, disembark and assist the townsfolk. First team, establish a safe zone. Second team, search for and rescue survivors. Third team, conduct a thorough search for any lurking pirates. Remain vigilant. Tina, follow me to extinguish the flames. Yes. Upon receiving the orders, everyone sprang into action. Smoker and Tina made their way to the area where the flames roared most ferociously. Dark cavern. Smoker unleashed darkness, engulfing the remnants of shattered walls to aid those trapped. Tina released dense white smoke, using it to suffocate the flames in the blink of an eye. 2 hours had passed. The situation on the island was nearing resolution when the celestial dragons arrived, albeit belatedly. Bancroft, riding a new slave, descended the ship with a retinue of guards and attendants, immediately wrinkling his nose in displeasure. Although the fires had been extinguished, the stench of charred remains and death lingered, refusing to dissipate swiftly. What a filthy and chaotic island this is. No sooner had he spoken than a CP agent approached. Bancroft-sama, please follow me. With that, he led the way towards the gathering of survivors. One must admit, CP agents possessed remarkable skills. Despite not having set foot on the island, they were keenly aware of the situation. After winding through several streets, they arrived at a safe zone, which had evidently been the Fang's pirate crew's base upon landing. Thus, it was the only intact area in the town, and the injured were being treated there. Smoker stood at the forefront, awaiting their arrival. He was all too aware of the despicable nature of the celestial dragons. He had ensured that all women and children were hidden away. The remaining individuals, those capable of movement, knelt in a line to greet them, while the severely injured were concealed behind them. Bancroft surveyed the surroundings and suddenly murmured, "Why? Why is it?" Smoker assumed he was lamenting the destruction of the town and quickly stepped forward to explain that I apologize, esteemed Bancroft-sama. When we arrived, the pirates had already set the town ablaze, and the civilian casualties were grievous. Who cares about that? Smoker was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. What I meant was, why are those lowly commoners over there not kneeling? Looking in the direction he indicated, Smoker's eyes twitched slightly. How astute of you to choose that location. Those were the severely injured, unable to move and in life-threatening condition, left behind as a last resort. From such a distance, how could the celestial dragons still detect them? Kneel. Why not let them perish instead? Bancroft coldly commanded. Bring forth this impudent rabble and execute them all. Zifa rushed forward. Bancroft-sama, they are merely the injured. Bancroft shot him a disdainful glance and turned to the nearby CP agent, asking, in your opinion, which is more important, the lives of these lowly commoners or the dignity of the celestial dragons? In response to Bancroft-sama, naturally, the dignity of the celestial dragons is of greater importance. The CP agent replied without hesitation, unambiguous in his answer. Did you hear that, Black Arm? I just had a splendid idea. You shall carry out the executions. It should be quite entertaining. What? Zifa's expression changed drastically. Indeed, that is the very expression I adore. Bancroft's face twisted into a grotesque smile. I find your current expression far more delightful than the fear the lowly commoners exhibit in the face of death. Of course, you may refuse, but they shall still meet their demise, and your words will represent the Navy's stance. You. Zifa gritted his teeth, fighting to suppress his rage, with 3 admirals and above within the Navy's ranks. Sengoku was shrewd and cunning, Garp was brash and straightforward, while Zifa was steadfast and earnest. Each had their strengths and weaknesses, yet, in dealings with the world government, Zifa's disposition often left him at a disadvantage. At that moment of stalemate, a voice suddenly rang out that Bancroft-sama speaks the truth. Zifa and Bancroft turned to see Smoker stepping forward. Zifa's face darkened. Smoker, do you comprehend the implications of your words? Bancroft, however, erupted into laughter. Well said, Smoker. I am growing increasingly fond of you. Smoker smiled and replied, as I stand before the celestial dragons for the first time, Why not allow me the honor of executing this task? Would that not be fitting? Oh, Bancroft nodded in satisfaction, declaring, in that case, let you personally carry out the punishment. The few individuals engaged in conversation spoke loudly enough for the kneeling civilians nearby to overhear, instantly chilling them to the bone. When the ferocious Yonko crew attacked, the vigorous youth had already been reduced to a state of near death. Those remaining were either burdened with elderly dependents and young children, or were the frail and vulnerable themselves. Despite their hearts brimming with sorrow and rage, the oppressive influence accumulated by the celestial dragons over centuries left them too terrified to utter a word as for the wounded in the rear. They were too far removed to realize they had already been sentenced to death by the celestial dragons. Tyler lay behind, straining to lift his head and gaze at the others. He was an ordinary merchant from Pumiso Island, meant to sell goods, earn a living, and enjoy a busy yet blissful day. However, the arrival of the pirates shattered this tranquility. He had hastily concealed his wife and daughter in a cupboard, yet failed to escape himself. Falling into the clutches of the pirates, not only did they rob him of his savings, but they also left him grievously injured. What plunged him into despair was that his wife and daughter had ultimately been discovered by the pirates. For their amusement, the pirates locked them in the cupboard. Knowing that the raging inferno would soon engulf them, for Tyler, the pirates broke his arms and legs, casting him into the street, forcing him to watch helplessly as his wife and daughter were burned alive. As the flames drew near, Tyler remained paralyzed, only able to hear the desperate cries of his family, issuing powerless screams. In this moment of utter despair, 2 young Navy officers arrived, extinguishing the flames as if by magic, rescuing the 3 of them. Subsequently, the officers took Tyler for medical treatment. While undergoing care, he learned that the celestial dragons were coming, and instead of feeling pleased, he was filled with dread in the eyes of most. The celestial dragons were divine beings, untouchable and wielding absolute power. As for their character and actions, little was known. However, having traveled extensively, Tyler was acutely aware of the true nature of the celestial dragons. As he gazed at the beautiful faces of his wife and daughter, worry consumed him. That moment, Smoker issued an order for all young women to be concealed in the forest on the back mountain. Do not emerge unless commanded. This gesture brought Tyler's gratitude towards Smoker to a peak. If there were indeed a deity, it would likely resemble this figure. This was Tyler's most sincere thought. Suddenly, he noticed a commotion among the celestial dragons. And after Smoker exchanged a few words with them, he turned to approach Tyler. As Smoker halted beside him, Tyler struggled to lift his gaze. Mr. Smoker. Smoker nodded at Tyler, greeting everyone. Tyler, and all present, I hereby declare, in the name of the world's nobility, your charge of great disrespect. The death penalty is to be executed immediately. An uproar erupted among the crowd. What? Tyler's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Smoker. The next moment, a tide of darkness engulfed him. Mere seconds later, the wounded were all consumed by the shadows. Witnessing this scene, not only the civilians, but even the Navy officers were left dumbfounded. Was this truly the gentle Smoker they knew? Zephyr's veins bulged as he disregarded the celestial dragons, rushing to seize Smoker by the collar. Smoker, I demand an explanation. Smoker regarded Zephyr coolly, tightening his grip on Zephyr's wrist. Zephyr-sensei, this is the order of the celestial dragons. Receiving the signal, Zephyr fixed his gaze on Smoker, gritting his teeth, and after several seconds, he reluctantly released his hold. Bancroft clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Well done, Marine. You are Smoker, correct? Excellent work. I am increasingly fond of you. The agents had just informed him that the life force of those injured had indeed vanished. This Smoker was impressive. It appeared the Navy was not entirely composed of sycophants. Smoker slightly bowed. Your acknowledgement is the highest honor for me. Ha! Splendid, very splendid. Meanwhile, from a distance in the square, the civilians hidden in the back mountain looked down in disbelief, exclaiming, a devil, a butcher. Various voices began to echo. Even the mayor stared wide-eyed in astonishment. He trembled as he approached Tina, saying, Miss Tina, why? Tina remained silent, her expression unyielding. She trusted Smoker and added, It's getting quite noisy back there. Tell them to be silent if they wish to live. The mayor froze momentarily, hastily rushing to calm the crowd. Seeing the wounded dealt with, Bancroft gazed at the now-ruined town, feeling somewhat disheartened. Forget it. This place is dull. Let us depart. By the way, how many slave collars do we have left? Gismond approached. St. Bancroft, we brought 200 slave collars in total. There are 109 slaves on board. Leaving 91 collars unoccupied, Bancroft was taken aback. Only 109 left. This batch of slaves is truly not durable. He surveyed the kneeling crowd and pointed at a middle-aged man. This fellow will do nicely. Bring him along. The middle-aged man turned pale. Suddenly, Bancroft had a thought. With so many collars left, it would be wasteful. Let us take 91 of these wretches to replenish my slave stock. Several agents bowed slightly. At your service. One CP agent approached the middle-aged man, who repeatedly retreated on his knees, tears streaming down his face. Please no. I have children to care for. Out of nowhere, a 3 or 4-year-old girl dashed forward, throwing herself at the agent's legs, crying, "Don't bully my daddy." The agent turned, coldly glaring at the little girl. The child was immediately frightened into loosening her grip, standing dumbstruck. Bancroft brandished his pistol, fuming, "You wretched commoner. How dare you stand before me without my permission? Please no." The middle-aged man gasped in horror. "Master, I am willing to be a slave. Please spare her." Bancroft raised his hand and fired. Almost simultaneously, Smoker vanished, reappearing as he grasped the little girl by the neck, lifting her just in time to evade the bullet. Though she was merely a child, offending the celestial dragons was a capital offense. Blame your tragic fate. Saying this, darkness erupted from his hand, instantaneously consuming the little girl. Although Bancroft missed, witnessing Smoker swiftly eliminate the child quelled his anger. The middle-aged man, as if drained of strength, collapsed to the ground. "All right, place the collar on slave number 110. This place is truly too noisy." "Yes, St. Bancroft." Just as the CP agents approached, the middle-aged man erupted, pointing at Bancroft and cursing, "You damned bastard. What kind of god are you? You are a demon. She is just a child. I will fight you." "Bastard, what did you say?" Bancroft bellowed in a frenzy, as if stabbed in a sensitive area. The CP agent raised a finger, preparing to strike him down. Yet Smoker was quicker, performing a shave and delivering a kick to the middle-aged man's abdomen, sending him flying. The man lay on the ground, utterly immobilized. Since he could not let go of his daughter, he would perish alongside her. Remember, death is also a mercy bestowed by the gods. Darkness enveloped him, shrouding the middle-aged man. When the shadows dissipated, nothing remained at the site. Seeing that the father and daughter had been reduced to mere ashes, Bancroft's anger finally subsided. "I am weary. It is time to return. You all go select 91 slaves to take back." The CP agents bowed slightly. "We shall obey the holy decree." Suddenly, Smoker stepped forward. "St. Bancroft." What is it, Smoker? Do you dare impede my progress without justifiable cause? This saint shall not show you mercy." The nearby girl Nika was equally taken aback. Bancroft was known for his capricious temperament, often resorting to violence and abuse when displeased, rarely allowing for explanations. It seems he holds a rather favorable opinion of this Smoker. A sense of crisis looms. "Esteemed St. Bancroft, your subordinate wishes to remind you that the individuals here are ill-suited to serve as slaves." Why so?" "From their gazes, I perceive a rebellious spirit." Bancroft surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, although the crowd remained kneeling, they trembled violently, with many fingers digging deeply into the earth, revealing not only fear, but also a barely contained fury in their furtive glances. However, such expressions were all too familiar to a celestial dragon. Bancroft dismissively waved his hand in no need to meddle. With the CP present, your safety need not be of concern. Nika stepped forward. "Colonel Smoker. The safety of the celestial dragons falls under the jurisdiction of the CP." Though his words were delivered calmly, his eyes betrayed a discontent that I see. "I was reckless, but there is an even more pressing reason." What reason?" "These individuals are merely powerless commoners, and they bear wounds. They are unworthy of serving as your slaves. The magnificent St. Bancroft deserves to enjoy slaves of far greater strength." "Well said." Bancroft nodded in satisfaction, only to furrow his brow shortly thereafter. "But where are such slaves you speak of?" Smoker replied with a confident smile. "If you trust me, please grant me an extra day to be why this time tomorrow. I shall present slaves before you." "Very well. Then this saint shall await you for a day." Bancroft initially agreed with a beaming smile, but his expression swiftly soured. "However, should you fail to deliver, your subordinate shall accept any punishment." "Fine. Return to your carriage." With that, Bancroft mounted his slave, accompanied by his guards, and departed with great pomp. The naval officers stood in place, watching them leave. Once the celestial dragons had retreated, Zephyr rushed forward and seized Smoker by the collar. "You scoundrel! That was merely a child protecting his father. How could you lay a hand on him? Moreover, on what grounds do we seek out innocents to enslave for him? Are you unaware that being a slave is worse than death? The surrounding navy and residents regarded Smoker with eyes full of hostility. If teacher Zifa cannot target the innocent, must he not seek out the truly heinous instead? Everyone was taken aback, and Zifa unconsciously loosened his grip. Smoker stepped back and adjusted his collar. All hands on deck. Yes, all aboard. Full speed ahead to pursue the Tusk pirate crew. Yes,